I woke up and could actually hear the thoughts of the icy school beauty. To my shock, she turned out to be a reincarnator. She was even supposed to be my future wife. She was carefully calculating the wealth codes for the next decade in her mind. From a stock poised to soar tenfold. The inside story about the old house demolition. She even tried to trick me into starting a business selling spicy skewers. All these SSS-level secrets were instantly stolen by me. I decisively used her memories. Striking first to gain the upper hand, not only successfully leasing the stall. He even charted a shortcut to becoming the richest person. But the final shocking revelation from the most popular girl's inner voice was an utterly devastating piece of news. It sent chills down my spine. My mother will actually die in a car accident 2 months later? I must reverse this tragedy, but altering the future might trigger an even more terrifying chain reaction. Chapter 1, The Campus Belle Reincarnates. Xin, stop touching, I still have to go to work. Wait, since when did Lao Qin have so much hair? And why is his skin so fair? What is going on? Why am I in a classroom? Could it be I've been reborn? OMG, this can't be a dream, can it? Xin and his dorm mates had battled through the entire night, and he had just lain down to catch up on sleep. Half asleep, he heard a clamor of voices. Who's calling me? Who am I touching? Something about rebirth and dreaming. Xin rubbed his eyes irritably and glanced to the side. Sitting right next to him was none other than the heartthrob of their second high school, Tang Bing. At this moment, the school belle was staring straight at him with her beautiful eyes wide open. Was that the campus beauty speaking just now? Xin was still pondering when the noisy sound erupted again. He's looking at me. This guy can barely keep his eyes open from exhaustion, must have stayed up gaming again. Xin looked left and right, finally convinced that the voice indeed came from the school beauty. However, she didn't actually open her mouth to say it. How is the sound produced? I've never heard that the school beauty knows ventriloquism? Am I dreaming, or can I really hear the school beauty's inner thoughts? Xin was utterly shocked, staring unblinkingly at the school beauty's tempting red lips, trying to confirm. Until the next second. Is old Qin alright? That expression on his face is so eerie, could he possibly have taken a fancy to me already? Staring silently at Xin, Tang Bing felt a chill run down her spine, her thoughts growing more intense by the second. No way, this guy's as thick as a plank, there's no way he'd have a clue now. If it weren't for me falling for him first back in college and chasing him relentlessly, he wouldn't have gotten married and had kids so soon. Snap. A bolt of lightning struck. Xin instantly looked like a Spartan. What the hell? Did he hear that right? At university, the campus belle would actually pursue him and marry him to have kids? Moreover, could I really hear the campus belle's inner thoughts? Just as Xin was inwardly howling with excitement. Tang Bing stood up and took the initiative to walk over. With an expressionless face, she casually asked. Classmate, what's the date today? December 21st, 2014. Xin gazed dreamily at the school belle's exquisitely beautiful profile. Such a beautiful and elegant woman would be his wife in the future. The mere thought made his blood boil with excitement. Thank you. Tang Bing gave a slight nod and returned to her seat. The entire process was like that of a goddess looking down from high above. Yet inwardly, he was roaring with chaos. Holy! Is this really my family's crazy ergo? Why is he so adorable and well-behaved now, looking even more handsome than those young idols? I should have made my move earlier, better than being stuck with a balding guy right after marriage. However, I really didn't expect that I actually got reborn and came back. And it's the end of 2014. Didi Chuxing just started, live streaming e-commerce hasn't even appeared yet. At this point, even a pig could rise up if it stands at the right wind gap. The question arises, where to get the first bucket of gold? I'm just an ordinary high school senior, and as for old Qin, forget about him, he's too busy gaming, with an unemployed mother at home. Even after 10 years, he'd still be dirt poor. Relying on him would mean starving to death. Should I be a trendsetter then? Take those later viral internet songs and novels, chop them up a bit, and skyrocket to fame? No way, I shouldn't even think about the entertainment industry. With my natural beauty, what if some nouveau riche boss sets his sights on me? Tang Bing frowned tightly, with no one aware of the turmoil in her heart. Only Xin grew increasingly bewildered the more he listened. His expression was absolutely priceless. How can his wife be so narcissistic? Those suitors would never have guessed that beneath her noble and aloof exterior lies a vibrant and lively heart. And she can still act lovesick over him? Her thought process is so complex, yet her face remains so calm. Isn't she afraid of driving herself insane? While lost in thought, she suddenly heard. Forget it, stock trading is still the safest bet. I happen to remember the best performing stock next year, something called Chinese Online. It debuted on the A share market on January 21, 2015, with an opening price of 1.93. After consecutive limit ups, it had already multiplied sevenfold by March 4. After fluctuating for 2 days, it reached 17.67 by March 23, an increase of nearly tenfold. So there's still time to raise funds and follow this investment. Overnight riches aren't just a dream. But the problem is, where can I get the initial capital? Tang Bing began to ponder. Xinyi's heart was suddenly engulfed by towering waves of shock. Damn! Did he hear that right? There's a stock that's going to skyrocket next January. In just 1 year, the net profit will multiply tenfold. What does this mean? Even if he had never touched stocks before, he knew that the opportunity to strike it rich was right before his eyes. Who wouldn't want to become a millionaire effortlessly, rather than face poverty in the future? The thought alone made Xinyi's heart burn with excitement, and now he couldn't help but prick up his ears to eavesdrop. Tang Bing's thoughts were incredibly erratic. One moment, he was enumerating money-making opportunities for the next decade. The next moment, he was worrying about the pros and cons of these money-making methods. But an overwhelming amount of information came flooding in. Xinyi didn't understand much else, but he did learn that his old family home was about to be demolished. When the demolition office comes to discuss compensation, hold firm on the high price and don't back down. Because in the future, the Laofang area is planned to become part of the inner city. In the future, every inch of land will be worth its weight in gold. Just save up a bit and buy a seemingly insignificant plot, and you'll be rolling in riches later. With that said, all roads lead to immense wealth. Money can be found everywhere just by bending down. While Xinyi eagerly rubs his hands together, he can't help but feel a headache coming on. Everything is ready except for the startup funds. Where's the money? Where can it come from? Xinyi had little education and couldn't come up with a solution after much thought, so he can only pin his hopes on his wife. At this moment, Tang Bing was also deep in thought. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her gaze suddenly landed on the roadside stall set up outside the school. In an instant, her beautiful eyes lit up. Got it! Spicy hot pot. It doesn't require much investment, just pull a cart and you can sell it on the street. Most importantly, this stuff tastes amazing, and students love it. The school cafeteria has been serving pig slop for so long that everyone's been complaining. If I set up a spicy hot pot stall outside, I'd make a killing. But then again, I'm the school beauty of number 2 high school. Wouldn't it be beneath me to go out and sell spicy hot pot like this? What if Lao Qin starts looking down on me and refuses to marry me later? Wait, I've got it. Why not persuade Lao Qin to do it? He earns the money to support the family, and I stay pretty like a flower. Sounds perfect. Tang Bing was already getting excited just thinking about it. She didn't notice that behind her, Xinyi's eyes also lit up as he breathed a sigh of relief. Great, now he had a way to make money. Selling spicy hot pot? That's a great idea. Of course, he'd earn money, but he'd also pursue love. Now he just wondered, what method would the campus belle use to persuade him? Will they resort to using a honey trap? Both of them felt secretly excited, and their faces simultaneously broke into inexplicably sweet smiles. When they least expected it, their eyes met. Gah! Time has frozen. Chapter 2, Spicy Hot Pot. The classroom was completely silent. Xinyi and Tang Bing locked eyes, as if time stood still. The next second, they hurriedly averted their eyes. Xinyi was worried about being exposed. Tang Bing's face turned crimson with shyness. It's not my imagination. Ergo is looking at me. Ah, he actually had a crush on me this early. All that talk about focusing on studies during school and love being fleeting. Men's words are deceitful ghosts. My wife is so adorable, I want to kiss her. Tang Bing covered her face, while Xinyi's heart burned with passion. It's absolutely adorable. Only now did he realize how foolish he was to focus solely on gaming. How can video games compare to the beauty of the school flower? But was this really not his illusion? If he was just dreaming and hadn't woken up, that would be embarrassing. The more he thought about it, the less confident he felt. Xinyi simply decided to test it with practical actions. Alright, I'll treat the campus belle to some spicy hot pot then. As everyone knows, the campus belle is an aloof goddess. If she were my wife, she'd definitely agree. If she doesn't agree, then I'm just being presumptuous. Xinyi didn't say a word and wrote a note, secretly tossing it onto the school belle's desk. Tang Bing was still gazing at Xinyi, unable to get enough of the sight. At that moment, a note suddenly appeared before his eyes. She froze for a moment. Glancing at the note, then at Xinyi, she blinked her sparkling beautiful eyes like a confused little rabbit. Is Ergo passing me notes? When did my old Qin learn to be romantic? Wait, he should still be quite shy at this point. Truly worthy of being my dear Uryo, so telepathic. I was just thinking about having spicy hot pot when he asked me out for it. Tang Bing stole another sweet glance at Xinyi. As for the possibility of Xinyi being able to read minds, she didn't even consider it. Supernatural abilities like those in novels couldn't possibly appear in someone like old Qin, a mere side character. No matter how you look at it, she should be the female lead. Tang Bing's justified ignorance made Xinyi heave a huge sigh of relief. At the same time, the thought that a single invitation from him could stir up such a whirlwind of emotions in the campus belle's heart thrilled Xinyi immensely. On the surface, he always pretended as if nothing had happened. As the class-ending bell rang, Before long, the students in the classroom packed up their belongings and headed outside. Chinee was also pretending to tidy up, his gaze deliberately or inadvertently sweeping toward the campus bell. The school bell also deliberately dawdled, as if waiting for something. He felt reassured. Walking over, he deliberately raised his voice to invite her. "School beauty Tang, I'd like to treat you to some spicy hot pot, if that's alright?" Chinee's voice instantly spread throughout the classroom. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. A group of people widened their eyes, turned their heads in unison, and stared fixedly at Chinee. Did they hear correctly? Chinee, that loser, actually dared to invite the coldest goddess of number 2 high school to eat spicy hot pot? Is he joking? Everyone looked at Chinee with bizarre gazes that clearly said, has he gone mad? No one thought the school bell would agree he's just setting himself up for humiliation. Ever since school started, countless wealthy young masters had lined up to pursue the campus belle, yet she never gave them a second glance. Chinee, a good-for-nothing who had nothing going for him except his looks, what made him so special. While everyone mocked him, it was Tang Bing who was the most astonished. Her delicate face flushed crimson with embarrassment, her entire body burning with shyness. Ah, so sudden, Lao Chin is really something. What has gotten into him? He wasn't this bold before. Is he really not afraid of getting beat up for approaching me so openly? Whatever. Who cares, since Lao Chin is my husband after all? It doesn't matter what others think. I can't possibly reject my own husband. Tang Bing happily made her decision. He remained expressionless, merely giving a cold nod. All right. Instantly, the entire room fell silent. Instantly, the entire classroom erupted in an uproar. The sound of kept ringing in one's ears. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock, as if they were dreaming. What the hell is this damn thing? I must be dreaming. Someone pinch me. My goddess, woo-woo, damn you, Chin dog. Let's crowdfund to take down Chinee. The boys were dancing wildly, filled with indignation. They watched helplessly as the school beauty walked out side by side with Chinee. The sorrow in my heart flows backward into a river. Damn it, what the hell does that Chin dog deserve? Let's gang up and beat this asshole tonight. The girls also looked at each other in astonishment. Tang Bing actually took a liking to that useless Chinee? What for? Just a face. The sun was shining brightly during the lunch break. As soon as class ended, students from the entire school poured out. When they saw Tang Bing, the school's renowned ice queen who had always been aloof and reserved, actually walking together with a male student. All the boys were dumbfounded. At this moment, the sound echoing in my ears is that of a shattered heart. Get me all that bastard's info in 5 minutes. Got it. The loser from the school bells class is named Chinee. I'm so damn pissed. Why would the goddess fancy a loser? Is this the advantage of proximity, getting the moon first? The whole school is green with envy. They're secretly despising Chinee, convinced he must have used underhanded tactics to win the goddess's heart. Chinee is practically bursting with smugness. The declaration of sovereignty operation was successful. This will cut off those old perverts' thoughts. Let's see who dares to compete with him for his wife. He would never let someone like Tang Bing, a treasure of a girl, slip into another's hands. Once the two of them walked out of the school, there happened to be a spicy hot pot stall right by the roadside. 50 cents per skewer, a bit pricier than the one sold in the food street, but still acceptable. Chinee had just taken his seat when he saw Tang Bing eagerly bringing over 2 vinegar dipping plates. On top of the vinegar, she added sesame paste, minced garlic, cilantro, and chili oil. It was exactly Chinee's favorite flavor. Tang Bing prepared the dipping sauce and was about to place it before Chinee. At this moment, sensing Chinee's surprised gaze, her delicate body froze instantly. Damn it, I forgot I just reincarnated and only just made private contact with old Chin. Sob, it's all his fault for being a lazy dog who always has others do things for him. Otherwise, how could I have become so skilled at this? Darn it, making such a fool of myself on our first date. He probably thinks I'm really weird. Tang Bing let out a silent mewl of despair in her heart. In the end, he had no choice but to forcefully compose himself and save face. Cough, I've always liked mixing dipping sauce this way. Not sure about your taste, so I made it casually. Eat it if you can, otherwise just throw it away. With that, she slapped the plate down right in front of Chinee. Chinee was nearly moved to tears by his tsundere wife's adorable behavior. How could I not love the dipping sauce my wife made herself? Hastily picking up the bowl, he smiled and praised. Tang, the campus belle, is amazing. You already know my taste on our first meal together. Impressive. Then, Chinee subtly picked out some skewers that Tang Bing liked by reading her mind. Holding the steaming hot spicy soup, the two could no longer bother with conversation and began slurping noisily. I have to admit, the broth base for this spicy hot pot is absolutely authentic. No comparison, no difference. No wonder other students complained the cafeteria food is pig slop. It smelled absolutely amazing. Chinee didn't even need to hear the school bell's thoughts to start contemplating making spicy hot pot himself. Upon closer thought, this actually has potential. The only problem is that fellow professionals tend to become enemies. Currently, there is only one spicy hot pot stall at the school gate, which has already attracted a huge crowd. If he were to set up shop elsewhere, he would definitely take away customers, which the spicy hot pot boss certainly wouldn't be happy about. What should I do now? Sheenie frowned in deep thought just when Tang Bing's inner voice sounded again. She was also thinking about this. Hee, I'm really a business whiz. Look at these students sweating while slurping noodles. Hot pot skewers have huge potential. With only one hot pot skewer stall at the school gate, nobody minds if the portions are skimpy. The boss is shrewd, making the broth so fragrant that customers keep coming regardless. But this isn't sustainable in the long run. If a fair and honest stall were to open here, this one would be doomed. Coincidentally, I know a few recipes for wildly popular hot pot skewer broths. This is our golden opportunity. Even if the shop expands later and gets too busy, no problem, grandma is unemployed and can come help out. If we need more hands, we can always hire temporary workers. The initial capital isn't a problem either. Making malatang doesn't require much investment. Have Lao Chin contribute 2,000 and I'll put in 3,000 to build the pushcart, customize tables and chairs to set up the stall, and go to the wholesale market in the early morning for low-cost ingredients. Once the brand gains recognition, we'll directly open branches, discuss franchising, and aim to dominate the city's malatang market in the shortest time possible. Won't I be rolling in money then? Making a fortune every day, and old Chin can just sit back and wait for me to support him. Ha ha ha. After a brief contemplation, Tang Bing quickly devised a solution. Sheenie marveled at her ingenious ideas. Secretly feeling proud, no wonder she's my wife, she's just so quick-witted and sharp. Now that a solution is in place, it's time for this mind-reading expert to step in. With a cough, Sheenie put down his chopsticks and spoke directly. School hottie Tang, how do you think I did with the spicy hot pot? Chapter 3, Embarking on the Entrepreneurial Journey. Tang Bing's eyes widened in shock at the news. Her emotions were incredibly complex at that moment. How could old Chin be so in sync with her on their first date? Before she could even open her mouth to persuade him, old Chin had already gotten the hint and decided to start a spicy hot pot business. Was this the butterfly effect of her rebirth, or had old Chin finally decided to better himself? As Tang Bing stood there lost in thought, Sheenie had already begun outlining his plan. It matched the outline Tang Bing had mapped out. He would simply voice it in his own words. But Sheenie added one more clause. First, approach politely, then resort to force. If he could persuade the spicy hot pot vendor to sell the stall directly to him, that would save a lot of trouble. If that failed, setting up his own stall to compete head-on wouldn't be too late. The goal was to achieve everything in one go, leaving his wife speechless. Upon hearing Cheenie's plan, Tang Bing was genuinely stunned. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Cheenie had changed. Erga, you've changed. I never realized you were so sharp before. You made perfect sense when talking business. Is this what they call a couple's resemblance? Tang, the campus beauty? Are you even listening? Seeing Tang Bing begin to question her own existence, Sheenie was nearly doubled over laughing, yet his expression remained calm as he inquired. What do you think of my plan? Not bad. Tang Bing's reply was concise and cold. If Sheenie hadn't been monitoring her inner thoughts all along, he would have fallen for her act right now. Heh, shocked, huh? But the real surprise is yet to come. Sheenie puffed out his chest smugly and went to find the hot pot vendor. Tang Bing watched in stunned silence. Ergu's got guts, such strong initiative. I'd better follow and see. Feeling uneasy, Tang Bing hurried after him. At the spicy hot pot stall, the owner was bustling about amidst the smoke and steam. Looking at his honest face, one would never guess he was a dishonest merchant who shortchanged customers. Sheenie, eager to impress the school beauty, stepped forward and said, Hey boss, this stall's not doing well. Only a handful of customers at noon? Ever thought about selling it? Maybe if you move to a busier street corner, business could pick up. Wang Chang, the spicy hot pot vendor, was busy skewering ingredients when he suddenly heard someone suggest selling his stall. His expression darkened instantly. Everyone knew the cafeteria at number 2 high school was notoriously awful. His spicy hot pot stall right at the school gate might not be as bustling as it once was, but it was still the only one around making money. Who was this person, spouting such nonsense? He looked up and saw it was 2 students who had just bought some spicy hot pot. He sneered inwardly. Saying my business is bad? Bull. Can't you see a bunch of people eating my hot pot? And you want my stall? Bull. I won't sell it for any price. You 2 little brats, stuffing your faces and mocking me? Get lost and go chill somewhere else. Don't mess with my business. Listening to Wang Chang rant and spew filth, Tang Bing was instantly furious. Who do you think you are, talking trash about my husband? He's just a crooked merchant. What's he got to be so cocky about? Doesn't he even have a business license? A black-hearted vendor using gutter oil for his broth, selling skewers of unclean mixed meat. It's only a matter of time before something goes wrong. Anyone who's eaten here once, seeing your blackened pot oil and filthy, fly-infested environment, would never come back. So even though the stall outside the school gate looks busy, the only ones who actually eat there are students craving snacks who don't care about the environment. Monthly revenue tops out at 3 or 4,000 at best. If an honest vendor ran this stall, they'd make at least 10,000 a month. You're hogging the spot without contributing, yet you have the nerve to spew filth. Just wait for that one complaint call, then you're done for. Tang Bing seethed inwardly, thinking how conveniently this had worked out for Qin Yi. His eyes darted around as he shifted his tone, repeating the school beauty's words to confront Wang Chang. Calling me a fart? Look at yourself using gutter oil for your broth, mixing in low-grade meat skewers. What a crooked businessman you are. Running a food stall right at the school gate. Do you even have proper business and health permits? Before Wang Chang could respond, Qin Yi rolled his eyes. Just look at your place swarming with flies. I knew you had nothing. People like you will never admit to making dirty money, so I'm calling the consumer hotline right now. Once the inspectors arrive, the truth will come out. At first, Wang Chang thought Qin Yi was just some nosy student acting on a whim. But when he heard Qin Yi threaten to call the hotline and have officials inspect his license, panic set in. The city had recently intensified inspections of mobile vendors' licenses, imposing fines for illegal operations. He couldn't afford that fine, which was why he'd moved his stall from the food street to the entrance of number 2 middle school. Now this student was threatening him with a complaint call. Fine, you win. As long as the mountain remains, there will always be firewood. As long as he avoids fines and keeps his stall, he can always find another spot to make a comeback. Wang Chang shot Qin Yi and Tang Bing a fierce glare, mentally noting them both. He was about to pack up his stall. But Qin Yi spoke up again. You plan to keep scamming customers with this stall? Gutter oil and mixed meat are harmful to your health. They're completely inedible. Meddling in everything. Does this never end? Wang Chang, stung by shame and anger, slammed his fist on the table. Fine, I'll just quit. What else do you want from me? To stop you from making dirty money with this stuff, here's what we'll do. I'll buy all this junk off you. As Qin Yi spoke, he kept his eyes fixed on Wang Chang's expression. Seeing a flicker of delight and cunning in his eyes, clearly planning to jack up the price, Qin Yi immediately warned him. But don't expect me to pay so-called market prices. I'm buying this operation to benefit the public. If I make that one call to report you, not only will you get nothing, but you'll be sent to reform. At this point, Wang Chang himself calculated that trying to squeeze more money out of him wasn't worth the risk of being reported and sent to prison. His face turned ashen. Then how much are you willing to pay? 5,000. No way, that's too little. Wang Chang shook his head like a bobblehead. Qin Yi sneered coldly, know when to quit while you're ahead. With your hands and feet intact, you should have no trouble finding a job paying 3 or 4,000 a month outside. You're asking for 5,000 in one go? Looks like you won't budge until you see the coffin. Just as he was posturing to intimidate, Tang Bing couldn't hold back any longer. She'd long seen that Wang Chang was intimidated by Qin Yi and wouldn't dare cause trouble anymore. Trying to squeeze more money now was pure wishful thinking. Ergu is still too young. With people like this, there's no need for words. Just turn and walk away. Let him scare himself into submission. Hearing his wife's inner thoughts, Qin Yi acted on them immediately. He shot Wang Chang a cold glance before turning on his heel and walking away. Such decisiveness even startled Tang Bing. Wow, Erdu is so cool. He's clearly cut out for big things. Flattered by his wife's praise, Qin Yi walked with a spring in his step. Seeing Qin Yi heading out, clearly bound for the Administration for Industry and Commerce, Wang Chang panicked. These young students aren't so easy to fool anymore. Fine, 5,000 it is. Better than jail time. He hurried after Qin Yi. Fine, 5,000. 5,000 is yours, okay? I'm begging you, please go easy on me and let me off. Done. At that moment, Qin Yi's heart pounded like a drum. It felt as though countless little coins were already waving at him. He glanced at Tang Bing, only to see the school beauty's face flushed and her eyes brimming with excitement. But she was, after all, someone who had been reborn. Her composure quickly returned. I never imagined securing a stall would be this easy. 5,000 plus the cost of inventory isn't a small sum for a student. The earliest I can get the money is tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi immediately said to Wang Chang, alright, we'll bring you the money first thing tomorrow morning. Don't even think about pulling any tricks. Fearing these two students might change their minds and get him into trouble, Wang Chang dared not refuse. He nodded vigorously, like a pestle pounding a mortar. Once the two were out of sight, he plopped down onto the ground, feeling utterly helpless. On the way home, Qin Yi suddenly remembered something, and his body froze instantly. Damn it, he'd forgotten how stubborn his mom was. She was already furious that he wasn't studying and was playing games instead. If he suddenly asked for money to start a spicy hot pot business, she'd be furious. But here was a golden opportunity to make some cash. He couldn't hesitate. Missing it would be the biggest regret of his life. Qin Yi frowned in conflict. Just then, Tang Bing's inner voice echoed. What's Ergo fretting about? It's about asking his mother-in-law for money, right? Grandma just lost her job and is in a bad mood. Asking her for money now will definitely earn you a scolding. Besides, Erdu has a history of trouble. His mother-in-law doesn't trust him anymore. If he doesn't focus on school and insists on selling spicy hot pot instead, she might just faint from the shock. Sigh, Urdu's so foolish. Why choose honesty in this situation? He could have just stolen it first. Once the hot pot stall is up and running, raking in money by the bucketful, he could invite his mother-in-law to help out. She'd gradually come around. Sigh, the problem is, how do I even broach this with him now? Sheeny listened, his brow furrowing unconsciously. He was about to say he didn't want to resort to petty theft. But then his wife's thoughts shifted and she started fretting again. Ugh, this is driving me crazy. Old Sheen is great in every way, but he's too honest to the point of being stubborn and inflexible. If he won't do underhanded things, how can he run a business without skimming money? This was the only chance to save her mother-in-law. She had to help old Sheen seize it no matter what. Otherwise, in 2 months, Grandma will tirelessly work as a nanny to pay for old Sheen's college tuition. She'll get distracted crossing the street, run a red light, and die in an accident. My mother-in-law's early death was the root of old Sheen's suffering. It took me ages to help him move on. Even if it's a tragedy destined by fate, I'll turn it around. I won't let misfortune strike my husband again. Sheeny felt a wave of warmth wash over him, surprised by his wife's understanding. But just as a smile touched his lips, it froze abruptly. His mind buzzed. Like a thunderclap exploding. His entire body stiffened. He couldn't bear to hear another word. In that moment, Sheeny was completely stunned. He couldn't believe what he'd heard. His mother would die in 2 months. Chapter 4, Securing the Stall. Tang Bing's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Sheeny felt utterly overwhelmed. Mr. Chin, I'm here. Tang Bing's cold voice rang out. Sheeny snapped back to reality at the sound of her voice. Why, how could she get here so fast? I was hoping to walk a bit longer with my dog. But the urgent matter is to go back and raise money. I won't stand by and let anything happen to Grandma that would break old Sheen's heart. Sheeny felt utterly moved inside. His wife was truly the best. Don't worry, Tang, I'll get the funds together. We'll meet tomorrow. Tang Bing nodded and calmly turned to leave. Why do I feel like old Sheen hasn't left yet? My ergo is just too considerate. Does he really need to make sure I get home safely? Never mind. Right now, I need to figure out what excuse I can use to ask my family for more money to ease old Sheen's burden. Sheeny watched Tang Bing's figure disappear into the house. Even from a distance, he could still hear Tang Bing's inner thoughts. The thought of his mother passing away 2 months later from worrying about his tuition fees. Sheeny clenched his fists and hurried home. Sheeny, why are you home so late today? Dinner's on the table. You've been studying hard, eat something and get ready for bed. As soon as Sheeny entered the door, his mother's concerned voice rang out. She sat on the sofa, a dim lamp glowing on the table before her, struggling to thread a needle in her trembling hands. Ever since losing her job, Sheen's mother had taken on manual work day and night to earn extra money for their livelihood. Sheeny flipped on the living room light, instantly flooding the room with brightness. Mom, stop working. It's bad for your eyes. He reached out to take the needle and thread from her hands. Sheen's mother dodged him. You silly child, turn off that light right now. It's such a waste of electricity. This little desk lamp is fine. I can't sleep anyway, doing more handwork means more money. Go eat now, finish while it's hot and get some rest. Sheeny couldn't persuade his mother otherwise. He simply took the needle and thread from his mother's hands and threaded them. Sheeny and Tang Bing had already eaten spicy hot pot together, so he wasn't hungry now. He glanced at his mother, busily working by the lamp on the sofa. His resolve only strengthened. He turned and entered his mother's room. Sheeny's heart pounded like thunder. Stealing money was a first for him. Beneath her bed lay a small box containing all the Chin family's savings. Sheeny opened it to find 4 or 5,000 yuan neatly stacked inside, along with some loose change. He swiftly grabbed the stack of bills. A passbook slipped out from beneath it. As Sheeny grabbed it, a crumpled note fell out. His mother's crooked handwriting revealed a few lines. Money for Sheeny's college education. Sheeny's hands trembled as he hurriedly counted out 3,500 yuan. He carefully put the rest back and slid the box back into place. The next morning, Sheeny stared at his dark circles, then collapsed into bed at school. Why is old Sheen so sleepy today? He definitely didn't get the money from his mother-in-law. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to handle this after all. I'll tell Sheeny when he wakes up that I have 5,000 yuan on hand, no need to worry. Tang Bing watched Sheeny's sleeping face with deep concern. Sheeny was too exhausted to even sit up. All morning, Tang Bing's inner monologue buzzed incessantly around Sheeny's ears. Finally, after school let out, Sheeny slowly stirred awake. Miss Tang, let's go. Sheeny pulled a plastic bag from his backpack and placed it directly in front of Tang Bing. What? Tang Bing's eyes widened in confusion. Put it away, there's money inside. Sheeny leaned close to Tang Bing and whispered cautiously with a smile. Tang Bing nodded coldly. But inside, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Old Sheen's got skills, that was efficient. How did he manage to convince Grandma? He probably got scolded badly last night. I'll make it up to old Chin tenfold later. For now, let him endure it. As long as we can take over the spicy hot pot stall, our good life won't be far off. Shin heard Tang Bing's inner thoughts, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't quite describe, but he held it in. For mom's sake, this money had to be stolen. Soon, Shin led Tang Bing straight to yesterday's spicy hot pot stall. Wang Chang was already waiting impatiently. Got the money? Don't even think about moving my stall without paying. Wang Chang glared coldly at Shin, that little brat. He didn't believe two kids could come up with 5,000 yuan. Without a word, Shin pulled the money from his pocket and slammed it down in front of Wang Chang. Take the money and get lost. If I ever see you selling gutter oil mixed with meat near the school gate again, I'll report you immediately. Wang Chang's face darkened and he slunk away with the money. Way to go, old Shin. This stall is ours now. But this stall's environment is pretty rough. The ceiling's covered in grease stains, and these tables and chairs are coated in years of old oil. We gotta replace everything. Not sure if old Shin will agree, given our limited funds. Tang Bing felt deeply aggrieved and conflicted inside. Shin smiled faintly. Tang Bing, I think we need to renovate this hot pot stall. Let's replace the ceiling and all the tables and chairs. The grease stains are too severe. It'd be best to add a few more sets of tables and chairs to increase seating capacity. Shin spoke with fluid ease, adding his own insights to match Tang Bing's thoughts. I think that's great. I have a recipe for the base sauce here. You can give it a try. Tang Bing pulled a recipe sheet from her bag. This is the very essence of hot pot from the future. With this recipe, deliciousness is guaranteed. Old Shin is so capable. How come after reincarnating, ergo, and I seem to have even better chemistry? Is this what they call that legendary telepathic connection between spouses? My Urdu truly lives up to his name. Such boldness at such a young age. Tang Bing was now Shin Yi's biggest cheerleader. Put. After listening to Tang Bing's constant chatter, Shin Yi burst out laughing. Tang Bing's expression remained calm. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing because we took over the spicy hot pot stall so easily. All thanks to our star student Tang. Shin Yi gave her a thumbs up. Tang Bing nodded, her expression as calm as ever. She cleared her throat softly and began circling the small stall. Must ensure the hot pot stall stays clean and hygienic. Cleaning tools are essential. Let's switch to wooden tables instead of white ones. They get dirty too easily, and grease stains just won't come off. We can reuse the plates for now, but once we have the funds, we should commission custom tableware with our hot pot logo. We should also buy a few potted plants for decoration. A nicer environment will attract more customers. After circling the stall once, Tang Bing had a clear plan in mind. This little stall is a bit too basic. I think. Shin Yi had been listening to Tang Bing's complaints all along. He naturally took over. I think this stall needs some redecorating. Tang Bing froze for a moment before realizing. Woo, old Shin and her must be true love. Her second dog actually knew exactly what she was going to say. Chapter 5. Do you like it? I think it's fine. Tang Bing suppressed the fleeting surprise in her eyes. Miss Tang, the campus beauty, I have some decorating suggestions. Why don't you hear me out? Shin Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. Catching Tang Bing's gaze, he immediately launched into his pitch. Our hot pot business absolutely must maintain cleanliness and hygiene. And the environment needs to be well maintained too. I plan to add a few potted plants here. Oh, and the color of our tables and chairs. Every word Shin Yi spoke struck a chord with Tang Bing. She nodded calmly. But inside, she was overjoyed. My chemistry with old Shin is unbeatable. We're even on the same page about furniture and plants. If I'd known my ergo was this smart, I should have pursued him sooner in my past life. Woo, old Shin is so young and handsome now. I get to admire him for years to come. Nothing like my last life where he went bald in just a few years. Shin Yi listened as Tang Bing showered him with praise in her mind. But as the praise flowed, his smile faded. The thought of his future Mediterranean-style baldness sent a shiver down his spine. This time, he absolutely had to protect his hair. Everything will be done as you say. Tang Bing spoke up. She began calculating the needs for the hot pot stall once more. Now that the stall and renovations are all set, let me see what else is missing. All right, pricing and business model. Pricing is easy, still 50 cents per skewer. It's a bit pricey, but who can resist delicious hot pot? Besides, students these days aren't pinching pennies. As for the business model, what if I put all the ingredients on skewers for customers to serve themselves, with a fixed price per skewer? Then I just count the skewers and charge based on the number. The more Tang Bing thought about it, the more satisfied he became. That's how businesses generally operate nowadays. Shin Yi couldn't help but silently applaud Tang Bing. His campus beauty wife truly lived up to her title, smart and gorgeous. A wife like this was a rare find. Miss Tang, I have some ideas about pricing and our business model. Shin Yi cheerfully sidled up to Tang Bing. He gestured toward the spicy hot pot stall, adopting an air of commanding authority. Tang Bing's gaze settled on Shin Yi. Let's keep the pricing the same as the last stall, 50 cents per serving. Students are used to that price and can afford it. Besides, ours will taste better, so they won't feel shortchanged at 50 cents. Also, how about we sell by the number of skewers? We'll just handle restocking ingredients and counting the money. After speaking, Chini nonchalantly slipped his hands into his pockets. His movements were crisp and decisive, his posture deliberately striking. Tang Bing could barely contain her excitement. Ah! Just how many more surprises is old Chin going to bring me? Old Chin at my place is a real whiz at business just like I imagined. With the two of us running this place, this hot pot shop is guaranteed to turn a profit, no losses. Great, that's an excellent idea. So we'll get the stall ready tomorrow, and we can open for business the day after. Though thrilled inside, Tang Bing kept her composure and replied calmly. The thought of opening the stall troubled Tang Bing once more. The hot pot stall requires constant attention we must set up before the students arrive. That means old Chin and I won't have time for class. The college entrance exams are approaching and setting up the stall now. Forget it. Those exams won't faze me and old Chin anyway. Tang Bing frowned, silently making up her mind. Once the stall opens, I'll help you run it. Chini had been striking poses for ages, but he had no idea if Tang Bing had even noticed. Why wasn't she saying anything about how handsome he looked? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. No need. I can take leave for the opening by myself. You should keep attending classes. Chini flatly refused, his tone uncompromising. He remembered Tang Bingshin's inner voice saying she wanted to be as beautiful as a flower, so he'd take care of earning money to support the family. Leaving the public-facing tasks like running a stall to him was perfectly fine. Tang Bing was momentarily taken aback. If we open the shop together, we won't be so overwhelmed. And you wouldn't have to worry about it affecting my studies. Before Tang Bing could finish her sentence, Chini gestured for her to step outside the spicy hot pot stall. In a few swift motions, he covered the canopy with a rain tarp. He arranged all the tables and chairs neatly, getting everything in order. Let's go. I'll walk you home. I know Tang Bing is the school beauty, pretty and smart, but I'm no slouch either. Running a spicy hot pot stall is something I can handle just fine. Chini grinned as he walked Tang Bing home. Tang Bing's face flushed crimson in an instant. The overwhelming blush left her utterly embarrassed. Old Chin, is he flirting with me? My ergo is so skilled at this age? Shouldn't he still be a pure little puppy? But I love it. Urdu is totally boyfriend material. Every word of Tang Bing's inner scream fell into Chini's ears. The smile on his lips grew wider and wider. The evening glow bathed the two of them. The warm glow added a soft, flushed glow to Tang Bing's features. Chini watched Tang Bing, her cheeks still flushed, listening to the turmoil in her heart. He couldn't help but speak. Do you like it? Tang Bing paused, her watery eyes a mix of coyness and timidity quickly regaining their composure. Chini, please be serious. We're in a business partnership now. Keep romantic feelings aside. Tang Bing spoke sternly. Chini couldn't hide his smile. He mimicked her tone. Tang Bing, I'm asking if you like the arrangement for the hot pot stall? Tang Bing. This is so awkward. Why won't old Chin just be clear? Ugh, what was I even saying just now? Urdu can't possibly think I'm a narcissist, right? If I'd known, I wouldn't have been lusting after Ergo's good looks in my heart. Who knew that's what he meant? Tang Bing felt like crying but couldn't shed a tear. Chini, who had been listening to Tang Bing's inner monologue, couldn't help but chuckle. Tang Bing, you're home. Chini stopped in his tracks. Tang Bing snapped out of her awkwardness. Thanks. You're welcome. But the school's top beauty hasn't told me yet whether she likes it or not. Chini couldn't resist teasing her again. Tang Bing's expression stiffened. Her footsteps quickened and she practically ran inside, taking 3 steps at a time. So embarrassing. And that jerk still had the nerve to ask. The air still carried the echo of the two thoughts racing through Tang Bing's mind. Chini watched Tang Bing's flustered, angry retreat. He couldn't hold back a laugh. His wife was like a shy little rabbit, how utterly adorable. Chapter 6, Deliciously Tempting. The next morning, Chini went straight to the homeroom teacher's office. You want to take leave to run a spicy hot pot stall? The homeroom teacher was utterly stunned. Chini, are you out of your mind or am I? You only have a few months left before the college entrance exams. And you're messing with this now? Chini scratched his head with one hand. His neatly styled hair instantly turned into a messy bird's nest. Teacher, just sign it for me. I have to set up the stall. I've already invested in it. You can't bear to see me lose money, right? Besides, the college entrance exam won't be a problem for me. Chini looked at his homeroom teacher with pitiful eyes. No way. Do your parents know about this? In decades of teaching, the homeroom teacher had never encountered a student about to take the college entrance exam who insisted on setting up a spicy hot pot stall. They know. Just think about it, teacher. I'm just sleeping in class every day anyway. Might as well let me go out and earn some money. After persistent pleading, Chini finally managed to secure the leave of absence. As Chini walked out of the office happily clutching his leave slip, the old homeroom teacher sighed deeply behind him. Students acting up was one thing, but him going along with it? He must be losing his mind. With his leave secured, Sheeny walked straight out of the school gates and, following his plan from yesterday, completely revamped the entire spicy hot pot stall. Once everything was ready, Sheeny surveyed his meticulously arranged stall with satisfaction. He turned, pulled out another sheet of paper, and headed straight for the print shop. This was the flyer he'd stayed up late designing yesterday. By the time he emerged from the print shop, it was nearly dismissal time. Clutching the flyers, Sheeny began handing them out at the school gate. Come see for yourselves. Absolutely delicious hot pot. If you don't like it, you don't pay. Fresh and clean hot pot stall coming soon. Bring this flyer for a free taste. Special discounts for the first 3 days with this flyer. Sheeny's shouts rang out crisp and loud. Before long, he was surrounded by a crowd of students, all reaching out for flyers. I tried the old hot pot place before, it was pretty good. But this new place has discounts, let's give it a try. It's not like we're short on cash, let's all give it a try. What if it's delicious? I'm sick and tired of the cafeteria's mass-produced meals. That stuff isn't fit for human consumption. Now that there's something new to try, everyone is naturally eager to give it a shot. In no time at all, Sheeny had already handed out all the flyers in his hands. He clapped his hands and was about to leave. Sheen dog. Stop right there. What are you doing skipping class? 3 or 5 people emerged from the campus, arms slung casually over each other's shoulders. Sheen chuckled. I've set up a spicy hot pot stall right by the school gate. It'll be opening soon. Come on over, guys, help build some buzz. These were all Sheeny's dorm mates. No way, old Sheen. We're still busy having fun and you're already starting a business? I'm screwed, totally screwed. Would your mom approve? Or even old Ban? His roommates stared wide-eyed, utterly disbelieving. Sheeny brushed it off with a few dismissive words. Don't forget to come. I've got other things to do, gotta go. He hurried back to prepare the soup base. Back at the stall, Tang Bing had been waiting there all along. Did you buy all the ingredients? Tang Bing was a bit uneasy. Though the spicy hot pot broth was simple, old Sheen had never made it before. What if it turned out disastrous? I was just about to return to prepare the broth. How about joining me, Miss Tang? Sheeny said with a smile. Having his wife by his side would surely make the task twice as efficient as doing it alone, wouldn't it? The two wasted no time and got to work immediately. The pressure cooker and other equipment were left behind by the previous stall owner, Wang Chang. After a quick wash, they were ready to use. Sheeny handed the recipe for the spicy hot pot broth to Tang Bing. He rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Leave the dirty work to me. Just hand me the order and tell me what to do. Tang Bing took it without hesitation. Oh my gosh, my husband is just too good. He won't even let me do the rough stuff. I'm determined to build a fortune with old Sheen. A husband this perfect shouldn't be shared with anyone else. Sheeny listened to Tang Bing's silent praise, feeling energized all over. 2 large bones. 3 grams each of star anise. 4 grams of Sichuan peppercorns. As Tang Bing listed each ingredient, Sheeny promptly added it to the pressure cooker. Soon, all the ingredients were added. Sheeny secured the pressure cooker lid and immediately set it over high heat to simmer. The two weren't idle either, preparing for tomorrow's opening. They skewered all the ingredients suitable for the spicy hot pot. The large bones simmered vigorously in the pressure cooker. A rich aroma wafted from within. The rich scent filled the air, whetting everyone's appetite. Neighbors peered out from their doorways one after another. Tang Bing and Sheeny remained oblivious. If you get too busy, I'll take time off to help you, Tang Bing said firmly. Sheeny laughed and waved his hand. Don't even think about it. Old Ban nearly didn't approve my leave request. If he finds out I brought you, a young girl, here to sell spicy hot pot, I'd be afraid he'd break my legs. Tang Bing was thoroughly amused by Sheeny's words. Her petite face lit up with laughter, radiant and captivating, adding a new dimension of charm to her appearance. Sheeny caught the sight and was instantly mesmerized. Tang Bing truly lived up to her reputation as the campus beauty queen. Having such a gorgeous woman as my wife feels like a dream come true. My little Ergo's expression is just too adorable. I love it. It's utterly adorable. Wait, could he be smitten by me? My charm still radiates, even old Sheen can't resist. Tang Bing cleared her throat a few times to mask her inner triumph. Little did she know, every thought in her mind had slipped right into Sheeny's ears. The tension between them instantly skyrocketed. Just then, a sudden, abrupt voice shattered the lingering intimacy. Hey, kid, what are you selling at this stall? What's that delicious smell I keep catching? Sheeny instantly looked up and glanced around. 4 or 5 men in flip-flops and tank tops stood nearby, grinning as they asked. Bro, we're selling spicy hot pot. That aroma comes from our broth. Would you like to try some? Sheeny immediately stood up to greet them. The broth in the pressure cooker was nearly ready, perfect for making hot pot right now. At Sheeny's invitation, the men quickly sat down. Sheeny lit the stove and ladled the broth into individual compartments. He then brought over the skewered ingredients they had just prepared. "Hey, how much is this going for?" One of the men stood up to inspect the ingredients laid out before him. Chapter 7, Profitable. Tang Bing was squatting on the ground washing vegetables. A beauty washing vegetables naturally drew attention. Add to that Tang Bing's meticulous approach, she scrubbed every single leaf spotless. This made the man who had stood up feel even more at ease. When dining out, it's not just about taste, hygiene matters too. 50 cents a skewer. Help yourself. Sheeny offered the explanation. 50 cents? For them, it wasn't exactly expensive. The broth before them looked incredibly tempting. One of the guys grabbed a skewer of squid balls and dropped it into the soup. One side held clear broth, the other spicy broth. The vivid red broth contrasted sharply with the white squid balls. The visual impact alone made everyone swallow repeatedly. Here are the dipping sauces. Guys, mix them to your liking. In front of the small stall, a set of black pots held ingredients like dried shrimp, chili flakes, cilantro, garlic sauce, vinegar, and more. Sheeny handed out plates to everyone while calling out. The first guy to dive in didn't even bother mixing his sauce. As soon as the squid balls were ready, he swiftly scooped one out and popped it into his mouth. The rich aroma filled the air, blending the distinctive savory depth of the spicy hot pot broth with the firm texture of the squid balls. One bite was all it took for the boss to fall in love. Delicious. This hot pot is absolutely amazing. Hearing this, everyone grew eager. They began selecting their favorite ingredients and tossing them into the pot to cook. Tang Bing had already finished washing the vegetables. Hearing this, she couldn't help but puff out her little chest proudly. Of course it's delicious. This is the tastiest hot pot broth I've perfected through countless trials and errors. Plus, it's simmered by my own second dog, paired with veggies. Tang Bing, washed myself, it's absolutely unbeatable. Tang Bing's proud inner voice drifted out, landing squarely in Sheeny's ears. Sheeny's gaze shifted to Tang Bing. Her eyebrows twitched, though her expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of smugness seeped through. She even secretly gave herself a thumbs up with her little hand. A ripple of warmth washed over Sheeny's heart. His wife's little gestures and expressions were so adorable, he loved it. After devouring a bowl of spicy hot pot, the group of big guys were drenched in sweat but thoroughly satisfied. With them around, they also drew in quite a few nearby residents. Even before the official opening, the little stall was already bustling with activity. It's been ages since I've had such delicious hot pot. Delicious. Truly delicious. Way better than that place Wang Chang used to run. Don't even mention that place, I never went there. The grease on the tables could have been scraped off to cook several meals. I'll bring my wife back to try it, this broth is so flavorful. Everyone raved about it. The skewers Sheeny and Tang Bing prepared simply weren't enough. Tang Bing simply grabbed a small stool, sat to the side, and kept washing vegetables and preparing skewers. We could stock some drinks and beer for the shop later. Students who come to eat can buy drinks when they get thirsty, and if these older folks come by, we can sell them beer. Another money-making opportunity. Sheeny heard every thought running through Tang Bing's mind. He'd go stock up on supplies another day. Only after the last group finished eating did Sheeny and Tang Bing finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sheeny took out all the money collected earlier and counted it together with Tang Bing. The first few customers ate quite a lot. One person even racked up 20 yuan worth. The rest ranged from a few to over 10 yuan each. Sheeny counted the money, his heart swelling with delight. 103 yuan total. After deducting costs, we've made a net profit of 60 yuan. Tang, our campus beauty, we've hit the jackpot this time. Sheeny was already buzzing with excitement. And that was just a few people coming to eat? If more customers showed up, they'd easily make over 100 a day. Tang Bing's expression remained cool. Don't get too excited just yet. We don't know how things will go once we officially open. Let's see if we can still make this much after we open. Then we can celebrate. Her tone was detached, showing no particular emotion about tonight's earnings. But Sheeny paid no mind to the cold water she'd poured over his enthusiasm. Sitting in his chair, he grinned like an idiot. Because he clearly heard Tang Bing's inner thoughts utterly different from her outward demeanor. We're making money. We're making money. This is just the beginning. Once we build up our reputation, we'll earn even more. Old Sheen here is a beast. Didn't you see those big guys raving about us just now? Me and Ergo are absolute money-making machines. Wait, I shouldn't say that. What if old Sheen gets too cocky? I need to motivate him. What, I really am a good wife. Sheeny packed up the spicy hot pot stall in high spirits. The two of them left together. After seeing Tang Bing home, Sheeny returned to his place. Sheen's mother still had her dim little desk lamp on. Her needle and thread moved slowly in her hands. Sheeny, why have you been coming home later and later lately? Is something going on? Sheen's mother seemed lost in thought. She hurriedly set aside her needlework and switched on the bright lamp in the living room. She pulled Sheeny into the bright light and examined him closely. Earlier that day, she'd heard from the neighbors about a news report exposing some school violence. That child came home late every night covered in bruises. Could her Chin-yi be getting bullied too? Chin-yi grinned, twirling around in front of his mother and casually flexing his biceps. Don't worry, Mom. The college entrance exams are coming up soon, right? I've been staying at school lately to study a bit longer. Hearing Chin-yi's explanation, his mother finally relaxed. The college entrance exam isn't that big of a deal. You can study a little less. Make sure you take care of your health, understand? Chin-yi's nose stung, and he nearly burst into tears. Seeing the concern in his mother's eyes, he forced himself to stay calm and stepped closer to embrace her. His fingers discreetly wiped the corner of his eye behind her back. Mom, you can rest assured. Your son is in perfect health. I've got muscles all over strong as an ox. Shin's mother chuckled softly. She patted Chin-yi's back. Let go already. You're a grown man, yet you're still acting like a baby with your mom. Go get ready for bed. Chin-yi was pulled away by his mother and felt a bit embarrassed for a moment. Got it, Mom. His mother chuckled and returned to her needlework. Chin-yi took a deep breath and glanced at his frail mother curled up on the sofa. He forced back the remaining tears. A man doesn't shed tears easily. He would do everything in his power to protect his mother's life. And he would make sure she lived a good life. To buy fresh vegetables, Chin-yi rose early. He wandered through the vegetable market for a long time. He dragged a bag of greens and potatoes back to the spicy hot pot stall. Master Chin worked tirelessly all morning. Finally, he finished all the preparations just before the middle school students' vacation began. Chapter 8, Securing the Goods. School Gates. Students poured out like fish crossing the river. They poured out like a swarm of bees. Let's go. Check out that new spicy hot pot stall. I'm going to wonder if the new place is any good. I can't stomach another bite of that cafeteria junk, it's absolutely disgusting. The students grumbled as they jostled shoulder to shoulder, surging toward Chin-yi's spicy hot pot stall. The first group has now successfully taken their seats. Hey, boss, how's your spicy hot pot? We all came with flyers. How much discount do you give, boss? I even brought my roommate along. Amidst the clamor, Chin-yi lifted the lids from everyone's bowls. The rich aroma of the spicy hot pot broth instantly filled the air. The students' taste buds were instantly awakened. Hey, do you charge by the skewer for your spicy hot pot too? I won't ask any more questions, I'm digging in first. Wait for me, I want a skewer too. No prompting from Chin-yi was needed. Everyone scrambled to pick their favorite ingredients and plunge them into the broth. As the first mouthful of spicy hot pot slid down their throats, the students present let out sighs of delight. This is way too good. Compared to this hot pot stall, our school cafeteria serves pig slop. I'm going to come out and eat hot pot every day for the next few days. Me too, I just can't stomach the cafeteria food anymore. The students took a bite of the spicy hot pot, then shared their thoughts. They were thoroughly enjoying themselves. With these walking advertisements around, they quickly drew in a bunch of new customers. Chin-yi unfolded the canopy, setting up tables and chairs outside. This setup proved perfectly useful at that moment. All tables are available for seating. Everyone can choose their dishes first, then mix their dipping sauces. He called out to the new students. Before long, the entire place was packed by midday. Chin-yi was sweating buckets, busy collecting payments and wiping tables. Tang Bing spotted the crowd gathering at the spicy hot pot stall from a distance. She quickly picked up her pace and jogged over. What's with all these people? Can old Chin handle it alone? I should have taken the day off too. With business this crazy, he'll definitely need help. I wonder if old Chin has enough ingredients. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she grew. Amidst the clamor, Chin-yi distinctly heard Tang Bing's inner thoughts. Over here, Miss Tang. Chin-yi immediately found a moment in the chaos to wave his arm toward Tang Bing from afar. Tang Bing gave a cool nod. She turned, walked to the side, grabbed an apron, put it on, and was about to start clearing the leftover food from the guests' table. I told you Chin-yi couldn't handle everything alone. Forget it. I'll put my beauty on hold for now, after all, old Chin is my husband. Tang Bing sighed inwardly. Just as she was about to wipe the table with the cloth in her hand, it was snatched away the next second. Chin-yi grinned. He took the rag from Tang Bing's hand, his apron splattered with tiny red oil spots. How about you handle the payments for me, Miss Popularity? My brain's not sharp enough to handle this. Could you help me out with the finer details? With that, Chin-yi unfastened the small money pouch at his waist and handed it over. Tang Bing didn't hesitate, deftly releasing the rag to take the pouch. My ergo is so considerate. Who'd have thought I'd become a boss lady so young? Never got this kind of treatment in my past life. It really pays to nurture affection for your wife from a young age. Chin-yi shook his head, his hands moving steadily as he wiped the table clean. Then he flashed a smile to greet the next customer. He waited until past 1 o'clock. Students finally began trickling back to school. The spicy hot pot stall finally quieted down. Chin-yi and Tang Bing plopped down on chairs. Sprawled out, they were too exhausted to speak. Phew, I'm dead tired. Looks like we really need to hire someone. We can't handle this workload alone. If I hadn't come, Ergo would have been spinning like a top. Shin-hee blinked. His campus beauty wife actually referred to herself as this old lady in her mind. That aloof, unapproachable exterior, yet inside, she was so wild and untamed. It was damn near irresistible. Shin-hee, my wife is so beautiful, and calling herself old lady is adorable too. The two rested for half a day. Tang Bing emptied all the money from her small waist pouch onto the table. Count it. See how much we made today. Shin-hee took it. A large pile of loose change, mostly 10 yuan, 5 yuan, and 1 yuan notes. Under Tang Bing's watchful gaze, Shin-hee began counting them carefully. Before he had even reached halfway through counting, Tang Bing's voice reached Shin-hee's ears. A man focused on his work is so damn handsome. Oh my god, Ergo looks absolutely killer like this. Youth is just so perfect, look at that nose, look at that jawline. Wow, absolutely flawless. Too bad old Shin's still handsome in middle age, but he's put on a bit of weight. While we still have the chance, we should make the most of it and enjoy the sight of this young stud. The more Shin-hee listened, the wider his smile grew. His heart raced with excitement. Alas, the excitement lasted only 3 seconds. The smile on Shin-hee's lips froze momentarily as he stared blankly at the money in his hand. What's wrong? Is there a counterfeit bill? Tang Bing frowned. She had carefully examined every single bill. Besides, counterfeit bills were rare among 10 yuan and 5 yuan notes. No. I lost track while counting. Shin-hee muttered gloomily. It was all Tang Bing's inner thoughts that had distracted him. It's fine. After learning the reason, Tang Bing appeared calm and unconcerned on the surface. But all Shin-hee could hear in his ears was, ha 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 ha. Old Shin finally got his comeuppance, so adorable. Whoa, I love it. I want to get my hands on my own second dog this lifetime. Shin-hee's ears instantly flushed crimson. Hey. Why are old Shin's ears red? Why's he suddenly getting shy? I didn't do anything. But shy old Shin is adorable too. Much better than the rock-solid old Shin from my past life. The flush spread from the tips of Shin-hee's ears. It was about to spread to his face. He hastily banished Tang Bing's voice from his mind. He focused all his attention on counting the money. Total profit 864 yuan. I calculated it, we made a net profit of nearly 500 yuan. Shin-hee exclaimed joyfully. Tang Bing also broke into a smile. Looks like it won't be long before we recoup our investment in this stall. The two were overjoyed. Shin-hee gave a thumbs up. Our Tang, the campus beauty, is simply amazing. Without you, there'd be no Shin-hee today. Amidst Shin-hee's praise. This time, Tang Bing's cheeks flushed a visible crimson. Chapter 9, What's So Spicy? Shin-hee stared wide-eyed at Tang Bing. Adorable. I want to kiss her. Under Shin-hee's intense gaze, Tang Bing felt her cheeks burning even hotter. She frantically grabbed her backpack from the side. She blurted out a sentence and dashed away as fast as she could. I'm heading back to class. Shin-hee watched Tang Bing walk away with a smile in his eyes. Another night. Shin-hee's spicy hotpot stall had become the go-to gathering spot for neighborhood residents. Affordable and delicious, who wouldn't love it? It was just that at lunchtime, there were too many middle school students. Even if they wanted to eat, they couldn't come over and compete with the students. A few items were missing from the selection. Tang Bing was busy skewering ingredients. Shin-hee helped the neighborhood big brother add a spoonful of sesame paste. Shin-hee, you lucky bastard. Such a beautiful girl is willing to endure hardships with you. The older brother teased Shin-hee and Tang Bing with a laugh. Shin-hee isn't bad looking either. And he can make money too. What girl wouldn't like him? Looks like their little stall is a husband and wife team. A married couple working together makes the work go faster. After a few beers, the guys felt bold enough to say whatever came to mind, laughing heartily. The couple team label made Shin-hee and Tang Bing both flush bright red. Guys, don't say things like that. They're just my classmates helping out. If you keep saying stuff like that, she won't come next time and I'll be the one losing out. Shin-hee explained, his face bright red. The group of guys gathered around the hot pot burst into laughter. You little guy, you're getting upset over a few words. So protective of your little wife, huh? Be generous, just recruit more classmates, that's all. The group teased him. Shin-hee sighed helplessly, smiling as he walked away. In a moment, he circled around to Tang Bing's side. Don't take it to heart, the guys don't mean any harm. They're just joking around. Tang Bing nodded. Her cheeks remained flushed. Ergu even came over to explain it to me personally. Turns out my old man Shin really has been a gentleman his whole life. But the big brother was right about us being a married couple. I've been married to old Shin for decades now. If he hadn't been so young when I time traveled back, I'd have shown them all how deeply in love we are. Let them all envy me. Shin-hee fought back a smile. His wife was just too adorable. Her thoughts were the complete opposite of her words. She's so adorable it's killing him. Shin-hee was grateful he could hear Tang Bing's inner thoughts right now. Otherwise, he would have missed out on a wife so rare she could be called one in a million. The spicy hot pot stall's business grew increasingly booming. Sometimes Tang Bing was delayed and couldn't arrive on time. Sheeny couldn't manage everything alone, so he decided to hire another employee. With an employee on board, Tang Bing could relax when she returned. On particularly busy days, she'd simply help with the cash register. That day, taking advantage of the quieter period, Tang Bing circled the spicy hot pot stall several times. Her eyes wandered enviously toward the storefront next door. Running a street stall just isn't sustainable. If the city inspectors crack down in the future, we could easily get fined or shut down. If only we could rent the storefront next door, then everything would be sorted out. Our little stall would finally be legitimate. But the spicy hot pot stall is just starting to turn a profit. How could I possibly convince old Cheen to rent a place? The school beauty's delicate brows instinctively furrowed. Her thoughts raced, and for a moment, she didn't know how to broach the subject. Little did she know, Sheeny had already heard her inner thoughts. As soon as the spicy hot pot stall closed for lunch, Sheeny immediately slipped out with his small pouch to the shopfront entrance. He peered inside cautiously, observing the scene within. "Young man, what are you doing here?" On the lounge chair by the door, an old lady squinted her eyes and fanned herself while basking in the sun. Sheeny was caught red-handed. He scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. "Grandma, I was wondering, do you happen to have the owner's contact info for this storefront? Is it for rent?" The old lady on the lounge chair lifted one eyelid to look at him. In the sunlight, her hair, white as snow, fell neatly down her back. Her skin had been weathered by time. Yet it still held a certain glow. She wore loose-fitting casual clothes, neatly pressed. "You want to rent a place?" "What for?" Sheeny asked respectfully. "Grandma, I'm the owner of the spicy hot pot stall across the street. I'd like to rent this storefront to run a spicy hot pot stall." "Oh." Grandma closed her eyes again. "What for?" Sheeny raised his voice. "Spicy hot pot." "Spicy what?" The old lady shifted her position to let the sunlight fully bathe her body. "Spicy hot pot." "What kind of hot pot?" Sheeny felt a bit helpless. He crouched beside the old lady's recliner. "Grandma, stop teasing me. I know your ears are sharp as a tack." Suddenly, the grandmother burst into laughter. Sheeny stamped his foot. All right. You want to rent a place, right?" Grandma stopped laughing. Sheeny was about the same age as her grandson, and teasing the boy occasionally did lift her spirits. "Yes, to open a spicy hot pot restaurant. But I don't know who owns this storefront." Sheeny looked around. The shop was located not far from the school entrance. Logically, it should be the first thing students see when they step out of prime location. But how come no one's renting it to open a shop? "Me," the old lady said with a smile. Sheeny was taken aback. This rental property actually belonged to the grandmother. "Renting is fine, but I have conditions," the grandmother continued. "You must keep the place clean. And I won't be moving anywhere." Grandma patted the recliner she was sitting on. Sheeny instantly understood why no one had rented it. But he needed a shop right now, and this location was perfect. "All right. That works." Sheeny's decisive response earned him a surprised look from the grandmother. "Grandma, what other requirements do you have?" Sheeny smiled warmly, not the least bit bothered by extra conditions. The old lady waved her hand. She pulled a contract from her pocket. The two exchanged money for keys on the spot, so smoothly it made Sheeny suspect some kind of scheme. Grandma smiled, knowing exactly what was going on. The young girl from yesterday had circled the area several times and even approached her for a brief chat. With the spicy hot pot stall right under her watchful eye, the grandmother had long since figured out the character of Sheeny and Tang Bing. After school that afternoon, Tang Bing had just arrived at the spicy hot pot stall. Sheeny slammed the contract down in front of Tang Bing. "I rented a shop for 1,000 yuan a month. Next, I want to do some basic renovations. Please review it, Ms. Tang, and approve the funding." Tang Bing picked up the contract to examine it. The address listed allowed Tang Bing to quickly pinpoint the location of the storefront. It was the very one she had her heart set on. Chapter 10, Fragrance Wafting for Tenli. The little voice inside Tang Bing immediately squealed with delight. "I was just thinking about renting a storefront yesterday, and today old Sheen already made a move. How perfect. Our synergy is truly unmatched. Urga's business acumen is top-notch. Having a storefront brings such peace of mind. I recall that soon we'll be launching the National Civilized City campaign, and all these street stalls will be banned." "Approved." Tang Bing uttered the two words. She pulled out a small notebook from her bag to record the transaction. Since the spicy hot pot stall opened, Tang Bing had meticulously recorded nearly every single income and expense. Meticulous. Sheeny immediately gave her a thumbs up, offering sincere praise. The newly rented storefront featured a suspended ceiling and ceramic tiles. Sheeny planned to do some basic renovations first. He purchased 10 wooden tables and prepared essential items like chopstick holders and trash bins. Not only that, for convenience's sake, Sheeny also picked up a canopy, connecting the shop directly to his original stall. The ingredients and the large pot for cooking spicy hot pot were all placed inside the shop. This way, it was cleaner too. The grandmother who had insisted yesterday that she wouldn't move her spot now sat in her recliner on the other side of the shop, facing the entrance. Her bony hands stroked the cat nestled in her lap. Sheenie busily began preparing the broth base, and soon a delicate, enticing aroma began to waft through the air. Grandma took a deep sniff. Ah, the comforting, earthy aroma of home. Sheenie worked feverishly. For the spicy hot pot stall, this was a major expansion. With the new location, more students came to eat. Sheen dog. We're here to support you. How's your hot pot stall doing? Sheenie's roommates strolled over, arms slung casually over each other's shoulders. The whole crew's here? There's no room here at the stall. Pick whatever you like and head inside. Sheenie gave a couple of quick greetings before returning to serving sesame sauce to his customers. His roommates, however, were utterly stunned. A shop? That kid must have made a killing with his spicy hot pot stall. He's already snagged a proper shop after just a few days. Damn, Sheen Dog's made it big. I'm jealous. The group followed him into his newly renovated storefront. A dozen tables were neatly arranged, but the place was packed to the rafters. It took them a while to find seats. Soon, someone brought them small pots for cooking spicy hot pot. The group of young men enthusiastically piled their plates high with various dishes. Consider it supporting Sheen Dog's business. Even if it's not good, we'll swallow every last bite today, brothers. Don't worry, we're brothers. We'll definitely save face for old Sheen. The group faced their fate with grim determination. Watching the bubbling pot before them, the red and white hues looked incredibly tempting. Several skewers of vegetable spinach, lobster balls, octopus balls were tossed in all at once. The leader closed his eyes, tensed his neck. He tremblingly picked up a piece of lobster and shoved it into his mouth. How is it, third brother? Can you handle it? If it's too much, just spit it out. Brotherhood finally takes a backseat to survival. The dorm mates worried incessantly. The boy called third brother swallowed the lobster tail whole. He then reached into the spicy hot pot, picked out his favorite fish tofu, rolled it in sesame sauce. He stuffed it into his mouth and began devouring it with relish. Something's off about third brother's reaction. Could this hot pot be messing with our heads? Whoa! Sheen Dog is trying to poison his roommate. Amidst their racket, the third roommate had already polished off most of the spicy hot pot. The roommates finally realized something was off. They quickly grabbed their chopsticks and snatched food from his hands. Each grabbed a skewer and shoved it into their mouths. Wow, this is delicious. Where did Sheen Dog even get this broth? It's amazing. Heavenly. Even better than my mom's cooking. The boys were buzzing with excitement, shuttling back and forth between the buffet area and the table. Third brother kept this from us and ate his fill alone. We'll beat him up after we're full. Sheenie finally found a moment to spare. Only then did he have time to check on his brothers in the shop. The moment he walked in, he saw them all stuffed to the gills. Are you guys moving your stomachs? I've never seen you eat like this before. The chopstick holder by the table was stuffed to the brim. The men leaned back in their chairs, their bellies still full and undigested. Sheen Dog, we've got an idea. Sheenie raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. We want to take leave from old band to join you in your hot pot business. No need to pay us, just feed us 3 meals a day. The third brother patted his round belly. Sheenie chuckled. Under the eager gazes of his roommates, he spoke up. Get lost. After the big expansion, the spicy hot pot business boomed even more. Sheenie hired 5 or 6 employees outright. Only then could he manage everything properly. Mr. Sheen, save 2 seats for me at the restaurant tonight. I'm bringing my 60-year-old mom over. We're having a family dinner. Sure thing. Sheenie agreed readily. He scribbled down 2 entries in his notebook. Tang Bing propped her chin on her hand, watching Sheenie write. We have a shop now, but it still feels insufficient. To grow and succeed, we absolutely can't stop here. We need to keep expanding, though. I wonder what Ergo is thinking. That little 2-story place next door looks pretty good. If only we could own our own property, then we could do whatever we wanted with it. Besides spicy hot pot, I know there are so many other delicious things we could sell. Tang Bing's thoughts drifted further and further away. Sheenie started calculating in his mind too. With the hot pot stall bringing in such high daily profits, renting that small 2-story building would be more than affordable. The market still seemed far from saturated. If not now, then when? Right then, Sheenie made the decision to lease the small second-floor space. He planned to open a chain of hot pot restaurants. He aimed to turn the spicy hot pot business into a nationwide chain. Tang, I've been thinking about something. As our hot pot business grows bigger, I want to open more chain stores. Why don't we give our hot pot a name to build its reputation? Their hot pot business started from a small street stall and never had a name. Even after renting a storefront, it remained connected to the original stall. But things were different now. If they wanted to expand beyond the school gates and reach the entire city or even the whole country, the name of their hot pot stall would be their brand. Let's brainstorm together. Tang Bing agreed with Qin Yi's suggestion, her mind racing with ideas. What should we name it? Bingy Spicy Hot Pot? Symbolizing the beautiful beginning of my love with ergo. No, that's too tacky and hard to remember. We need something catchy. Deliciously fragrant spicy hot pot? Insanely tasty spicy hot pot? Tacky. Way too tacky. Tang Bing dismissed each idea as soon as it formed in her mind. Not a single name was presentable or memorable. Qin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Tang Bing, I've got a great name for you. How about fragrance wafting for 10 miles? Chapter 11, Healthy Competition. Tang Bing's eyes lit up instantly. Fragrance for 10 miles. What a great name. When our spicy hot pot broth hits the table, the aroma wafts all the way to the neighbors. That's what makes it fragrant for 10 miles. Old Qin, you're a genius with names. Tang Bing silently gave Qin Yi a mental thumbs up. Alright, let's go with that. The two agreed instantly. With decisive efficiency, they settled on the name for their hot pot. Qin Yi moved even faster, securing the lease that very night by signing a contract with the manager of Xiao Erlu. With the experience gained from previous ventures, Qin Yi handled the renovation of the second floor space with ease. With Tang Bing's financial backing, the shop successfully opened its doors in just 3 days. Business flourished from that point onward. Customers streamed in daily, creating a bustling atmosphere. Mr. Qin, here are today's earnings from the main shopfront. Please take a look. We had 56 tables total. I directed many guests who couldn't get seats upstairs to the second floor. The middle-aged man placed all of today's earnings on the counter. Ever since the second floor opened, Qin Yi had been stationed there. He had appointed honest and capable employees from his staff to manage both the snack stall and the storefront. Alright, good work. You can head home early today. Qin Yi's hands moved non-stop as the calculator beeped continuously. 1,678 plus 2,200. The middle-aged man didn't disturb Qin Yi's calculations. He placed the money down and left. Tang Bing had also finished school by this time. She greeted Qin Yi and leaned her head on the counter to watch him take inventory. 10-mile fragrant spicy hot pot is now fully operational. At this rate, it won't be long before we can buy our own place to run the business. The real estate market hasn't taken off yet. If I get a chance to get involved, I could make a killing. No, I need to plan this carefully. In my previous life, there were so many ways to make money at this stage. Tang Bing's thoughts drifted further and further away. Qin Yi pressed the final key on his calculator. That comes to 5,468 yuan. Over 5,000 yuan? Tang Bing exclaimed in surprise. What? Does the school beauty think that's too little? This is just one day's earnings. Given the current situation, our daily income is steadily increasing. Qin Yi had overheard Tang Bing's plan forming in her mind just now. She really didn't think much of those 5,000 yuan. No way. No way. My second dog actually has a knack for business? 5,000 a day? Rounded up, that's 1,000,000 a month. Oh no. Now I have to pamper myself even more. What if old Qin dumps this old hag once he's loaded? Tang Bing's sense of crisis surged instantly. Yet outwardly, she remained calm and composed. Not bad. Keep it up. Qin Yi smiled. His wife was smart and beautiful, yet she was so careless with business calculations. Rounding up could actually add up to 1,000,000. It seemed he'd have to push harder to make his wife's dream come true. Got it. With your encouragement, I'll definitely give it my all. Qin Yi mimed a playful salute with a grin. Tang Bing's face flushed, and she shot Qin Yi a disapproving glare. Qin Yi had already planned everything last night. Business at the new shop remained bustling. All ingredients, including soup-based mixes, required bulk purchasing. With larger quantities, prices naturally dropped a bit. Then he could use the money saved to open more stores and keep making money. Earning 1,000,000 a month wasn't just a dream. What would you like to order, Mr. Qin? Today's potatoes and spinach are all fresh. I've saved the best for you. After Qin Yi's 10-mile fragrant spicy hot pot expanded, every single vegetable vendor changed their tune. They greeted him with beaming smiles, addressing him as Mr. Qin. Old Lu ran a vegetable stall at the morning market. Qin Yi had been sourcing produce from him lately, so Old Lu naturally greeted him warmly whenever they met. Mr. Lu, I'm not here for vegetables today. Qin Yi wore a black short-sleeved shirt paired with blue jeans, his feet in a pair of black and white canvas sneakers. His appearance stood out starkly against the chaotic and noisy backdrop of the market. Not buying vegetables? Then why did you get up so early, Mr. Qin? Old Lu asked curiously. Today was Sunday, and the entire school was on break. Naturally, the customer flow was much lighter. Qin Yi finally found time to discuss business. I'm here to discuss a major business deal with you. Mr. Lu, you know our store is expanding more and more. Qin Yi built up the suspense. The moment Old Lu heard big deal, his heart began to race. He casually weighed vegetables for a few scattered customers before turning to ask impatiently. Mr. Qin, just get to the point. What big business? Qin Yi leaned close and whispered to Old Lu. I want to place long-term vegetable orders with your shop. Would you consider that a big deal? Old Lu jumped 3 feet high with excitement upon hearing this. He immediately pulled a cloth from under his stall to cover the vegetables, then grabbed Qin and dragged him back to discuss the deal. Come on, you crafty little devil. Let's go back and discuss it properly. Old Lu knew exactly what was going on. The vegetables he'd bought all morning would be a mere drop in the bucket compared to Qin's big deal. Unable to resist Old Lu's enthusiasm, dragged along, he headed straight for Mr. Lu's home. Old Lu, you're packing up already when the morning market just started? Why, isn't this Mr. Qin? Our chicken breasts are extra fresh today, care to grab some? Old Lu, where are you dragging Mr. Qin off to? Mr. Lu brushed it off with a smile. He led Qin all the way home. He poured a cup of tea and waited intently for Qin to speak. Mr. Lu, I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. As you know, I currently require a large volume of vegetables. I currently manage 3 shops and I plan to open more branches of 10-mile fragrant spicy hot pot in the future. Qin took a satisfying sip of hot water. He started painting a rosy picture for Old Lu. Just say it plainly. The vegetables I supply guarantee both quality and affordability. Old Lu took the bait immediately. Qin smiled inwardly. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Mr. Lu, I trust you, which is why I came to you. But regarding the price. Qin feigned hesitation. Mr. Qin, I'm offering you the absolute lowest price my shop can give. You can see for yourself every single item is fresh daily, right? I genuinely want to. Qin quickly cut Mr. Lu off. I know. But now that I'm increasing my order volume, I'd like to see the price lowered a bit. Qin didn't beat around the bush, laying out his intentions plainly. Mr. Lu frowned. I'm not overcharging you at all. This is already the cheapest price possible. If you don't believe me, go ask around at the market. Qin lowered his voice apologetically. Mr. Lu, I know you're an honest businessman. I trust you, which is why I came to you for business. Before this, Mr. Niu from the stall across from yours also approached me. Chapter 12, Quick Money Business. He said he'd give me a 50% discount. What? Before Qin could finish, Old Lu erupted in fury. What does Niu Baowan think he's doing? He knows you do business with me regularly. Is he trying to poach my customers? I'm going to confront him right now. Qin, you know what kind of man Uncle Lu is, right? Don't you dare trust that bastard Niu Baimillion. Mr. Lu was furious. He rose to storm toward the market to confront Niu Baimillion. Niu Baowan's stall faced Lu's directly. The 2 shops had once fought fiercely over customers. Old Lu, being honest, overheard Niu Baimiao speaking disparagingly about his family in front of customers. He nearly split Niu Baimillion's skull open with a hammer. That's how the feud between them began. Qin immediately grabbed Old Lu's arm. Uncle Lu, please calm down. I didn't trust Mr. Niu, which is why I came to talk to you. I see how you prepare the freshest vegetables for me every day. With Qin's soothing words, Old Lu finally sat back down. At least you know your uncle's worth, kid. That Niu Baowan fellow has no good intentions. He's offering you such a bargain price, he must be planning to sell you rotten produce. You'll be crying before you know it. Old Lu, overcome with rage, picked up the teacup before him and downed it in one gulp. Qin smiled as he refilled Old Lu's cup. Uncle Lu, don't get so worked up. That's exactly why I came to see you about the pricing. Qin would never compromise on quality just to make a quick buck using rotten vegetables and scraps for the ingredients. A 10-mile fragrant spicy hot pot. Old Lu immediately held up 3 fingers. Don't blame your uncle for not giving you face, but here's the discount I can offer. Any more than that and I'd be losing money. At the very least, your uncle shouldn't be running at a loss. Old Lu glared, ready to go head-to-head with Niu Baowan. Qin's heart leapt with delight. Uncle Lu, I don't need that much. We're all in business. I'll only accept this amount. Qin reached out and pushed back one of Old Lu's 3 fingers. The remaining 2 fingers formed a victory sign. Really? Old Lu had been gritting his teeth, thinking he'd make up for the low profit margin with volume. Seeing his fingers pushed back down, he instantly perked up. Of course. Would I ever rip you off, Uncle Lu? But I have one request. Every day, you must personally deliver the vegetables I order to my shop. And I want the freshest ones. Qin laid out his 2 demands. No problem. Leave it to me. Not only will I deliver them to your shop, I'd even be happy to wash them for you. Old Lu patted his chest, making a bold promise. Qin pulled the contract from his pocket. His demands and the price were clearly written on it. He had gleaned this information from Tang Bing's inner thoughts. With the contract in hand, it was legally binding. You little rascal, you've been prepping for this for ages. You came prepared, just to trick me, Old Lu, out here alone? Mr. Lu's eyes widened in surprise. Yet his hand gripped the pen and signed the agreement without hesitation. Qin discussed the remaining details with him. Finally, as Boss Lu expressed his admiration, Qin rose to leave. Qin, you're one sharp businessman. Mr. Lu gave him a thumbs up, thoroughly impressed. No wonder Chini, just a high school student, could expand a spicy hotpot shop to this scale in such a short time. Beyond just delicious food, this skill was undeniably impressive. Stay for dinner. Your aunt will buy groceries and cook. Today, us two uncles will have a few drinks. Old Lu was delighted, tugging at Chini to keep him from leaving. No, Uncle Lu, we'll have plenty of time later. I've got other things to take care of today. Another time, another time. After 3 or 4 refusals, Chini finally made his way out of Mr. Lu's place. Having overcome the tough nut that was old Lu, the rest would be a breeze. In just one afternoon, Chini had already secured all the raw materials. Each item was secured at a price that satisfied Chini. A stack of contracts lay before Tang Bing. She skimmed through them briefly. Each one was an order for ingredients for spicy hot pot, priced at half the cost of previous orders. Not bad, Chini. Looks like you've got a knack for business. With such favorable terms, the hot pot shop's profits will surpass previous levels. Even Tang Bing couldn't help but praise him. Chini was practically walking on air. I've done the detailed calculations. He tapped his calculator with a satisfying click-clack. With the reduced costs for ingredients and supplies, our daily profits now reach 7,000. That's a full 2,000 yuan increase from before. Wow! Tang Bing exclaimed excitedly. She quickly realized she'd gotten too carried away. Her cheeks flushed instantly, her heart blossoming with joy. Now, just one properly run shop can bring in 7,000 a day. If the number of shops keeps growing, won't the daily profits double? Just expand the reputation of the 10-mile fragrance brand nationwide, and then we'll be raking in gold by the bucketful. But we're just starting out. The profit from the hot pot shop probably won't cover opening more branches. I need to think what else brings in quick cash. Stocks, funds, securities. Yes. Stocks. I remember this issue mentioned a stock called BBK. Timing-wise, it should skyrocket within about 3 months. Tang Bing, I want to discuss how we should use the money we've earned from the shop. Chini shifted his gaze to Tang Bing's face. The teenage girl was young and beautiful, wearing no makeup, yet as radiant as morning dew on fresh flowers. Her beauty was breathtaking. Chini found himself captivated before he knew it. He stared at Tang Bing without blinking. Tang Bing responded, but waited in vain for Chini's reply. She looked up to meet Chini's direct, scorching gaze. Tang Bing's face, which had just barely calmed down, instantly flushed bright red again. Tang Bing, you pathetic thing. Old Chin and you've been married for over a decade, how can you still blush like that when he looks at you? But Ergo staring at me so directly, it's kind of embarrassing. Young Ergo is just something else. Compared to the old dog bastard he'll become later, I prefer him like this now. Wah? Ahem. Chini cleared his throat twice and looked away. Tang Bing's loud inner confession reached Chini's ears, making him feel awkward too. Miss Tang, I was wondering, maybe. For a moment, Chini stammered. Tang Bing rubbed her flushed cheeks with both hands. Suppressing her inner excitement, she spoke coldly. Speak. Chini immediately forced back the uncontrollable smile tugging at his lips. I was just thinking that even though the shop brings in 7,000 a day now, that's still nowhere near enough if we want to expand further. Lately, I've been researching some quick money ventures. What if we invested a portion of our funds into the stock market? Chapter 13, Sell Now or Face a Plunge. Stock trading? Tang Bing repeated the words. Yes. Xin Yi's eyes sparkled. The stock I plan to invest in is called BBK. Based on my recent research, this stock's trend will definitely show steady growth within 3 months. If you trust me, I have the ability to multiply this money several times over. Xin Yi declared emphatically. Woof. My second dog is so handsome. That confident aura is overwhelming. This is what a real hottie looks like. I'm head over heels. Tang Bing was practically bursting with joy inside. If Tang Bing's inner self could be personified, she'd be doing backflips and screaming her head off. Great. I support your idea. Tang Bing flashed a satisfied smile and slammed the table, deciding to back Xin Yi's plan. Xin Yi let out an excited howl. He leapt out from behind the counter and pulled Tang Bing straight into his arms. Tang Bing froze, her entire body stiffening instantly. Tang Bing, you're the most understanding girl in the whole world. I adore you so much. Whoever gets to marry you will be blessed beyond measure. Xin Yi cheered, grateful for Tang Bing's trust in him. Tang Bing's cheeks, which had just regained their color, flushed bright red once more. Damn it, Urdu. What kind of nonsense is that? How could I ever be someone else's wife? If it were yours. But Urdu did say he liked me, didn't he? Could old Chin be confessing? Should I just go with the flow and say yes? No, no way. Last lifetime, I was the one chasing him. This time around, old Chin should chase me a few times. Tang Bing's inner pride flared up. Xin Yi awkwardly released his hands. Miss Tang, I didn't mean anything by it. I just got carried away in the moment. I'm truly sorry. Realizing his mistake, Xin Yi quickly apologized. But the next moment, Tang Bing's expression didn't improve. Instead, it darkened slightly, growing even more grim. What the hell does old Qin mean? I'm Tang Bing, the school beauty after all. He let go so quickly and pulled away with such disgust it feels like he's the one who got the upper hand. Oomph. That brat is so ungrateful. Qin Yi, huh? Getting yelled at for no reason. Stock Trading Center. Tang Bing stood before the massive screen. On the massive 2-meter-tall screen, red and green lines crisscrossed across various stock charts. The screen flickered constantly, displaying the trends of dozens of stocks before the crowd. Hey, young lady, here to buy stocks too. Come on over. Take a look at these stocks in my hands, they're all big winners. Want to give it a try? Uncle guarantees you won't lose a dime. A scruffy man suddenly appeared behind Tang Bing. He mysteriously showed Tang Bing several stock certificates in his hand. Pointing at the big screen, he began lecturing her. Know the 4 ironclad rules for new investors? Buy on dips, not rallies. Buy big, not small. Buy low, not high. Buy new, not old. Look at these stocks in my hand, they're all promising ones. If you buy these, young lady, you'll make a fortune. The man began bragging about the stocks in his hand. Tang Bing glanced down at them sideways. Her mouth refused, but her mind began to rant. These obscure stocks? I've never even heard of them in later generations. No matter how sweetly you spin it, I'm not buying. With my experience, there are plenty of stocks out there that'll make us a fortune. If old Qin just buys BBK and I talk him into selling in 3 months, our family will be rich. We'll be loaded. Tang Bing. Qin Yi had long noticed a shifty-eyed man lingering beside Tang Bing. He was muttering to himself and showing Tang Bing something. Qin Yi hurried over to Tang Bing's side. He stepped directly in front of the man. Hello, what exactly are you trying to do? The middle-aged man froze, his incessant babbling abruptly halting. Recognizing Qin Yi's face, a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. Young man, first time trading stocks, huh? Take a look at these stocks I've got, I guarantee they're all surefire winners. Qin Yi's face darkened. Ignoring the man, he pulled Tang Bing away. I've already opened an account. I plan to buy all the existing shares of that stock. Qin Yi explained. This meant they were likely to invest every last penny they had into the stock market. Whatever you want. Tang Bing didn't care. Anyway, BBK stock is bound to surge eventually. The amount I buy now just determines how much I'll profit. If it doesn't work out, we can always try something else besides this stock. I recall that Mutai, Pali, and the 3 Kowloon Dragon stocks are all set to rise around mid-month. If all else fails, I'll sneak in a small investment for a quick profit. Tang Bing calculated silently. Qin Yi secretly jotted down all these stocks. In a few days, when he had some extra cash on hand, he'd invest again. Who cares about having too much money? Let's go buy some stocks. The two walked together to the securities exchange counter at the stock exchange. Without hesitation, they purchased all the remaining BBK shares. Qin Yi handed over several bundles of counted renminbi notes and received a thin sheet of paper in return. It read, on a certain day of a certain month in a certain year, 1,760 shares of BBG stock were purchased. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 3 months later. Second floor, 10 miles fragrant spicy hot pot restaurant. Qin Yi sat behind the counter on the first floor. The latest stock market updates filled his ears. Multiple stocks are experiencing sharp declines after initial surges, with some even retreating after testing resistance levels. Stocks like Sanjiu and Tianbao have reached minor peaks. Bubugeo has even broken through its peak line and continues to surge upward. Qin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Everything unfolded exactly as he had calculated. Qin Yi couldn't help but press the calculator in his hand with even greater vigor. Riding this wave might just net him an extra profit. Just then, Tang Bing rushed in from outside. Qin Yi, have we sold the stocks we bought a few months ago? Especially that BBK stock? Tang Bing asked anxiously. Over the past 3 months, Qin Yi had bought numerous stocks intermittently, never hiding it from her. No, don't worry. Take your time. Qin Yi poured Tang Bing a glass of water. How could I not be anxious? If we don't sell the BBK shares soon, they'll start dropping in value tomorrow. Today is the last peak period, we absolutely must seize this opportunity. Tang Bing took a deep breath to steady herself. She lifted her head to speak, then abruptly stopped. If I tell old Qin to sell the stocks now, won't that raise suspicion? What if he asks how I know the market will crash tomorrow? For a moment, Tang Bing was torn. She sat silently, holding her water cup. Chapter 14, The First Million. Qin Yi heard Tang Bing's inner thoughts loud and clear. He spoke up immediately. I just listened to the stock market broadcast and plan to sell those BBK shares at the securities exchange this afternoon. What does our beautiful Tang have to say about it? Qin Yi smiled warmly as he looked at Tang Bing. Phew, thank goodness, thank goodness. That scared me to death. Thank goodness old Qin had foresight. Otherwise, this stock would have been a surefire loss. Tang Bing exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly. Her expression softened slightly. Nothing, I was just asking. I just happened to overhear my family discussing stocks today. Her family background was quite well off, so it was perfectly normal for them to talk about stocks. Tang Bing thought she'd spun a flawless lie. Sheenie offered no challenge, merely smiling lightly. If Miss Tang, the campus beauty, would be so kind as to accompany Mr. Qin this afternoon, it would be an immense honor. Xinyi's wrist flickered as his hand landed on her shoulder, followed by a gentlemanly bow. He performed a knightly courtesy. The next second, he could already hear fireworks and screams echoing in Tang Bing's mind. Ergu is so skilled. He's such a manly man yet pretends to be straight with me. Clearly he knows how to charm women. Good thing I moved fast this lifetime. A man this skilled shouldn't be wasted on other women. Wah, I'm head over heels. Tang Bing's 360-degree spiral of mad love. Shenie's lips, which had been turned down as he bent over, shot upward in a wild grin. Tang Bing was absolutely hitting all his sweet spots. Alright, I've already taken the afternoon off. The campus beauty waved her hand, dismissing Xinyi's chivalrous gesture. If not for the faintly upturned corners of his mouth, one wouldn't have guessed the excitement bubbling beneath. At exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xinyi immediately shut down the small second-floor office and pulled Tang Bing straight to the stock exchange. Lately, many stocks had been performing exceptionally well. The moment the doors opened, the stock exchange was already packed with people. Fearing they might get separated, Xinyi simply gripped Tang Bing's wrist through her clothes. He led Tang Bing into the crowd. The school's top beauty blushed bright red. Ergo actually grabbed my hand so manly and gentlemanly, even through my clothes. Wah! So many people saw old Qin holding my hand. When the time comes, Ergo will have to take responsibility for me. But if I could snag Ergo in my past life, this one's a piece of cake. Tang Bing's mind wandered wildly. Xinyi pushed through the crowd, struggling to suppress his amusement. Soon, the two joined the queue. The line at the trading window wasn't particularly long, but it was filled with elderly men and women who had been playing the stock market for years. The pace of business processing was slow. The place was bustling with chatter. Hey, old Yang, did you buy BBK? This stock is crazy right now. I heard it's gone up over tenfold. Oh man, I didn't get any. Now I can't even buy it. Missed the big wave. Don't even mention it. Same here. I only have 1 or 2 shares. If I'd known, I would have bought more. Xinyi couldn't help but reach into his pocket and touch the thin banknote inside. That was a hefty sum. For a moment, Tang Bing and Xinyi both felt a surge of excitement. They waited eagerly for their turn. After waiting in line for an hour, it was finally Xinyi and Tang Bing's turn. Xinyi immediately stepped up to the counter, pulled the ticket from his pocket, and slammed it down in front of the clerk. Sell them all. Without even lifting his head, the clerk picked up the ticket and entered it into the system. The computer screen quickly displayed all the details of the securities ticket. He stared at the screen, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Sir, you have excellent foresight. This BBK stock has really paid off. Xinyi stood with his arms crossed, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. At the mention of BBK, the elderly folks behind Xinyi and those nearby all craned their necks to peek. Alright, please sell all of it for me. Thank you. The staff member couldn't help but gasp. Sell everything? Young man, you might want to reconsider. BBK is trending really well. Holding onto it could make you a fortune. Selling now would mean taking a huge loss. Exactly. Countless people are waiting to buy BBK shares but can't get them. The surrounding elderly folks chimed in with their advice. Tang Bing felt his breath catch in his throat. Old Qin, you absolutely can't listen to these folks. You absolutely must trade this stock today. If you miss this golden opportunity, there won't be another. Why isn't old Qin saying anything? Everyone's staring at him so expectantly. Hurry up, or should I go remind Ergo? Tang Bing's palms were starting to sweat. She couldn't quite gauge what was going through Xinyi's mind. Qin. Thank you all for your kindness, but I've already made my decision. Please help me redeem these stocks as soon as possible. Thank you. Xinyi politely declined everyone's offers. Amidst the surrounding murmurs of regret and restless urging, he directed the staff to expedite the transaction. Xinyi wasn't foolish. His wife was no novice. To ignore Tang Bing's advice at this moment and instead heed these veteran investors who'd spent years in the stock market without much to show for it. That would make Xinyi the real fool. Seeing Xinyi's resolve, the staff officially executed the sale of all his BBG shares. Sir, your BBK stock investment has been fully executed. The total number of shares purchased was 1,760, at an acquisition price of 176.8 yuan. The current selling price is? The total transaction amount is 1,010,000 yuan. Please check your account for confirmation. As the staff member finished speaking, the entire stock exchange erupted. No way. BBK stocks just made 1,000,000 yuan straight off the bat. That's insane. Hurry up and grab some. I'm putting all my money into BBK today. Why would anyone sell such a hot stock? Who knows what that guy was thinking? Hurry up and get in line. You gotta grab at least a few shares. The crowd erupted in chaos. The crowd erupted in a roar, scrambling to queue up and snatch the shares Chini was dumping. Chini kept one hand in his pocket. After confirming all the funds from the stock sale had cleared, he grabbed Tang Bing and forced his way through the crowd. No one noticed Chini's hand trembling uncontrollably in his pants pocket. This was a full million. His very first million in Chini's life. Old Chin is a genius. A cheer erupted. Wow, who would have thought? This guy's got real guts. He was super decisive when buying BBK and now selling it off as a breeze. Look at my ergo's aloof expression, unmoved by worldly things. Wealth is but an external matter. This is the true bearing of a great man. Tang Bing gazed up at Chini's profile with admiration in her eyes. Chapter 15, The Gift of Gossip. Chini basked in the praise echoing within Tang Bing's heart. Silently, he clenched his fist tightly in his pants pocket. He forced himself to calm down, silently repeating to himself. Chini, you're a big shot. What's the big deal about a measly million? This is just the beginning. Chini. Major Tang. Both spoke almost simultaneously. Their voices overlapped, and both Chini and Tang Bing shut their mouths instantly. Silence hung thick around them. Chini felt no awkwardness whatsoever. He reached up to scratch his nose. He grinned thick-skinnedly and pressed on. What did you want to tell me, Miss Tang? A tiny bead of sweat glistened on the tip of Tang Bing's delicate pen, making her look adorably bashful. Your hand. She murmured softly. Chini froze, staring at their hands that had somehow become intertwined. The palms were warm. Tang Bing's hands were slender and graceful, her skin fair and smooth. Chini couldn't resist squeezing it gently, savoring the sensation once more. Sorry. There were just so many people earlier, I got a little flustered. Chini suppressed his wandering thoughts and offered an explanation. Tang Bing uttered a single syllable. Damn it, old Chin's hands are just too damn easy to hold. I should have never told him. Why, now I can't even hold those soft little paws anymore. The future Chin Urdu would never feel this way. Tang Bing cursed herself. She shouldn't have said a word. Chini's heart fluttered. The school's top beauty actually coveted him in her thoughts. What an immense honor. Chini was practically glowing with delight. Chini, what do you plan to do with this million? After much deliberation, Tang Bing broke the silence. Chini paused briefly before answering. If I just leave this money sitting in the bank, it'll be dead capital. I plan to use it to invest in opening more stores. On one hand, it'll help build the reputation of our 10-mile fragrant spicy hot pot and take that first step. On the other hand, it will put this capital to work. Chini spoke as they walked. I've already made plans. Later, we'll go eat on Commercial Street and see if there are any suitable shops there. Tang Bing kept her hands behind her back as she walked beside Chini. Hearing Chini's step-by-step plan, pride swelled within her. Look at that, this is my husband, Tang Bing's husband. He's got both the skills and the capability. Outstanding. My ergo is simply amazing, woohoo. Going crazy cheering for old Chin, I'm his biggest fan. Tang Bing's heart raced, but what came out of her mouth was, alright, but we need to be cautious with the investment. We must consider not only the positives but also the potential pitfalls. Chini stole a sideways glance at Tang Bing's stern little face. Listening to the different voices coming from Tang Bing's two ears, Chini couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, Miss Tang. My business acumen is truly commendable, absolutely. Chini confidently gave himself a thumbs up, actually, 2 thumbs up. Our hot pot shop's daily income has already reached 10,000 yuan. Even if the new shop runs at a loss, we can easily cover it. But let's be honest, it's all thanks to Miss Tang, our campus beauty. With a stunning woman like you bringing me good luck, how could we not turn a profit? Chini couldn't resist giving Tang Bing a compliment. He watched with satisfaction as a faint blush crept onto Tang Bing's cheeks. His wife was perfect in every way except she blushed far too easily. But that's what made her so charming, wasn't it? Chini adored it. Tang Bing had rushed over at noon, so Chini hadn't eaten much. Then he'd been delayed at the stock exchange for so long. Now Tang Bing was genuinely starving, her stomach growling loudly. Chini led her to grab a bite. With the evening breeze gently blowing along the street, the two strolled happily, browsing shops that caught their eye. This shop is perfect, right on the corner, sticking out so everyone can see it at a glance. But this whole block is filled with clothing stores. Opening a hot pot shop here would ruin the vibe. No way. This one's good too. Make a note for old Chin to check it out when he has time. Chini listened to Tang Bing's thoughts, mentally noting every location she mentioned. The two continued walking forward. A sudden shriek caught Tang Bing and Chini's attention. Not far ahead, a crowd had gathered in layers, thick and dense. The scream originated from the center of the crowd. Chini and Tang Bing exchanged curious glances. Both fully embraced the shared talent of Xia Nation's people gossip. They hurried over. Mr. Chen, offering you 300,000 is already me doing you a favor. If it were anyone else, forget 300,000, they wouldn't even give you 200,000. A bald man in a shabby suit, briefcase tucked under his arm. He shouted angrily at the other middle-aged man across from him. The middle-aged man held a large broom in his hand. The moment the bald man spoke, he swung the broom down toward the bald man's forehead. Get lost. 30,000? You might as well go rob someone. I paid $500,000 for this commercial property back in the day. And now the market's skyrocketing. If it weren't for my family's troubles, I'd never have sold it. The bald man cowered, scrambling for cover as the middle-aged man's broom swung relentlessly. Chen Guangsai, don't be a ingrate. It's 300,000 today. If you don't buy it, your mother'd better be ready to die. The bald man spat out the curse viciously. Chen Guangsai, the middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, showed no mercy in his actions. Get the hell out of here. I'd sell it to a dog before I'd sell it to you. Seeing Chen Guangsai truly enraged. Fine. The crowd erupted in applause. Everyone cheered and applauded Chen Guangsai's words. The bald man dared not act arrogant any longer. Muttering curses under his breath, he squeezed his way out of the crowd. He barked a few more angry barks at Chen Guangsai before turning and storming off. Chen Guangsai glared fiercely at the bald man's retreating back, leaning heavily on his cane and breathing heavily. Xin Yi and Tang Bing looked utterly bewildered. Bro, what's going on here? Tell us. We got here late and missed everything. Xin Yi pulled out a pack of People's Hall cigarettes from his pocket and smiled as he offered one to the man next to him. Ah, don't even get me started. That bald guy just took advantage of Mr. Chen's mother being critically ill and desperately needing money to forcefully buy this commercial building at a rock-bottom price. When Mr. Chen refused, the bald guy started cursing his parents out over nothing. No wonder Mr. Chen got so angry. The big guy took the cigarette from Xin Yi and quickly filled them in on the whole story. With no more spectacle to watch, the crowd gradually dispersed. Xin Yi smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the big brother. Tang Bing stood to the side, surveying the terrain of the commercial building. Chapter 16, 50,000 is too little. As she observed, Tang Bing mentally assessed the location. This commercial building has excellent positioning, right in the heart of the shopping district. Foot traffic here is definitely substantial. With 2 floors, the space would be ample enough for a hot pot restaurant. Both foot traffic and space are ideal. If we could open a shop here, it would definitely be a huge moneymaker. The question is, how do I convince old Qin to buy this 2-story building? After exchanging pleasantries with his older brother, he slipped the People's Congress Hall bill into his pocket. He turned and approached Tang Bing. Miss Tang, I've done my homework. Mr. Chen, the owner of this shop, is selling this commercial building because he urgently needs cash. The location seems promising. Why don't we go take a look together? Xin Yi extended a warm invitation, having overheard Tang Bing's inner thoughts. Tang Bing nodded. The two headed toward Chen Guangsai. The place was deserted now. Mr. Chen, who had just been berating the bald man with such arrogance, now stood listlessly sweeping the empty lot in front of the commercial building with a large broom, his movements slow and irregular. Xin Yi led Tang Bing right up to Chen Guangsai. Who are you? Chen Guangsai frowned, his voice tinged with curiosity. Hello, Mr. Chen. We heard your commercial building is for sale and came specifically to view the property. Xin Yi offered a polite smile. Only then did Chen Guangsai look up, sizing up Xin Yi and Tang Bing from head to toe. Young. That was Chen Guangsai's first impression. You can look around, but let's get one thing straight first. I bought this commercial building quite a while ago, back when it wasn't worth much. I paid 300,000 for it, and I won't sell it for less than that. Chen Guangsai was wary of these people trying to leverage their position to buy the building cheaply. Seeing how young Xin Yi and Tang Bing were, his first thought was that they couldn't possibly afford such a large sum. With the conversation having reached this point, Xin Yi still spoke with a smile. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chen. We'd like to inspect the interior layout of the commercial building. If it's feasible, we could finalize the purchase on the spot. Chen Guangsai was speechless. He shot Xin Yi another skeptical glance before setting down his broom. He led Xin Yi and Tang Bing inside. It was clear this commercial building had been rented out before signs for barbershops, ear cleaning parlors, and foot spas were everywhere. Inside, piles of unmoved belongings remained scattered about. It was a complete mess. Chen Guangsai felt a bit embarrassed. He hurriedly explained. My apologies, I'm in a rush to sell the building. The tenants in the building helped out in a rush, so things might be a bit messy. Xin Yi waved it off and began inspecting the commercial building's interior layout with Tang Bing. This building is quite nice. These individual shopfronts inside could be easily converted into private dining rooms. If you don't want to do hot pot, converting it into a food court would also work well. But the decor here isn't uniform, it'll cost money to renovate it all over. I'd say it's worth at least $500,000. If Rusi isn't in a rush to sell, waiting for the market to rise could fetch a hefty price. Tang Bing grew more and more satisfied with what she saw. Xin Yi listened to Tang Bing's inner thoughts and understood perfectly. After circling the entire space, he walked straight up to Chen Guangsai. Mr. Chen, we'll offer 500,000 yuan. We're all straightforward people. If you're willing, we can sign the contract today and complete the transfer tomorrow. Chen Guanxai's eyes widened in surprise. How could they be so decisive after such a short time? If it weren't for his serious demeanor, Chen Guangxai would have thought Qin Yi was here to disrupt the sale. Is that too low for you, Mr. Chen? Qin Yi frowned. No, no. 50,000 is fine. Chen Guangxai hastily waved his hands. Qin Yi's offer was by far the highest any buyer had made to him. Then, can we sign the contract and transfer the property? Qin Yi asked. Yes, absolutely. Chen Guangxai was thrilled. He couldn't wait to exchange the money for the property right then and there. After all, his elderly mother was still lying in the hospital, waiting for this money to cover her surgery fees. The contract had been prepared long ago. Chen Guangxai quickly pulled it out for Qin Yi and Tang Bing to review. If they agreed, they would sign it, have it notarized, and then proceed with the property transfer. You two seem quite young, don't you? Such boldness at such a young age. What are your plans for this commercial building? If there's anything I can assist with, just let me know. Chen Guangxai felt a complex mix of emotions. His tone unconsciously carried a hint of respect. We bought the building because the location is ideal, perfect for opening a hot pot restaurant. I used to run one near the middle school. Qin Yi mentioned casually. 10 Mile Fragrance? The owner asked, suddenly puzzled. That's right, that's exactly our shop. Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected even Chen Guangxai to know the name of 10 Mile Fragrance Spicy Hot Pot. I've eaten there before and even remarked how rare it is to find such delicious spicy hot pot. I used to be in the food service industry myself. It's just that things have been really tough for our family these past few years, which is why we gave up the restaurant business. Now we're even selling this little building. Chen Guangxai's lips twisted into a bitter smile. Qin Yi momentarily didn't know how to offer comfort. Just as he hesitated to speak, Tang Bing placed the contract firmly on the table before Qin Yi and Chen Guangxai. Mr. Chen, we've reviewed the contract and found no issues. When would be a good day for you? Let's get the property transfer done. Chen Guangxai, distracted by Tang Bing's interruption, instantly forgot his earlier melancholy. He responded eagerly. The three agreed on a date. Just as Qin Yi was about to leave, Chen Guangxai called him back once more. Mr. Qin, when your hot pot restaurant opens, will you need staff? I'm no great shakes, but if it's possible, I'd like to volunteer myself as manager for your hot pot restaurant. I have experience. Chen Guangxai finished his shameless pitch. After those two sentences, his cheeks burned like a monkey's behind. Mr. Chen's suggestion is excellent. The 10 Mile Fragrant Spicy Hot Pot chain keeps expanding, and old Qin still has his college entrance exams coming up. He simply doesn't have the energy to handle all these matters. Hiring a manager is the wisest choice, though discerning and utilizing the right talent proves rather difficult. Tang Bing pondered inwardly. Meanwhile, Qin Yi had already agreed with a smile. Great. Once my shop is renovated and ready to open, I'll hold interviews for store managers. We'd be honored if Mr. Chen would consider applying. With your experience in the restaurant industry, you're sure to land the position. Qin Yi's words were flawlessly crafted. He avoided offending Chen Guangxai while skillfully praising him. There was simply no fault to be found. Chen Guangxai couldn't agree more. After all, one must demonstrate genuine capability to earn trust. In short, the Shangfu Lu branch of the Spicy Hot Pot restaurant was undergoing intense renovations. Chapter 17, Daily Payroll becomes Monthly Payroll. Qin Yi had been swamped lately. Opening a new store required a lot of work. Tang Bing offered to take time off to help him handle the tedious tasks, but Qin Yi playfully declined. Once the shop's renovation was complete, Qin Yi immediately sought out old Lu. With Qin Yi managing multiple hot pot shops, the current Mr. Lu was a far cry from his former self, having elevated his status by a whole level. He was no longer the market stall vendor he once was. Qin Yi, you're buying me a meal today, kid. If it weren't for your support of my business, Uncle Lu here wouldn't have made it big. Old Lu beckoned to Qin Yi. He was brimming with enthusiasm. After not seeing him for days, old Lu had filled out considerably, even his chin was starting to double up. Uncle Lu, I actually have something to discuss with you today. And this meal is on me. Qin Yi chuckled heartily, grabbing old Lu and heading straight for the restaurant. The moment they sat down at the table, Qin Yi ordered a feast of delicacies and brought out fine wine to treat him. Uncle Lu, try it and see if it suits your taste. Old Lu picked up the wine glass before him and savored a sip with delight. The rich aroma filled his senses, melting away the moment it touched his tongue. The warmth spread from his mouth straight to his heart. Spit it out, kid. What's your scheme? What's there to hide from your Uncle Lu? Old Lu was straightforward by nature, making business with him refreshingly straightforward. Straightforward and honest, there was never any need to worry about underhanded schemes. That was precisely why Qin Yi wanted to keep working with old Lu. Ha. Then I'll be blunt, Uncle Lu. Qin Yi scratched his nose. I've consolidated a 2-story building on the commercial street for the 10 Mile Fragrance Spicy Hot Pot. It's almost ready to open. Old Lu understood immediately. I've already given you the lowest possible price. If you need it over there, I can deliver it for you. Shin-yi quickly stood up to pour Lu some wine. Uncle Lu, have a drink and let's talk some more? That one line shut me down completely. How are we supposed to keep talking now? Old Lu burst out laughing. Shin-yi was a crafty little devil. We're old partners. No need for secrets. Let's drink. Shin-yi raised his glass and clinked it with old Lu's. 3 cups down. The ice was broken. Uncle Lu, you've seen how my shops keep expanding and business keeps booming. And naturally, the demand for vegetables at 10 Mile Fragrant Spicy Hot Pot has grown accordingly. I really have no choice. I'm just starting out, so I'll need your continued support, Uncle. Shin-yi played the sympathy card. He stared at old Lu with pitiful eyes. Old Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. Shin-yi was the same age as his son, and seeing him like this, he couldn't help but want to lend a hand. Shin-yi, don't say your uncle's heartless. I can knock another 5% off the original profit margin. Old Lu held up 5 fingers. He gestured for Shin-yi to see. Shin-yi's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected the negotiations to go so smoothly. Thanks a bunch, Uncle Lu. If I ever make it big, I won't forget you. Smooth talker. I can give you a better profit margin thanks to you. Without your 10 Mile Fragrant Spicy Hot Pot support, I couldn't get such a good deal on my supplies either. Old Lu chuckled, picking up peanuts with his chopsticks. Shin-yi immediately stood up to pour Lu some wine. But it's all thanks to my uncle's connections. That's the key. He gave old Lu a thumbs up. But there's one more thing I'd like to trouble you with. I've got 4 hot pot shops under me now, and as you can see, I'm running around like a chicken with its head cut off every day. Settling accounts for the small one used to be manageable since those 3 shops were all together. But now it's probably hard to find me. I think it'd be better to switch to monthly settlements for the payments, like I suggested. What do you think? As soon as Shin-yi said this, old Lu sobered up halfway. Monthly settlements? That's far too long. Old Lu's eyes widened. This meant he'd have to front the money up front, and the risks involved would be even greater. If Shin-yi had run off earlier, that would have meant a full day's loss. Now, if old Lu agreed, Shin-yi could renege on the deal for a full month. Uncle Lu, please don't panic. We've worked together for so long, don't you trust my character? Besides, my shop is still here, isn't it? I might run away, but my shop won't. Shin-yi reassured old Lu, trying to calm him down. This doesn't seem quite right. How about we settle accounts weekly? I'm not afraid to come after you. Old Lu spoke up. His furrowed brow held nothing but worry. He was terrified Shin-yi would run off without paying him. Ha! Uncle Lu, you still don't trust me. I do find it a hassle. Monthly settlements are just right. Rest assured, I'll pay you on time, every time. Shin-yi had his own calculations behind this approach. Paying out this shipment money daily was dead capital, but keeping it in his hands could make it work for him. He could leverage the funds in his hands to expand within Bingqing's favorable financial environment. Then, every single yuan in his hands could potentially turn into 10. Old Lu hesitated for a moment. Here's what we'll do. Just let your staff know I'll collect the money from them directly. You won't have to run around for it. After a long pause, old Lu finally came up with an idea. Shin-yi burst out laughing. Uncle Lu, you're joking with me, right? Well then. My current supply demand is at least double what it was before. Shin-yi delivered his trump card with unwavering certainty. Old Lu's eyes lit up. Double the volume was no small matter. The potential profits were enormous, and old Lu couldn't help but feel tempted. Deal. But I have conditions too. I want full control over all your vegetable procurement. I won't interfere with anything else, but your vegetables must come exclusively from me, old Lu. Old Lu's heart pounded wildly as he gritted his teeth and laid down his terms. If he was going to do this, he was going to do it big. Shin-yi paused, then laughed along with old Lu. He raised his wine glass, positioning it slightly lower than old Lu's, and they clinked glasses. Deal. Uncle Lu, I never knew you had such big ambitions. Does this mean you're not afraid I'll run off without paying you now? Old Lu downed the entire contents of his cup in one gulp. Shin-yi refilled it the very next second. If we're going to do this, let's go all out. Don't worry, kid. Even if your uncle gets full control over all vegetable procurement, I won't shortchange you. You'll get the best deals and the finest quality goods. Shin-yi immediately clapped his hands. Then I'll have to thank Uncle Lu for his support. In the small private room of the restaurant, the 2 men were drinking heartily. Old Lu from the market could never have imagined he'd witness the birth of a spicy hot pot king. But that was all yet to come. The current spicy hot pot king, Shin-yi, spent 2 full days negotiating with every single supplier. He negotiated payment terms, extending all invoices to be settled monthly. Chapter 18, Membership System. The Shirley Piaoxiang Spicy Hot Pot restaurant on Commercial Street had completed its renovation. Brand new tables, chairs, and benches. Uniform tableware. All custom designed with the 10 Mile Fragrance logo. From now on, 10 Miles Fragrance is a brand. To expand, we must build its reputation. Make the words 10-mile fragrance our emblem, carrying brand influence. At the very least, everyone should recognize it as a spicy hotpot restaurant, a delicious one at that. The current store isn't enough. We need to keep expanding, penetrating every street and alley of Ice City. Tang Bing grabbed a pen and sat down in the unopened shop within the commercial complex, scribbling away. Sheenie couldn't see what Tang Bing was writing, but he understood just by listening to her thoughts. Miss Tang, the head waitress, there's a waitstaff interview coming up. You're coming with me. And the original owner of the property we bought is also coming in today to interview for store manager. All right. Tang Bing agreed calmly. Her mind began to calculate again. Interviewing waitstaff and a store manager? These positions depend entirely on character. A single meeting won't reveal any issues. What interview methods did I use in my past life? Deliberately knock over a broom to see if they pick it up? See if they pick up trash on the floor? Or drop a thumbtack to test their attentiveness? Tang Bing racked her brain. Her brows furrowed tightly as she rejected one idea after another. In the end, she rejected them all. Miss Tang, could you please take a look at the store's interior design and furnishings? And point out any areas needing improvement. Sheenie called out to Tang Bing, distracting her. Leave these minor interview questions to him. Why put his wife on the spot? Sure. Tang Bing agreed. Wandering from the first floor to the second, she grew more and more satisfied. Sheenie had personally overseen every detail of the commercial space's renovation. From start to finish, Tang Bing hadn't offered a single constructive suggestion. But right now, Tang Bing couldn't be happier. Old Sheen must have read my mind when it comes to aesthetics. Oh my gosh, I love every single detail. Even the custom logos on these tableware pieces match my favorite icons. If Old Sheen and I don't end up together, it'll be a tragedy. Who else could have this kind of chemistry? I ask you, who else? Sheenie followed behind Tang Bing. His gaze lingering affectionately, he couldn't help but chuckle. Sheenie, honey, you probably don't know, our perfect harmony is all thanks to my cheating. Tang Bing quickly pushed all those thoughts out of her mind. She began reading with serious intent. At best, only 2 branches of 10-mile fragrance. At this pace, expansion is far too slow. Buying the building cost $500,000, and custom furniture, tableware, and renovations ate up another chunk. $1 million simply isn't enough. Further expansion requires substantial additional funding. Looks like we need to find another solution. Tang Bing's expression grew grave, and every word of his inner monologue reached Sheenie's ears without omission. Sheenie clenched his fist. It seemed he could still find a way. At the very least, he needed to prepare substantial funds. The worst regret would be finding a suitable expansion opportunity but lacking the funds to seize it. Wait, I've got it. 10 Miles Fragrance could adopt a membership system. Recharge and get discounts. Recharge 200, get 20 off. This would definitely stimulate consumer spending, and our store's capital could be recouped in the shortest possible time. Plus, membership programs help stores retain customer resources. They offer numerous benefits. Membership program? Sheenie had never heard the term before. But as Tang Bing explained, Sheenie quickly grasped the concept. It essentially incentivizes people to spend in advance through certain perks. This way, consumers get tangible discounts while businesses accelerate cost recovery. This approach was genuinely sound, and Sheenie immediately saw its viability. Tang Bing, I have some preliminary ideas I'd like to discuss with you. Sheenie spoke up first. He had to speak before Tang Bing to maintain that sense of harmony. Sheenie knew this well. Go ahead. Tang Bing felt a flicker of delight. Every time Sheenie spoke, he brought surprises. He was a true genius when it came to business. Since the hot pot restaurant is opening right here on the commercial street, the competition will be fierce. Why not introduce a VIP-style service? Customers who spend a certain amount or top up their cards to a specific value could become our VIPs. We'd offer them exclusive perks and discounts. This would help stabilize our customer base while also allowing us to recoup our investment quickly. But this idea isn't fully developed yet. If you think it's feasible, I'll immediately research and refine the specific discounts and membership criteria. Sheenie presented his refined membership concept. Set up VIPs? Tang Bing was thrilled. Old Sheen's terminology is so advanced. VIP is just another word for VIP. The status feels completely different, and it perfectly taps into consumer psychology. This is exactly what I had in mind. Once the funds start flowing back in, we can expand again. I think this idea is excellent. Sheenie, you were born to be in business. Tang Bing offered her sincere praise. Sheenie found himself both amused and exasperated. As if he were a natural-born businessman. If it weren't for her inner thoughts, he wouldn't have come up with any of this. Alright, I'll keep refining the details. Sheenie said, grabbing a sheet of paper and a pen. The two busied themselves, each scribbling and sketching away. Time passed. Soon, it was time for the interviews. Sheenie had scheduled the waitstaff interviews first. Right on schedule, a line formed outside the new storefront. Sheenie beckoned them inside. He asked them not to rush, instructing them to enter one by one for their interviews. Number 1, come in. First in line was a middle-aged woman around 40. She wore a white short-sleeved top and blue jeans. Her entire appearance was neat and tidy, giving off an air of diligence. Good morning, boss. I'm here for the interview. My name is Wang Juping. Her voice trailed off. Sheeny raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to speak, Tang Bing's inner voice echoed beside him. This lady seems okay, but in the service industry, you absolutely need to be articulate. We need someone who's both articulate and quick on their feet, otherwise, we won't be able to handle customer inquiries. Sheeny nodded. Tang Bing was right. Being diligent and efficient alone wasn't enough. Communication was a crucial part of the service industry. Hello, we're primarily hiring servers. Do you know what duties a server in the service industry entails? Sheeny asked with a smile. Wang Juping cautiously glanced up at Sheeny and Tang Bing. She quickly lowered her head again, her lips trembling. Chapter 19, Congratulations on your hire. Boss, I can scrub pots and wash dishes. I can sweep and mop the floors, anything you need. I can handle heavy labor too. Please give me a chance. Wang Juping spoke while keeping her head bowed. Her final words were as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Sheeny frowned, asked 2 more questions, and took down her phone number. Only then did he let the second person in. The second interviewee was noticeably younger. He looked to be around 27 or 28, with dark skin and large, bright eyes. He showed no sign of fear upon entering. He greeted Sheeny and Tang Bing with a cheerful smile. Hello, bosses. I heard you're hiring waitstaff. I'd like to apply for the position. My name is Tian. I used to work as a waitress in a restaurant, so I'm very familiar with the duties involved. I'm wondering what qualifications the 10 Miles Fragrant Spicy Hot Pot shop requires? She spoke with great confidence. Tang Bing immediately felt satisfied. This young lady is promising, experienced, and genuinely enthusiastic. She seems like a good-natured person, exactly the kind the service industry needs. I just wonder why she decided to switch from another restaurant. Tang Bing felt a twinge of curiosity. Sheeny studied Tian. She showed no shyness whatsoever, even returning his gaze with a sweet smile. She certainly seemed poised and confident. No issues with communication here. Tian, right? Since you have experience, why did you decide to switch from another restaurant to our 10 Miles of Fragrance? Sheeny asked. Bingo! Old Sheen really knows what I want to ask. Tang Bing gave Sheeny a thumbs up. Tian scratched her head sheepishly. I took a long vacation back home in the countryside a while ago. When I got back, I found out the shop I used to work at had gone out of business. So now I have no choice but to look for a new job. A genuinely simple smile spread across Tian's face. No wonder. If that shop hadn't closed, our hot pot place probably wouldn't have gotten such a great server. We absolutely must keep this person. If their character is sound, we should invest time in developing them. As Shirley Piaoshang Spicy Hot Pot opens more branches, we can promote talented people like her to store managers. Tang Bing was thinking quite long-term. Sheeny wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. He immediately broke into a smile. Alright, come start work tomorrow. You're aware of our working hours and salary, right? Tian had been feeling a bit uneasy. But as soon as Sheeny spoke, her spirits lifted. Yes, I know. I looked into everything before coming. Thank you so much, boss. After Tian finished her interview, Sheeny and Tang Bing reviewed all the remaining candidates. They settled on 7 or 8 candidates. Wang Juping was among them. Tang Bing felt Wang Juping was honest and hardworking, though not the most talkative. She clearly put in top-notch effort on the job. Next up was the store manager interview. Chen Guangcai walked in from outside, dressed formally in a suit. Xinyi's 500,000 yuan had already been transferred, and Chen's mother had undergone the surgery smoothly. She was now in recovery and making excellent progress. Chen Guangcai had been beaming with joy these past few days, looking noticeably younger. Mr. Qin, Mr. Tang. Good day. Chen Guangcai greeted them with a robust voice. Xinyi responded with a warm smile. I'm here today to interview for the store manager position. Let me briefly introduce myself first. I've had the privilege of working in the food service industry myself. I used to run a hot pot restaurant, which shares many similarities with Spicy Hot Pot. Later, with too many things on my plate, I gradually couldn't keep up and ended up selling my little hot pot restaurant. So when I heard you were planning to open a 10 Miles of Fragrance Spicy Hot Pot restaurant in this building, I was very interested in applying for the store manager position. Chen Guangcai smiled as he finished his brief introduction, waiting for Qinyi's questions. Dressed in a tailored suit, Chen Guangcai almost made Qinyi think he was competing for some high-level position. It's clear this Mr. Chen has genuine experience in the hot pot restaurant industry. If he's only aiming for a store manager position, it seems like a waste of his talents. His demeanor and eloquence alone suggest he's no ordinary man. Mr. Chen, what's your understanding of the store manager position? Tang Bing opened with the first question of today's interview. To me, the word manager is synonymous with responsibility. I've tasted the flavors of Shirley Piaoxiang spicy hot pot. With quality assured, a store manager must take full responsibility for service, operations, and every aspect of this establishment. Additionally, the store manager must also shoulder. Chen Guangcai launched into a lengthy, flowery speech. Xin Yi and Tang Bing listened intently. One by one, they silently gave Chen Guangcai a mental thumbs up. Xin Yi thought to himself, Tang Bing was absolutely right. Making Chen the manager was indeed a case of overqualification. Well said. Mr. Chen, this store manager position is yours for the taking. Congratulations. You've been hired by 10 Miles of Fragrance. Chen Guangcai stepped forward to shake hands with Xin Yi. You're joking. What Mr. Chen am I now? I'm just your humble employee. The two burst into hearty laughter. As for salary, how about 1,000 a month? Tang Bing nodded approvingly in her mind. Xin Yi had a very good grasp of salary matters. 1,000 yuan a month was definitely not a small amount in this era. Even waitstaff only made 300 to 500 yuan a month. Chen Guangcai waved his hand cheerfully. You can set the salary yourself. I'm fine with whatever you decide. Xin Yi's offer wasn't small. Chen Guangcai had just sold his small commercial building for 500,000 yuan. It was more than enough to cover his mother's medical expenses. He didn't need to quibble over a few hundred taels. The two men struck a deal on the spot. Xin Yi immediately pulled out a stack of papers from his drawer. Mr. Chen, since you're now employed by me, your first task as manager is clear. Take a look at this. The first thing I need you to do is refine and complete this set of regulations. Xin Yi handed over the stack of papers. Chen Guangcai paused in surprise before taking them. Mr. Chen, this is a bit much. I've only just been hired, and you're already assigning me tasks. As he spoke, Chen Guangcai glanced at the stack of papers in his hands. Neatly written across the top was a single line. Below it, 3 capital letters stood out prominently: VIP. 10 Mile Fragrance Membership System. What does this mean? Chen Guangcai frowned, his curiosity piqued. Xin Yi tapped the paper, gesturing for Chen Guangcai to open it and read the contents. Chapter 20, The Dilemma of Acceptance. Driven by curiosity and the unknown. Chen Guangcai unfolded the paper. The very first page explained what membership entailed. Membership system, initiated by 10 Miles Fragrant Spicy Hot Pot and managed under its operations, this system attracts customers to voluntarily join. Its purpose is to establish connections with patrons, providing them with regular benefits and privileges distinct from non-members. Chen Guangcai, what is this? Chen Guangcai, how come I recognize every single character, but when they're put together, I can't quite make sense of it? He kept reading and soon grasped what it all meant. Brilliant. Boss Chen, you're a true business genius. This approach not only gets customers to willingly part with their money but also cultivates a loyal customer base. You'll never have to worry about a lack of customers. Chen Guangcai gave him a thumbs up. With this first system in place, Chen Guangcai knew without even thinking that it would inevitably attract many imitators. Not at all. Xin Yi waved his hands nervously. He really couldn't bring himself to admit it. What do you mean? My ergo isn't just a genius, he's a genius among geniuses. At such a young age, he's already expanded so many branches. That kind of ability isn't something I'm bragging about. Apart from those few on the global billionaire list, the rest of us are all part of the old Chins. Ding! Xin Yi's brainless bragging about Tang, the campus beauty, is online. In that moment, Xin Yi forgot all about his guilt and started floating on air. Don't worry, leave this to me. I'll definitely have a plan ready before opening day. Chen Guangcai patted his chest and made a bold promise. Xin Yi and Tang Bing exchanged glances, both reading satisfaction in each other's eyes. It seemed choosing Chen Guangcai as store manager was absolutely the right call. Old Chen wasn't one to make empty promises. Over the next few days, he was constantly busy. After enduring his homeroom teacher's earnest lecture, Xin Yi received a call from Chen. He said the first draft of the membership system was ready. He hoped Xin Yi could come take a look around noon. With the time approaching, Xin Yi headed straight to the classroom. After school, he brought Tang Bing along to meet Chen Guangcai for a discussion. The moment Xin Yi appeared in the classroom, it caused quite a stir. Hey, isn't that Xin Dog? Why's he suddenly back? Doesn't look like he's here for class. I heard Xin Yi's spicy hot pot shop made a killing. He's opened several branches now. Then we're screwed. We can't call him Xin Dog anymore. We have to call him Boss Chen. Amidst the buzz of conversation, Xin Yi smiled, nodded greetings to everyone, and walked over to his seat. He curled 2 fingers and tapped Tang Bing's desk twice. Tang Bing was reviewing her math notes. She frowned and looked up, her eyes meeting Xin Yi's face directly. What brings you here? Nothing going on at the shop? Tang Bing was momentarily taken aback. No big deal. I'll take the heat from the old professor and extend my leave while I'm at it. Old Chen's got the membership system up and running over there. Let's go check it out together. Xin Yi extended the invitation. Tang Bing nodded immediately, tossing her math workbook into her bag. Let's go. Sheenie casually took Tang Bing's backpack from her hand. He led her out of the classroom. The entire classroom fell silent, waiting until both Sheenie and Tang Bing had vanished from sight. No one had reacted. Damn it, I can feel something unusual in the air. What's going on with Tang, the school's top beauty, and that dog Chin? They're so in sync, could they already be together? Whispers spread like wildfire. One by one, their eyes widened in shock. Tang Bing's heart was far from calm at that moment. Oh no! Did I just act too casually? So many people were watching, and I just stood up and followed old Chin away. It's all old Chin's fault. He picked me up from work all the time last lifetime, I'm just so used to it. What am I gonna do now? I'll have no face left in front of my classmates. Who knows what they'll think? Sheenie fiddled with the straps of his backpack, listening to Tang Bing's inner thoughts. Just as he was about to offer some comforting words, Tang Bing's inner voice shifted. Forget it. Anyway, old Chin is my husband in this life no matter what. Let the misunderstanding be a misunderstanding. He can't escape it anyway. Besides, to others it looks like old Chin made the first move, so I'm the one who came out ahead. Tang Bing felt cheerful inside. Sheenie swallowed the words of comfort he'd been about to offer. They made their way to the commercial building. Chen Guangcai had been waiting there all along, holding his proposal. The moment he spotted Sheenie and Tang Bing, he rushed over excitedly. Quick, take a look at this proposal. Before he could finish speaking, Tang Bing and Sheenie each had a copy of the proposal thrust into their hands. They both found seats and began flipping through the pages, reading carefully. Chen Guangcai's proposal was exceptionally well crafted. The opening clearly outlined the purpose of the 10-mile fragrance membership system. Only then did it delve into the specifics of the membership system. This included details on recharge incentives, with each discount clearly outlined. Evidently, this had undergone market research, no pricing was arbitrary. Tang Bing read through it while silently complaining to herself. This must be added, all rules and regulations are subject to final interpretation by this establishment. Should any issues arise, this provides us legal recourse. Also, the discount structure needs tweaking. The higher the top-up amount, the greater the discount. That's how you incentivize spending. We could add more incentives too, like monthly rewards for members who spend over a certain amount. It doesn't have to be food, we could buy some small gifts wholesale. That way, we wouldn't feel bad about giving them away, and we could keep things fresh every month. Tang Bing rattled off numerous suggestions like these. She mentally catalogued each point, row by row. She even offered precise suggestions for service improvements. Chen Guangcai was still waiting for the two bosses to give their final verdict. He waited anxiously. Although he had worked in the food service industry before, he had never drafted such a professional proposal. Not only that, but membership programs were completely foreign to him. Before this, Chen Guangcai had never even heard of such a thing. He was essentially feeling his way across uncharted waters. Manager Chen, this proposal is quite well written. There are many aspects I hadn't considered. Sheenie finished reading first and was the first to give a thumbs up in praise. Chen Guangcai held his breath, ready to speak up. Suddenly, Sheenie delivered a dramatic twist. But Chen Guangcai. He couldn't swallow the breath trapped in his chest, nor could he let it out. Chapter 21, One by One. But there are still some areas that could use refinement. I'll add a few things for you. Overall, it's still very good. Sheenie said with a smile. He took a pen and scribbled on the paper, pointing out all the issues Tang Bing had just mentioned as well as some he had discovered himself. Chen Guangcai listened attentively. He couldn't help but feel genuinely impressed. No wonder you're the boss and I'm the employee, I can't help but be impressed. But please, Boss Chin, try not to take such deep breaths when you speak. That almost choked me just now. Chin chuckled at Chen Guangcai's teasing. Mr. Tang, do you see any other shortcomings that need addressing? After Chin finished laughing, Chen Guangcai turned to ask Tang Bing. Under the intense gaze of both pairs of eyes, Tang Bing shook her head indifferently. Nothing. Chin has been extremely thorough. He's already covered everything I could think of and even things I hadn't considered. There's nothing left for me to add. Tang Bing shook her head. Seeing this, Chen Guang finally put the proposal away. He turned and retrieved another sheet of paper from the other side. Since there's nothing else, let's take a look at this instead. These are the service standards I've finalized. I plan to display them in the shop with the staff to review frequently, ensuring they keep them firmly in mind at all times. Chin and Tang Bing looked over. On the red paper, bold black characters read, 10-mile fragrant spicy hot pot service guidelines. First, earnestly implement the core socialist values, fostering unity, friendship, harmony, and kindness. Chin blinked. Was Chen Guangcai serious? If you asked who had the best service in my past life, it was definitely that certain hot pot chain. When you go there, the flavor lingers on your palate, and their attitude is the epitome of service excellence. Though their prices were quite steep. Our spicy hot pot appeals to a broader crowd while we don't follow their high-end approach. Our service absolutely can't lag too far behind. Ensure cleanliness and efficiency, serving every guest with a smile. Tang Bing used modern service standards as a benchmark. After listening, Chini rephrased it in his own words and relayed it to Chen Guangsai. Remember this. We have a saying in Xia Kingdom, you don't hit a smiling face. Add the smile service rule. After hours of revisions, the service guidelines and related membership regulations were finally finalized. Chen Guangsai tucked away all the documents with satisfaction. Mr. Qin, I'll work overtime tonight to get these ready. Absolutely no delays for tomorrow's opening. Great. If the new store does well, I'll give you a raise. Qin declared with bold confidence. For a moment, Chen Guangsai felt transported back to his youth, brimming with energy and drive. The next day, the shop 10 Miles of Fragrance on the commercial street officially opened for business. Qin deliberately chose the weekend. With many parents and students out and about, this timing offered the best promotional impact. Flyers for the new store had been meticulously designed and distributed throughout the streets and at the entrances of various residential complexes, all arranged by Qin well in advance. Many people knew that 10 Miles of Fragrance was officially opening today. In the center of the two-story building, a bright red silk cloth covered the 10 Mile Fragrance sign. At 10 o'clock sharp, firecrackers erupted at the main entrance. In an instant, crowds gathered along the street. Qin and Tang Bing were dressed in festive attire. Gripping a microphone, he began to speak. Dear fellow villagers, welcome to 10 Miles Fragrant Spicy Hot Pot. To celebrate our grand opening, enjoy buy one get one free on everything. Plus, enjoy special offers like a $20 bonus on membership cards with a $100 top-up. Ask inside for details. Many were drawn in by the promises of discounts and bargains. In no time, the second-floor commercial area had gathered quite a crowd. Tang Bing led her staff forward to hand out candies to the crowd. They also distributed simple gifts like towels and soap. Suddenly, more people were reluctant to leave, all waiting at the entrance in unison, eager to take a look inside. It's about time to unveil the sign. Honestly, none of the previous store openings were this grand. My heart's racing. Ergo looks sharp today. Youth and good looks really make a difference. Tang Bing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Miss Tang, the campus beauty. Could you grace us with your presence? While Tang Bing was lost in her thoughts, Qin shamelessly sidled up to her. What? Come help me take down the sign later. You're the owner of this place too, after all. Qin finished with a smug grin, pulling Tang Bing to the other side before she could refuse. He casually took the red silk ribbon from the waiter and handed it to Tang Bing. By the time Tang Bing realized what was happening, Qin had already walked to the other side. He too held a length of red silk in his hand. Chen Guangsai's voice rang out at that moment. Please unveil the plaque, esteemed patrons. Ceremonial music played as fireworks burst into the air. Tang Bing and Qin simultaneously pulled down the red silk draped over the signboard with a firm tug. The first thing that caught the eye was the wooden signboard, adorned with a flying dragon and a phoenix, bearing several large characters. Fragrance wafting for 10 li. Beside it was a steaming bowl and chopsticks. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Welcome everyone to come in and taste our delights. Qin took the microphone from Chen Guangsai and joyfully addressed the crowd. The crowd surged forward, eager to finally step inside and sample the offerings. It was also lunchtime, and many who hadn't decided what to eat filed into 10 Miles Fragrant Spicy Hot Pot. Qin stepped back to stand beside Tang Bing. Chen Guangsai and his team of servers were already bustling about. Qin could hear Tang Bing's heart pounding like thunder. Just now, old Qin and I tied the same red silk ribbon rounded up, that practically counts as getting married. Ah! I have to admit, old Qin was so deeply affectionate just now, I almost lost myself. I absolutely must have a traditional Chinese wedding someday. Suddenly, I realize how beautiful they are. But what about Western weddings? They're gorgeous too. I can't choose between them. I love them all. Tang Bing was completely torn. Qin grinned like a total goofball. Then let's have one of each. Tang Bing's heart skipped a beat. Her earlier torrent of words vanished instantly. She cautiously glanced at Qin beside her. A little girl stared at the candy in Qin's hand with a troubled expression. It was the leftover candy from earlier. Her voice was soft and childlike. Big brother, I want both the strawberry-flavored lollipop and the grape-flavored lollipop. Here, I'll give you one of each. Qin handed her the candy with a smile. Tang Bing, hidden in a corner, quietly patted her chest. That scared me to death. I thought old Qin could read my mind. After all, we're so in sync it makes me doubt myself. Urdu always knows exactly what I'm thinking. Chapter 22, The First Member. Qin chuckled inwardly. He raised his foot, beckoned to Tang Bing, and turned to enter the shop. The earlier commotion had drawn a steady stream of customers inside. Everyone was swamped with work. Even Chen Guangsai rolled up his sleeves to help. One moment they were serving tea and water, the next they were checking out customers and explaining details about membership cards and stored value cards. What exactly is this membership recharge card you have advertised? I see such great discounts, how can I become a member? Yeah. If possible, I'd like to sign up too so I can come eat here often. Everyone's enthusiasm was sky high. Chen Guangxi was thrilled beyond words and stood right at the counter to explain the concept of the stored value card to everyone. Our membership prepaid card works like a recharge system. You can deposit funds into it, but these funds can only be used for purchases at our restaurant. Right now, if you top up 100 yuan, surely Piaoxiang Spicy Hot Pot will give you 20 yuan in bonus credit. That means you get 120 yuan worth of hot pot for the price of 100 yuan. Same principle. The more you top up, the bigger the discount. Right now is our grand opening period with the biggest discounts. Hurry up, folks, this opportunity won't last. Chen Guangxi's explanation ignited even greater enthusiasm among the crowd. Standing nearby, Tang Bing and Qini simultaneously gave him a silent thumbs up. Looks like we picked the right manager in Mr. Chen. He's truly a gem among talents. His mastery of shifting concepts is absolutely flawless. It takes years to master such polished salesmanship. Old Qin and I have impeccable judgment. Tang Bing felt a surge of satisfaction. While praising Chen Guangxi, she couldn't resist taking credit for her and Qini's discerning judgment. Qini couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? If he hadn't been able to hear Tang Bing's inner thoughts, who would have guessed that the school's top beauty harbored such a lively and adorable personality? Is there a limit to the recharge discounts? A youthful, vibrant voice rang out from the crowd. The clamor instantly died down. All eyes turned to the speaker. It was a girl, petite and slender, with her arm hooked around a man. He wore casual clothes and sported a pair of thick-rimmed glasses. They clearly looked like a couple. Wow, that girl's wearing a Tiffany necklace around her neck. That's a luxury brand. With so few luxury goods available domestically now, there's no way it could be a knockoff. Good heavens! If that little girl's necklace is the real thing, these two must be wealthy big shots. Tang Bing thought to himself. Qini's gaze swept over the girl's neck and indeed spotted a necklace. It looked ordinary enough, nothing particularly remarkable. But Qini made a mental note of the words Tiffany. No, there's no limit on recharging at our store. Plus, any recharged membership card can be used at any Shirley Piaoxiang Malatang location. Chen Guangxi immediately zeroed in on the young couple. His eye for spotting potential big spenders was spot on. These two were definitely the real deal. The girl nudged her boyfriend's arm. Let's top up a little money. It'll be convenient when we come to eat later. Besides, this hot pot is so delicious, we'll definitely be coming back often. The girl pouted, sweet-talking her boyfriend. Her boyfriend couldn't resist her charm and lost his head. He pulled his wallet from his pocket and took out a bank card. Hey, can I pay with a card? Top it up with 5,000 yuan. His voice boasted a lavish confidence, as if spending 5,000 yuan were as easy as drinking water. Chen Guangxi's eyes lit up instantly. Sure thing, the customer is always right. There's no payment method you can't use, only money I can't accept. Chen Guangxi pulled out the card reader from the drawer. He placed the card on it, then carefully presented it to the boss to swipe. Seeing the transaction go through, Qini quickly walked over to the young couple. Congratulations on becoming our first members at 10 Miles of Fragrance. You'll receive VIP treatment. Manager Chen, send our most expensive complimentary drinks to this table. Apply an 80% discount when they settle the bill later. Additionally, 10 Miles Fragrance has reserved exclusive seating for you. Whenever you visit, you may sit there anytime. Qini gave the order. Manager Chen quickly agreed with a smile, extending his hand to invite the young couple to their seats. The crowd erupted in cheers, watching the two with envy. Once the couple reached their seats, everyone immediately began clamoring. Sign me up for a membership card too. I want to be a member of 10 Miles Fragrant Spicy Hot Pot. Me too. Sign me up first, I want one too. I'll top up 2,000 yuan. I'm topping up too, let me handle it. Qini smiled as he walked behind the counter. Don't rush, one at a time. We'll register each of you in order. Everyone can participate in the top up. We currently have 2 locations in Ice City, and membership cards are valid at both stores. When we open new branches in the future, it'll be the same, any cardholder of Shirley Piaoxiang can use them all. After Qini finished speaking, the atmosphere grew even more intense. Everyone rushed forward, scrambling to pay for their membership. Newcomers caught the excitement and joined the queue to top up their membership cards. Seeing Qini overwhelmed, Tang Bing hurried over to assist him. She helped with registrations while directing the crowd to queue up in an orderly fashion. Judging by this turnout, it won't take long to recoup this investment. We're short-handed too, need to hire more people. Wow! Old Qin really has the skills, look how quickly he's ready to open another branch. Tang Bing smiled inwardly as her hands moved swiftly. Qini was in high spirits too. After a flurry of activity, they finally completed the registration for everyone. The new store was a huge hit. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that they finally sent off all the diners. The servers were completely overwhelmed. They collapsed into chairs, drenched in sweat. Alright, everyone, take a good rest. We'll clean up later. The staff let out a weary cheer. It had only been 5 days since opening. For the first time, Cheney had the chance to check the membership savings balances at both Ice City stores. What he saw left him stunned. Chapter 23, The Fake Contract. Damn it! Cheney, overcome with shock, blurted out the curse. He couldn't control the curse words spilling from his mouth. 50,000. This amount can't be fake, right? Cheney kept refreshing the page on his computer over and over. He checked again and again, and it clearly stated 500,000. Cheney even counted the decimal places carefully. Old Sheen is just too adorable. Stop looking, silly dog. This is nothing compared to what's coming. This 500,000 is definitely real. Plus, we'll have new people topping up later. This amount is nothing to worry about. In my past life, I made my fortune in real estate. 500,000 wouldn't even buy a 100 square meter apartment. This time around, I'm saving up big so old Sheen can snap up multiple properties. Tang Bing calculated silently. Cheney finally counted all the decimal points, confirming the 500,000 yuan was real. Tang Bing. I've got another idea. Cheney's eyes burned with excitement. Ever since he'd tasted the joy of making money, ideas kept flooding his mind. Tang Bing raised an eyebrow. Old Sheen is starting to look more and more like a big boss. From the sound of it, he wants to keep expanding. That's exactly what I had in mind. No need for me to waste my breath explaining. Cheney spoke excitedly. With this newly acquired 500,000, let's open another branch. What do you think? We already have established rules and standards in place, including that membership card system. It's all perfectly refined and ready to be implemented directly in the new locations. Cheney launched into a passionate speech. His mind was ablaze with excitement, focused solely on opening branches and making big money. All right. We'll follow your lead. Tang Bing cut him off with a few blunt words. After all, Cheney's ideas were sound. Following them made perfect sense. Cheney was thrilled. 50,000 yuan was more than enough to open 2 smaller branches. There was a shop tucked away in an alley that Cheney had had his eye on for quite some time. He just didn't know if it was still for sale. By afternoon, Cheney headed straight for the small shop he'd had his eye on. Although the shop was small and tucked away in an alley, its location had an advantage. The alley was densely populated. People constantly passed through here. Is anyone home? Cheney gently knocked on the door handle. Soon, a creaking sound signaled the door opening. A grandmother with a hunched back and snow-white hair appeared before Cheney. Young man, who are you looking for? Cheney quickly bowed. Hello, Grandma. May I ask if you're the owner of this shop? I saw the for rent sign outside and wanted to ask about it. The old woman squinted at Cheney. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I am. Are you here to look at the shop? Cheney quickly nodded in affirmation. The grandmother steadied herself against the doorframe, her bony hand waving gently. Young man, you're too late. The shop has already been sold. Ahem. Well then, my apologies for disturbing you. Cheney felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He'd arrived too late. Such prime real estate had been snapped up so quickly. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. 3 or 4 young men, briefcases tucked under their arms, strode down the street with swagger, their voices filled with constant, boisterous chatter. Cheney paid them no mind and was about to leave. Little did he know, those individuals rudely shoved open the door to the shop he had his eye on. Where's that old geezer? If it weren't for the prime location of her shop, I wouldn't have bothered coming here again. Calm down, boss. Just sweet talk her into signing this contract today. Then this shop will be ours for free. At this, the 3 men burst into loud laughter. Cheney froze upon hearing this, his gaze turning hostile as he stared at the trio not far away. The elderly woman who had opened the door for Cheney earlier reappeared, her steps unsteady. Leaning on her cane, she looked at the 3 slouching figures beside her. Old lady. We've brought the money. One of them spoke up first. He patted his leather bag, indicating the money was inside. But we made it clear we'll only give it to you after the contract is signed. This is to protect our legal rights and ensure it's legally binding. The man in the suit explained with a solemn expression. Come in quickly. Sign it. I'll sign it right now. Grandma grew impatient and hurriedly opened the shop door. She ushered all 3 of them inside. I can't write. What should I do now? Could you help me write it? Grandma squinted, holding the pen with practiced ease. Only when she was about to put pen to paper did she remember she couldn't recognize a single character. The 3 exchanged glances. They couldn't possibly help her sign. No problem. If you can't write, just press your fingerprint instead. The man in the suit pulled out a box of red clay, took Grandma's hand, pressed it onto the pad, and was about to place it on the contract. Cheney stood at the doorway, witnessing the entire scene. He was furious. Watching the man in the suit grab the old woman's hand and prepare to press it down, he could no longer contain himself. He blurted out an angry rebuke. Stop. The shop fell silent. The man in the suit froze and looked up. Sheenie had already swiftly moved in front of him, grabbing the man's arm and flinging him aside. He immediately stepped between the old woman and the man in the suit, shielding the silver-haired grandmother behind him. Big brother. Big brother. Are you okay? The two standing on the other side stepped forward anxiously. Who the hell are you? You bastard, you're getting involved too? What the hell business is it of yours? The man in the suit was furious, glaring at Sheenie with eyes ablaze. Sheenie sneered coldly. Why should I get involved? Is bullying an old man who can't read even justified? What's written on your contract? Don't you have any idea? At those words, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. Silence fell over the entire room. The old lady might be elderly and illiterate, but that didn't mean she was stupid. Hearing Cheen's words, she instantly understood. She raised her cane high in the air. She swung it down at the three people across from her. You little bastards, daring to deceive an old woman like this. You heartless scum. I'll beat you to death. The three young men, under Cheen's protection, couldn't withstand the old lady's relentless cane strikes and scattered in panic. One after another, they spat out threats. You just wait. I'll be back. Sheenie was about to speak. The old woman, who had been trembling just moments ago, now stood defiant and fierce. She charged straight at the three men and unleashed a torrent of curses. Come back, my ass. If you ever come back, I'll help your parents teach you brats a lesson. The words Sheenie hadn't uttered nearly choked him to death. Chapter 24, Opening a Branch Store to Make Big Money. Are all old ladies this fierce nowadays? Sheenie was stunned. He turned to see the old lady who had just cursed the three wearing an expression of anguish. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Grandma, please don't cry. Everything's fine, don't worry. Your shop is still here. That bunch of scoundrels just tried to pull a fast one, steal your shop without spending a single penny. Sheenie stepped closer and handed the old lady a handkerchief. I never imagined people would be so heartless. My husband just passed away not long ago. Before he left, he repeatedly urged me to sell the shop and return home to live out our days in peace. Who knew we'd encounter such people? Heaven, why won't you open your eyes? Bullying an old woman like me. The old woman wailed, collapsing onto the ground. She beat her thighs with both hands and wailed at the top of her lungs. Sheenie was stunned. Having never witnessed such a scene before, it took him a moment to recover before he knelt down to comfort the old woman. Grandma, how much did you agree on with those people? I'll take over your shop. Rest assured, I'm not like those people. Whatever price we agree on is the price. After crying for a while, the old woman grabbed Cheen's arm and stammered. Young man, you're a good soul. I'd already agreed with them on 150,000. If you truly want this shop, just give me 100,000. Cheen pondered briefly. 15,000 for this shop was indeed a fair price. He nodded decisively. 15,000 it is. After reassuring the old lady, Cheen went straight to the bank to withdraw the money, brought the contract, and returned for her signature. Having learned from her previous experience, the old lady hesitated upon receiving the contract. Cheen pulled a passerby over and asked them to read the contract contents aloud. Only then did the old lady feel reassured enough to sign. With the first shop secured, the second one went much more smoothly. Within just 1 week, Cheen secured 2 more franchise locations. After a simple renovation, all the custom-made tableware was ready to go. Soon, both locations officially opened for business. After a week of continuous visits, all the shops were gradually getting back on track. After calculating the total accounts, he found that daily revenue had now reached nearly 50,000 yuan. 10 Miles Fragrance total revenue is actually this high? Tang Bing was genuinely surprised, even startled upon first hearing the figure. Yep. But that's all gross profit. We still need to deduct labor costs, utilities, and other expenses. Sheen's calculator clicked away rapidly as he worked. He skillfully calculated all the accounts. Sheenie, take me to see all our hot pot restaurants. Tang Bing said calmly. Logically, there should be 4 10 Miles Fragrant spicy hot pot shops under our name now. The remaining 2 smaller ones were set up by Sheenie. I haven't visited them yet. After all, I am the owner of 10 Miles Fragrant Hot Pot, the future owner, that is. It's only fair I take a look. Besides, I need to see them first before proceeding with the next steps. Tang Bing gave herself ample justification in her mind. How could Sheenie possibly refuse? He readily agreed to take Tang Bing there that afternoon. It was really just a matter of checking out the 2 newly opened small hot pot shops. The two made a simple round of visits. So, what do you think, Miss Popularity? Sheenie walked shoulder to shoulder with Tang Bing, teasing her playfully. Tang Bing didn't frown or speak. But her mind was already racing. While these hot pot shops are all profitable now, they're still very loosely organized overall. This makes them incredibly difficult to manage. If we could establish a central headquarters, then by overseeing operations from there and requiring all branches to report regularly, we could effectively manage each shop's business information. Old Sheen wouldn't have to run himself ragged traveling everywhere every day. Sheeny stroked his chin as he considered Tang Bing's suggestion. Opening a flagship store would enable radiating expansion, spreading coverage across all of Ice City from the central hub, then gradually reaching nationwide. He closed his eyes and imagined the future scene. Sheeny couldn't help but chuckle softly. Before his chuckle faded, Tang Bing's voice rang in his ear again. Oh no, oh no. Has my ergo gone dumb from all this exhaustion? Why is he grinning like a fool in the middle of the street? This is seriously worrying. If ergo goes dumb, am I still supposed to be with him? That kind of family wouldn't be happy, right? Wah! No way. Even if old Sheen turned into a little cutie, I'd still follow him. He was so good to me in my past life. Sheeny couldn't take Tang Bing's wild imagination anymore. He was merely fantasizing about a happy life together in the future. Ahem. Miss Tang, I have an idea. Sheeny steeled himself and spoke, meeting Tang Binglian's sympathetic gaze. Sheeny, maybe it's best you don't have any ideas. I'm afraid you'll tire yourself out completely. Make me your little darling. Your wife. The latter half of the sentence remained unspoken, fully conveyed through Tang Bing's eyes. Sheeny felt a twinge of embarrassment, reaching up to ruffle his neatly combed hair. This ambition is worth holding on to. Listen to me. I want to open a flagship store. I've thought this through carefully. The second floor shop and the commercial street storefront aren't big enough to be our flagship. The new shop is too small, so we need to find a new location. Sheeny grew serious, rushing to finish his explanation. Sure enough, Tang Bing was drawn in by his words, no longer dwelling on whether he was a little cutie. After pondering for a few minutes, she locked eyes with Sheeny. Almost simultaneously, they spoke in unison. The old commercial street. Bingo! My chemistry with old Sheen is no joke. This is like the perfect match of the cowherd and weaver girl. Tang Bing let out a faint smile. Who'd have thought we'd be on the same page? Sheeny said with a dramatic flourish. The old commercial street is the very heart of Ice City. While it may not match the bustling vibrancy of the new commercial district, it's absolutely the best choice for our flagship store location. Plus, many old residents still live there. Opening a shop there would be a surefire moneymaker. Sheeny had calculated it all perfectly. He'd been thinking about it for ages. 10-Mile Fragrance was all about serving spicy hot pot. This dish appealed to all ages and genders, and the prices were incredibly affordable. It had the potential to thrive anywhere. With just a little effort, it could easily turn a profit. Besides, they only wanted a flagship store in the old commercial district. They weren't expecting it to make much money anyway. Then let's go check out some potential locations this afternoon? Tang Bing's eyes sparkled. Chapter 25, Red Flag Tower. Her heart immediately began to race with excitement. Great! Tang Bing agreed cheerfully. Her heart raced with excitement. I know the old commercial street like the back of my hand. I made a fortune from the last demolition in my previous life. No matter how the business turns out, just the compensation alone could make anyone rich. This time, we absolutely must find the prime location. The Red Flag building area should be decent, and Golden Coast is also quite promising. If the city center shifts over here now, Golden Coast would absolutely be an outstanding location. Sheeny led Tang Bing straight to the old commercial district. The weather was clear, so the two strolled along the streets of the old commercial district, constantly searching for suitable locations. While any address could work, the flagship store's location must be the absolute best. At least, they believed this spot offered the best feng shui. This spot looks perfect to me. It faces the street, with foot traffic on 3 sides, and the sign would be most visible here. Sheeny folded his arms, surveying the spot before them with satisfaction. Tang Bing stood beside him, looking troubled. Shouldn't we keep looking? What if we find a better spot? Tang Bing tentatively suggested, fearing Sheeny might insist on setting up the flagship store right here. Old Sheen has good taste, but this spot has issues. True, it's surrounded by roads on 3 sides. Once cars become common here, the chaotic traffic lights will lead to countless accidents. Who would want to eat at an intersection where accidents happen every other day? Sigh. Tang Bing sighed inwardly. Choosing this location could be a blessing or a curse, all depending on foot traffic. Sheeny naturally took Tang Bing's thoughts to heart. He turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. The two wandered along the old commercial street for a while longer. Sheeny halted abruptly, pointing to a spot that stood out starkly amidst the dilapidated surroundings of the old commercial street. A row of small buildings stretched out, their entrances adorned with numerous shop signs. I think this would be a great spot for a flagship store. Sheeny's eyes lit up as he began painting a rosy picture. This is the very center of this row of commercial buildings. I think any of those 2-story buildings would be perfect. By that one, and no matter which end you approach from, you'll pass right by that spot. Plus, that floor seems to protrude slightly more than the others, making us stand out even more. Sheeny was thoroughly satisfied with this particular spot. Tang Bing took in the names of all the shops in a single glance. Except for the food stalls right in the center, all the other shops were massage parlors, foot reflexology places. This place is nice, but I can't shake the feeling something's missing. There aren't enough food stalls here. Opening one here probably won't create a food district cluster. Tang Bing frowned, fabricating an excuse. She could only hint at her concerns this way to Qin Yi. Good heavens! If my memory serves me right, this place will become notorious as a red light district, filled with stubborn holdouts. Those snack shops won't have it easy. Who'd want to eat in a place like this? They'll be constantly targeted by police crackdowns on illegal businesses. It won't be long before they shut down. Forget profits, they'll probably bleed money until they go under. Compensation payments? Forget it. Since these holdouts refuse to move, they won't get a dime from the government. Sigh. Tang Bing sighed again. You're absolutely right. Qin Yi slapped his forehead, seeing no issue whatsoever. He led Tang Bing to continue their stroll. Behind him, Tang Bing felt both satisfied and touched. Wah, old Qin is being way too obedient. He didn't even ask why, just trusted me like that. Help! What do I do if I feel like I love old Qin even more than before? Does Ergo treat every girl this gentlemanly? Am I the special one? Wah! Men's minds are so hard to figure out, especially those of teenage puppies. Qin Yi stifled a laugh as he walked. Tang Bing agonized over it for a while but couldn't hold back any longer. Qin Yi, I need to ask you something. Qin Yi stopped in his tracks, raised an eyebrow, and turned around. Aren't you even going to ask me why? Or do you trust me that much? Tang Bing's eyes locked onto Qin Yi's, her gaze solemn and earnest. Afternoon sunlight bathed the blossoming youths, as if coated in a layer of gentle, soft light. Qin Yi's eyes sparkled in the sunlight. Tang Bing's breathing grew quieter. Her eyes widened in astonishment. This atmosphere, this moment. Oh my gosh, is old Qin about to confess to me? Good heavens, I'm so nervous. My palms are sweating already. Should I say yes or no? If I say yes, will it make me seem too eager? But if I say no, what about Guzi's feelings? This is way too hard to decide. Help! I should have just gone for it myself, at least then I wouldn't be the one being pursued. Tang Bing could practically hear her heart pounding like a drum. Soon, Qin Yi's voice rang out. Miss Tang, you're my business partner. We're opening a shop, how can I not be satisfied with my partner? Come on, let's keep looking for a suitable place. Qin Yi was struggling to stifle his laughter. After saying that, he quickly turned away and let out a sly grin. Who would have thought Qin Yi would get confessed to by the school beauty? His ancestors must be rolling over in their graves. Tang Bing. I took off my pants just to see this? Boring. The two picked up their pace considerably afterward, quickly scouring every spot suitable for a shop along the old commercial street. In the end, they nitpicked their way to selecting one particular shop. Tang Bing surveyed the small building they'd chosen with satisfaction. This shop stood alone, occupying an entire building. In the old commercial district, it truly stood out like a crane among chickens. Anyone coming to the old commercial street would spot it immediately. After all the searching, the red flag building was still the most pleasing to the eye. If we could buy this building and turn it into our flagship store, it would be absolutely magnificent. In later years, the red flag building became renowned for its prime location, lavish decor, and high-end appeal. Even the bus stop sign was named Red Flag Building. If we could secure this building, we could rename the bus stop Fragrant for 10 miles. That would definitely add fuel to our fire. Not just Tang Bing, Qin Yi was thoroughly impressed with the location too. Impressive. Generous. That was the only adjective Qin Yi could muster upon seeing it. Qin Yi, do we have enough money to buy the building? Acquiring the Red Flag Building would drain our finances considerably. And the owner might not even be willing to sell. Tang Bing was a bit worried. Chapter 26, The Bet. Qin Yi remained completely unfazed. As long as you're satisfied, leave the rest to me. He tossed out the words with his usual charm. He stepped onto the road first and headed toward the Red Flag Building, intent on examining its interior layout. Behind him, Tang Bing's mind was about to explode. Ah! Mom, save me. Why is Ergo so incredibly handsome today? Those lines just now made my blood-boil boyfriend material at its peak. I'm absolutely head over heels. Give me a chance, and I'd throw myself at old Qin right now. Wah! Qin Yi was overjoyed. Let's go, Tang, the school beauty. After inspecting the premises, they confirmed that the interior layout of Hongqi Tower was perfectly suited for their flagship store concept. Qin Yi casually suggested having a meal at Hongqi Tower. Let's consider it a tasting session. There won't be a Red Flag Tower anymore, it's about to be renamed 10 Miles of Fragrance. Tang Bing nodded in agreement. At the table, as dish after dish was served by the waitstaff, Qin Yi and Tang Bing began chatting freely. The decor at Red Flag Tower is truly impressive. Luxurious and grand. The service alone is exceptional. But there aren't many people here. To get a good view of the entire space, they chose to dine in the main hall. The surroundings were serene, with greenery separating the seating areas, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Hongqi Tower caters to the high-end market. Their prices are quite steep, so typically only wealthy families come here to dine. But in recent years, many restaurants have emerged, and most of them are going upscale. It's highly likely that Hongqi Road has been operating at a loss for the past few years. Tang Bing's words hit the nail on the head, perfectly describing Hongqi Lu's current predicament. Xini nodded, taking it all in. The dishes on the table looked absolutely exquisite just from their presentation alone. Each dish was exquisitely prepared. Xini picked up his chopsticks, reached for a piece of the dish before him, and placed it in his mouth. He savored it carefully. Average, neither particularly good nor bad. Once we acquire the Red Flag Tower, this interior seems to require minimal renovation. Xini remarked. Tang Bing shook her head. We need to change it. Our approach is different from theirs. If we don't make adjustments, it'll lack a lot of that human touch. Most importantly, there are too many private rooms here. We need to adjust that slightly. Besides, just serving hot pot alone might not be enough to fill this building. At the very least, we need to add a new item. The rotating hot pot looks pretty good. It's somewhat similar to spicy hot pot and has a very broad appeal. Or maybe convince old Qin to add another food option? Tang Bing's mind began to race. Unconsciously, her delicate brows furrowed completely, her entire face seemingly etched with worry. Miss Tang, please keep giving me suggestions. I'm still a bit confused. Xini felt a pang of concern. He didn't want his beloved wife to carry any worries. Tang Bing bit her lip, paused for a second or two, then decided to speak up. Xini, what if we added another concept? That way, the first floor hall could be used entirely for hot pot, and we could remodel half of the second floor private rooms for rotating hot pot, while the other half could be dedicated to hot pot private rooms. What do you think? This way, we not only expand the options at 10 Miles Fragrance, but also make the place livelier. If customers want private rooms, we still have space on the third floor. We'd also need to reserve 2 VIP rooms and a waiting area. This is all for future convenience. What do you think? Tang Bing's heart pounded like thunder, dreading any refusal from Xini. Xini listened intently to everything Tang Bing said. He frowned and remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly deep in thought. All right. Seems like without Miss Tang, I'd never have pulled off such a big deal. How does that saying go? Behind every successful man stands a smart woman? Xini said with a playful smile. Tang Bing's cheeks instantly flushed scarlet, her rosy face looking vibrant and irresistible. Oh my god. What is old Qin saying? Is he flirting with me? He absolutely is flirting with me. Good heavens. Could that old dog from my past life ever say something like this? Terrifying. But what if I actually love it? Help. I'm the school flower of Ice City First High. Suitors from both my past and present lives could circle the school grounds dozens of times. How did I end up in old dog Qin's clutches? And he's got me wrapped around his finger. Tang Bing whimpered inwardly. It made Qin's hand holding the chopsticks tremble uncontrollably, and he nearly burst out laughing. Hurry up and try some. We'll be heading back soon. Xini urged, stifling his laughter. The two headed back. Early the next morning, Xini slipped quietly out of the house. On the table lay the breakfast money his mother had prepared for him. His heart softened, and he slipped the 10 yuan note into his pocket. He glanced back at his mother's room, its door tightly shut. Xini clenched his fists tightly. Mom, it won't be long. Just wait a little longer. Once the college entrance exams were over, he could finally tell his mother the truth. Xini turned and headed toward the shops on the commercial street in the cool morning light. He handed the draft he'd written the night before to Chen Guangcai. Brother Chen, print this out for me. I'm going to catch some sleep. Revise all the terms according to my instructions. Leave a blank space here for me. Xini instructed. Chen Guangcai readily agreed, then glanced up at the bold words on the manuscript. Performance-based agreement. Annual revenue comparison between 10 Miles Fragrance and Red Flag Tower, 5 million. Chen Guangcai was startled, taking a step back. Xin, you little rascal, what the hell is this? How could you even make a bet like this? He stared at Xini in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xini waved his hand dismissively. I just want to take over that Red Flag Tower territory. You just need to play it out according to the rules. I really can't take it anymore. I'm going to bed. Once I secure the Red Flag building, I'll give you a huge red envelope. Xini slipped into the cramped restroom off to the side. Chen Guangcai was left standing there, dumbfounded. For a long while. Chen Guangcai shook his head, feeling both envy and bitterness. Youth really does give you courage. If I were 10 years younger, I'd dare to pull off something like that too. Chen Guangcai smiled as he walked downstairs to print out the wager agreement for Xini. After sleeping until noon, Xini finally came to life. Bursting out of the lounge full of energy, he surveyed the business on the commercial street. As bustling as ever. Xini grabbed the agreement Chen Guangcai had printed for him and dashed straight toward Hongqi Tower. It was lunchtime, when restaurants should have been bustling. Yet business at the Red Flag building was sparse and scattered. Chapter 27, The Provocation. The vast hall stood eerily empty. A waiter stood yawning behind the counter. The elaborate chandeliers overhead shone brightly, yet the atmosphere was utterly lifeless. Sheenie strode straight to the counter. The person behind the counter shook their head, a stiff smile appearing on their face. Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? Would you like to dine in? Sheenie shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. The server looked puzzled. Then what brings you here? Sheenie smiled without answering. He tapped the tabletop lightly, idly scanning the surroundings. After a long while, Sheenie finally withdrew his gaze. Is your boss here? Those who dined at Hongqi Lu were either wealthy or influential. For a moment, she dared not offend Sheenie. Moreover, the aura surrounding Sheenie was anything but ordinary. Our boss isn't here. May I ask what brings you here? Sheenie stood with his hands behind his back, radiating confidence. Please relay this to your boss. I have a major business deal to discuss with your boss, Mr. G. It was common knowledge throughout Ice City that the owner of Red Flag Tower bore the surname G. Mr. G made his fortune early on through the coal industry. He was renowned throughout Ice City as a wealthy coal magnate. Now that he's gotten older, coupled with increasingly strict national regulations, Mr. G wisely stepped back from coal and now focuses on financial ventures. Hongqi Tower was merely a business he built from scratch in his youth. The waiter dialed Mr. G's number with a skeptical look. Sir, please wait in the VIP room upstairs for a moment. Our boss will be with you shortly. The waiter smiled as he led Sheenie upstairs to the VIP guest lounge. Sheenie couldn't help but silently admire Tangbing's forward-thinking approach. He thought about it among the 4 branches of 10 Miles Fragrance, which one had a reception area worthy of showing off. Sheenie sat in the private room for a short while. Soon, the door swung open from the outside. An elderly gentleman dressed in a Zhongshan suit entered, gripping a dragon-carved walking stick. His stride was vigorous, his spirit radiant. Not a trace of old age was visible. Sheenie rose to his feet, and at a glance, he knew he'd made the right bet this time. Hello, Mr. G. Sheenie extended his hand. Mr. G looked Sheenie up and down, showing him no courtesy whatsoever, and walked straight to the main seat to sit down. Who did I think I was? Claiming to have a big deal to discuss with me. Turns out it was just some greenhorn, oomph. Mr. G tapped his cane on the floor and snorted in displeasure. Sheenie remained unperturbed, smiling as he sat down beside Boss G. His demeanor remained unchanged, displaying the fearless confidence of a newborn calf. Mr. G found himself looking at Sheenie with new respect. It was rare to see a younger generation remain so composed in his presence. Don't underestimate the little guy, Boss G. Mr. G waved his hand dismissively. The people following him and the waitstaff all withdrew. He poured himself a cup of tea. He lifted it and drank it in one gulp. Speak. I'm eager to see what this little sparrow has to offer. Sheenie reached out to refill the teacup before Boss G. Pour wine to the brim, pour tea to 3/4 full. Though his expression remained unchanged, Boss G inwardly acknowledged Sheenie's mastery of etiquette. It was rare to encounter such a well-mannered young man these days. Mr. G, allow me to introduce myself. I'm the owner of the 10 Mile Fragrant Spicy Hot Pot restaurant. You may not have heard of it, but that's no matter. My purpose in coming today is to purchase the Red Flag building from you. Sheenie stated his purpose up front. Mr. G flew into a rage. He slammed the teacup in his hand down on the table. Oomph. I was wondering what big business this was. So you've set your sights on me now. You want to buy the Red Flag building? Do you even have the money? Dream on. I'll never agree to sell the Red Flag building to you. Mr. G was furious. Truly, a young bull fears no tiger. How dare this insignificant youth set his sights on the Red Flag building? It was true that in recent years, business at the Red Flag building had steadily declined. Mr. G had gradually retreated from the commercial center, and the Red Flag building had essentially been operating at a loss for the past year. But that didn't mean anyone could just come along and make a move on it. Sheenie sat on the sofa, maintaining his smile even as Boss G raged. Mr. G, please don't be angry. Since I've stated this is a major deal, I assure you I won't shortchange you. Please take a look at this first. Sheenie pulled out the wager agreement and placed it before Boss G. Old G eyed it skeptically, his anger still visible. He took a sip of tea to calm his nerves, his gaze involuntarily settling on the agreement Sheenie had placed on the table. A performance-based agreement? The 4 characters struck Mr. G's eyes, and he found himself reading them aloud. Would you care to take a look, Mr. G? I'm sure you'll find it quite favorable. Sheenie coaxed him gently. His deftness belied his status as a novice negotiator. Mr. G couldn't resist his curiosity any longer and picked up the agreement to examine it carefully. A silence fell over the private room. Sheenie refilled Boss G's teacup. 15 minutes passed. Mr. G finally finished reading the entire agreement. 5 million yuan for 9 months. A mere hot pot shop? What audacity! Old G let out a cold laugh. Sheenie smiled. It's not that 10 Miles Fragrance is being bold, it's that we have the strength to back it up. So, what do you say? Are you up for the challenge, old Master G? You won't lose anything either way. If 10 Miles Fragrance fails to deliver, I'll hand over all 4 shops under my name to Boss G as agreed. If 10 Miles Fragrance succeeds, you'll still receive 1,500,000 yuan upfront. No matter how you look at it, you'll come out ahead, right? Sheenie spoke slowly, each word dripping with temptation. Mr. G hesitated for a moment. Hongqi Tower was suffering heavy losses, and Mr. G genuinely wanted to sell the building. The interested parties were all his old acquaintances who had already approached him, but their offers hadn't even reached 1 million. Naturally, he was dissatisfied. Now that Sheenie offered such a promising solution, it was worth a shot. After all, Ji Yuegang stood to lose nothing either way. Seeing Boss G still hesitating, Sheenie decided to pull out the big guns. The 36 stratagems, the provocation tactic. Mr. G, surely you're not afraid? Ji Yuegang's eyes widened in shock. Dare not? In his youth, he was a coal magnate. He'd traveled far and wide, there was nothing Ji Yuegang dared not do. Oomph. You young whippersnapper are fearless indeed. I should teach you a lesson in manners. What's there to be afraid of in a mere bet agreement? Get me a pen. Chapter 28, The Big Red Envelope. Ji Yuegang took the pen from Qin Yi. He signed his name in bold, sweeping strokes across the bet agreement. Here, take it. I'll be watching to see how you manage to boost your 10-mile fragrant spicy hot pots revenue to 5 million in such a short time. Ji Yuegang never believed it from the start. It was just a spicy hot pot shop. First, the customer base varied widely with no spending limits. Second, the spending power wasn't high. Ji Yuegang found it even harder to believe Qin Yi could pull off such a feat in such a short time. Qin Yi, however, was delighted as he carefully tucked away both copies of the agreement. Just wait and see. But let me make one thing clear. The operational authority of Hongqi Tower is now in my hands. Why don't you transfer the property rights of Hongqi Lu to me first? Qin Yi grinned, his tone carrying a hint of the familiarity typical of a younger generation. Ji Yu was momentarily amused by Qin Yi's antics. He pointed his finger at Qin Yi's nose and scolded angrily. You brat, what gives you the right to demand authority so soon? Our wager agreement has only just been finalized. Qin Yi poured Ji Yuegang a cup of tea in an attempt to appease him. Mr. Ji, what are you talking about? It's clearly written right here in the bet agreement. It takes effect immediately. I've got 5 million tied up in this. If I don't hurry and fail to meet the target, I'll lose several stores for nothing. Qin Yi understood that Ji Yuegang's willingness to agree so readily was likely because he was young and Ji Yuegang wanted to give him a chance. Fortunately, the site selection process went smoothly. Within just a few days, Qin Yi delivered the contract for Hongqi Tower to Tang Bing. What's this? Tang Bing stared at the blue document before her, her curiosity piqued. Why don't you open it and see for yourself? Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. Tang Bing recently noticed that Qin Yi seemed to have a particular fondness for raising his eyebrows. He always wears that face that just begs to be punched. Does old Qin even realize how infuriating his eyebrow raising is? Where on earth did he pick that up? Even Chen Guangcai wouldn't make such a greasy gesture, right? Muttering her complaints under her breath, Tang Bing immediately opened the blue folder in front of her. The first page revealed the words Red Flag Building in bold characters before her eyes. For a moment, Tang Bing was overjoyed. Did Qin Yi really pull it off? How did you manage it? You actually secured the Red Flag Building? Qin Yi nodded calmly. That's right. Now, Tang, our campus beauty, can start thinking about how to decorate it. I've already called in the renovation team. They can start tomorrow. Starting sooner means we can start making money sooner. At that moment, Tang Bing's heart felt like a kettle of boiling water pounding with excitement. Old Qin's move was absolutely brilliant. Back in the day, the Red Flag Building was fiercely contested among the big shots, yet no one managed to wrest it back from Boss G. Who knows what tricks Ergo pulled off? Whatever it was, our old Qin is just amazing. Tang Bing's face broke into a wide smile. Leave it to me. I'll draft a plan with blueprints today. The ingredients for a rotating hot pot are pretty much the same as what you'd need for spicy hot pot. At most, we'll need to prepare a few conveyor belts for holding food. The stools will need a slight redesign too. As for everything else, bowls, chopsticks, and such, we've got it all ready to go. Tang Bing rattled off assurances like beans spilling from a sack. She moved with remarkable speed. That very evening, she handed the proposal directly to Qin Yi. Even Qin Yi couldn't help but be astonished by Tang Bing's speed. By the next day, Hongqi Tower hung up a closed for business sign. Qin Yi led the renovation team straight to the site and began work immediately, following the specifications outlined in the plan. The experienced renovation crew quickly grasped the specifics after a brief discussion with Qin Yi. This freed Qin Yi from constant supervision, granting him extra time to contemplate other matters. Now that the flagship store had secured its location and was under renovation, old Lu would be overwhelmed if he remained the sole vegetable supplier. Qin Yi didn't want to delay business at the flagship store. He needed to find a separate vegetable supplier for the flagship store. That evening, Qin Yi headed straight to old Lu's place with a bottle of premium liquor in hand. Uncle Lu. It's been ages since we shared a drink together. I made a point to set aside time today just to catch up with you. Shinee placed the bottle on the table. He greeted him with a smile. Old Lu was a shrewd businessman. He knew this kid never dropped by without a reason. Shinee coming to see him meant he had business. The question was, what exactly was it? You wouldn't come see me if you didn't need something. Spill it. If Old Lu can help, I'll be damned if I won't lend a hand. Old Lu chatted with Shinee while instructing his wife to prepare the meal. Hearing Boss Lu speak like this, Shinee naturally felt a pang of guilt. But having opened 4 or 5 branches of 10-mile fragrance, his skin had grown thicker over time. Since Old Lu had called him out, Shinee saw no point in hiding it anymore. Uncle Lu, I've been busy preparing for the opening of a new restaurant. Old Lu's eyes widened at the news. A new store opening. How long has it even been? This kid has managed to set up another shop already? That's incredible. Your business is booming already? How long has it even been? You've opened another one? Shinee nodded. Yes, Uncle Lu. I came here today specifically to discuss supply arrangements with you. My new shop is over by Hongqi Tower. It's a bit far from here. Shinee spoke while observing Old Lu's expression. The other man looked deep in thought. The old commercial street? That is quite a distance. I'm afraid it might be a bit tight for me to deliver fresh vegetables to you in the morning. Old Lu stroked his chin. Shinee felt a wave of relief wash over him. I was thinking about that too. The round-trip delivery fee probably wouldn't even cover the price difference you'd make. That's why I came to ask. Do you know any reliable vegetable vendors over on the old commercial street? If you could introduce me to one, rest assured, I'll give you a big red envelope. Little did he know that the moment Shinee uttered those words, Old Lu glared straight at Shinee. What nonsense are you spouting? Do I look like that kind of person? Forget about any red envelopes. Leave this matter to me. I've got a good buddy who wholesales vegetables over there. I'll talk to him. He'll give you the same quality and price as my own vegetables. You can count on it. Old Lu was fuming. Shinee clearly didn't trust him. And now he wanted to give him a red envelope too. Chapter 29, Grand Opening. Shinee immediately uncorked the wine, pouring himself and Old Lu full glasses. He raised his glass high and clinked it against Old Lu's. The next second, he downed his drink in one gulp. Uncle Lu, I remember your kindness. Rest assured, I, Shinee, am absolutely not the kind of person who forgets kindness. Shinee spoke with unwavering loyalty. He had Old Lu laughing out loud. Just then, Old Lu's wife brought the prepared food and drinks to the table. The two drank and chatted. The dining table buzzed with lively conversation. With Old Lu and Boss G's full support, the Hongqi Lu sign was quickly dismantled from the front of the beautiful 3-story building. In the blink of an eye, it was replaced with 4 new characters. 10-mile fragrance. Shinee stood before the entrance of Hongqi Tower, gazing at the 4 characters' fragrance wafting for Tenli with satisfaction. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. What do you think? Pretty efficient, huh? Let's go inside and take a look. The interior is basically finished. We can open for business the day after tomorrow. Shinee waved his hand, gesturing for Tang Bing to take a good look at the building before them. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the 4 characters' 10-mile fragrance in warm light. A sense of grandeur and magnificence arose spontaneously. Just these 4 characters alone feel like they've already earned back the investment. This move was worth it. Who did Old Chin hire to write those characters? They're truly impressive. Tang Bing gazed at the characters with admiration. Upon hearing Shinee's invitation, Tang Bing followed him into the headquarters building of 10 miles of fragrance. The moment she stepped inside, a refreshingly new atmosphere enveloped her. If the Red Flag Tower once felt unapproachable, then 10 miles of fragrance radiates an earthy charm. The moment you step inside, you feel an irresistible urge to sit down and savor the experience. Take a look and see if there's anything missing. I'll have it revised. If everything checks out, we can open on schedule the day after tomorrow. I've already started promoting it. Almost every day during the renovation, people have been coming by to take a look. Shinee wore a hint of pride on his face. Everything is ready, all that's missing is the final push. Tang Bing nodded. Let's add a display case here. Display all our ingredients inside so customers can see firsthand how fresh the vegetables and other foods are. Tang Bing tapped a vacant spot beside the cash register. 2 refrigerators were already positioned there. Shinee had them thoroughly cleaned to store beverages like drinks and beer. Tang Bing circled the main store several more times, thoroughly satisfied with every aspect of the renovation. Old Chin's taste and mind seem to have grown from the same place. All the previous shops and this new one are decorated exactly to my liking. Looks like Old Chin and I were meant for each other this lifetime. Tang Bing was delighted. The two decided on the spot to open for business the day after tomorrow. Time flew by. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. To celebrate the flagship store's grand opening, Shinee specially hired a lion dance troupe. At 10 o'clock in the morning, as the 4 characters' Tenli fragrance were unveiled, the air filled with the clamor of gongs and drums, and the lion dance troupe began their spectacular performance. Though Chini and Tang Bing had experienced several shop openings before, they were still deeply moved. The crowd cheered and rejoiced. Chini pulled Tang Bing aside and distributed small gifts to everyone present. Shen Guangcai had also been assigned to oversee operations at the flagship store. With a resounding prosperous opening, the crowd rushed into the 10-mile fragrance shop. Let me tell you, this spicy hot pot place is seriously delicious. They've already opened several branches. Before, whenever I craved it, I had to trek all the way to the new commercial district. Now it's perfect. We finally have one right here. Everyone should hurry and try it. I heard they've got new items on the menu. Hearing this, everyone grew even more excited, pushing their way into the shop without a second thought. Fearing they might not get a seat if they delayed, Chini reached out to shield Tang Bing from the crowd. Meanwhile, he somehow produced a large megaphone from somewhere. He skillfully turned it on and made an announcement. Please form an orderly line, no pushing. Watch out for trampling. Look out for the elderly and children around you. The spicy hot pot shop was practically like a bustling downtown area. Chini pulled Tang Bing along as they followed the crowd inside. Almost everyone was guided to their seats by servers the moment they entered. Upstairs, many people stood facing the novelty of the rotating hot pot stalls, momentarily unsure how to proceed. Chini and Shen Guangcai immediately stepped in to help. The small megaphone in his hand came in handy right away. Hey, how do you even eat this rotating hot pot? Are we supposed to spin in place while eating? Is there some special flavor to it? I don't get it. If that's the case, I'd be exhausted. Chini raised the megaphone. Folks, listen up. Here's how this rotating hot pot works. As he spoke, Chini reached out and pressed a hidden switch beneath the table. As the switch activated, the entire table suddenly began rotating. Countless neatly arranged dishes swiftly passed before everyone's eyes. Everyone's appetite was whetted. But unable to figure out how to eat it, they could only stare longingly at Chini, waiting for his next instruction. The same teaching method was being demonstrated in different private rooms on the second floor. Here you can choose your soup base. We offer bone broth, mushroom broth, spicy broth, and non-spicy broth. For the spicy broth, you can choose from numbing spicy, medium spicy, mild spicy, and various other flavors. You can request your preferred flavor from the server. Beyond that, we offer numerous dipping sauces: sesame paste, crushed peanuts, garlic sauce, cilantro, and more. Chini spoke while gesturing toward the array of dipping sauces displayed on the counter beside him. Of course, for those who don't like sesame paste, we also have sesame oil available. Once you've made your selections, our servers will bring your chosen broth to your table. Then you can select your favorite ingredients to add to the pot. Once cooked, simply dip them in your chosen sauce and enjoy. This rotating hot pot lets you cook and eat at the same time. It's nothing short of a heavenly delight. Before opening day, Chini had all his staff sample every dish. Not a single one didn't rave about how delicious the rotating hot pot was. Just hearing Chini's description made everyone's mouths water. Before long, they could barely contain their excitement. They immediately asked the waitstaff for their preferred flavors. Then the culinary journey began. Chini and Tang Bing watched with satisfaction as everyone dug in with gusto. Awesome! Tang Bing's idea was absolutely brilliant. Chapter 30, I'm still a student. Chini gave Tang Bing a thumbs up. Tang Bing nodded calmly, but inside, she was overjoyed. Ergo complimented me. In my past life, that old jerk hardly ever praised me. So this is one perk of getting a second chance at life. But if this victory, born from everyone's collective wisdom, doesn't earn Ergo's praise, then wouldn't my rebirth have been for nothing? On opening day, thanks to its aroma wafting for miles, excellent service, and novelty items like the rotating hot pot, Chini made a killing. Customers were utterly delighted. Nearly half of them signed up for membership cards, some even depositing substantial sums up front. On the flagship store's opening day, the entire team worked non-stop for a full 24 hours. Chini even had to pull staff from other branches just to manage the workload. They worked straight through until evening. After the servers repeatedly emphasized that there were truly no more dishes available, the last few tables of guests reluctantly departed. Could you guys prepare more dishes next time? We didn't get to eat our fill. Forget it, forget it. It's right on my doorstep anyway. I'll just come back tomorrow. I'm planning to come back tomorrow too. The waitstaff kept bowing apologetically. They hadn't expected business to be this booming. Every last vegetable and meatball they'd prepared had been devoured. Chini retrieved a stack of vouchers from the counter. He handed them out one by one to the customers who hadn't had their fill. We welcome you all to visit again next time. We apologize for the inconvenience this time. We'll make sure to satisfy you next time. Here's a 30% off coupon for our restaurant. Present this for a 30% discount. Consider it our way of making it up to you. Chini managed to placate everyone, leaving them all in high spirits. Only then did he let them leave. The shop suddenly felt empty, with tables left in disarray. The staff immediately sprang into action, tidying up all the trash that had piled up due to the recent rush. Shen Guangcai was thrilled beyond words. Standing before the counter, he clattered away on his old, worn-out abacus. The entire 10-mile fragrant pavilion was filled with the scent of money, making everyone feel exceptionally pleased. Mr. Qin. Chen Guangcai finished his calculations, nearly bursting with excitement. Qin Yi was discussing the shortcomings of the main store with Tang Bing. Chen Guangcai's sudden shout nearly startled Qin Yi. What's wrong? Qin Yi asked. Tang Bing also turned to look at him. Chen Guangcai, a middle-aged man as lively as a monkey, leaped right in front of Qin Yi. Do you know how much we made today? A full 50,000 yuan. And that's not just revenue, it's net profit. Net profit after deducting all labor costs and expenses. Chen Guangcai never dreamed that a simple spicy hotpot stall plus a rotating hotpot could rake in such a huge daily profit. He was so thrilled his head was practically bubbling. 50,000 a day meant 1.5 million a month. His performance-based agreement with Boss G spanned 9 months. That meant over 10 million in revenue, more than enough to secure Hongqi Tower. Qin Yi was satisfied. It seemed Hongqi Tower would truly be renamed Shirley Piaoshan Tower in 9 months. The chill on Tang Bing's body was washed away by the fiery heat of the spicy hot pot. How about the membership card? Chen Guangcai chuckled. He held up 7 fingers. 70,000? That's a bit too low. Why is the cash flow here in the old commercial district weaker than at the branch stores? Tang Bing frowned. The ability to quickly recoup funds through stored value cards seemed to hold no advantage here in the old commercial district. Not at all. Just today alone, our flagship store at 10 Miles Fragrance has redeemed prepaid cards totaling 700,000 yuan. Chen Guangcai declared emphatically. His excitement was even greater than if he'd made the money himself. Tang Bing relaxed her furrowed brows, a faint smile spreading across her face. An exclamation mark suddenly appeared in Qin Yi's mind. When the smiling Tang, the school's top beauty, smiled, a faint dimple appeared on her left cheek. Truly charming and adorable. Love it. Today marks the grand opening of our flagship store, a joyous occasion. All employees will receive double pay for this month. Qin Yi declared with a single command. The crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone burst into applause. The festive mood swept through the crowd, and once the applause died down, everyone got back to work with renewed vigor. Ergo sure knows how to run a business, he's got all these employees wrapped around his finger. Wow! My husband's the real deal. Now that the flagship store is up and running, with the college entrance exams approaching, it's time for Qin Yi to focus. Though I'm sure that little bit of knowledge is no challenge for old Qin, but constantly neglecting his studies isn't exactly ideal. Still gotta ask about that Hongqi building deal. How did old Qin pull it off? Curious, really curious. Qin Yi was feeling pretty pleased with himself. Suddenly, he heard Tang Bing's inner voice. He slapped his forehead. He'd almost forgotten he was still a student. He still had to take the college entrance exams. There was still over a month left before the exams. Qin Yi had originally planned to wait until the last 10 days or so before showing up at school to make up the numbers. But the next day, the homeroom teacher called him directly at home. If Qin Yi hadn't been quick on his feet, his mother would have found out. Yes. Rest assured. Tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow. Alright, I'll hang up now. You get some rest too. Qin Yi hung up the phone and placed the landline back in its cradle. He collapsed onto the sofa, drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, old Ban didn't ask too many questions. Otherwise, today really wouldn't have been easy to get away with. Who was that call from? The needle in Qin's mother's hand flicked through her hair. Her reading glasses perched on the bridge of her nose. She squinted at the fabric in her hands. Several newspapers lay spread out on the coffee table, with a pen resting atop them. Qin Yi noticed red ink marks scribbled across the paper's numerous job listings circled by his mother. One nanny ad even had a star drawn next to it. Tang Bing's inner voice suddenly echoed in Qin Yi's ears. My mother-in-law was in a car accident while working as a nanny to save up for old Qin's tuition. This lifetime, I will never let this happen again. His eyes flashed red as he stared intently at the ad. Qin Yi? Who was calling you? Seeing Qin Yi didn't respond, Qin's mother asked again. Qin Yi snapped back to reality. He slumped back onto the sofa and discreetly wiped his eyes with his fingertips. Oh, it was our homeroom teacher. She told me to bring back the books I borrowed from school tomorrow. Mom, I'm going to bed. You should get some rest too. With that, Qin Yi hurried back to his room. His mother shook her head. That boy. So scatterbrained. Late at night. The Qin household lay in silence. Under the cover of darkness, Qin Yi cautiously opened his bedroom door. He felt his way to the sofa. He quietly switched on the small lamp. The evening newspaper still lay on the coffee table. Chapter 31, 180 points. The bright red ink stood out starkly against the warm yellow glow. Qin Yi surreptitiously reached out and pulled the newspaper away. He turned off the lamp. He turned and returned to his bedroom, where he instantly tore the newspaper to shreds and tossed it into the trash can. He casually tossed a few sheets of white paper on top. Out of sight, out of mind. Early the next morning, Qin Yi rubbed his eyes as he returned to the classroom. Hey! Qin Dog's here. How come he has time to come today? He's a big boss now. He's opened several shops. Old Chin, are you even going to study? I was worried you'd fall behind after so long without studying. Here's my notebook, ask me anytime if you don't understand something. The classroom erupted in chatter. After so long, Chin had become nothing short of a legendary figure. Alright. Keep the notebook and look at it yourself. You can trust my memory. Guys, come over to my place for dinner after the exam. Just eat whatever you want, it's on me. Chin pounded his chest and returned to his seat with a cheerful grin. Tang Bing pushed his notebook over expressionlessly. All subjects are covered. Feel free to look through them. Tang Bing wasn't the least bit worried. Does old Chin even need to study? The college entrance exam is a sure thing for him. I remember in my past life, Erko spent the last few days before the Gaokao gaming and sleeping, yet he still got into a top-tier university. This level of difficulty? So easy. Chin listened to Tang Bing's inner thoughts as he reached out and neatly organized all the notes she'd pushed over, stowing them away in his desk drawer. Each one was treated with obvious care. Thanks a bunch, Tang, our class beauty. The classroom erupted in an uproar. The boys in the back rows shouted at Chin. Chin dog, you might not be human, but you're definitely a dog. He wouldn't take a single notebook I gave him. But when Tang, the school beauty, offered hers, he eagerly snatched it up. Chin dog, show your face. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you today, you two-faced bastard. Everyone gnashed their teeth, itching to pin Chin down and beat him senseless. But Chin remained oblivious, grinning like a fool. The commotion finally died down when the old homeroom teacher arrived. Everyone obediently returned to their seats. The clear voices of morning reading filled the air. The homeroom teacher confirmed Chin had returned to class and gradually relaxed. He made a quick round and headed straight back to the office. Chin picked up the neatly arranged test papers on the desk and examined them carefully. Look how thoughtful I am. Since Ergo isn't here, I even sorted all his papers into neat piles for him. There's hardly a wife as thoughtful as me, even if she's not mine yet. Tang Bing shot a smug glance at the papers in Chin's hands. Seeing him reading intently, Tang Bing turned her attention back to her studies. Chin swore he really hadn't done it on purpose. By the end of the first class that morning, he was already in the homeroom teacher's office. The reason? The Chinese teacher had directly informed the homeroom teacher that Chin had been sleeping in class. The homeroom teacher's face was now filled with anger. Chin, what on earth is wrong with you? I'm so disappointed in you. I deeply regret approving your leave of absence. Chin was scolded by the homeroom teacher like a scolded child. His hand nervously kept rubbing his nose. Yet he dared not utter a word of protest to the homeroom teacher. Explain to me exactly what happened. You've been absent for months, shouldn't you be studying hard now? Yet you sleep through class. The teacher grew angrier by the second. He glared at Chin with disappointment, as if he were a piece of iron that refused to be forged into steel. Teacher, I didn't mean to. Chin reflected on why he'd fallen asleep. I've been reviewing all the test papers these past few days, but they're just too easy. I found it so boring that I ended up falling asleep. I know I was wrong. I'll study hard from now on. Chin held up 4 fingers to the sky, swearing an oath. The homeroom teacher stared at him wide-eyed. For a moment, she didn't know whether to scold him or let him go back to class. You know everything on those exams? The teacher was skeptical. He knew Chin was a good student. The boy was sharp, he rarely saw him studying, yet he consistently ranked among the top students in the grade. But after such a long break from studying, to boldly claim he knew every single question on the exam? It was simply too hard for the homeroom teacher to believe. I know them all. Chin nodded confidently. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher immediately opened a drawer and pulled out an exam paper. He taught math. Naturally, it was a math exam paper. This is the second mock exam paper. You'll take it right here in my office. Let's see how many points you can score. Chin casually pulled a chair over from the side and plopped down. Without a second thought, he grabbed a pen from the homeroom teacher's desk. He skimmed through the questions briefly. With a few swift strokes, he began writing. The homeroom teacher's phone rang. He glanced at Chin, who was diligently working on the problems beside him. He turned, grabbed the phone, and walked out of the office. Half an hour later, Chin tossed his pen aside. He leaned back against the chair. His feet dangled freely, utterly carefree. The homeroom teacher walked in and saw this scene immediately. Well, feeling defeated? Is there a lot you don't understand? Why aren't you rushing back to study? With 20 days left, your intelligence should still get you there. This second mock exam was independently designed by our first high school. It's a bit tougher than the actual college entrance exam, so don't get too discouraged. I'm done. Shouldn't you grade it first, old homeroom teacher? Chin said with a chuckle. He instinctively raised his eyebrow again, but suddenly remembered Tang Bing had recently complained that this gesture was too oily. He quickly froze his expression. The homeroom teacher glanced at Chin's expression, then looked at the exam paper in his hand, densely covered in writing. After hesitating several times, he sat down and began grading Chinese papers. He quickly scanned all the fill-in-the-blank questions. Perfect. Next came the proof questions. Every theorem applied in each proof was precise to the last detail, and he had even clearly and accurately written out all the points awarded for each step. Both proofs were flawless. The homeroom teacher grew increasingly stunned the more he looked. By the time he finished grading all of Chinese exam papers, his hand trembled with excitement as he marked the scores. The maximum score for the exam was 150 points. Chinese scored 148 points. The 2 points deducted were for the final question left unanswered. You must have snuck home for a private tutor session. You scored 148 on this difficult exam in just 40 minutes? Even those rocket class brats couldn't match that speed. What was the highest score in their class again? 133 points in an hour and a half. Chapter 32, Top Scorer in the College Entrance Exam. Sheeny propped his hands behind his head. He smugly corrected him. 36 minutes and 70 seconds. If I hadn't been rusty from not writing in ages, I could have finished even faster. Sheeny's words made the homeroom teacher laugh in exasperation. He refused to accept defeat, so he took Sheeny along and swept through the offices of the other subject teachers. By the time Sheeny had worked through every single exam paper, and the teachers had finished grading them, everyone stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief. Old Wang, this Sheeny in your class is quite the achiever. He looks like this year's top scholar. With only a few weeks left, you absolutely must keep a close eye on this kid. The teachers chattered excitedly. They were all clamoring for the homeroom teacher to keep a close eye on Sheeny. If he could guide a student to become the top scorer in the college entrance exam, all the subject teachers would bask in the glory. In the end, Sheeny emerged from the teacher's office feeling rather giddy. He yawned as he entered the classroom. After spending the entire morning on exam papers, he was utterly exhausted. He absolutely had to catch up on sleep later. Looking tired and unhappy as he entered the classroom, his classmates immediately began whispering among themselves. I bet the teacher called Sheeny over for a good scolding. Look at Sheen Dog's face, he doesn't look too happy. The English class rep just went to the office, the teachers are giving Sheeny a test. Oh no, did Sheeny get every single question wrong? Everyone was suddenly filled with concern. Sheeny paid no attention to what everyone was saying. Tang Bing, however, heard every word of their worries. No way, no way. Could old Sheen really not be a top student anymore? Does that mean I'm sabotaging Ergo? If old Sheen fails to get into college, my mother-in-law would be heartbroken. No way, I have to tutor old Sheen. I must help him succeed in college during this final stretch. If my mother-in-law finds out my scheming with old Sheen to open a shop caused his grades to plummet like this, will I even have a chance to stay in the Sheen family? Wah! Tang Bing felt like crying but had no tears left. Sheeny pulled out a chair and sat down. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter. But Tang Bing sitting beside him, constantly fretting, was not what Sheeny wanted to see. He casually placed a stack of test papers on the table in front of Tang Bing. These were all the test papers the teacher had just given him to grade. Sheeny had taken them all back under the pretext of correcting mistakes. Hey, Miss Popularity, do me a favor. Help me correct all the mistakes on these papers. I can't do it. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. When I wake up, I hope you'll have everything sorted out for me. With that, Sheeny laid his head down to sleep. He didn't even glance at Tang Bing's expression. Tang Bing raced through her thoughts. What's gotten into old Sheen? Has he really been corrupted by me? Now he won't even correct his mistakes? All he does in class is sleep. This is infuriating. Heaven and earth. How am I supposed to explain this to my mother-in-law? Tang Bing felt like crying but had no tears left. After a deep internal rant, she finally picked up the test papers on the desk and dutifully helped Sheeny correct his mistakes. She had braced herself for pages of mistakes. But when she actually got the test paper, she was stunned by the score. Math, 148 points. English was only 1 point off, and even the comprehension-based Chinese section scored an impressive 136. Refusing to believe it, Tang Bing flipped through the entire exam paper, scrutinizing every detail. Finally, she neatly organized the papers once more. Damn! All my worries were for nothing. Urdu is still the same old academic ace. I knew old Sheen wouldn't let running the shop affect his grades. With scores like this, he's practically guaranteed to be the top student in the college entrance exam. How can this old dog be so smart? Even someone like me who studies every single day can't surpass him. Why, it's just too infuriating. Tang Bing let out another round of complaints. Seeing Tang Bing stop fretting, Sheeny, who had been slumped over his desk, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. Sheeny couldn't bear to see his beautiful wife get hurt. Amidst Tang Bing's incessant inner ranting, Sheeny drifted off into a deep sleep. Thanks to the results he'd achieved earlier in the office, not a single teacher came to wake him up. Even the troublemaker in another class was roused by the teacher. I refuse to accept this. Why does Sheeny get to sleep while I don't? Teacher, you're being so unfair. Unless he gets up too. 17 or 18-year-old boys are bristling with thorns all over. They had to compete over everything. The English teacher was genuinely at a loss. He walked straight to the podium, pulled a test paper from the folder he'd brought, and placed it on the troublemaker's desk. Here. Take a good look. Sheeny scored 119 points on this exam. The maximum is 120. If you can get 119 points too, I'll let you sleep right away. Even if you sleep until the cows come home, I won't wake you up. The English teacher stood with hands on hips, glaring at the unruly student before him. The others gasped in astonishment, never expecting Sheeny to score so high. Even if the test was easy, it was still astonishing. The troublemaker who had just been called out by name now sat utterly silent. His gaze swept over the test paper before settling on the desk. Teacher, maybe I should just go back to paying attention in class. I might not be cut out for solving problems. The entire class erupted in laughter. Facing their mockery, his face flushed instantly. All right. Quiet down, everyone. With only a few days left until the college entrance exams, I hope you'll all give it your best effort and not disappoint the expectations others have placed in you. The English teacher seized the moment to deliver a pep talk. Yes. The class shouted in unison. They say 20 days, but it's just a blink of an eye. Sheeny, however, was being closely monitored by his homeroom teacher to ensure he kept attending school daily. These were his final days of high school, and Sheeny didn't mind savoring them. All the 10-mile fragrance shops were running smoothly and efficiently, so for the time being, Sheeny wasn't needed to manage them. During this period, Sheeny found himself with more free time. Sheeny, have you packed everything? I've put your admission ticket and all the tools you need in this pencil case. Tomorrow, I'll personally drive you to take the college entrance exam. What would you like to eat? I'll get up early tomorrow morning to prepare it. Sheen's mother chattered on, offering her help. Sheeny sat indifferently on the sofa. He pretended to read a book, holding it in his hands. Though she usually wouldn't even turn on the living room lights, now they were blazing bright for Sheeny. She was afraid Sheeny would strain his eyes reading. Chapter 33, Victory at the First Battle. Stop reading. Don't try to cram at the last minute. Just get a good night's sleep tonight. Mrs. Sheen walked over to Sheeny's side, urging him to put down the book in his hands. Sheeny had wanted to do just that for ages. Anyway, he already knew everything in the book, so continuing to read it seemed pointless. Mom, you should get some rest too. Don't worry, it's just the college entrance exam. It's no challenge for your son. Sheeny stood up and gave his mother a quick shoulder massage to help ease her physical fatigue. Stop talking back. We'll see after you take the exam. I'm counting on you to get into a top university and bring honor to our family. Sheen's mother said with a smile. Don't worry. I promise to bring honor to our family. Sheeny pushed his mother back to her room. By the way, Sheeny, did you see the newspaper Mom left on the coffee table the other day? I've been busy these past few days and forgot about it. I wanted to look for it today, but suddenly couldn't find it anywhere. Sheen's mother was puzzled. She distinctly remembered placing it on the coffee table. Sheeny brushed it off with a laugh. I've been swamped with studying lately. I haven't even noticed it. Never mind. I'm going to bed. I need to rest up to get good grades on my exams. Sheeny slammed the door shut and dashed to his room as if escaping. Phew. He patted his chest in relief, glad he hadn't shown weakness in front of his mom. The next morning, dressed in a red cheapao, Sheen's mother prepared breakfast for him and insisted on driving him to the college entrance exam. The cheapao was a treasured piece she rarely wore. Sheeny immediately gave his mother a thumbs up. Mom, do you have an important date today? You look so beautiful. Your son has never seen you like this before. Sheeny's praise made his mother feel a little embarrassed. Her face flushed slightly as she waved him over to eat breakfast. Stop teasing me and hurry up with your breakfast. I'll drive you to the exam hall. Mom dressed like this just for you. Wearing a cheapao symbolizes your victory from the start, doesn't it? The cheapao is red. Auspicious. So you can get a great score too. Sheeny nearly choked on his drink. So his mom dressed up all fancy just for a good omen. Amid his mother's urging, Sheeny stepped into the exam hall. Coincidentally, he ran into Tang Bing the moment he entered. They were seated not far apart. Tang Bing spotted Sheeny the moment she entered. Though she couldn't speak, her eyes lit up with joy. Her heart stirred with excitement. Me and old Sheen are in the same exam hall. This is too coincidental. Maybe we were even in the same exam hall in a past life. But I don't recall noticing. Old Sheen needs to focus on the exam today. Never mind, never mind. I shouldn't worry needlessly. If old Sheen could score so high on that notoriously difficult second mock exam, the college entrance exam is already in the bag. Tang Bing's inner monologue didn't stop until the exam began. She'd already tackled these exam papers in her past life. Now she handled them with ease, her pen moving non-stop. Tang Bing didn't cheat. She simply copied the answers from her past life directly onto the exam paper. These test makers really lack any technical skill. Same types every year. This year has some minor tweaks, but still nothing special. When I think about how hard it'll be for the kids in the future. Ours was actually pretty easy. Which teacher set these questions this time? Lu Tianming or Lei Yu? Judging by the style, it seems like teacher Lei Yu. What a trap he's dug. He really is making the students jump into it willingly. Tang Bing shook her head in disbelief. She muttered to herself while writing her answers. Xin Yi almost laughed, though his hand never stopped moving. He thought to himself, the icy school beauty was just quiet on the surface, but inside, she was practically a chatterbox. She just kept chattering away non-stop. But it was kind of adorable. Accompanied by Tang Bing's murmurs, Xin Yi successfully completed the entire exam paper. To avoid appearing too outstanding, Xin Yi deliberately left a few simple fill-in-the-blank questions blank. He'd seen the news top scorers in the college entrance exams got interviewed. Countless schools would be eagerly waiting to call and invite them to enroll. Xin Yi simply didn't have time for all that. Better to just give up as long as he wasn't outstanding, trouble wouldn't find him. The college entrance exams lasted 3 days. Xin's mother wore a cheapao for 3 consecutive days, driving him to and from the exam site. During that time, Xin Yi ate handheld pancakes for breakfast 3 days in a row. Finally, on the 3rd day when he was sick of them, all the exams ended. The moment he stepped out of the exam hall, Xin Yi took a deep breath. The sky over Ice City felt noticeably fresher now that the exams were over. Xin Yi. Tang Bing's voice came from behind him. Xin Yi turned his head. How'd you do on the exam, Miss Popularity? Finally, it's over for today. Xin Yi grinned, even though he'd already guessed her thoughts from her sarcastic tone. Still, he pretended to ask. Not bad. How about you? Tang Bing's tone carried a hint of bitterness. Xin Yi froze. Tang Bing's inner voice instantly echoed in his ears. In my past life, old Xin did well on the college entrance exam, but his scores weren't that outstanding. This lifetime, I reckon Ergo could easily become a top scorer. What if he gets tempted by other schools and ends up going elsewhere? It seems like every year's top scorer ends up at Tsinghua or Peking University. I should have scored higher. Then wherever Urdu goes, I'll follow. Tang Bing was suddenly filled with regret. She wished she could just rewind back to 3 days ago so she could change her mind and study harder. Xin Yi patted Tang Bing's head. Her attention immediately shifted to him, though a hint of hurt still lingered on her pure, delicate face. What are you daydreaming about, Miss Popularity? Now that the college entrance exams are over, we've got our work cut out for us. Next, we'll focus on expanding our branches and striving to spread 10 miles of fragrance throughout the entire Ice City. Xin Yi patted his chest, his voice brimming with boundless enthusiasm. Tang Bing suppressed the pang of hurt and regret in her heart. Looking at the young man before her, radiating confidence and ambition, she finally managed to smile. All right. Let's work hard together. Xin Yi wasn't messing around. In the days that followed, he was busier than he had been before the college entrance exams. Sometimes he worked late into the night, too exhausted to go home, and ended up sleeping at the store. The list of branch locations grew steadily. The 10-mile fragrant spicy hot pot chain spread out in concentric circles radiating from the Red Flag building. Xin's mother had assumed he'd relax a bit after finishing the exams. After all, he was grown up now, and she never interfered when he stayed out late occasionally. Little did she know Xin Yi would stir up such a huge commotion. Chapter 34, The Acceptance Letter. In just 2 short months, nearly 50 branches of 10 miles fragrant spicy hot pot had already opened throughout the entire Ice City. Scattered throughout the streets and alleys, large and small. Beyond the city center, even the small counties surrounding Ice City were dotted with Shirley Piaoxiang spicy hot pot shops. Xin Yi had finally achieved full coverage of the entire city with his 10-mile fragrance brand. Looking at the map he'd drawn showing the chain's distribution, Xin Yi felt even more satisfied. He had now consolidated the cash register systems of all the spicy hot pot shops into a central system, which then distributed data to individual branches. This streamlined management and simplified profit calculations. The shops had been operating for a full month, and Xin Yi was now busily calculating all the invoices in his hands. After deducting daily expenses and a month's worth of employee wages. Plus, we need to deduct the costs. The computer system whirred to life, quickly spitting out a figure. Xin Yi stared in astonishment at the string of zeros before him. 1, 2, 3. Xin Yi, a math prodigy who once scored 148 on an exam, now counted each zero after the decimal point one by one, fearing he might have made a mistake. 300,000. Even Xin Yi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. No one could have imagined such a huge return. What do you think? Tang Bing had entered unnoticed. Seeing Xin Yi staring blankly at the computer screen, she finally asked. Has old Xin been scared out of his wits? The expansion over these past 2 months has been far too rapid. I bet most people haven't even caught up yet. But Hot Pot is simple and easy to set up. Right now, a lot of people are probably getting restless. Once they all open up, we won't have the advantage anymore. But thankfully, our shop's reputation is already established. Tang Bing felt the same turmoil. It's fine. We're actually pulling in 300,000 a day now. I was just stunned. I never imagined we could make that much daily. Xinyi's tone still held a hint of surprise. Still, he took Tang Bing's words to heart. After all, spicy hot pot was genuinely simple, anyone could make it. And seeing how much money 10 Miles Fragrance was making, others would surely be envious. Xinyi could even foresee that within a short time, surely Piaoshine's spicy hot pot would face numerous competitors. The competitive pressure was bound to intensify significantly. Xinyi and Tang Bing's concerns were entirely justified. In just half a month, numerous shops had already sprung up across Bingcheng, all flying the same spicy hot pot banner. Though 10 Miles Fragrant had established its reputation first, it still faced considerable impact. Within just a few days, the shop's daily revenue plummeted by several percentage points. Xinyi was so flustered his lips were trembling, scratching his head and pulling at his beard as he racked his brain for a solution. This is actually easy to fix. Invest in attracting customers again. Adjusting the discount levels will bring them back. You could do buy one get one free again, or offer cumulative free sign-ins, anything works. Tang Bing rattled off a string of solutions. These were all proven strategies from her past life, and any one of them could successfully win back customers. Hearing Tang Bing's thoughts, Xinyi's eyes lit up. Great idea. He could now invest funds to ramp up promotions and offer bigger discounts, minimizing losses to the bare minimum. The more Xinyi thought about it, the better it seemed. His mind gradually settled and he knew exactly what he had to do. After much deliberation, Tang Bing finally spoke up. Xinyi, I'd like to ask where you plan to attend university after the college entrance exams? A glimmer of hope flickered in Tang Bing's eyes. The college entrance exam results had been released long ago, and even the college applications had been submitted. Tang Bing had never once asked Xinyi about his plans. She didn't want to influence his decisions in any way, nor did she want him to abandon his own aspirations. As for herself, she had applied to Yangcheng. In her previous life, it was at Yangcheng University that she had pursued Xinyi. This lifetime. A wave of unease washed over Tang Bing. Xinyi suddenly slapped his thigh. Thanks for reminding me, Tang Campus Queen. I almost forgot. What? Tang Bing looked puzzled. My acceptance letter arrived. They're calling me to pick it up. I've been so busy I completely forgot about it, no idea how many days it's been sitting there. At Xinyi's words, Tang Bing felt as if she'd fallen into an abyss. A chill spread through her entire body. This is it. I guess I'll be drifting further and further apart from old Xin for the rest of my life. We didn't even apply to the same school. What future do we have? Once we're at our respective schools, we won't even keep in touch. That'll be the end of us. Why couldn't old Xin plan ahead? He had to go against what we did last time and apply to a different school. If only I'd asked him earlier. Tang Bing, you're blind as a bat. Tang Bing cursed herself silently. Tears welled up in the school beauty's big eyes. She stared at the doorway where Xinyi had just walked out. A wave of bitterness surged through her, overwhelming her. Her acceptance letter had only arrived today, yet Xinyi had been here for ages. No need to guess they weren't even going to the same school. Sadness filled the entire room. Before long, a sound came from outside the door. Tang Bing hurriedly wiped every tear from her face, regaining her aloof demeanor as she sat to one side, pretending to study her records. The moment Xinyi entered, he heard Tang Bing cursing him silently in her mind. Damn Xinyi, you piece of trash. If I'd known you'd be this ungrateful once you got ahead, I never should have helped you from the start. Oomph. How dare you apply to another school? You're finished. Our relationship has finally reached its end. So heaven gave me a second chance just to make me see old Xin for the dog he is. This is infuriating. Xinyi froze in place. Why start cursing him the moment he returned? Tang Bingyu remained silent, refusing to look at Xinyi as she buried her head and continued her mental rant. It didn't take long for Xinyi to figure it out. The school beauty Tang had misunderstood. She thought he hadn't applied to the same school as her and was sulking alone. A smile instantly spread across Xinyi's face. He leaned in, grinning as he teased Tang Bing. So? My acceptance letter has already arrived. Want to open it together and share the excitement? I guarantee mine will be a huge surprise. Tang Bing lifted her head indifferently, her gaze cold as ice. I don't buy that surprise nonsense. She sneered inwardly. Chapter 35, Absolutely Not Renting. What surprise? More like a scare. Men are unreliable. As a modern, independent woman, I should strive to live my own life from the very beginning. Tang Bingxin grumbled inwardly, yet her eyes kept drifting toward Xinyi. Xinyi found it amusing. But he dared not laugh out loud, doing so now would be tantamount to courting death. Xinyi strode forward and placed the mail on the table. He casually handed the knife over to Tang Bing. Then I'll trouble you, Colonel Tang. I'll treat you to a meal later. For now, please help me open it. Don't you have hands and feet of your own? Tang Bing muttered under his breath. Still, he obediently picked up the knife and began unwrapping the package. As soon as it was opened, the admission letter inside came into view. Tang Bing felt a sense of familiarity. When she finally pulled it out completely, her heart surged with excitement. This acceptance letter was identical to hers. Shin-yi had applied to Yangcheng University with her. Holy crap! I thought that bastard Shin-yi went off to some other place. Thank goodness that brat still has a shred of conscience and didn't go elsewhere. Otherwise, I'd have given him an earful. Wah! Shin-yi let out a sigh of relief too. He realized it was inevitable no matter what, he was going to get scolded. My college entrance exam scores were decent enough to get me into Yangcheng University's early admission batch, so I got my acceptance letter earlier than most. He finished speaking. He smiled warmly at Tang Bing, and sure enough, Tang Bing's face lit up with happiness too. After a brief pause of a few seconds, Tang Bing flashed a reserved smile, accompanied by her slightly exaggerated performance. What a coincidence, Shin-yi. I'm applying to Yangcheng University too. Looks like we can keep being classmates. Shin-yi burst out laughing. Seeing such an expression on the face of Tang Bing, the campus beauty known for her usual coldness and aloofness, genuinely threw Shin-yi off balance for a moment. As Shin-yi laughed aloud, the smile on Tang Bing's face gradually faded. She shot him a fierce glare. What an incredible coincidence, ha ha ha. Miss Tang, I'll be counting on your kindness. Shin-yi clasped his fists in a playful salute toward Tang Bing. Tang Bing nodded calmly. Her thoughts drifted toward the long-term future. Now that both old Shin and I have applied to Yangcheng University, we'll definitely be developing our careers in Yangcheng afterward. If that's the case, managing the businesses back in Bingcheng might become overwhelming. While we don't usually need the boss around, there are always special circumstances. I can't exactly drop everything in the middle of classes at Yangcheng University to rush back to Bingcheng, can I? Tang Bing was utterly torn. I absolutely must find a solution that satisfies both sides. Tang, the campus beauty, we're about to start classes. Yangcheng really is a great city. Why don't we open a branch of 10-mile fragrant spicy hot pot there too? Maybe lots of people there would love it too. Shin-yi had never been to Yangcheng and couldn't be certain. He was merely suggesting a possibility. Tang Bing, however, had lived in Yangcheng for quite some time. She gave a slight nod. All right. We can look into it. How could anyone not love spicy hot pot? Isn't it a beloved dish enjoyed by all ages and genders across the entire Chinese nation? Otherwise, how could so many people flock to the shop every single day in Ice City? Shin-yi's mind began racing. A significant portion of their capital was now flowing back. The original performance-based agreement with Boss G had long been fulfilled. Mr. G had proactively approached Shin-yi long ago, handing over all the documentation for Hongqi Tower. He accepted defeat gracefully. Clutching the documents, Shin-yi went to the relevant government office to change the shop's name. Red Flag Tower was now officially renamed 10-Mile Fragrance Tower. After giving Mr. G 1 million yuan for his house purchase, Shin-yi deposited the remaining funds into a bank. He kept it in a checking account, which would be readily accessible for opening a new shop in Yangcheng. Shin-yi, we can open a shop in Yangcheng. But we must purchase every single property we use. Tang Bing declared with unwavering certainty. Property prices are still reasonable now. Once purchased, we'll have permanent usage rights. If we wait a few more years until the real estate market truly booms, it won't be something we can handle with just a little money. While prices are low, we should stock up on several properties. If things get really tough, old Shin and I can just sell the houses and have cash on hand immediately. It's an absolutely brilliant idea no matter how you look at it. It started around 2 years later. Just the alleys we bought tripled or quadrupled in value, and Hongqi Tower skyrocketed to astronomical prices. After listening to Tang Bing's ramblings, Shin-yi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Property prices weren't small change, doubling meant tripling or quadrupling. Good heavens, what a terrifying figure. Shin-yi stood frozen in shock, utterly unprepared for such an absurd surge in the value of ordinary real estate. Buy! Shin-yi slammed his hand down. His excited hand slammed down on the table, making the entire surface tremble. We absolutely must prioritize real estate now that we've decided to open a shop there. We absolutely must buy the one we've set our sights on. We can't possibly rent a place to run our business. Shin-yi declared passionately. Just thinking about how the properties he'd bought cheaply had already tripled or quadrupled in value. Besides, properties are so cheap right now it's not like we're short on cash. Shin-yi declared emphatically, his tone brimming with boldness. Tang Bing let out a smile. Her gentle demeanor instantly melted away all traces of the earlier coldness. All right. My husband Shin is a genius, right? He didn't even need much convincing to take my advice, and his mindset is so modern. With this kind of guy, if old Shin doesn't make money, who will? Help! Am I going to be kept by a wealthy man at such a young age? Shin-yi beamed, deliberately flashing Tang Bing what he considered his most dashing smile. Since Miss Tang, the campus beauty, is my partner, naturally I'll fulfill any request she has. With that, Shin-yi squeezed out a wink. This was a little trick he'd picked up from his classmates on how to charm girls. They'd assured him back then that no woman could resist such charm. Tang Bing stared at Shin-yi with a distant look. Silently, she turned her face away. I think it's time I considered whether this life's old Sheen and last life's old Sheen are the same person. Why is he so sleazy? Do I really have to be with someone like this? Chapter 36, Confession. That night, Sheeny counted out 3,500 yuan. He neatly stacked each bill, rolled them together, and tucked them into his pocket. He was ready. Tonight, he would tell his mother everything he'd been up to lately. Sheeny pulled out his keys and unlocked the door. A creak echoed through the air. Mrs. Cheen wasn't home. She'd been helping out at a textile factory lately, determined to earn Cheeny's tuition fees. Sheeny placed the acceptance letter on the table. He then tidied up the messy areas around the house. After finishing these tasks, his mother finally returned. The moment I walked in, everything looked brand new. Sheeny, why are you back so early today? Aren't you going to hang out with your friends for a few more days? Sheeny took the items his mother was carrying and placed them in his own hands. He smiled and invited his mother to sit on the sofa. Mom! Look what this is. Sheeny handed her the acceptance letter. His mother flipped through it repeatedly, her excitement growing by the moment. Yangchun University. That's a great school. Sheeny, I always knew you were capable. You've truly proven yourself. Excellent, excellent. Sheen's mother's eyes welled up. After raising her son alone all these years, she had finally nurtured him into this. Mom, please calm down for now. There are some things I need to discuss with you. Sheeny paused for a moment and his mother gradually calmed down. She composed herself. What is it you need to tell me? Just name your terms. Your mother will do her best to grant them. My son did so well on his exams, he deserves a proper celebration. Sheen's mother said cheerfully. A lump formed in Cheeny's throat. His fingers tightened slightly as he thought about the future. Finally, he resolved to pull a plastic bag from his pocket. What's this? Sheen's mother asked curiously. Sheeny silently opened the plastic bag, revealing a stack of renminbi inside. 10 bills per stack, 3.5 stacks in total. A total of 3,500 yuan. Neatly arranged inside the plastic bag. Mrs. Cheen fell silent too, and an inexplicable atmosphere filled the entire room. Mom, I'm so sorry. I secretly took 3,500 yuan from under your bed earlier to secure the contract for the spicy hotpot stall outside the school gate. I kept it from you at first because I feared you'd forbid me from doing it and worry about me. So? Sheeny trailed off, his voice trembling faintly. After a long silence, Sheen's mother suddenly reached out and pushed the stack of money toward the coffee table. I knew you took the money all along. How's that spicy hotpot shop of yours? You can still scrape together 3,500 to pay me back. Looks like you're actually making money, huh? Sheeny, keeping something this big from your mother. Sheen's mother laughed first. Sheeny looked up in disbelief. His eyes were filled with utter shock. His mother had known all along? How could that be? He had hidden it so well. Seeing the disbelief in her son's eyes, Sheen's mother couldn't help but laugh. A mother knows her child best. Not to mention she'd been carefully saving the 5,000 yuan for Cheeny's college tuition, naturally counting it once a day. The very next day, she discovered Sheeny had taken the money, but she said nothing. Sheeny wasn't the type to steal money. If he had taken it, something serious must have happened. Her heart was filled with anxiety, yet she forced herself to remain calm. If her son didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't pry. Sheeny stared into his mother's eyes, as if finding all the answers there. Of course I made money. And quite a lot at that. Sheeny smiled. Mom, do you know what my shop is called? Under his mother's curious gaze, Sheeny spoke slowly. 10 miles of fragrance. I have a full 50 branches under me. The original Red Flag Tower site is now my flagship location. It's been officially renamed Fragrant Fragrance Tower. Sheeny spoke with unwavering confidence. Her eyes widened in astonishment. 10-mile fragrance tower? You mean you achieved all this with just 3,500 yuan? Son, pinch me, is this real? Sheen's mother held out her arm toward him. She felt as if she were living in a dream. Sheeny nodded repeatedly. Mom, this isn't a dream. 10-mile fragrance really is your son's. You're the boss's mother. I have one more favor to ask. Sheen's mother was still processing the words Sheeny had just spoken. Her mind hadn't fully processed it yet. I'm about to head to Yangcheng for university, and I might not have time to manage things here in Bingcheng. This 10-mile fragrance was started as a partnership between me and another classmate. I'd like to ask you to take charge while I'm away. Please keep an eye on all 51 10 miles fragrance shops in Ice City for me. Sheeny rattled off a string of requests, but his mother simply replied with a single mm. Her consent was crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Sheeny hadn't expected such a response, but seeing this, he felt immensely pleased and slipped into his bedroom. Sheen's mother sat alone on the sofa. After a long while, she secretly pinched her thigh. It wasn't a dream. A surge of joy mixed with bittersweet emotion welled up inside her. Her eyes stung, and she nearly burst into tears. Her son seemed to have grown up in an instant. Sheeny slept soundly through the night. The next day, upon returning to the 10 Miles fragrance shop, she plunged back into work. Tang Bing, I plan to hold another round of interviews. I talked to my mom last night. She's willing to help manage the Ice City store. But I doubt my mom could possibly handle all 50 shops. The more Chini thought about it, the more troubled he became. His mother certainly wouldn't deliberately run her son's shops into the ground. But she simply lacked the management skills. After much deliberation, Chini spent the entire morning mulling it over and decided to hire a manager to assist his mother in managing the Ice City stores. I support you on this. But what I mean is hiring an entire team. Grandma. Auntie might feel more at ease that way. That scared me to death. I almost called her mother-in-law out loud. If I had, it would have been utterly embarrassing. How would old Chi never look at her again? It's time to hire a team of professionals to handle all operations in Ice City. Chini received her support. No time to waste. That same day, Chini had recruitment notices plastered on the doors of every major hot pot restaurant. 3 days later, at the Fragrant Pavilion, Chini would select a team to assist his mother with her business affairs. The crowd of applicants was bustling with activity. Chini's publicly listed email address was soon inundated with a flood of resumes. Chapter 37, The Lucky Carp Luo Hua. After the initial screening round, many unqualified resumes were discarded. Chini examined the final few resumes in his hands with satisfaction. These were indeed the most suitable candidates he had selected. He promptly notified them to proceed to the first round of interviews. Looks like old Chin wants to build a professional team for his mother-in-law. But this is actually quite good. At least Grandma won't have to worry about whether she can handle things well, and secondly, we won't need to fret about the situation in Ice City either. Even if it means earning a little less, we must stabilize the business here in Ice City. Tang Bing made up her mind. They didn't need to constantly pursue massive capital growth. As long as normal operations are ensured, substantial income can be secured. Take a look at these resumes. I've met some of these candidates. I'm considering selecting one as general manager to streamline team management and operations. What do you think? Chini valued Tang Bing's input. On one hand, he firmly believed Tang Bing was his partner and he would respect her no matter what. He wanted to understand her perspective. Second, Tang Bing truly possessed experience. Every suggestion she offered precisely addressed and resolved issues. And she handled them flawlessly. Naturally, Chini was happy to consult her. Tang Bing held a stack of resumes, carefully flipping through them until his gaze finally landed on the last one. Why does this name look so familiar? Luo Hua? I remember now. Isn't this the legendary Lucky Carp manager from my past life? They say every company he joined became wildly successful. He even trended on social media for his honest, earnest appearance resembling a national treasure-level giant panda. We absolutely must keep such talent at our 10 Miles Fragrant Pavilion. Tang Bing pulled out the resume and placed it directly on Chini's desk. This resume looks promising. Focus on him during the interview. If he's suitable, he should be a solid choice for general manager. The moment Tang Bing finished speaking, she regretted it. She could have slapped herself right then and there. Why did she say something like that? Oh no. I gave such obvious hints. What if Chini figures out the problem? Tang Bing, you've been acting like a complete idiot lately. Why do you have to blurt everything out? Why, if old Chin asks you about it, you're dead meat. Tang Bing's eyebrows knitted together in frustration. Chini couldn't help but chuckle, pretending to study the resume before him with intense focus. After a long while, he finally looked up and nodded emphatically. I remember this guy. He's the general manager of that hot pot restaurant we crushed with our 10-mile fragrance brand. Just competing against us back then, they pulled out all the stops. If it weren't for our price advantage, it would have been anyone's game. This general manager definitely knows how to run a business. Chini gave him a thumbs up. He was quite certain about the person Tang Bing had chosen. Phew. That's a relief. Old Chin didn't overthink it. But I reckon this koi manager is all talk. Blowing his own horn about how any shop he touches turns to gold. Just look at that hot pot place, it went under because of old Chin's spicy hot pot. Seems like Ergo is absolutely a genius among geniuses. Tang Bing transformed into Chini's biggest fangirl, showering him with praise in her mind. Chini felt a rush of elation hearing it. But thankfully, he hadn't forgotten about the interviews. The two got busy, sending interview notifications to all candidates who passed the first round. They immediately launched into the frantic interview process. Chini scheduled Luo Hua's interview for last. By the time the preceding series of interviews concluded, Chini had already identified his preferred candidates for all positions except the general manager role. Ever since hearing Tang Bing's inner thoughts, Chini had secretly resolved to keep Luo Hua on board. A knock sounded at the door from outside. Come in. The moment Chini uttered those two words, a plump figure promptly entered from outside. Hello, I'm Luo Hua. I'm here for the interview for the position of general manager at 10 Miles Fragrance. Chini looked at the man. Though his expression was serious, Luo Hua possessed an extraordinary warmth that made him feel remarkably approachable. It made one feel instantly at ease. Qin nodded and gestured for him to sit down. "Hello, I'm Qin. It's a pleasure to have you here for the interview. I'd like to ask why you chose our company?" This was precisely what intrigued Qin. After all, he had driven Luo Hua's hot pot restaurant out of business. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Luo Hua be blaming his unemployment on himself? How could he show up here for an interview without batting an eye? "Because my hot pot restaurant was crushed by yours, I came to see just how well the competition runs their food business. And learn a thing or two along the way." Luo Hua spoke plainly, laying out his intentions directly. Qin observed the man's earnest demeanor. He couldn't help but silently praise him. "Well, you've come to the right place. My 10-mile fragrance will absolutely not disappoint you. Currently, the 10-mile fragrance pavilion has nearly 50 branches under its name. Every single one of them is profitable right now. Beyond that, our 10-mile fragrance brand will never let you down. Its future prospects are exceptionally bright. Recently, the company decided to expand our operations into Yangcheng and surrounding cities." Qin immediately began painting a rosy picture for Luo Hua. Row after row of promising career prospects painted an irresistibly appealing picture. Luo Hua's eyes lit up instantly. Back at the hot pot restaurant, he never had any of this. At best, he'd only ever been the general manager of a hot pot restaurant. "Enough said. I'm definitely staying with your company. It's just a matter of whether you want me." Luo Hua slammed his hand on the table as he stood up, the flesh on his body jiggling twice. The sight was utterly adorable. Qin looked at Luo Hua with satisfaction. Finally, he'd secured this capable and attractive mascot. "Congratulations, you've passed the interview." As Qin and Luo Hua shook hands, the interview concluded. Mrs. Qin had never been to 10 Miles Fragrant Pavilion before. Ever since she learned from Qin that their family was no longer poor, and that her son was actually a fairly successful businessman, she felt a bit dazed for a moment. Adding to her confusion was Qin's plan to hand over management of all his shops in Ice City to her. These past few days, she had been burning the midnight oil to cram management knowledge, which only deepened Qin's worries. Today, before his trip to Yangcheng for business, he decided to take his mother to the 10-mile Fragrant Pavilion for a preview. "Mom, let me give you a brief overview first." Qin hailed a cab and chatted with his mother in the back seat. Chapter 38, The Landlord. "We currently have over 50 branches under our umbrella." Though she was already aware of this, Qin's statement still sent a shockwave through her. His son had managed to open over 50 branches in just half a year. It was truly. Qin's mother couldn't find the right words to describe it. The main store is currently located on the old commercial street, in what used to be the Red Flag building, now known as the 10-mile Fragrance Pavilion. Generally speaking, handling matters at the flagship store is sufficient. Whoa! As Qin explained, Qin's mother couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Red Flag Tower. That kid actually acquired the Red Flag Tower. That's no small sum of money. Qin, tell your mother the truth. Is this shop currently losing money or making a profit? Qin's mother asked anxiously. Qin found his mother's reaction amusing. "Don't worry, Mom. Of course we're making money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared ask you to come over." Qin chuckled as he chatted with his mother. Soon the car arrived at the 10-mile Fragrant Pavilion. The two got out. Qin led his mother into the building. Even from a distance, waitstaff came forward to greet them. Upon recognizing the owner and his mother, their smiles grew even more sincere. Goodness gracious! Qin's mother stepped inside the building and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Previously, to save money for Qin's education, she hadn't even owned a single decent outfit. Now, suddenly tasked with taking over such a large catering business, she felt all the books she'd crammed through in recent days were utterly useless. "Qin, your old mom just can't handle this. Maybe you should find someone else to manage this for you. I just can't handle this business." Qin's mother turned her head and whispered softly. Afraid of embarrassing Qin in front of the waitstaff. "What are you afraid of, Mom? I've already arranged everything for you. Someone will help you run it. All you'll need to do each day is collect money, listen to them tally the accounts, and spend money at the end. That's not so hard, is it? I know you can do it." Qin coaxed and persuaded his mother into going inside. He waved over Luo Hua and the others to introduce them to Qin's mother. They introduced themselves to each other, giving Qin's mother a chance to familiarize herself with the work. Luo Hua volunteered to take her on a tour. Seeing this, Qin gradually relaxed. He turned around and bought tickets to Yangcheng. He headed to Yangcheng first to scout out the terrain and environment. Yangcheng. It was the height of summer. The weather in Yangcheng felt 3 degrees hotter. Qin wore a short-sleeved shirt, yet the moment he stepped off the train, the oppressive heat hit him. The wind carried waves of heat that assaulted him. Qin yawned uncomfortably. Of the 4 seasons, summer was the most pronounced in Yangcheng, while winter was barely noticeable. After boarding the shuttle bus, Qin headed straight for Yangcheng's most luxurious commercial center. Shopping malls stood side by side in endless rows, their countless stores displaying dazzling array of goods. Shin-Yi was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of sights. "Excuse me, sir, I have a question. Do you have any spicy hot pot shops around here?" Shin-Yi casually approached a burly man wearing floral shorts and flip-flops. The man was savoring a bowl of rice noodles with evident delight. When Shin-Yi asked his question, the man communicated with him in a slightly unstandardized Mandarin. "You're from out of town, right? Why come all the way to our city for spicy hot pot? Try some of our local specialties instead. Here, rice noodle rolls are especially delicious." The Yancheng locals were hospitable, grabbing Shin-Yi and eager to show him around. Shin-Yi listened with great interest, and since the Yancheng locals had nothing else to do that afternoon, he took Shin-Yi on a tour of the entire commercial district. Shin-Yi took mental note. The cost of living in Yangcheng was relatively high. Compared to the small town of Bingcheng, this was a major city. People's incomes weren't small sums, so naturally, their spending power and the prices of goods rose accordingly. "Thanks a lot, big brother. Let me treat you to a meal. I was also wondering if there are any properties for sale near Yangcheng University?" Shin-Yi inquired. He had already made up his mind before coming this time. Neither Tang Bing nor he had come solely for studies, they were here to do business too. Buying a place would give them a proper base, no more being confined to the university dorms. The guy in the floral shorts held a skewer in one hand while swatting street mosquitoes with the other. Hearing Shin-Yi's question, he asked with a casual air, "Hey kid, you looking to buy a place?" "Well, I happen to have a few newly renovated units that haven't been rented out yet. If you're interested in buying, I'll give you a good deal." The older man seemed very easy to deal with. Shin-Yi found it rather coincidental. Judging by this Guangzhou big brother's appearance, he must have some family issues, that's why he looked so gloomy this afternoon. Now he'd even resorted to selling properties. "Alright then, take me to see them first." Shin-Yi nodded. As long as the location was right, he would definitely buy it. He'd consider it a gift to this kind-hearted man from Yangcheng. "Alright. Come with me to my place first. I'll go get the keys first." Shin-Yi remained completely unfazed. Though it was his first time in this unfamiliar city, he navigated it as if he'd been here countless times before. The Yangcheng big brother led him to the entrance of a small alley. Before long, a woman with bangs curled over her forehead, looking every bit the landlady, approached. She clanged a set of keys against the boss's chest. "You deadbeat. Still sulking with me? If you've got the guts, don't come home tonight." Brother Yangcheng scratched his head and chuckled. Clutching the keys, he walked over to Shin-Yi. "That's your sister-in-law. She's not as fierce as she seems. She's actually a really nice person. Come on, let's go look at the place." Big brother jingled the keys in his hand. Shin-Yi was dumbfounded. This guy must be loaded. That single keyring alone held at least 40 or 50 keys. Shin-Yi suddenly understood the internet meme, the landlady of Yangcheng. If he owned 40 or 50 properties, forget working for money. He wouldn't even bother walking down the street. Shin-Yi was led around the properties in a daze by the landlord. The big brother from Yangcheng said he had a connection with Shin-Yi and never took advantage of him. He took him straight to the residential complex next to Yangcheng University. "This place just got renovated. My wife and I personally picked out the furniture. Move in with just your bags. You should consider it. It really is quite nice." Big brother Yangcheng gave Shin-Yi a tour and introduced the place. After a few cursory remarks, Shin-Yi waved his hand decisively. Sold. The mere cost of buying a house was now within Shin-Yi's reach. He too wanted to become a landlord in Yangcheng. Then, just collecting rent would be enough to live a carefree, blissfully happy life. Neither man was one to procrastinate. That very evening, they finalized plans to sign the contract the next day. Chapter 39, Weakling. The moment he stepped outside, Shin-Yi realized buying just one place might not be wise. Though Tang Bing kept calling him husband in her inner thoughts, and even Shin's mother was addressed as mother-in-law, they weren't actually living together yet. If they just moved in together like this, it might not be quite right. He turned back immediately to ask brother Yangcheng, "Are there any other properties nearby? I still need to buy one." Brother Yangcheng clearly froze, apparently not expecting Shin-Yi to want to buy so many properties. He rubbed the back of his head, the jingle of 40 or 50 keys clinking in his hand. After a long pause, the boss silently picked up one key from the ring in his hand and unlocked the door opposite the apartment Shin-Yi had originally viewed. "This one seems to be mine too." Shin-Yi, brilliant. Truly the Yangcheng landlord. Sold. This one is perfect for Tang Bing to live in. In just 3 days in Yangcheng, Shin-Yi had secured 5 properties. The speed at which he shelled out cash even drew admiration from the landlord himself. Day 4. Under the complex gaze of the landlord, Shin-Yi boarded the train, carrying a stack of property deeds. The start of the semester was just around the corner. Shin-Yi had already settled all matters in Ice City. His mother was gradually getting the hang of things. After discussing it with Tang Bing, they ultimately decided to decline their family's offers to see them off and head to Yangcheng together. Shin's mother packed him 2 large bags full of belongings. She practically wanted to move the entire household to Yangcheng. Shin, maybe I should just take you there after all. It would give me a chance to see what the environment there is really like. After all these years without leaving my side, I truly can't bear to part with you. Tears welled up in Shin's mother's eyes. A bitter ache filled her nostrils. A mother's thread in her hand, clothes for her wandering child. Before departure, she stitches it tight, fearing you'll be slow to return. Oh, really, there's no need. I'm going with my friends. Mom, transportation is so convenient these days. It's only a 3-hour flight from Ice City to Yangcheng. If you miss me, I'll be right back. Shin tenderly wiped away his mother's tears. He gently reassured her. Son, this is the money I saved for your college education. I know you have money, but this is just a little token of my love. Take it. It's not much, only 13,000 yuan inside. Shin's mother placed a small passbook into Qin hands. Shin nearly burst into tears. Just months ago, he'd been secretly taking money from his mother while she'd been scrimping and saving every penny just to send him to school. Shin's eyes burned red, but a man doesn't shed tears easily. But not yet at the point of true heartbreak. Mom, you keep this money safe for me. Save it for when I marry someday. I have money of my own now. Don't worry. Shin chuckled. His mother couldn't help but laugh. You little rascal, you're already thinking about marrying a wife when you haven't even started yet. You're such a shameless one. The Qin residence. In the small room, the light was warm. The laughter of mother and son drifted out the window, echoing far, far away. Shin and Tang Bing boarded a flight to Guangzhou the very next day. Each carried only a small suitcase, traveling light. It's so great to be able to go to school with old Shin this lifetime. If I'd known, I would have enjoyed it sooner. In my past life I carried my own suitcase for 4 years. I should have made him pack more to build up old Shin's strength. Otherwise, Ergo will be a weakling when it comes to physical fitness. Shin Yi's face darkened as he listened. Weakling? With Tang Bing's build, he could lift 3 of them with one hand. Tang Bing was unaware of Shin Yi's thoughts. Feeling thirsty, she reached for a bottle of mineral water, about to open it. Shin Yi's dark expression hardened as he spoke. Hold on, let me do it. He snatched the bottle with a look of resentment, twisted the cap off with a sharp click. He placed it triumphantly in front of Tang Bing. His eyes silently urged her to drink. Old Shin must be flying for the first time, right? Isn't this mineral water supposed to open with just a push? Why twist the cap off? That's for securing it. How painful must that have been? Thanks. After silently ranting to herself, Tang Bing remained outwardly composed as she picked up the mineral water bottle. To spare Shin Yi any embarrassment, Tang Bing even took a sip. Then she pressed the side with a satisfying click. The bottle cap snapped back into place perfectly. Shin Yi's face darkened even further. Was he weak and stupid? It was infuriating. After landing, the landlord from Yangcheng was already waiting at the airport. Shin Yi had specifically contacted him before arriving. Some parts of the apartment he'd purchased needed renovations, so Shin Yi asked the landlord to supervise the work. Get in the car. Long time no see, kid. You've really made something of yourself. The landlord's gaze swept over Shin Yi and Tang Bing. He reached out and tossed their suitcases into the trunk. This is my classmate Tang Bing. We're both studying at Yangcheng University. School starts soon, so we came early. Shin Yi explained with a laugh. The Yangcheng landlord gave Shin Yi a knowing look. I've taken care of everything you asked me to do. You owe me a meal next time. The landlord parked the car downstairs. He reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 keys, and handed them to Shin Yi. Shin Yi was still wondering why the boss hadn't brought that big bunch of keys this time. But Big Brother seemed to understand the question in Shin Yi's eyes. He chuckled. Today happens to be rent collection day. Your sister-in-law is going door to door collecting rent. Come over to my place for dinner later. Shin Yi immediately pictured his curly-haired landlady's sister-in-law, keys dangling from one hand, a cigarette dangling from her mouth. Alright. Thanks a ton for today, bro. See you tomorrow. After saying his goodbyes, Shin Yi got out of the car with Tang Bing. Where did Shin Yi even meet this Big Brother? Judging by his outfit alone, he's definitely loaded. Just look at that keyring. How many properties does he own? Wah. I want to be a landlady too. Wonder when old Shin will make my dream come true. I want to sleep until I wake up naturally and count money until my hands cramp up. Shin Yi chuckled softly. Miss Tang, let's head upstairs. Shin Yi pressed the floor button and handed the keys to Tang Bing. Carrying one suitcase in each hand, they headed straight for the spacious apartment he'd purchased. I'm staying on the left, you're staying on the right. Open it up and see if you like it. Tang Bing was still a bit dazed until Shin Yi spoke up. What does this mean? Did Shin Yi choose a family-style hotel? I've never stayed in a family-style hotel suite before. So this is what it's like. Last lifetime, old Shin and I always shared a room. Wah! This lifetime we have to split up? What a waste of money. Chapter 40, Contact Information. Shin Yi curved his lips into a smile. Setting his suitcase aside, he took the key from Tang Bing's hand. He stepped forward and opened the door. The lights inside the room flickered on. The interior decor was instantly revealed before their eyes. I bought both apartments on this floor. You'll stay on the left and I'll stay on the right. If you find anything you're not satisfied with, I can have it changed anytime. Sheenie pulled Tang Bing inside, carrying her suitcase. Tang Bing was overcome with delight. Following Sheenie inside, the spacious living room immediately unfolded before her. Wow! So it's not a hotel after all. Old Sheen really thought this through. Now we have a place to stay in Yangcheng. Even if I don't go back to school, at least I won't have to stay in hotels anymore. After all, how could a hotel ever feel as comfortable as home? The decor here is exactly my style, ergo is so thoughtful. The only bummer is I can't live with old Sheen. We're still unmarried, wha? Tang Bing felt both delighted and pouty. But in such a beautifully decorated room, she couldn't help but wander around. She wandered from one room to another. Her heart kept sighing in wonder. A bathroom this spacious, soaking in a bath here would be pure bliss. I absolutely adore this place. Perfect for a bubble bath. The bedroom gets such great natural light. Old Sheen did well. These curtains block out any sunlight seeping in, making it easy to sleep in. The fridge, is this empty? Looks like I'll need to go shopping. Tomorrow I'll drag old Sheen along to check out the nearby supermarket. Tang Bing's girlish thoughts spilled out in that instant. Seeing Tang Bing's delight, Sheenie couldn't help but smile. Take your time looking around, Tang. I'll head back now. Call me anytime if you need anything. Tang Bing was busy inspecting the apartment and barely registered Sheenie's words. She gave a casual nod before disappearing into the bedroom. Sheenie chuckled heartily, closed the door behind Tang Bing, and headed straight back to his own room. After several days of shopping, Tang Bing dragged Sheenie around the nearby mall. The cozy atmosphere in both apartments grew even stronger. It felt more and more like home. The start of the semester at Yangcheng University was fast approaching. Sheenie waited for Tang Bing to leave early in the morning. He wore a simple white short-sleeved shirt, blue jeans, and trendy sneakers. He radiated youthful energy, exuding the essence of a college student. Sheenie leaned against the central pillar between the two apartment entrances, patiently waiting for Tang Bing to get ready. Soon, the sound of the door opening echoed. Sheenie lifted his gaze from his phone to Tang Bing. The slender girl's skin was as white as snow. Dressed in a white dress, she resembled an unparalleled fairy. Even standing there quietly, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Miss Tang, the school beauty. You look absolutely stunning in that. I reckon your reputation as the school beauty will spread from Bingcheng First High all the way to Yangcheng University. Sheenie exclaimed sincerely, raising his thumb in continuous admiration. Tang Bing's cheeks flushed crimson at his praise. Her naturally fair skin took on a delicate blush, like a rose in full bloom during spring, truly a sight to behold. Others might not have noticed, but Sheenie was definitely one of those captivated. Tang Bing shot Sheenie a shy, timid glance. Stop it, people will laugh at us if we talk like this. Let's head to school first. Tang Bing picked up the keys lying nearby and walked straight out. She gently tugged at Sheenie's sleeve, leading him downstairs. Sheenie quickly regained his composure. A little teasing was fine, but if she actually got angry, that would be a problem. Yangcheng University. As a nationally renowned university, Yangcheng University undoubtedly ranked among the top institutions. It could even be considered one of the absolute top institutions. The grand entrance of Yangcheng University stood majestic and imposing, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. The surrounding roads bustled with traffic, filled with vehicles ferrying students to and from campus. It happened to be the start of the new semester, and many students were gathered at the entrance to welcome the freshmen. The moment Sheenie and Tang Bing stepped off the car, they were instantly drawn to the lively scene before them. This truly is Yangcheng University. Whether in my past life or this one, this century-old institution remains a name that echoes through the ages. I spent my entire 4-year undergraduate degree here. In my past life, this damn familiarity. Wonder if I'll end up in the same dorm with those girls from our old room. Tang Bing hadn't changed her major this lifetime, continuing to study international finance and trade. Her ability to offer Sheenie so many useful suggestions stemmed largely from her field of study. She'd encountered plenty of related matters in her previous life too. As Sheenie and Tang Bing approached the school entrance, a group of upperclassmen immediately surrounded them. Hello, are you freshmen? Which departments are you both in? The seniors asked with beaming smiles. Their eyes brimmed with delight and admiration. This handsome guy and beautiful girl. They would stand out in any college. Tang Bing and Sheenie each announced their respective departments. Soon, a senior student will guide them through some enrollment procedures. Wow! Were those two a couple? They look so perfect together. Are this year's freshmen this gorgeous? I saw her just now. Not only is her skin flawlessly fair, but her face is completely blemish-free. How are we seniors supposed to live with this? Wah! They're just too gorgeous. And what about us guys? The guy walking beside her is super handsome too, you know? Amidst the heated debate, everyone watched enviously as the couple walked farther and farther away. Shinee wrapped up the last remaining tasks for the start of the semester. With classes officially starting in 3 days, Shinee and Tangbing had plenty of time to explore the new shop in Yangcheng. Here's your temporary student ID. You might need it to enter and exit campus after classes start. Keep it safe. The young girl before him blushed bright red as she handed the card to Shinee with both hands. This freshman is way too handsome. The girl was practically swooning. Shinee seemed oblivious, casually slipping the card into his pocket. Just as he turned to leave, the girl behind him called out to him. "Excuse me, could I ask for your contact information?" Shinee hadn't expected the senior to be so direct. He smiled, revealing a few teeth, his expression warm and sunny. "Senior, do you really need to fill out contact information just to get a student ID?" Chapter 41, Boyfriend. Instantly, the senior's face flushed even redder. "No, it's not. I just wanted to." She was utterly embarrassed, her voice growing fainter and fainter. Shinee maintained his original smile. "I'm truly sorry, senior. My girlfriend keeps a tight leash on my phone number, so I can't just give it out. My apologies," Shinee said with great grace before turning to leave. Hearing this, the senior's face froze instantly. After a long moment, she rubbed her cheeks. A muffled groan filled the air. "Wah, such a handsome junior already has a girlfriend. This is so unfair to us senior sisters." Shinee exited his own college and headed straight for the School of Economics. He was going to pick up Tang Bing and head back together. The economics building was a bit farther from Shinee's own college, so he spent some time walking there. From a distance, he spotted Tang Bing standing at the entrance of the training building, her expression cold. Across from her, a few slacker-looking guys seemed to be hanging around. The leader, with his head dyed bright yellow, had his hands stuffed in his pockets. "Hey, gorgeous, all we wanted was your contact info. Our brother Fong only gave you a chance because you look decent. Who do you think you're giving that cold stare to?" The guy behind the blonde-haired one pressed forward aggressively. Tang Bing clutched a stack of documents, saying nothing, her eyes cold as ice. The blonde-haired guy flashed what he thought was a handsome, confident smile and waved his hand to cut off his sidekick's rant. "We should be a little gentler with the ladies. It's just a contact number, surely a beauty wouldn't begrudge us that?" The yellow-haired kid flashed a lecherous grin. Shinee's face darkened as he strode forward. Even from a distance, he could hear Tang Bing's inner rant. "What kind of trash dares to show up in front of me? Just look at your face, you're not even half as handsome as my family's ergo. Even if my old Sheen goes bald someday, he'd still beat you in looks hands down. Forget contact info, I won't even give you a glance." Shinee's stride faltered. Could Tang, the campus beauty, please stop bringing up his future baldness? He reached up to touch his own head. No way. He had to find a solution to protect his thick black hair early on, lest he end up bald someday. Lost in thought, he found himself standing before Tang Bing and the blonde punk. Shinee stopped, blocking the blonde-haired guy's view of Tang Bing. Immediately, the blonde guy grew displeased. "Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm hitting on her?" The blonde's expression darkened, and he immediately shouted angrily. Shinee paid him no mind. Without even answering the blonde punk's question, he turned back to Tang Bing with a gentle tone. "Miss Tang, the school beauty, are you okay? I told you, you're definitely the campus beauty, don't you believe me yet?" Shinee winked, instantly making Tang Bing laugh. She couldn't help but smile, her lips curling up. "Sorry, I don't have any contact information. Excuse me, classmate, I need to go now." Tang Bing's cold voice rang out. To the blonde punk, it sounded like an outright insult. The young punk flew into a rage instantly, furious beyond measure. He immediately led his gang to surround Tang Bing and Shinee, trapping them in the middle. "Think you can just walk away? Dream on. You cheap. Asking for a contact number and acting all high and mighty. Who gave you the nerve?" Tang Bing paid no heed, grabbing Shinee's arm and trying to lead him away first. Inside, she cursed herself. "I give myself the guts. You wanted me to curse you, didn't you? Just wait till I curse you so bad you won't know which way is up. If old Sheen weren't here, I'd have to keep up this prim and proper act. Otherwise, I'd have cursed you out ages ago. How dare you act so brazen in front of me?" Shinee heard her again and couldn't help but be shocked. Was this really the gentle school beauty he knew? How could she be so fiery inside? The blonde punk was furious. This ice queen dared to ignore him completely. He lost his temper in the heat of the moment. He actually reached out to grab Tang Bing and pull her toward him. Shinee had already snapped out of his shock at the school beauty. His reflexes were lightning fast. He seized the blonde-haired guy's wrist with an iron grip. "She's not someone you can mess with." Shinee's eyes flashed with warning. The yellow-haired punk couldn't break free, his face turning ashen. "Who the hell are you? Mind your own damn business. Or I'll break your ing leg sooner or later." He shouted defiantly, yet he was powerless against Shinee. "Oomph." Shinee sneered coldly, rolling his eyes at the yellow-haired punk. "Who am I? I'm her boyfriend. You'd better stay away from her." With that, Shinee refused to waste any more words on him. He violently shook off the blonde punk's arm and pulled Tang Bing out. For a moment, Genie radiated an overwhelming aura of authority, and no one dared to stand in their way. They could only watch helplessly as he led Tang Bing away. The blonde-haired youth stomped his feet in fury behind them. He swore he'd make Genie pay for every bit of dignity he'd lost today. Ah! What did old Chin just say? I'm his girlfriend? Oh my god. I can't handle this. Old Chin just confessed to me. He confessed to me, right? Should I accept? But if I bring it up now, won't it make me look desperate? Yet if I don't, does that mean I'm letting air go? Just assume we're a couple? No way. I want us to be together properly. I absolutely refuse to let this happen casually. Tang Bing's mind was a whirlwind of turmoil and excitement. Genie practically dragged her along the street, her mind completely blank. Miss Tang, the campus beauty. Hurry up and thank me for taking care of that little jerk. Genie had already walked quite a distance away when he heard Tang Bing's inner turmoil. He couldn't resist teasing her. Thanks. Tang Bing squeezed out a perfunctory thank you amidst her busyness. No need to thank me. Don't take anything I said today to heart. I was just trying to scare off that yellow-haired brat, not deliberately ruin your reputation. Genie scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. Tang Bing visibly paused for a moment before casually nodding, seemingly unconcerned. Damn that Chin dog. He got all the benefits, and now he's backtracking like this. This infuriates me. That bastard even grabbed my hand. You're not my boyfriend, you never confessed to me. What gives you the right to hold my hand? How am I supposed to find someone else in the academy now? Don't assume I'll marry you someday. Damn Chin. Tang Bing gritted her teeth. Chin quickly let go. He hadn't meant to. Even if I were going to confess, it wasn't the time. Chapter 42, Money Matters. Chin's cold shower instantly doused all the joy in Tang Bing's heart. She pursed her lips but ultimately said nothing. She turned and followed Chin back. The two had already made plans last night. They planned to meet early this morning, scout several locations in Yangcheng, and start testing the waters. The primary acquisition targets included a prime storefront in the heart of Yangcheng's commercial district and another near Yangcheng University. Another was situated beside a bustling pedestrian street. Each location guaranteed a steady customer base, eliminating concerns about opening in remote, unfrequented areas. Chin led Tang Bing straight to the shop on the commercial street. Of the three locations, Chin was most satisfied with this particular shop. This particular shop also specialized in food-related businesses. Business was booming, and the owner likely wouldn't be eager to part with such a prime location. The two entered the shop first, ordered a pile of food, and tasted it right away. The taste is decent, but it's definitely not top-notch. The reason it's still so crowded is likely just because of its prime location. I doubt the owner will agree to sell. Looks like we'll have to waste some time on this place, and even then, it's uncertain if we can secure it. Tang Bing frowned as he surveyed the place. Chin had already taken a few bites and raised his hand to call the waiter. Excuse me, could you please call your manager over? We have something we'd like to discuss with the owner. Chin had already noticed a middle-aged man constantly patrolling the center of the dining hall. Chin was pretty sure that guy was the owner. The waiter looked troubled. Sir, is there something we could have done better? Or perhaps the dishes didn't meet your expectations? You asked for our boss because... Chin smiled. His sunny, boyish smile and handsome face instantly made the waiter flush a little. Nothing like that. I simply need to speak with your boss about something important. Would you mind calling him over for us? The waiter, completely flustered by Chin's charm, nodded hurriedly and turned to fetch the boss. Tang Bing felt a pang of jealousy. Chin dog. Rein in your damn charm. How dare you come to a restaurant and spread your flirtatious aura? Could old Chin have taken a shine to that waitress? She is quite pretty, but she's absolutely no match for me. Old Chin wouldn't be using his looks to seduce their boss into buying a house, would he? Who knew my old Chin would go to such lengths? No matter what happens in this lifetime, I'll never leave Ergo. Tang Bing let her imagination run wild. Chin had long since grown accustomed to this version of Tang Bing. Not only did he show no sign of anger, he even let the corners of his lips curve upward, letting Tang Bing imagine whatever she wanted. Soon, the owner of the establishment appeared at Chin's table. May I ask what brings you two here? The owner was amiable. Customers are king, and he even served with a smile. Chin shifted to make room and invited the owner to sit. Please, sit down, sir. We just wanted to have a chat with you, nothing more. Since the customers had made a request and it didn't seem unreasonable, the shop owner sat down. The restaurant was bustling with noise. Some diners ate quietly, while others chatted animatedly over their meals. Just then, smack! A slap echoed across the table, instantly silencing the crowd. All eyes turned. The shop owner withdrew his hand, his face darkening. He seemed to realize he'd disturbed others' meals. He turned his head and put on a smile. My apologies, everyone. I've had a bit too much to drink and got a little carried away. Please continue eating, everyone. After calming the customers, the shop owner turned to Chin-Yi, his teeth gritted. I'm not selling this place to you. You saw for yourselves business here is pretty solid. Why on earth would I hand over my prime money-making spot to you? Are you here to ruin my business? Chin-Yi filled the shop owner's teapot to the brim. Mr. Lee, that's not what I meant. If 50,000 isn't enough, we can still negotiate higher. What do you think? Mr. Lee cut Chin-Yi off immediately. This isn't about the money. I refuse to sell. The smile on Chin-Yi's face didn't fade. Mr. Lee studied Chin-Yi intently. This young boss looked far too inexperienced. Yet the aura radiating from him seemed remarkably steady and composed. 60,000. Not selling. 700,000. Mr. Lee stared at Chin-Yi, still refusing to budge. Chin-Yi smiled and spoke again. 800,000. Mr. Lee's heart skipped a beat. The unwavering resolve he'd felt moments ago began to waver. His property was worth no more than 400,000 at most. And that included all the renovations and everything else. His annual net profit barely reached 100,000 yuan, sometimes even falling below that figure. But Chin-Yi had offered 800,000 yuan outright, enough to cover Lee Boss's earnings for 4 or 5 years in one lump sum. It was impossible not to be tempted. What do you say, Mr. Lee? Doesn't this sum sway you? As far as I know, 800,000 is equivalent to 4 or 5 years of your income. Chin-Yi said calmly. The implication of his words was clear. Business matters are no child's play. They're certainly not something you can just bluff your way through. I advise you to think twice before proceeding. Mr. Lee noticed that both Chin-Yi and Tang Bing were quite young. He couldn't help but look down on them. How could they possibly come up with that kind of money? With that, Mr. Lee stood up, unwilling to waste any more words on Chin-Yi and his companions. Wait. So you're saying that if I can come up with this 800,000 yuan, you're willing to sell the shop to us? Chin-Yi casually asked, holding his chopsticks in one hand. Mr. Lee's disdain grew even stronger. So what if I am? Can you even come up with that kind of money? 800,000 wasn't some trifling sum like 8 or 800. He refused to believe these two young whippersnappers could just casually pull that kind of money out of thin air. This shop owner actually dares to underestimate us old Chin. Forget 800,000. Even 8 million old Chin could scrape that together, okay. Underestimating ergo comes at a price. Tang Bing shot Lee Boss a cold stare and let out an almost inaudible snort. Chin-Yi set down his chopsticks and pulled a checkbook straight from his pocket. He tore off a page and swiftly scribbled down 800,000. Chapter 43, Disappointing Sales. Mr. Lee's face instantly froze. Contract? He'd only been joking. When it came to a contract, he hadn't prepared even a single piece of paper. It was pure hot air. The surrounding crowd gathered to witness this farce. Seeing this, the crowd reveled in the spectacle, eager for more drama. Mr. Lee, the buyers already pulled out a check. Why aren't you getting that contract ready? For someone your age, why aren't you as decisive as a youngster? Just take the money and sign the contract already. The surrounding area was a cacophony of voices, everyone clamoring for Mr. Lee to produce the contract. Chin-Yi and Tang Bing sat calmly at the table, smug smiles on their faces. Mr. Lee had no strength left to resist. If he reneged publicly now, it would destroy his reputation. These customers would never set foot in his shop again. The best course of action now was to transfer the property to Chin-Yi. After all, he wouldn't be at a loss with 800,000 yuan. After much internal deliberation, Mr. Lee ultimately decided to transfer full ownership of the property to Chin-Yi. Fine. You just wait. I'll go get the contract right now. Having made up his mind, Mr. Lee gritted his teeth. He turned on his heel, grabbed his car keys, and headed back to retrieve the contract. Chin-Yi clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to all the spectators present. Thank you all for your tremendous support. When I open my new store, I'd be honored if you'd all come to celebrate and help draw a crowd. I promise everyone here will get a discount. Chin-Yi declared with refreshing candor. Applause immediately filled the room. Everyone couldn't help but feel delighted. Tang Bing couldn't help but admire the move. Old Chin's move was brilliant. Regardless of whether these customers return later, at least he's built up the shop's reputation. But buying this shop doesn't seem like such a bad deal after all. Plus, with such a steady customer base, this move is a huge win. We probably can't keep the current decor, though we'll need to invest in renovating the place. Even before the contract was in hand, Tang Bing had already mentally calculated the shop's overall situation. He had a pretty good grasp of the situation now. Chin-Yi listened with great delight. With such a wise and capable wife, what more could a man ask for? Even if Chin-Yi gave up everything else in this life, he absolutely had to marry the stunning Tang Bing. For a moment, Chin-Yi couldn't help but envy his past self. How had he gotten so incredibly lucky to be pursued by the stunning Tang Bing? Mr. Lee worked quickly. Before returning to the restaurant, he made a special trip to the bank, worried that the check Chin-Yi had casually written might be worthless and impossible to cash. Once he verified the check was genuine, delight flooded his heart. This was essentially 4 years' worth of free money. Moreover, he could use this money to open another shop elsewhere. It wouldn't make him any less money than he was making now. Chin-Yi and Mr. Lee happily signed the contract, and the shop was now officially Chin-Yi's. Armed with this experience, within a mere 3 months, Chin-Yi and Tang Bing swiftly opened 3 shops in Yangcheng to test the waters. 2 of the shop owners were reluctant to transfer their stores to Chin-Yi. But none of that was a problem. Chin-Yi now had money. If someone wasn't willing, he'd simply use money until they were. Tang Bing didn't voice any complaints about this either. I don't care about spending this money on real estate. Anyway, it won't be long before property prices skyrocket to absurd levels. By then, this money won't even compare to the value of the property. The more houses old Chin buys, the happier I am. Far from being displeased, Tang Bing was actually delighted. The 3 shops were up and running in no time. Tang Bing and Chin-Yi were constantly shuttling between Yangcheng University and the shops. With the new semester starting, they were overwhelmed for a while. Finally, at month's end, Tang Bing and Chin-Yi carved out a day to tally the 3 shops' revenues. The cost price of the delivered dishes is still higher than in Bingcheng. After deducting labor costs and other necessary expenses, we also need to deduct the initial investment. Chin-Yi calculated each item meticulously. After half a day, the mechanical female voice from the calculator finally announced the final figure. As the mechanical voice fell silent, before Chin-Yi could speak, Tang Bing's eyebrows furrowed immediately. How could it be so little? Compared to the results from Ice City, this is practically a drop in the bucket. At this profit rate, how long will it take to recoup the money spent on the property? Especially considering this is just the first month of operation with the new store effect factored in, the revenue is still this meager. It seems these shops will inevitably lose money if they keep serving spicy hot pot and rotating hot pot in Yangcheng. Tang Bing crossed her arms, propping her chin with one hand. Her mind raced, desperately searching for a solution. Chin-Yi listened silently to Tang Bing's analysis, his pen never stopping as he scribbled notes on the paper. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion nearly identical to Tang Bing's. Indeed, the revenue generated by the spicy hot pot and rotating hot pot restaurants opened in Guangzhou simply can't compare to that of the ones in Harbin. In fact, these new shops aren't even as profitable as the original ones. Chin-Yi, I don't think we can just stick to small hot pots and spicy hot pot anymore. These sales figures are dismal. Given current consumer trends, neither of these items is particularly popular in Yangcheng. We need to adapt to the changes. The most urgent task now is to upgrade our business strategy. We need to meet market demands and change our business strategy. At the very least, we must upgrade our operations. Tang Bing spoke with seriousness and conviction, peppering her words with professional jargon. Chin-Yi listened intently, absorbing every word Tang Bing said into his mind. You're absolutely right. We absolutely need to upgrade our business operations. Our initial market research wasn't thorough enough. It's time for me to draft a new strategy. Chin-Yi lowered his head, picked up the pen in his hand once more, and began scribbling on the paper. These were the research targets Chin-Yi had just conceived. Tang Bing saw that Chin-Yi had taken her words to heart, and felt even more satisfied for a moment. Old Chin really listens. I always agonize over how to phrase things to get him to change his mind. But every single time I speak up, Ergo just goes ahead and agrees. Tang Bing's eyes brimmed with emotion. Chin-Yi gazed at the woman beside him, silently musing to himself, silly girl, it's because I can hear your thoughts, of course. Chapter 44, Multi-Concept Dining. Tang Bing had no idea what was going through Chin-Yi's mind. She was still lost in her own emotional world. Chin-Yi was already busy drafting new business plans. Previous strategies had all been disrupted, and many things needed to be restarted from scratch. Tang Bing. Tomorrow, let's take another proper walk through the streets of Yangcheng for a fresh on-site inspection. Chin-Yi fiddled intently with the paper and pen in his hand, yet his voice remained focused as he gave the instruction. Tang Bing lifted her eyelids to glance at Chin-Yi. She understood clearly that Chin-Yi was serious this time. October in Yangcheng remained sweltering. Many people walked the streets in flip-flops, unconcerned with neatness. Street vendors had already begun hawking their wares. Amidst the vendors' calls, customers streamed into the shops, diving into a world of delicious food. Chin-Yi and Tang Bing also walked through this bustling scene. The aroma of delicious food wafted around their noses, while the sights before them offered a glimpse into the local customs and culture. Judging solely by street observations, barbecue and hot pot establishments clearly drew more crowds than other shops. People flocked to these places, and if you're not serving spicy hot pot or rotating hot pot, barbecue and hot pot are solid alternatives. Conveniently, I have a hot pot recipe on hand. If we were to open a hot pot restaurant now, I could use it directly. Tang Bing had her own calculations. The profits from the spicy hot pot and rotating mini hot pot in Yangcheng were no longer enough to satisfy her and Chin-Yi's ambitions. Judging by Yangcheng's consumption patterns, the general standard of living here was more affluent than that of Bingcheng. Therefore, even dishes like hot pot and barbecue, which aren't as budget-friendly as spicy hot pot or rotating mini hot pot, were easily within their means. Miss Tang, I've got some ideas. Why don't you take a look? Chini suddenly spoke up as they walked. Tang Bing immediately turned her head toward Chini. She tilted her ear to listen, waiting for Chini to speak. We've been scouting locations for nearly 2 days now. We've practically covered every street and alley in Yangcheng. Based on my observations these past days, I've noticed Yangcheng leans toward bold flavors in its cuisine. I want to create an integrated, multi-concept restaurant featuring barbecue and hot pot. What do you think? Chini asked tentatively. Sure enough. Tang Bing's eyes lit up the moment he heard it. Great idea. Hot pot and barbecue are definitely the best choices right now. Tang Bing immediately gave Chini her approval. Old Shin's thinking is exactly the same as mine. If we modify the spicy hot pot and rotating mini hot pot into this integrated setup, it preserves the fun of everyone getting hands-on while maximizing everyone's enjoyment. It's a win-win solution. Plus, it's just a matter of adjusting the restaurant's business category. We can still use our membership system from Ice City here in Yangcheng. It'll be a unique feature. Tang Bing pondered these thoughts as she walked. Her foot lifted once more. The instant he took that step, his entire body lost its balance, sending him tumbling backward. Her eyes widened uncontrollably as her entire body tensed, bracing for the fall. But the expected pain never came. Clang! Tang Bing's back slammed directly into Chini's chest. In that split second, she heard the steady thudding of his heartbeat within his chest. Overcome by a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness, Tang Bing's face flushed bright red. Miss Tang, watch where you're going. The light was still red just now, and you were about to step out. There are a lot of cars here. Chini frowned. It seemed he couldn't let Tang Bing think about things on the main road anymore. She wasn't paying any attention to her surroundings at all. This was asking for trouble. Tang Bing looked up and saw numerous cars speeding past right in front of them. If Chini hadn't stopped her just now, who knows where she'd be lying now, waiting for an ambulance to rescue her. Okay, I understand. Tang Bing replied to Chini. Bang! Oh my gosh, old Chin's serious expression actually has traces of his past life. Ah! What am I saying? My old Chin is exactly the same person as in my previous life. Ergu is just too perfect. Love it. I love it so much. Tang Bing's heart felt like fireworks going off inside her chest, pounding wildly. She secretly placed a hand over her heart, feeling as though it might leap out of her chest any second. Chini let a faint smile slip across his face. He loved hearing Tang Bing praise him. Just be careful when you're alone. When I'm with you, I can keep an eye on you. Chini murmured under his breath. Oh, right, I was just saying I want to open a hot pot restaurant and get into the barbecue business. I think I need to pick one place specifically to learn their recipe. This isn't some simple spicy hot pot or rotating hot pot broth you can just whip up. Tang Bing blinked. She calmed the fluttering heart Chini had stirred within her. What soup base? Besides, why pay someone to teach you this? I already have hot pot soup bases and every single one is considered the best tasting by people from my past life. I have ready-made recipes that cater to popular tastes. No need to research other hot pot shops at all. But old Chin doesn't know I have them. How should I bring it up? Tang Bing was momentarily at a loss for words. Chini's eyes darted around, instantly crafting an escape route for Tang Bing. Tang, the campus beauty, you'll have to help me out when the time comes. The broth for our spicy hot pot and that rotating hot pot we opened in Ice City, you provided it all. You definitely know which hot pot is more popular. You've got to help me pick the best one. With Chini giving her an opening, Tang Bing instantly found her footing. Chini, I happen to have a few hot pot broth recipes on hand. Actually, the recipes for the mini hot pot and spicy hot pot were based on these very recipes. If you think it's feasible, we could start by simmering the broths from these recipes for you to taste. Tang Bing avoided making any absolute promises. She feared she might not be able to backtrack if she did. Fortunately, Chini could hear Tang Bing's inner thoughts and immediately nodded in agreement to her suggestion. Then I'll have to thank Colonel Tang profusely in advance. Your recipes are undoubtedly 10,000 times better than anyone else's. With your recipes, our hot pot restaurant's business and flavors are guaranteed to be a sure thing. Chapter 45, Japanese Cuisine. Tang Bing's hot pot recipe was refined through trial and error. It was undoubtedly more refined than those of many hot pot restaurants still in their developmental stages. And the flavor is superior too. Miss Tang, I'm thinking, isn't it too one-dimensional for us to just stick to hot pot and barbecue? With people's incomes rising every month these days, simple, ordinary food just won't cut it anymore. I've been thinking we should explore some innovative development. Chini said. I just don't know what kind of development we should pursue. If you have any ideas, feel free to share them. Tang Bing nodded. Besides hot pot and barbecue, what else could spark people's interest? Right now, Chini and I are definitely too limited in what we offer. We could totally expand. How about Japanese cuisine? I remember it being all the rage in my past life. Even later on, it carved out a solid niche in China's food industry. Tang Bing made up her mind if they were expanding now, Japanese cuisine was the best choice. Just as she was about to tell Chini, she suddenly hesitated. The words on the tip of her tongue vanished back into her throat. I do think Japanese cuisine could help us survive in the food scene, but there's one major problem: I don't know how to make so-called Japanese food. This was Tang Bing's greatest weakness. Xin Yi's expression remained unchanged, his gaze still fixed intently on Tang Bing. He seemed to be waiting for her to speak. With no other choice, Tang Bing steeled himself and voiced his thoughts. What I mean is, if we want to expand, why not introduce something our country doesn't have? Stores that don't currently exist anywhere in Yangcheng or Bingcheng. Why not try Japanese cuisine? Tang Bing finished speaking. Japanese cuisine? Xin Yi repeated immediately. Sounds good. That's actually a great idea. No one's doing Japanese food right now. If we had it, that would be the icing on the cake. This idea is absolutely brilliant. Xin Yi immediately gave it a thumbs up. Tang Bing nervously ran her fingers through her hair. With the support of our star student Tang Bing's idea, I'm confident our business will only get better. MHM. Tang Bing replied with a single, cool word. A hint of awkwardness crept into her tone. But regarding Japanese cuisine, I only have ideas. As for the actual methods and techniques, I still don't know them yet. Xin Yi acted like a scatterbrain. He led Tang Bing through the bustling streets of Guangzhou, savoring the vibrant flavors of everyday life. That's no big deal. I'll learn how to make it myself when the time comes. Come on. Tang, the campus beauty, I'm treating you to dinner. His cheerful invitation washed away the last trace of unease in Tang Bing's heart. Laughter and cheer gradually filled the air. Everything was unfolding in the best possible way. It had only been 2 short months. Xin Yi and Tang Bing squeezed every spare moment between their studies, visiting various locations whenever possible and working with their renovation team to improve their shop. The hot pot and barbecue recipes Tang Bing mentioned had long been perfected. Xin Yi worked tirelessly. Now they owned over a dozen hot pot barbecue hybrid branches in Yangcheng. You won't believe it, but their hot pot and barbecue are truly exceptional. I've tried so many places, but their broth is the most delicious. Now I crave it every other day. Me too. I'm moving out of town soon for work, and I'm trying to convince the owner to expand to other provinces. So we won't lose access to it. As Xin Yi walked past the hot pot restaurant entrance, he overheard similar comments everywhere. He felt increasingly satisfied. Today was a profitable day, and since Xin Yi had no classes, he arrived at the hot pot place early to wait. Tang Bing arrived shortly after, hailing a cab. The campus beauty is here. Please come in, come in. You shouldn't call her campus beauty anymore. At the very least, you should address her as Ms. Tang. Xin Yi teased. Tang Bing chuckled, and the two stepped inside the restaurant. So, how's it going? Any progress on the latest profits compared to when we ran the hot pot and rotating hot pot stalls? Tang Bing asked impatiently before even setting down her bag. When she first entered, just seeing the crowd made her realize this was definitely a surefire moneymaker. But without hearing Xin Yi's confirmation, Tang Bing held her breath in anticipation. Seeing her eagerness, Xin Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of mischief. He immediately put on an innocent expression. I just got here too, haven't started tallying the accounts yet. Why don't you wait a bit longer? Tang Bing's expression stiffened. Isn't old Xin usually the most eager to settle accounts? Why is he so slow today? Now I have to worry. After all, I was the one who suggested it. If people don't like it, our shop will just keep losing money. Tang Bing could beat herself up over this. Xin Yi couldn't bear to see Tang Bing so torn up inside, even for a moment. So he decided to lay it all out for Tang Bing. Alright, smile, Tang, our school's beauty queen. I've crunched the numbers, trust me. Not only will we break even, we'll make a killing. With these dozen or so shops, our daily revenue hovers around 600,000. It can only go up, never down. Xin Yi waved his hand grandly as he cheerfully announced the exact figures. Tang Bing's expression brightened instantly, her frown giving way to a genuine smile. Really? 60,000 a day. Now that's a reasonable income. Sure enough, when Tang Bing steps in, one person does the work of two. At this rate, old Xin will have saved up a tidy sum within a month. Wonder how much raw materials the shop is using up now. Tang Bing has been swamped with academy affairs lately, dragged into cultural performances one moment, invited to events the next. With Xin Yi handling the restaurant, she rarely had to check in. For any major decisions, Xin Yi would notify her immediately. So if asked to account for each restaurant's monthly raw material consumption, she honestly wouldn't know the figures. Xin Yi, however, was different. He rarely participated in any unnecessary activities. He was single-mindedly focused on building the business and had a thorough understanding of every aspect of the store's operations. Tang Bing pondered for a moment. Xin Yi immediately began speaking on his own. Currently, labor costs for the managers and servers we've hired are a major expense. This is unavoidable. Beyond that, the demand for raw materials is also enormous. Raw materials alone cost hundreds of thousands each month. Xin Yi flipped through the small notebook in his hand with a rustling sound. Chapter 46, Raw Material Company. Upon hearing the word raw materials, Tang Bing's brows furrowed involuntarily. She never imagined that the raw materials needed for just over a dozen shops could cost hundreds of thousands. Hot pot and barbecue share some common ingredients with spicy hot pot and rotating mini hot pot to a certain extent. But those items likely required fewer ingredients than hot pot. But the sheer number of shops. Chini and Tang Bing had opened over 50 branches in Ice City alone. The sheer volume alone would consume a significant amount of ingredients. Since we need so much raw material every month, why not just buy this raw material factory outright? Wouldn't that directly slash our costs? With hundreds of thousands spent monthly, we could save at least a third. Plus, surplus ingredients could be sold to other restaurants. It's a win-win situation. Tang Bing's mind worked quickly. Having studied economics, she quickly devised a new money-making scheme. After all, saving money is making money. Miss Tang, what if we take over a raw material factory right now? That way we could slash our costs by half. What do you think? Chini furrowed her brows, seemingly pondering the matter seriously. I think it's feasible. If we can take over the raw materials factory, it would create a production chain for our hot pot restaurant chain. We'd only make more money. Tang Bing immediately threw her full support behind the idea. This was exactly the decision she had been about to voice, and now that Chini had brought it up, Tang Bing felt even more delighted. Great! With your backing, I'll contact these raw material companies tomorrow and try to acquire a few of them. Chini was now brimming with ambition. His heart burned with ambition in that moment. Seems like men still need the drive of a career. Look at old Chin now, he's like a young guy in his 20s. How excited must he be? But my ergo looks absolutely stunning when he's focused on his career. Tang Bing couldn't help but admire him sincerely. Chini had just put away the ledger he was holding when he caught Tang Bing's string of remarks. Chini, I'm only 17. Thanks. Chini, I'm nowhere near as old as the 20-something you're talking about. The next day, Chini took a leave of absence, grabbed his leave slip, and walked out of Yangcheng University. Only then did he feel a wave of amusement wash over him. Taking leave had been as commonplace for him since high school. Chini shook his head, dismissing all those thoughts from his mind. Last night, he returned to his apartment. After spending the entire night researching, he finally identified several raw material suppliers. The first company he had his eye on was a small business on the brink of bankruptcy. Their cash flow had dried up, leaving them unable to supply materials on short notice. The last time they did business with Chini, they couldn't meet his required volume by the following month. Mr. Chin, why did you come in person? You could have just called me about anything. There was no need for you to make a special trip. The owner of this raw materials company was also a young man. In his 20s, his surname was Chen. The broken capital chain had left the company completely unable to operate. Orders were coming in, but there was no money to buy the goods. Worry had turned the young man's hair noticeably grayer in just a few days. I came today to discuss some matters concerning the company. Chini carried a briefcase in his hand. He was dressed smartly in a black suit. He exuded a certain business-like aura, appearing much more mature. Upon hearing that Chini had matters concerning the company, he immediately stood up and ushered Chini inside. Come in, come in. Please state your business directly. His expression was earnest. Mr. Chen had been so stressed these past few days that he'd developed a fever. Yesterday, a fortune teller at the community gate stopped him, claiming he was facing impending trouble. With his sour expression, even little Cutie should have known he was in a foul mood. And wasn't that precisely why he was in such a foul mood? Mr. Chen had no intention of engaging further, but the man insisted on blocking his path to read his fortune. Fed up, he finally handed over a 100 yuan bill. Sure enough, the stinking fortune teller grinned and took it. In an instant, he declared, no need to worry, a benefactor will come to your aid. Mr. Chen scoffed inwardly. What benefactor? Utter nonsense. But today, Mr. Chen found himself compelled to believe. Chini had actually come to his doorstep to discuss company matters. Could Chini be that benefactor? Mr. Chen personally poured Chini a cup of tea. Seated on the sofa, his eyes burned with intensity. Mr. Chen, what business could possibly warrant you making the trip here personally? Mr. Chen seemed even more anxious than Chini himself. Chini chuckled. He opened his briefcase and pulled out a contract. I understand your company is on the brink of bankruptcy due to a broken capital chain. I'm willing to take over your company and patch up that broken funding chain. Here's the contract. Take a look. Chini slid the contract toward Mr. Chen. A stiff smile froze on the other man's face. He had assumed Chini was here to place a large order. Who would have thought the other party would instead present a contract proposing an outright acquisition? Naturally, Mr. Chen was unwilling. The company was acquired, and Chini is now the biggest boss of this raw materials factory. What will he do now? Chini seemed to sense Chen's hesitation and offered a slight smile. I suggest you review the contract first, Mr. Chen, and then we can continue our discussion? As Chini spoke, Chen, half convinced, read through the entire contract. The more he read, the brighter the light in his eyes grew. So you're essentially seeking to become a behind-the-scenes shareholder of this company, the ultimate decision maker? And I would still manage this raw materials company? Mr. Chen never imagined the terms offered would be so generous. It was even astonishing. Yes. You can understand it that way. But my original purpose in acquiring this company was to secure the most affordable raw materials for all the restaurants under my name. If you can expand the company beyond that foundation, then the salary and benefits I offer you will also increase accordingly. Shinee wasn't short on money. Mr. Chen had managed to build a thriving raw materials company at such a young age. His capabilities were truly remarkable. Shinee was worried about acquiring the company only to have no one to manage it. Wasn't this like someone offering him a ready-made solution? Chapter 47, Overseas Research. What are your thoughts, Mr. Chen? If it doesn't work out, I can wait a bit longer. Shinee had plenty of patience. He was determined to secure this raw materials company. Mr. Chen no longer wanted to deliberate. Such generous terms were unlikely to be offered again if passed up now. He slammed his hand on the table and made his decision on the spot. I'll sign this contract. I hope Mr. Chen will honor his commitment and continue to place the operational control of this company in my hands. Shinee said nothing, rising to his feet. Under Chen's intensely anxious gaze, he extended his hand. A handshake. Two equally young, equally strong hands clasped together. Shinee smiled. Rest assured. The first raw material company had been successfully signed. One after another, Shinee acquired numerous raw material suppliers. Together, these acquisitions not only ensured a steady supply for his restaurants, but also allowed him to sell some externally. At this point, Shinee had accumulated nearly 10 million yuan in capital. On this day, Shinee knocked on the door of Tang Bing's apartment. There was no response from inside. After waiting patiently for a moment longer, the sound of Tang Bing's hurried footsteps approached. The door creaked open. Shinee? What's up? Tang Bing's voice sounded slightly more languid than her usual icy tone, and it actually had a refreshingly smooth quality to it. Shinee nearly popped his eyes out of his head. Tang Bing must have just finished showering, wrapped in a bath towel. Her hair was still damp, droplets seemingly dripping from it, soaking a large patch of the towel in front of her. Her limbs were smooth and exposed to Shinee's gaze, her face flushed with a faint blush. She was stunningly beautiful and breathtakingly gorgeous. Shinee immediately turned his head away, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap from his chest. I wanted to talk to you about the restaurant. Maybe you should put some clothes on first? Shinee stammered for a moment. His face flushed bright red, his eyes darting nervously. Even with his back turned to Tang Bing, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Seeing Shinee's extreme reaction, Tang Bing immediately looked down at her own outfit. But she was wrapped up perfectly, nothing was showing at all. Tang Bing blinked. Who knew our old Qin was still such a pure, innocent virgin? Wasn't he pretty bold in his past life? Who'd have thought this lifetime he couldn't even handle seeing a girl fresh out of the shower? Adorable. Absolutely adorable. Even an old dog has his day, humph. He never blushed when he was doing that with me in the bathroom. Tang Bing's chattering voice drifted over. Shinee's face flushed even redder. Just how much of a dog was he in his past life, even taking her into the bathroom? Fine. Despite her complaints, Tang Bing slammed the front door shut. The echo immediately reverberated down the hallway. Shinee slapped his own head, forcing the image from his mind. Come in. Tang Bing had already tidied up. She wore a loose hoodie over her body, paired with pants and slippers. She was wrapped up tightly, completely sealed off. Shinee glanced at her and felt a lingering sense of reluctance. Speak. Tang Bing was concise. Due to her busy schedule, she hadn't seen Shinee for several days. But that didn't matter much. If something important came up, they would still discuss it. Shinee had even sent Tang Bingyan a detailed text message about his recent acquisitions of raw material companies. I've nearly completed the acquisition of the raw material companies. After reviewing my current funds, I believe it's time for us to proceed to the next phase. Shinee propped his chin up with one hand. His expression was serious. Tang Bing was taken aback. After buying so many raw material companies, old Qin should still have nearly 10 million in funds left. Leaving that money untouched is like stagnant water, it won't generate any real returns. Shinee's suggestion to reinvest it makes perfect sense. But I wonder how old Qin plans to invest it. I think the Japanese restaurant I suggested earlier would be a great idea. It's bound to become a nationwide sensation. I want to acquire the recipes for Japanese cuisine from the island nation. At that moment, Shinee declared with unwavering resolve. Not only that, but I've recently discovered that among all the items in the shops, alcoholic beverages are actually the best sellers. I want to focus on this area too. I've already done my research. German beer is world-renowned. I plan to negotiate a partnership in Germany to launch a unique brand of ice beer for our ice city. Shinee outlined his vision. This inspiration had come from Tang Bingshin's inner voice. To sustain a customer base, keeping things fresh is crucial. Whether you buy the Japanese recipe or bring in German ice beer, I fully support you. But there's a problem right now. To secure these partnerships, we absolutely must send someone to Japan and Germany for on-site inspections. Not every Japanese restaurant or ice beer in Japan or Germany is delicious. If we're going to import them, we absolutely need to conduct personal inspections. Only by tasting them firsthand can we make the final decision. Otherwise, buying recipes blindly will only lead to losing all our capital. It's not practical for just me and old Sheen to go to either Japan or Germany. Tang Bing looked deeply concerned. She wanted to do business too, but now the situation was right in front of her. She had to consider every possible outcome. Upon hearing Tang Bing's agreement, Qin Yi's previously tense expression instantly softened into a smile. His previously tense expression instantly softened into a playful grin. Your approval is all that matters. Don't worry, we'll have people to conduct the investigation. I've already requested extended leave from my advisor. I plan to personally conduct the research. Our businesses were built brick by brick. I'd never let them collapse because of poor material choices. Qin Yi made up his mind on the spot. He absolutely had to visit both the island nation and Germania to make his own choice. Tang Bing's gaze toward him held a complex mix of emotions. How long has the semester even started that Qin Yi is already taking extended leave? This is just like high school all over again. Qin Yi is here to coast through for a degree. Back then, she knew it wouldn't affect his grades, but college courses are different from high school. Besides, would his advisor even approve? Even if the advisor did, wouldn't his professors object? Qin Yi picked up on Tang Bing's concerns. Before she could voice them, he began explaining. Don't worry. College studies aren't a problem for me. The advisor is more than happy to accommodate me. I've already discussed this with all my professors. As long as my final grades reach above 80, they won't object to my leave of absence. Chapter 48, Island Nation. With Qin Yi's reassurance, Tang Bing finally felt at ease. Then I'll start processing my visa tomorrow. I'll be leaving within this week. While I'm away in the island nation, our shop will be counting on you. Qin Yi had always felt reluctant to see Tang Bing work so hard day after day. His own wife, naturally, was his responsibility to provide for. All she needed to do was look as beautiful as a flower. So Tang Bing's duties had merely involved managing the tedious bookkeeping for all of Qin Yi's shops. Now that Qin Yi was leaving, the heavy responsibility naturally fell to Tang Bing. For a moment, Qin Yi even hesitated about leaving. He didn't want Tang Bing to bear such a heavy burden. Alright, rest assured. I'll make sure to monitor everything properly. Tang Bing solemnly promised. Emerging from Tang Bing's apartment, Qin Yi's emotions were a whirlwind of conflicting feelings as he entered his own spacious flat. He collapsed onto his bed the moment he entered. He couldn't tell if this trip had been for better or worse. 3 days later, Qin Yi had secured his visa through the fastest possible channels. He packed a few clothes, bundled them up, and headed straight for the airport. Before leaving, he only sent a text message to Tang Bing. The flight to the island nation soon departed. At the flight attendant's prompting, Qin Yi silently turned off his phone. Even Qin Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety about his first trip abroad. But the thought of the money in his pocket made him laugh. Qin Yi burst into laughter. Money makes the devil grind the millstone, and money makes the millstone grind the devil. As long as his money was safe, what was there to fear about making a splash in the island nation? With that thought, Qin Yi relaxed and let his guard down. The island nation was still some distance away. Qin Yi simply accepted the small blanket offered by the flight attendant and took a nap on the plane. The aircraft is about to land. All passengers are requested to prepare for landing. The aircraft is about to land. All passengers are requested to prepare for landing. The aircraft is about to land. All passengers are requested to prepare for landing. 3 times in a row. Qin Yi was jolted awake from his slumber. He hadn't packed much to begin with, so a quick tidy-up was all it took before he was ready to disembark. Only when his feet touched the ground did he finally shake off those earlier unrealistic feelings. The island nation was, after all, just a small island. The air felt more humid compared to the icy city and the sheep city. Qin Yi felt no discomfort from the change in environment, but the people accompanying him looked pale and sickly. Qin Yi had intended to walk straight out, but as he took his first step, he suddenly remembered that not only was he unfamiliar with the people and surroundings here, but they didn't even share a common language. Even discussing lodging was a challenge. Qin Yi's eyes darted around, and he immediately turned his attention to the person beside him. He walked over and kindly offered a pill to the young man who was suffering from homesickness and feeling miserable. Take this pill. It should help you feel better. I'm from Ice City. What about you? Qin Yi asked politely. The young man across from him showed no hint of suspicion. He reached out and took the pill from Qin Yi's hand, casually opening the water bottle he carried. He swallowed the pill in a few quick gulps. After resting by the roadside for a few minutes, his complexion finally eased considerably. When he spoke, the overwhelming stench of alcohol from his breath immediately shocked Qin Yi. I'm from Ice City too. But I'm half Japanese. I'm back visiting family this time. Chini nodded quickly. So he was actually an islander. It was rare to meet someone from Ice City with such poor Mandarin pronunciation. He seemed like an easygoing guy, so Chini instantly decided he was the one. Brother! It's such a blessing to meet you. This is what they call two countrymen meeting, tears welling up in their eyes. Chini reached out to shake hands. My name is Chini. What's yours? My name is Watanabe Matsu. My Chinese name is Yang Tianla. You can call me either one. Yang Tianla beamed with delight, his smile carrying a touch of innocence. I'm all alone here with no one to turn to, so I'll be counting on you. After chatting for a while, Chini and Yang Tianla set off, laughing and joking as they walked away. Though Yang Tianla spoke thick Harbin dialect back home, his Japanese flowed effortlessly once he arrived on the island nation. He was also well versed in the island nation's unique delicacies. I came here specifically to taste the most authentic Japanese cuisine. But with so many tempting options lining the streets, I'm overwhelmed and don't know where to start. Chini was genuinely overwhelmed. Chaotic, jumbled names hung haphazardly above the shops. Whether it was an izakaya or a Nagoya-style place, Chini couldn't make heads or tails of any of them. Ah! So you're looking for Japanese food? I know a place that serves authentic Japanese cuisine. Let me take you there. The places on these streets are all adapted versions. Yang Tianla's eyes lit up. Without pausing his stride, he cheerfully led Chini through a series of twists and turns into a narrow alleyway. After about 10 minutes of walking, Yang Tianla finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous shop. Chini looked up, scanning the surroundings, but saw no sign indicating the shop's name. Yang Tianla led Chini into the shop. The two men exchanged greetings in the island nation's language, clearly old acquaintances, their conversation tinged with a warm familiarity. Chini sat at a nearby table, his eyes vacant. Were they plotting to sell him off? Stranded in this unfamiliar place, Chini had already mapped out the optimal escape route. He was just waiting for any sign of trouble so he could bolt out of this shop as fast as possible. Chini, what would you like to eat? This place is absolutely authentic. I'm a straightforward guy. Yang Tianla patted his chest, looking utterly out of place in this island nation. Instead, he seemed perfectly at home in the icy city's atmosphere. I'm fine with anything. It's my first time here, so I'm not sure. You decide. Chini chimed in. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianla immediately volunteered to communicate with the shopkeeper, listing off a string of dishes. Since you've come to Japan, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Chini and Yang Tianla waited for a short while. Soon, the shopkeeper brought each dish Yang Tianla had ordered to the table one by one. The shopkeeper was an elderly woman with snow-white hair. She appeared to be quite spry on her feet. First, she placed a small plate of sushi on the table, bowed, and murmured something in Japanese that Chini couldn't understand. She smiled and then stepped back. Chini, feeling confused, quickly returned the bow. He watched as the grandmother, dressed in a kimono, walked behind the curtain. Only then did he look at the sushi the old lady had just brought over. There were 6 pieces in total, each exquisitely crafted. This is baked nigiri. Since the island nation is surrounded by sea year-round, seafood is the predominant ingredient. Yang Tianla explained. Chapter 49, Everything You Could Want. The 6 baked nigiri included eel, crab meat, fish roe, and more. Yang Tianla gestured for Chini to taste them now. Right in front of him, Chini gently picked up a piece of sushi from the plate and placed it in his mouth. The delicate crab meat enveloped a small portion of rice beneath it. A fresh, oceanic flavor instantly awakened his taste buds. Chini felt as if he were living atop the ocean itself, the exquisite flavor engulfing his entire mouth and pulling him completely into its embrace. Delicious. This was deliciousness that came straight from the soul. What do you think? Yang Tianla waited expectantly for Chini's verdict. Delicious. This is the best sushi I've ever had. Chini's eyes lit up as he gave Yang Tianla a thumbs up. This sushi shop hidden deep in the alley was truly exceptional. If he'd come alone, he might never have discovered this place. For a moment, Chini couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Thank goodness he'd spotted Yang Tianla at the airport and had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation. Yang Tianla slid the remaining 5 pieces of sushi across the table toward Chini. 5 distinct flavors lay quietly nestled on the plate, waiting for the diner to savor them. Why aren't you eating? Chini asked curiously. I come here often. I've become immune to these delicacies. I'll start eating once the other dishes arrive. Chini didn't detect anything amiss in Yang Tianla's explanation. He swiftly polished off the remaining 5 flavors of baked dumplings on the plate. The second course was brought out at that moment. This time, it wasn't sushi, but a row of small, dumpling-like items, each topped with curls of golden brown crispiness in various shapes. Chini was intrigued. He'd never even seen such a thing before, let alone tasted it. Yang Tianla noticed the curiosity in Chini's eyes. He spontaneously began explaining the dish before them. These are octopus balls, a local snack from the island nation. They're filled with octopus meat, incredibly chewy and springy. Every bite is a delightful surprise. Yang Tianla placed the plate of octopus balls right in the center of the table. The empty plate from the baked sushi had already been cleared away by the elderly lady. Xin Yi's appetite was instantly whetted. Using the chopsticks in his hand, he picked up an octopus ball and popped it into his mouth. Sure enough, as his teeth sank in, the octopus meat's distinct texture ignited every taste bud in Xin Yi's mouth. He could think of no other words. Only two words: incredibly delicious. Such food not only offered a refreshing change but also possessed a flavor that everyone could appreciate. He hadn't even discussed it with the shop owner yet. Xin Yi could already envision the sensation this delicacy would create if introduced in cities like Ice City or Yangchang. The place would surely be packed with customers. Yet this island nation's humble shop offered far more than just these few dishes. Though small, it was fully equipped. A multitude of island delicacies converged within this tiny establishment. As Yang Tianla conversed with the owner, an endless stream of culinary treasures was delivered to Xin Yi's corner of the world. Tonkatsu, omelet rice, eel rice, rich ramen broth. Wagashi sweets, 3-color mochi balls, okonomiyaki. Japanese hot pot, curry rice, tempura, sukiyaki, sumo hot pot. Everything was dazzlingly varied and abundantly available. Fortunately, the shopkeeper hadn't prepared large portions of each dish, just enough for the two to sample and savor the novelty. By the end, Xin Yi simply had no room left to eat more. He could only take a bite of each to see what it tasted like. There was simply no room left for anything else. Yang Tianla watched Xin Yi with a satisfied smile as he could no longer eat. Only then did he add with a smug look. In Japan, you must never leave any food uneaten. All leftovers must be packed up to take home. Since the island nation is so small, waste is simply not permitted. Xin Yi was dumbfounded by Yang Tianla's words. With so much food on the table, how could he possibly eat it all without wasting a single bite? Besides, he didn't even have a place to stay yet. How could he possibly pack it up? Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to eat it again. A wave of helplessness washed over Xin Yi. He never imagined that on his very first day in Japan, he wouldn't be troubled by money but instead defeated by this law against waste. What should I do? I can't possibly eat all this now. Yang Tianla burst into laughter. Xin Yi's pleading expression didn't escape Yang Tianla's notice. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I'm here. I'll take care of it right away. After speaking, Yang Tianla placed his cutlery horizontally in front of him. He declared with a serious and earnest tone. I'm digging in. Only after uttering these words did Yang Tianla begin to eat. Xin Yi watched his movements, which could almost be described as lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, half of what Xin Yi had left on the table had already disappeared into Yang Tianla's stomach. For a moment, Xin Yi was genuinely startled by how fast the other person was eating. Seriously? You don't like the food in Ice City? How long have you been starving? Why such a ravenous appetite? Xin Yi slid the bowl of broth from his own side over to Yang Tianla's. He was afraid the other might choke from eating too fast. Yang Tianla paused his eating and let out a silly chuckle. No, I just need to finish eating before I can talk properly. With that, Yang Tianla plunged back into his meal. In no time, he cleared every last morsel from the table. At that moment, Xin Yi finally believed that Yang Tianla was a rough and tumble sort of guy, not just because of his thick, coarse accent. It was that unrestrained, hearty manner he displayed in both eating and doing things. Finally finished. The elderly woman approached and exchanged a few words with Yang Tianla. Finally, she cleared all the plates from the table and wiped it clean. She then brought a glass of water to both Xin Yi and Yang Tianla. Without uttering another word, the old lady gave a slight smile and departed. Even without exchanging a single word throughout the entire meal, Xin Yi knew her service had been exceptionally attentive. She had even left them space to speak. What do you think? People around here really value etiquette. They don't know how to adapt to the situation. When eating, they try not to speak if they can help it. Yang Tianla explained. Xin Yi nodded, now fully understanding. No wonder Yang Tianla had eaten so quickly earlier. So that's what was going on. What's your plan from here? Yang Tianla asked curiously. In his view, Xin Yi was unfamiliar with the place and couldn't even understand the local language. At this moment, he truly had no idea what the other man was here for. The cup before him held barley tea. Healthy and at just the right temperature. Xin Yi lifted the cup and could even sense the distinct barley aroma of the tea. It was strangely pleasant. Under Yang Tianla's curious gaze, Xin Yi saw no point in keeping it a secret any longer. With a smile, he explained his purpose directly to Yang Tianla. I'm here to explore the food market in this island nation. Our domestic food options are already quite saturated, so I'm here to introduce some fresh new ideas. It's also so everyone can enjoy even more delicious food. As Tang Bing once said in her inner voice, good food brings good cheer. Xin Yi was determined to spread that joy. Yang Tianla listened to Xin Yi's words, his eyes widening in disbelief. You mean you want to bring Japanese cuisine to Ice City? Not just Ice City, it could be Yangchang, Haichang, even nationwide. Xin Yi declared confidently. Yang Tianla was utterly astonished. Xin Yi looked younger than him, didn't he? For someone so young to already have such grand ambitions, truly, heroes emerge in youth. It took Yang Tianla half a minute to come up with that ancient saying. Xin Yi, lacking the ability to read others' minds, remained utterly unaware of the turmoil churning within Yang Tianla. He simply waited quietly for the other's response. So, have you found any shops you're interested in yet? Let me give you some advice. Yang Tianla momentarily stumbled over his words, his mind filled with nothing but admiration. Seeing the other person lost in thought, Xin Yi couldn't help but laugh. I just got off the plane and you dragged me straight here. How could I possibly have any shops in mind? Xin Yi countered with a smile. The other man slapped his forehead. What was I thinking? I genuinely thought you wanted to sample some Japanese cuisine. Who knew you had this idea? If I'd known, I wouldn't have brought you straight here. At the very least, I should have taken you to try some of the shops outside first. Yang Tianla felt a pang of regret. Xin Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's not too late now. I'll be staying on the island for many more days. If you have nothing else planned during this time, you could show me around and let me experience the local culture and customs. I suppose I'll be troubling you then. Xin Yi felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't approached Yang Tianla with good intentions to begin with, yet here he was, shamelessly pushing himself forward with such words. What are you talking about? We're fellow countrymen. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you try every single delicious restaurant in the area. You can count on it. Yang Tianla immediately agreed. Having grown up in Ice City, he'd absorbed the local straightforward nature completely. The moment Xin Yi spoke, he had already agreed without hesitation. The two shared a knowing smile. Then Xin Yi stood up to settle the bill. He had exchanged a substantial amount of island nation currency at the bank earlier, so he certainly had the funds to cover it. But before he could fully stand, Yang Tianla had already stepped in front of him. Don't bother. This meal is on me. Consider it my treat. Xin Yi naturally disagreed. This place looked expensive. Who knew how much this meal would cost? He wasn't exactly broke, so there was no way he'd let Yang Tianla treat him. No way. You're already being incredibly generous helping me out in a foreign country. I insist on treating you to this meal. Xin Yi declared firmly. Yang Tianla scratched the back of his head, feeling conflicted. After a moment, he decided to lay everything out for Xin Yi. It's fine, it's really not that much money. This restaurant is owned by my grandparents. I just arrived in Japan and haven't had time to exchange money yet, so I brought you here to eat. Yang Tianla had originally planned not to tell Xin Yi. But when the other insisted on paying, he had no choice but to explain. Xin Yi's mind suddenly cleared. No wonder he'd sensed a certain warmth when Yang Tianla spoke with the elderly shopkeeper earlier. So these two were actually related. Xin Yi understood. But I still have to pay for this. I can't just eat for free. Thank you so much, Grandma and Grandpa, for this incredibly generous meal. Xin Yi still insisted on paying. Yang Tianla promptly put his arm around Xin Yi's shoulder. Enough. Don't you worry about having nowhere to spend it? It's only just begun. Once today is over, when I take you out to eat, you can pay for everything, okay? With Yang Tianla putting it that bluntly, Xin Yi couldn't really argue. He simply agreed outright. He playfully punched Yang Tianla in the arm. Then we'll settle that when the time comes. As Xin Yi departed this time, he made a point to greet the elderly shopkeeper Yang Tianla's grandmother with a bow and a nod. He bowed repeatedly, nodding and bending at the waist. He even had Yang Tianla translate his gratitude into the island nation's language. Only then did Xin Yi feel somewhat at ease. For the entire week that followed, Yang Tianla led Xin Yi through every nook and cranny of the streets. They sampled every kind of establishment imaginable, izakayas, restaurants, and all sorts of chaotic eateries. Xin Yi, this is the last well-known shop in our area. How do you feel about it so far? Yang Tianla asked curiously. These past few days, the two of them had eaten and drunk quite a lot. Yang Tianla even felt like he'd gained weight. Xin Yi carefully placed the sushi in front of him into his mouth, savoring it slowly. He still shook his head. After much deliberation, Xin Yi clenched his fist against his mouth and cleared his throat. Fellow countrymen. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Xin Yi found it difficult to broach the subject. Yang Tianla, however, grew curious. After spending these past few days together, he had a pretty good idea of what kind of person Xin Yi was. He certainly didn't strike him as the shy type. What on earth could possibly be so difficult to say? Just say what's on your mind. What's there to beat around the bush about with me? Don't worry, I'm easy to talk to. With that, Yang Tianla reached out and slapped Xin Yi on the shoulder. Without the Japanese around, Yang Tianla relaxed his demeanor. He didn't bother with the formalities expected of Japanese people when eating with Xin Yi. Xin Yi nearly choked on his food from the force of Yang Tianla's slap. Chapter 50, An Honor to Collaborate. What the hell did this guy eat growing up? How could his hands be so incredibly strong? Xin Yi gritted his teeth against the pain in his shoulder. He placed his cutlery on the table, then fixed his gaze firmly on Yang Tianla. That intense expression instantly startled Yang Tianla. Why are you giving me that look? What's going on? Did you run out of money in Japan? Oh, it's just a minor issue. You've still got me. At least you won't be left homeless. Chini shook his head. Yang Tianla's eyebrows were so furrowed you could have killed a fly between them. He ran through several possibilities, but Chini kept shaking his head. Tianla, I need to discuss something with you. After sampling every shop these past few days, I've carefully jotted down some culinary insights. But I've realized none of them compare to the first place you took me to. Chini rattled off his thoughts in rapid succession. Grandma Yang Tianla's shop was truly astonishing. Not only was the variety extensive, but every single dish was unforgettable. Over the past few days, whenever Chini encountered similar dishes at other shops, he couldn't help but compare them. The verdict was always the same: Grandma's shop was the absolute best. It was simply the best. Yang Tianla couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Of course. My grandparents' cooking skills are unmatched. No shop can surpass them. So, have I won over your taste buds yet? Beg me, and I'll treat you to another free meal. Yang Tianla patted his chest and gave Chini a smug look. Chini couldn't help but laugh at the sight. He couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. That's not what I meant. I can still afford to pay for the meal. Don't underestimate me, okay? Chini chuckled heartily. Yang Tianla finally caught on at that moment. Chini, you wouldn't be thinking of partnering with my grandparents, would you? Promote the island nation's cuisine to Ice City or even nationwide? Chini stared intently at Yang Tianla's face. The other looked utterly surprised, as if the idea had never crossed his mind. A chill instantly gripped Chini's heart. It seemed obtaining the recipe this time might prove more troublesome than anticipated. But whatever Chini set his mind to, he would see through to the end. He was determined to get those recipes from Yang Tianla's grandparents. Is that not possible? I genuinely think these dishes are delicious, which is why I came up with this idea. And after all these days, you're the one I'm most satisfied with. Yang Tianla reached out to cut off Chini's words. He picked up the cup in front of him and downed the boiling water in one gulp. Hold on. Let me clear my head. This feels like I'm dreaming. After a few seconds of self-calming, Yang Tianla slowly addressed Chini. First off, Chini, I need to set the record straight about one thing. My grandmother's little shop is absolutely not some fancy establishment. It's not even remotely comparable to the places I've taken you to eat these past few days. The reason there are so few customers is purely because it lacks reputation. I hope you'll seriously consider this point. Yang Tianla explained to Chini first. He was afraid the other party might think his grandmother's place was chosen because of some extraordinary recipe or technique. Chini naturally understood Yang Tianla's reasoning. He couldn't help but smile sincerely. That's not what I meant. I have my own reasons. And over these past few days, I've genuinely savored everything. I truly feel that the food my grandmother makes is the most delicious. So, can I partner with you? Could you please discuss this with Grandma? Chini's eyes brimmed with sincerity. He had been on the island for quite some time now, and it was high time to discuss the collaboration. Just as Chini braced himself for rejection, preparing to patiently persist in negotiations, Yang Tianla suddenly shouted with great excitement. The outburst startled several nearby customers. Stares of confusion immediately turned toward their table. Yang Tianla quickly clasped his hands together and apologized in the island nation's language to the surrounding crowd. Chini. No need to explain to them, I can agree to this myself. Your taste is truly impeccable. I'm telling you, my grandparents' cuisine is absolutely unmatched. The only reason no one else came is because they lacked discernment. At that moment, Yang Tianla was nearly bursting with joy. He never imagined Chini would ultimately choose his family as the partner. His grandparents' tiny shop had been hanging on for years, operating at a loss almost every single year. Not only did they fail to turn a profit, but they'd been using money from their children and grandchildren to cover the losses. Despite countless pleas from family members, Grandpa and Grandma remained unwilling to give up. Eventually, everyone gave up trying to dissuade them. Yang Tianla still remembers his grandmother smiling warmly at them and saying, "Even if only one person still loves it, we'll keep this shop going." The memory ended there. Yang Tianla's eyes welled up with tears. A man standing over 6 feet tall, with a thick local accent to boot. Yet now he could barely contain his emotions, on the verge of tears before Chini. Enough! Whether you agree or not, we still need to discuss this with Grandpa and Grandma. Chini quickly interrupted his thoughts, afraid Yang Tianla would burst into tears right in front of him. He certainly didn't know how to comfort men. The moment Chini finished speaking, Yang Tianla abruptly stood up from the table. He grabbed Chini by the arm and dragged him along without a word, sprinting toward his grandmother's shop. This good news naturally had to be shared with Grandpa and Grandma first, right? Yes. Yang Tianla's grandmother's eyes brimmed with excitement. She began speaking in a string of Japanese words Chini couldn't understand. Chini immediately turned his head toward Yang Tianla beside him. My grandmother asks, if we collaborate with you, will anyone like it? She's worried no one will like it and it might drag you down. Genie hastily waved at young Tianla's grandmother, repeatedly signaling that he was very interested and believed many people in Ice City, Yangchang, and elsewhere would be too. He also hurriedly urged young Tianla to explain to his grandmother. Due to the language barrier, Genie was especially afraid of misunderstandings. He instructed young Tianla to explain exactly as he had phrased it. Sure enough, with young Tianla present, Genie's direct communication with the grandmother improved significantly. The two shared a knowing smile. Genie, my grandmother said. It's an absolute honor to collaborate with you. And I won't charge you a single penny for our partnership. All I ask is that we keep the passion for delicious food alive and pass down forever. Chapter 51, Overseas Prosperity. With the full backing of young Tianla's grandmother, Genie's Japanese restaurant was just around the corner. Young Tianla's grandparents were unwilling to leave the island nation for Ice City. Instead, they took on a willing apprentice and taught him all their skills. Thus, Genie naturally acquired all the recipes. Airport. Genie felt lighthearted, a smile always playing at the corners of his mouth. Why don't you stay here on the island for another week? I'm heading back to China soon too. We could travel together. Yang Tianla extended a warm invitation. For Genie, he felt particularly reluctant to part. Genie chuckled softly, watching the burly young Tianla speak in his thick, rough accent as he pleaded for him to stay. He couldn't help but feel a wave of amusement wash over him. All right. I really can't delay any longer. I'm not heading straight back to China anyway. Before that, I need to stop by Germania. I hear their beer is pretty good. Genie openly shared his plans with young Tianla. Young Tianla's eyes lit up instantly. Good beer. He stopped trying to persuade Genie to stay, instead patting him on the shoulder. Go for it. I hope I can taste the beer from your shop as soon as I get back to Ice City. Go for it, Genie. The abrupt shift in attitude caught everyone off guard. Genie couldn't help but burst out laughing. Got it. Don't worry, I'll definitely make sure you get some. The plane had already touched down on German soil. After wandering around the airport for ages, Genie still hadn't spotted anyone suitable. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. Meeting Yang Tianla truly was a stroke of luck. Heaven, earth, and man all aligned. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To avoid being scammed, Genie promptly paid for a local tour guide. They communicated in English, doing their best to convey Genie's intentions. I want to tour the largest local brewery. Please arrange it for me. I'll pay whatever it takes. Communication with the German was quite challenging for Genie. But they could still communicate in English for the most part. Certainly. That very afternoon, Genie was escorted to tour the largest local Pilsner brewery. The beer manufacturing industry in Germania was highly developed. Not only did it offer a wide variety of flavors, but renowned breweries were also plentiful. After touring the entire facility, Genie sampled quite a few medium-bodied beers within a single brewery. Are you satisfied? Based on the itinerary we planned together, this is only the first brewery. There are still 7 or 8 more breweries to visit. The local guide glanced at his phone before Genie continued the discussion. Let's keep going. Genie nodded. Under the guide's lead, Genie toured every notable brewery in the area. Almost all the facilities were remarkably similar. The layout and variety of beers made it genuinely difficult to decide which one was best. He hadn't encountered any difficulties in the island nation, but now he found himself at a loss in Germany. With so many beer varieties, he had no idea what to choose. With this dilemma in mind, Genie directly contacted several breweries to make some preliminary selections. Soon after, Genie returned home with a haul of all kinds of bizarre and diverse beers. Due to airline restrictions, he paid a hefty sum for international express shipping to send a full crate of diverse beers straight to Guangzhou. This marked the 26th day since Genie's departure. Tang Bing had just finished reconciling all the accounts on her desk. She let out a long sigh, her slender fingers propping up her chin. Her gaze drifted out the door. Wonder how old Gene's overseas inspection is going? It'll be over a month soon. Should I call him to check? Nothing serious, right? But he hasn't reached out to me. If I call him out of the blue, won't it make me seem desperate? It just feels a bit off. Forget it. Who cares about saving face when I just want to talk to my ergo? Tang Bing's mind was racing with thoughts. With Genie away, she couldn't muster any interest in work or study. She'd been listless for days, yet she'd still managed to handle all of Genie's shops in Yangcheng with meticulous care. Before Genie even stepped inside the shop, he heard Tang Bing's inner thoughts. That long-forgotten feeling washed over him once more. Genie couldn't help but smile as he strode purposefully into his shop. Boss, can we still book tables for lunch? Reserve 2 tables for me first. Tang Bing instinctively forced a smile. Her words flowed with practiced ease. We can continue with the reservation, sir. How many in your party? The moment the words left his mouth, he caught sight of the man's face. Tang Bing froze in place, staring dumbly at Genie. At that moment, the world fell silent. Only Genie's smile remained before Tang Bing's eyes, bright and dazzling, sending a shiver through her heart. Genie? You're back. What? The legendary beauty Tang still can't believe it? Want me to let you bite me or touch me to see if it's real? Sheeny rolled up the sleeves of his shirt completely. Exposing the slightly fair skin beneath, he held it up to Tang Bing's lips. Tang Bing's gaze instinctively fell upon Sheeny's arm. This arm in her past life, she had bitten it, held it, and even. Instantly, Tang Bing's face flushed crimson. She took a step back, distancing herself from Sheeny's arm. Her tone was cool. It's enough that you returned safely. I don't need to verify anything. Her flushed cheeks paired with Tang Bing's cool words made the awkwardness seem all the more bashful and timid. Sheeny withdrew his arm. He grinned and gave Tang Bing a somewhat unorthodox military salute. Reporting for duty, sir. I've returned without dishonoring my mission. You've worked hard these past few days. You may now enter leave status. Sheeny's words made Tang Bing unable to suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. Her gaze inevitably settled on Sheeny. Her gaze held a tenderness she couldn't quite hide. Wonder if old Sheen missed me at all during all those days away. Judging by his appearance, he must be living quite comfortably abroad. He doesn't look thinner, if anything, he seems to have gained weight. Damn it! I shouldn't have let Ergo go abroad. What if old Sheen falls for some foreign girl? What would I do then? Tang Bing's heart immediately began to fill with worry. Sheeny heard every word, every sentence, clearly. He deliberately circled around in front of Tang Bing. He even glanced at himself to confirm if he really had gained weight. Sheeny nervously rubbed his nose. Sure, Yang Tianla had treated him well in Japan fine dining every day. But he wouldn't receive such treatment in Germany. Sheeny convinced himself he still maintained his original physique, at least no different from before leaving Yangcheng, right? He told himself there was no change whatsoever. He turned and looked at Tang Bing with a pitiful expression. Hey, Miss Tang, how about treating me to a proper feast tonight? I've been on this month-long overseas inspection tour, eating poorly and sleeping badly every day. Look at me, I've starved myself thin. Sheeny felt no guilt whatsoever, conveniently ignoring the fact that Yang Tianla had taken him out for endless feasting. He put on a pitiful act, playing the big shot in front of Tang Bing. And Tang Bing just couldn't resist that kind of act. Poor old Sheen must have had such a miserable time abroad. He probably ate and drank sparingly every day, and likely suffered from homesickness too. Look at that pitiful little puppy face, he really does seem wronged. Wah! Don't worry, old Sheen. From now on, I'll take care of you better than your mother-in-law ever did. Tang Bing's heart immediately melted with pity. After all, he was her own husband. If she didn't cherish him, who would? Xiao Yu, have the kitchen prepare a meal. Tang Bing reached out to hail a waiter passing by them. Sheeny hurriedly stopped her. Hey! No need, no need. Let's get down to business. Under Tang Bing's puzzled gaze, Sheeny quickly waved the waiter away. As if he were hungry. He couldn't stomach a single bite right now. His earlier eating was purely to win Tang Bing's sympathy. Alright. Tang Bing's attention was also drawn by the business Sheeny mentioned. Her expression turned serious as she waited for Sheeny to speak. Just then, a sound came from outside the door, and both of them turned to look toward the entrance. The delivery guy, clad in a black uniform, struggled into the room carrying a bulky phone box. What the hell did you buy? It's dead heavy, and that's not even the worst part. And it says handle with care, fragile glass on top. The delivery guy walked with extreme caution. He was terrified of accidentally breaking whatever was inside. He'd heard from his co-workers that the contents were supposedly shipped back from overseas and were worth a pretty penny. If he were to break it, who knows how much compensation he'd have to pay. Tang Bing watched the delivery guy's cautious movements, her delicate, beautiful eyebrows furrowing. Mail? Did you deliver it to the wrong address? No one here buys mail. Sheeny had just returned, and Tang Bing hadn't ordered anything herself. Would any employee actually have their mail delivered to the store? Doubt swirled in Tang Bing's mind. Sheeny stepped forward eagerly to help, taking the mail from her. That's right. It's addressed right here to your place, Yangcheng Pingan Road. The delivery guy couldn't help but look puzzled. Mr. Q, who are you? Could someone come out to sign for it? Sheeny placed the items down with satisfaction, hearing the delivery guy call out for someone. He hurried over. It's me. The package is mine, I'll sign for it. Sheeny took the pen from the delivery guy and scribbled his signature with a few swift strokes. He was thrilled. Old Sheen's package? What did he buy? Looks like it was shipped back from overseas? Could it be some kind of specialty product? Tang Bing had just noticed some English on the box, but Sheeny had acted so quickly she hadn't gotten a clear look. Sheeny muttered to Tang Bing. You'll find out soon enough. He leaned close to Tang Bing and meticulously checked all the recent accounts. Satisfied, he led Tang Bing over to witness what was inside the box. Old Sheen, who knows what island nation specialties he brought back. I do like those octopus balls though. But that stuff probably couldn't have been mailed back directly either. Besides, what else could he possibly bring back from that little island? Tang Bing, filled with sweet anticipation, kept wondering what it could be. Sheeny secretly patted his own heart. What if Tang Bing found out he'd brought back a whole crate of beer for her? He dared not think about it further. His movements grew slower and slower as he unwrapped the box. But no matter how slow he went, the box was finally opened. Inside, neatly arranged, was another phone box tightly wrapped. Sheeny had no choice but to unwrap the phone box. He unwrapped 3 in a row. Only then did the true contents of the box reveal themselves. Tang Bing stared in shock at the contents of the box, her beautiful eyes widening involuntarily. This is beer? Sheeny, you mailed a whole crate of beer back from abroad. Tang Bing looked puzzled. That's right. Miss Tang, the school's top beauty. This is the beer I brought back from Germany. This trip abroad, I inspected 2 countries and 2 projects. One was a Japanese cuisine project on the island nation with Gue Ran's help. We've successfully secured the recipe. The other one is this German beer. Sheeny scratched his head, instantly turning his neatly combed hair into a bird's nest. Evidence that he was indeed balding. German beers come in such an overwhelming variety of types and styles that my limited palate simply couldn't discern which one tasted better. So I had no choice but to bring back a few samples for you to try. After saying this, Sheeny gave an embarrassed chuckle. He hadn't wanted to do it, but what else could he do? Tang Bing, lost in thought, suddenly gave him a thumbs up. You really think highly of me. In the end, Tang Bing didn't refuse. That night, her apartment was brightly lit. The 2 sat at the dining table, ready for battle. Before them sat no fewer than a dozen glasses. Sheeny carefully opened each bottle of beer, filling each glass a little. Row upon row, they were all neatly arranged. After completing this, he went to the kitchen and brought back 2 small plates. Tang Bing caught a glimpse of peanuts, broad bean flours, and other items scattered across Sheeny's plate. What are you doing? Old Sheen didn't just prepare all this booze for me, now he's even getting me snacks to go with it. He really is something else. If I couldn't hold my liquor, I'd be done for right here today. Tang Bing's mind raced with excitement, even feeling a bit restless. Sheeny placed 2 small plates down, then brought out 2 more dishes of cold appetizers. He carefully and solemnly placed chopsticks in front of both himself and Tang Bing. I was afraid you'd get lonely drinking alone, so I specially prepared these snacks to go with your drinks. Just take a small taste of each later, enough to know the flavor. Don't get too drunk, I'm not exactly a saint. Sheeny teased. Tang Bing immediately shot him a furious glare. This guy really was too much. That stinking dog old Sheen. Oomph. What kind of talk is that? I don't even have anything to do with him. Thank goodness I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Could a few sips of beer really affect me? How ridiculous. Just you wait. Chapter 52, National Enterprise. Tang Bing picked up the glass in front of her and took a small sip. This beer tastes a bit bitter. It must be stout, not for everyone, with a high alcohol content. Second glass. The wheat flavor is too intense. It might be okay for men, but it's not suitable for women. Third glass. This one tastes decent, but the alcohol flavor is too strong and the proof is high. Fourth glass. Fifth glass. With each cup, Tang Bing took a sip, savored it carefully, and offered some candid remarks. Sheeny watched eagerly as Tang Bing finished tasting all the beers. Which one do you think tastes best? If we were to stock our shop, which one would satisfy our customers? Sheeny asked eagerly. After a few sips, even Tang Bing, who claimed to be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, had a faint blush on her cheeks. It looked as if she'd dabbed on rouge, making her look even more charming. Her lowered eyes fixed on the dozen or so cups of various drinks on the table. On each cup, Sheeny had stuck a sticky note, all bearing the honest evaluation she had just voiced. If we're talking about deliciousness, there are several contenders. The 5th, 9th, and these few cups all have excellent flavor profiles. But for our shop, the alcohol content can't be too high. We introduced beer to liven up the atmosphere. If it's too strong, customers might get rowdy or even fight after drinking too much. Considering all these factors? Tang Bing's gaze settled on the beer labeled number 13. Sheeny's flowing handwriting was scrawled on it. The flavor is slightly sweet, with almost zero bitterness. The alcohol content is also very low. This one? Sheeny, reading Tang Bing's thoughts, noticed her gaze fixed on the glass before her. Sheeny promptly picked up that beer. Yes. Overall, this beer's flavor profile and alcohol content are the best fit for our establishment. Tang Bing concluded earnestly. The flavor of this beer is remarkably similar to the one that went viral at Hey Leo in my past life. Their flavors are remarkably similar. I recall that in my previous life, Hey Leo shot to fame precisely because of this beer. Countless customers flocked to Hey Leo just to drink their beer and check in. If our restaurant could bring in this beer, it would definitely go viral. Tang Bing was confident. Sheeny found the beer bottle and poured himself a glass. The brewery behind this beer flashed through his mind. Unlike other breweries. During his trip to Germany, Sheeny was mostly guided by tour guides to large local breweries. This particular brew, however, he had stumbled upon and sampled at a small, independent brewery. Sheeny took a sip as well. Sure enough, the texture was velvety smooth, lingering on his palate long after the sip, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. This brewery is on the verge of closing down. I stumbled upon it by chance in Germany. If we decide on this one, I'll immediately acquire the brewery's recipe. Then we'll rebrand it as Ice City Beer and sell it domestically alongside our stores. Shinee laid out his entire plan. Tang Bing listened in awe. Shinee, I never imagined you had such a sharp business mind. Acquiring their recipe is indeed a brilliant move. If we own the recipe ourselves, our production costs will drop significantly. Tang Bing's eyes sparkled with admiration for Shinee's ingenuity. As expected, when it comes to making money, we still have to rely on old Sheen. I have to say, Ergo is just so darn smart. I originally thought we'd just use imported beer, but if we could own a factory now, imagine how much money we'd save. And the capital we save could be reinvested. The more Tang Bing thought about it, the more brilliant Shinee's idea seemed. But there is one drawback. Later generations saw Haidilao adopt the same business model, with all their beer imported from abroad. No matter how popular they become, the costs inevitably skyrocket over time. Ultimately constrained by the limitations of non-domestic beer, it's regrettable that they couldn't achieve widespread promotion. It merely served as icing on the cake for Haidilao. Tang Bing couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Later, she never encountered a beverage with a similar taste anywhere else besides Haidilao. She still felt a bit regretful about it. Had it not faced such constraints, Haidilao could have likely earned even more revenue. My idea is, since this brewery is already on the brink of bankruptcy, we should just buy out their recipes outright. If possible, I'd also like to bring back their master brewer and secure a location in Ice City to brew our own Ice City beer. What do you think? Shinee made up his mind after a moment's thought. He didn't want to import anything from abroad. Dealing with international logistics would be a hassle. If there were any beer quality issues, we couldn't address them immediately. That would be a huge hassle. Coincidentally, Tang Bing mentioned how Haidilao's beer was like this and that in the future. So why not just make this beer a local enterprise for Ice City, a company of China itself? That way, he could promote it however he wanted, right? You mean establish a national enterprise? Just move this bankrupt brewery right here to our Ice City? Tang Bing blinked. Had she had too much to drink today? How come she never noticed Shinee was this ambitious before? Is this my fault or Shinee's? Which one of us is actually drunk here? This doesn't sound like something my laid-back old dog would ever say. Setting up a brewery in Ice City. Holy crap! I can already feel the money rolling in. Tang Bing's joyful thoughts nearly leapt out of her chest. Yes, if we're going to do this, let's go all out. If we turn this brewery we've set our sights on into a national enterprise, it'll be incredibly convenient for both our operations and future expansion. Plus, it's a small brewery on the brink of bankruptcy. I'm confident we can secure it. Shinee patted his chest. He'd take care of this matter. If necessary, he'd make another trip to Germania to negotiate properly with the small brewery's owner. As they were just starting out, Shinee naturally hoped the brewery's master brewers would come along too. Alright. Shinee, you're amazing. Tang Bing's heart was filled with nothing but admiration and praise. Considering how incredibly awesome old Sheen was today. Today is also the day I love old Sheen even more. Sniffle. Shinee straightened his back with satisfaction. Praise from his future wife felt just right. Chapter 53, The Assessment. Since Tang Bing had already agreed, the next step was to contact the overseas brewing team. Shinee naturally volunteered to reach out to the German brewery company on the brink of bankruptcy. Earlier, the owner of this brewery, having run out of options, had given Shinee a business card. Now Shinee could use that very card to establish contact. Fortunately, both parties knew some English, so communication proceeded smoothly. In no time, Shinee had arranged for the engineers and all the master brewers from the factory to be brought over to Yangcheng. That day, Shinee was still in class. Jack, the brewery owner, had already stepped off the plane with his team. Standing in Yangcheng with no one to turn to, they awaited Shinee's arrangements. Teacher, I have something to attend to. I need to take some time off. I'm truly sorry. Shinee received the message immediately and set off for the airport without delay. It was break time, so Shinee hurried to find his teacher to request leave. Before the teacher could speak, a boy passing by Shinee sneered coldly. Oomph. Looks like our classmate Shinee is awfully busy. Hardly a day goes by that he stays on campus. How many classes has he even attended since the semester started? The boy's tone dripped with scorn. His words were aimed squarely at Shinee, seemingly intent on humiliating him in front of the teacher. The instructor, surnamed Su, was an older man. Even with his thick-rimmed gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, he still had to squint when looking at people. This student you're Shinee, correct? Since the start of the semester, I've taught 7 classes, and you've been absent from 5 of them. Today you finally show up, and you want to take a leave of absence? Teacher Su flipped through the attendance book with a rustling sound. Sure enough, Shinee's page bore several rows of absent entries. Teacher, I'm truly sorry. I have special circumstances. There have been some matters at home that needed handling. That's why I've had to take leave consecutively. Chini offered a brief explanation. Teacher Su stared at Chini, confirming he wasn't lying. But the sarcastic boy from earlier wouldn't let it go. Teacher, what could possibly be going on at his place in Ice City? It's just that he's a student at Yangcheng University yet still doesn't focus on his studies. He opened a small restaurant on the side. He's always busy with that little restaurant. The boy rolled his eyes, giving Chini nothing but a cold stare. He was Zhang Liang, Chini's classmate. Ever since arriving at Yangcheng University, he'd resented Chini whether in grades or looks. Chini always outshone him. What infuriated Zhang Liang most was Tang Bing's lukewarm attitude toward him, yet she radiated warmth and closeness whenever she was with Chini. Every time this scene played out before his eyes, Zhang Liang would clench his fists in fury. But Chini was always absent from class, leaving Zhang Liang unable to seize his chance. Now, finally, he'd caught him. Mr. Chini, is what this student said true? Teacher Su's expression turned stern. He lifted his hand to adjust his gold-rimmed glasses upward, projecting an air of earnestness. Chini couldn't argue back. He gave Zhang Liang a cold glance before admitting his mistake to the teacher. Teacher Su, Zhang Liang is correct. I am indeed running a restaurant now, but this will absolutely not affect my studies. I remain fully aware that I am still a student and will not neglect my studies in the slightest. Chini bowed respectfully to Teacher Su. Having served as a teacher for years, imparting knowledge and resolving doubts with unwavering dedication day after day for a decade, this teacher surnamed Su alone deserved Chini's bow. Teacher, don't believe him. He barely attends class. How could he possibly not fall behind in his studies? This kid is deceiving you. Zhang Liang protested loudly. It was clearly this kid who was in the wrong, yet he could still talk his way out of anything. Teacher Su was about to let Chini off the hook. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, he swallowed the rebuke that had nearly escaped his lips. Teacher Su, if you don't believe me, just investigate Chini and you'll see I'm telling the truth. He's not focusing on his studies and now he's deceiving his teachers. This is absolutely outrageous. Zhang Liang raised an eyebrow and flashed a smug grin at Chini. The provocation was palpable. He certainly had a clever plan. Mr. Su's course was inherently profound and difficult to grasp. Even those who studied diligently found it obscure. And that was for students like Chini who skipped class after class. If Chini couldn't answer, Zhang Liang would spread the news far and wide. Then Chini could just wait for his reputation to be ruined. Alright. Chini, do you accept? In the end, Teacher Su chose to follow Zhang Liang's suggestion. Chini was now suspended in midair, with absolutely no room for choice. All his classmates were watching. Chini had no choice but to agree. Teacher, please proceed with the assessment. Chini remained composed, showing no signs of nervousness or even the slightest hint of panic. Zhang Liang felt a sudden tightness in his chest, but quickly relaxed. Oomph. There was no way he could possibly answer Teacher Su's question. If he could really answer fluently, Zhang Liang would gladly cut off his own head and give it to Chini to kick around like a soccer ball. Zhang Liang folded his arms across his chest, his expression haughty. I won't make it too difficult for you. I'll just ask a question related to today's lesson. Chini, explain to me, will Marxism gradually fade from the world stage as the tide of the times changes? Teacher Su's question wasn't difficult. Even someone who knew nothing could give a simple answer. But crafting a truly insightful answer that reflected one's own thinking was another matter entirely. Everyone immediately began to ponder. Zhang Liang was dissatisfied that Teacher Su had posed such a simple question. Yet he was utterly confident in Chini's response. It would surely be an answer that would make everyone laugh. Chini pondered briefly, then smiled faintly. He began to speak, delivering a grandiloquent speech before the entire class. Professor Su and fellow students, I believe Marxism will never become outdated. To suggest Marxism will gradually fade into history only reveals a profound ignorance of the laws governing the evolution of ideas and an even deeper misunderstanding of the very nature of truth. Chini declared with unwavering conviction, his words ringing out with force. Marxism will remain at the pinnacle of truth, offering the most scientific solutions and answers to capitalism. The entire classroom fell silent. Everyone listened as Chini stood at the lectern, gesturing emphatically as he spoke at length. Every word and sentence interwove with the perspectives introduced during Teacher Su's lectures. Chini seemed to have delivered an impromptu speech on this very topic, sharing every thought in his mind with his classmates. The crowd's spirits soared instantly, their eyes sparkling as they listened to Chini's eloquent discourse. As the crowd gradually became enthralled, only Zhang Liang's expression grew increasingly sour. Damn it! This whole thing didn't embarrass Chini at all. It actually made him look even more impressive. Zhang Liang gritted his teeth in fury. But under the watchful eyes of the teacher and classmates, he had no choice but to suppress his anger, feigning admiration as he joined in the applause. Well said. Chini's worldview and perspective are far above ours. If only I could grasp things this thoroughly, I wouldn't have studied Marxism until my hair fell out. How envious I am of Chini. He must have tapped into Professor Su's very thoughts this time. The entire class applauded Chini in unison. Their voices were filled with admiration. Sheeny smiled and nodded his thanks to everyone present. Teacher, do you think there are any areas in my reasoning that need further refinement? I will strive to refine my understanding. Teacher Su was also filled with emotion at that moment. Having taught for many years, he had seen countless students. But students with such innate talent were truly rare. One might only encounter one every few graduating classes. Who would have thought Sheeny would bring him such a pleasant surprise today? Well said. To have such insights at such a young age, and to back every point with sound reasoning that commands respect. Such a young age, yet truly admirable. You should all learn a thing or two from Sheeny. Teacher Su was overjoyed. Sheeny hurriedly bowed. Teacher, you flatter me. But Zhang Liang, is there anything you'd like to add to my response? Sheeny shifted his focus, and the moment his words fell, everyone's gaze instantly turned to Zhang Liang. Everyone was eagerly awaiting Zhang Liang's perspective. He could only manage an awkward, forced smile. His voice was stiff and awkward as he replied. I also think Sheeny made a great point. I don't have anything to add. I wholeheartedly agree. He said awkwardly. The crowd immediately burst into laughter. Amidst the mocking laughter, Zhang Liang slunk away with his tail between his legs. Sheeny couldn't help but laugh. Using this method against him, Zhang Liang really was a bit too green. Teacher Su patted Sheeny on the shoulder. Aren't you supposed to be on leave? You should go now. Another day when you have time, we'll have a proper chat, master and apprentice. A warm smile spread across Teacher Su's wrinkled face, as kind as the old man from the neighboring village. Sheeny was used to seeing Teacher Su's stern demeanor and had never witnessed such a scene before. He immediately straightened his posture. Teacher, call on me anytime. I'll be at your beck and call. Mr. Su's expression softened with satisfaction as he urged Sheeny to leave. Only when Sheeny reached the classroom door did he hear Master Su's stern voice calling for class to begin. Only then did he feel as if he had just awakened from a deep dream. Sheeny quickly pulled out his phone to text Jack, not wanting to keep him waiting. Jack stood anxiously at Yongcheng Airport with his brewery master, engineer, and over a dozen other personnel. The group stood in silence, not uttering a word. Jackie paced nervously, clutching his phone. Occasionally, he'd mutter a few impatient words in English. Damn it, I shouldn't have rushed over like this. Bringing all these employees with me, if that Sheeny stands us up, how am I supposed to face them? Jack was both anxious and furious. Suddenly, his phone dinged. It was a text from Sheeny. It said he'd been delayed by something on the way and was rushing over. Jack exhaled a long breath, his heart finally settling halfway. As long as he's coming, as long as he's coming. Sheeny immediately dispatched several cars to pick people up at the airport. Only then did he realize the necessity of owning his own car. Money wasn't an issue. Once this busy period passed, he'd get his license and buy a car immediately. Under Sheeny's urgent urging, the driver sped to the airport at the fastest pace he could muster. My sincere apologies. An unexpected matter arose, and I had to resolve it before coming. I'm terribly sorry for keeping you waiting. I'll take you there right away. Sheeny was deeply apologetic. Jack had finally let go of the heavy burden weighing on his mind. However, despite Sheeny's tardiness, he maintained his aloof demeanor to express his displeasure. Jack spoke fluent English, enunciating each word clearly. Sheen, you're late. If your sincerity isn't sufficient, I'll take my people and leave. Even though my brewery is on the brink of bankruptcy, we're not people you can toy with. Jack said with a hint of arrogance. Sheeny chuckled softly, gesturing for Jack and the others to get in the car. Don't worry, this time it was my mistake. Welcome to Yongcheng. I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the people of Yongcheng. Sheeny got into a car with Jack. Throughout the ride, he continuously introduced Jack to the local environment while finalizing all accommodation arrangements with him. The hotel had been booked well in advance. Jack and his group hadn't settled on a place yet. Sheeny generously booked a month's stay for each of them. He led the group to drop off all their luggage first. Dinner was arranged at his own restaurant, featuring hot pot. Sheeny also called Tangbing, inviting her to join them that evening. That evening, Sheeny led Jack and his group into the restaurant, where Tangbing had been waiting for quite some time. This is my friend Tangbing, and this is Jack, my future business partner. Sheeny introduced them with a smile. Jackie looked up at Tangbing and his eyes lit up instantly. This Eastern girl gave off an aura of a rare flower. Pure and flawless, fair-skinned and youthful. Jack felt himself fall for Tangbing in that very instant. He was utterly speechless. My goodness, I never knew your country had such a beautiful girl. Her beauty is simply breathtaking. I can't even begin to describe how stunning she is. Good lord. This is just too exciting. Jack spewed a string of English mixed with their native language, unable to contain his excitement. Tangbing understood every word Jack said. As a Chinese person and the host, she believed one should conduct themselves appropriately. Tangbing smiled softly. She welcomed Jack's arrival in English. Welcome, Mr. Jax. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, please bear with us. Upon receiving Tang Bingru's smile, Jack immediately clutched his chest with both hands. He exclaimed, "Oh my god." Shin-Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone was eyeing his wife. Watching Tang Bing and Jack's interaction, Shin-Yi silently stepped between them. Chapter 54, Jack's Resentment. Tang Bing noticed Shin-Yi's move. She smiled inwardly. I knew old Shin had feelings for me. Foreigners just get hurt easily, it's their way of showing affection. But the way he's acting, he looks like he's jealous. He even tried to separate me from Jack. Oh. Young Xiao Ergo was so adorable. That jealous streak of his is really something. Tang Bing felt her heart swell with delight. Shin-Yi shifted his feet awkwardly in silence. Who's jealous? He just thought Jack's gaze and words were incredibly rude. Under Tang Bing's piercing gaze, Shin-Yi steadied himself and met her eyes with intensity. Immediately after, Shin-Yi heard Tang Bing muttering to herself. Alright. Look at our little Ergo getting all jealous. Rest assured, I'm definitely your wife. That won't change, not in this life or the last. Rest assured, you're getting a real bargain with a good wife like me. Tang Bing led Shin-Yi, Jack, and the others into the private room. Since you're visiting our city, why not sample some of our local delicacies? If anything doesn't suit your taste, just let us know. Tang Bing instructed the waitstaff to serve mildly spicy dishes, fearing the foreigners might find the flavors too strong. She also specially prepared 2 bowls of dipping sauces for them to choose from. As the group settled in and waited for the hot pot to heat up, conversation flowed. Shin, you asked us to come. I've brought all my brewery workers with me. What arrangements have you made? Jack asked. His visit was also partly for evaluation purposes. If he deemed this place unsuitable, Jack would take all his employees back home. Shin-Yi smiled faintly. I invited you to China to establish a brewery in Ice City. What I mean is to outright purchase the formula you hold. He laid out his purpose to Jax directly. Jack's expression changed instantly. Buy it outright? The formula he held wasn't worth much money, and he had come here precisely to make more money. If it was just a simple buyout of the formula, then coming all the way to Yangchang would be completely pointless. TSK. Looks like this German boss doesn't want to sell the formula. He's probably planning something big. If I'm not mistaken, he's here to make a killing in Yangchang. Shin-Yi thought the same. But he kept it to himself. So what exactly are you getting at, Mr. Jax? Shin-Yi bounced the ball back to Jax. I want to establish my own brewery within your Ice City. In that case, we can collaborate. We handle production, you handle sales and marketing. The moment Jax uttered these words, Shin-Yi and Tang Bing nearly burst out laughing. Did this guy think they were little cuties or something? If they agreed to the partnership Jack described, wouldn't that be like openly working their asses off for Jack? That wasn't Shin-Yi's original plan. This German guy's thinking is way too naive. He actually has the nerve to propose such a brainless collaboration openly, without fear of being laughed at. Even if he were a cute little kid, he wouldn't agree to such a deal. If you ask me, Shin-Yi should just flat out refuse. Tell this little boss that without their help, it'd be tough for them to buy land in Ice City with their status. If that's your mindset, Mr. Jax, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach an agreement. And if you insist on not changing your stance, you can head back home right after this meal. Shin-Yi stated firmly. Jax had intended to intimidate Shin-Yi, but now that Shin-Yi had spoken, he immediately grew flustered. He was flustered and aggrieved. Shin, this is rather unkind of you. We came here with the intention of cooperation, yet now you refuse to discuss anything and demand we return home. It seems you're not interested in honest cooperation either. Jax spoke up. His tone carried a hint of resentment. Oomph. They want cooperation but won't even adopt the right attitude. They're the ones facing bankruptcy, not us. Yet they come from abroad to act all high and mighty. Old Shin, don't give in to him. Lead them on, paint a bigger picture for them. Best to keep them here. With these experienced hands, our brewery will be up and running in no time. Tang Bing muttered. She played the perfect hostess, adding all kinds of dishes to the hot pot. Using the communal chopsticks, she carefully placed the cooked ingredients onto the plate in front of Jack. Gentlemen, please stop arguing for now. Let's eat and talk. Mr. Jack, why don't you try our local specialty hot pot? Tang Bing flashed a smile. While calming the two, she explained how to enjoy the hot pot. Jack's earlier anger vanished instantly. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Tang Bing. He couldn't help but gush with exaggerated praise. You truly are my goddess. So gentle. Shin, compared to you, Miss Tang Bing is like an angel. Jax gave her a thumbs up. He didn't forget to drag Shin-Yi into the comparison. Shin-Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Little did Jack know how his goddess was silently mocking him in her heart. Following Tang Bing's instructions, Jack rolled a slice of cooked beef in the dipping sauce before popping it into his mouth. Since they didn't know how to use chopsticks, Tang Bing had thoughtfully provided them with knives and forks. The first bite of the delicacy entered his mouth. The foreigner's eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. This is the most delicious food I've ever tasted in my life. Wah! I'm gonna cry. I've never tasted anything this amazing before. Jackie, I don't want to leave Yangcheng. I'm staying for the food. After tasting just one bite, everyone lost interest in talking. One by one, they bent over to pick out their favorite dishes and plop them into the bubbling hot pot. They feasted heartily, and the tension that had hung over the table vanished into thin air amidst the clamor of eating. Sheenie and Tang Bing exchanged a glance, watching the scene unfold before them with satisfaction. By the time the hot pot feast concluded, everyone sat motionless in their chairs, bellies full and rounded. Only then did Sheenie speak, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Now that we've all eaten our fill, perhaps we can discuss the matter of cooperation? Jack, I admit I was a bit harsh earlier. But let's be clear, you'd never secure a single plot of land in Ice City on your own. This wasn't just Sheenie boasting. With the government's strict oversight of foreign enterprises these days, a small brewery like Jack's, teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, would struggle to survive the government's screening process without the right connections. If we partner up, you'll definitely need my help to buy the land and build the brewery. Sheenie finished with a smile. Chapter 55, Partnership Sealed. Though Jax didn't want to admit it, Sheenie was absolutely right. If they wanted to establish themselves in Ice City, Sheenie's assistance was indispensable. Seeing the other party deep in thought, Sheenie began to grasp the situation. In that case, I suggest you adjust your attitude before discussing cooperation with us again. As for your earlier proposal that we shouldn't buy out the rights and instead just work for you, let's not revisit that. Sheenie delivered his words with righteous conviction. Their eyes locked, instantly igniting sparks that seemed to crackle through the room. Sheenie leaned back comfortably against the chair behind him. His demeanor was unapologetically relaxed, showing no regard for Jack's presence. In stark contrast, Jack's entire entourage fell silent. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, some even wanting to urge Jack to agree on the spot. Jack summoned every ounce of his anger, refusing to be controlled. After locking eyes with Sheenie for a full minute, he finally conceded. Sheen, we genuinely want to cooperate with you. Just tell us what you have in mind. If it's feasible, we're willing to agree. Jack slumped down beside Sheenie. His face was etched with disappointment. Our partners can't be this down. We're counting on him to enthusiastically start a distillery and make us money. We must find a solution. Otherwise, I'll have old Sheen paint a rosy picture for Jack and the others. Once our brewery launches, all shops under old Sheen's name must stock our beer. That alone gives us a solid foundation of nearly 70 to 80 outlets. Beyond that, paired with our cuisine, it'll leave everyone craving more. Would we even need to worry about beer sales then? Just casually partnering with a few supermarkets would easily get the beer out there. Tang Bing's thoughts began to expand. Pieces of the grand vision gradually took shape. While gesturing for Jack to eat the hot pot, Sheenie carefully considered every detail of Tang Bing's plan. Jack, we invited you all the way here to discuss a genuine partnership. I have a great idea. Since you have the technology and we have the capital and connections, why don't we partner up to start a factory? You contribute your technology as equity, while we bring our capital and connections. New to Yangcheng, Jack had no clue what this sly fox, Sheenie, was scheming. He pondered it briefly and immediately found Sheenie's proposal quite appealing. This proposal at least gave Jack some sense of security. I think it's feasible. Sheen, could you elaborate? Jack sat up straight, leaning in to hear Sheenie's next steps. Sheenie raised his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat twice. He pretended to prepare an explanation. Tang Bing instantly saw through Sheenie's little act. A hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. Inside, she couldn't help but mentally roll her eyes. Next up, classmate Ergo will teach everyone a lesson, how to draw a pie. Applause, everyone. With Tang Bing's unspoken words echoing in her mind, Sheenie began his performance. Here's the thing. Buying land and building a factory in Ice City requires not only this investment but also cultivating connections. But for a small brewery like yours, on the brink of collapse, it's a piece of cake. Jack, you're a businessman too. You should know that in business, there are both losses and gains. I'm offering you a 5% stake in this technology. And if this venture loses money, you won't have to pay a single penny. What do you say? Sheenie did the math. Paying just 5% annually seemed a bit meager at first glance. But if this distillery could be successfully established, its future potential would be immeasurable. By then, even 1% would be a massive sum, let alone 5%. He felt this deal was a steal for Jax and his team. Jax had seemed quite satisfied up until that point. But the moment Sheenie mentioned a 5% stake, his unusually deep eyes widened in disbelief. Sheen, you're not being fair. Only 5% equity? What exactly is this money for? Jax wasn't a pushover. Even if his winery went under due to poor management, he was still a businessman, after all. Sheenie sat up straight, observing Jack's expression of disbelief almost as if he thought Sheenie was pulling his leg, and chuckled softly. Jax, you can't just look at one side of things. I'm not afraid to tell you this, since I'm investing to establish a winery, the resources I currently hold are already secured. If you don't believe me, feel free to check Sheenie on a full 76 shops. Every single one is thriving. At the very least, I can guarantee every batch produced by the brewery will find buyers. In that sense, it's essentially self-sufficient production and sales. Just the annual income alone guarantees this volume. Sheeny held up his fingers in front of Jack's face. 5 million? Jack had never imagined Sheeny would boldly quote such an astronomical figure. For a moment, he was so astonished his mouth hung open. His mind raced with calculations. Little did he know, Sheeny merely smiled and shook his head. What I meant was at least 5 million annually for you and your team. Whoa! A wave of gasps swept through the room. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Mouths gaped wide. Sheen, we can't even guarantee profitability right now. Isn't it too early to say that? Jax cautioned in disbelief. Sheeny laughed carelessly. No wonder a perfectly good brewery could be run into the ground by Jax. With that kind of temperament, he really isn't cut out for business. This is just my preliminary plan for now. And Jack, you have absolutely nothing to worry about, I've already made it clear. If the brewery incurs any losses, you won't lose a single penny, we'll cover everything. Sheeny's decisive statement. His resolute tone made Jack feel like refusing would make him look like a pushover. Boss, I think their proposal is actually pretty solid. We won't lose anything either way, so why not just agree? The cuisine in Yangchang is absolutely amazing, I've already fallen in love with this place. Let's agree. The group of brewing engineers surrounding Jack vied to persuade him to agree to Sheeny's proposal. Finally, Jack gritted his teeth and gave his final answer. All right. Sheen, I'm willing to partner with you. Jax raised his wine glass decisively. Sheeny smiled, then clinked glasses with Tangbing. Chapter 56, since we're already here. The glasses clinked together. Jax had successfully fallen into Sheeny's trap. Now that we've reached an agreement, the first priority is selecting a location for the brewery. I'm not very familiar with the construction requirements for breweries, so the specific site selection criteria will need to be handled by you. Sheeny had already made up his mind. Had he known what kind of location would be suitable for establishing a brewery, he would have acted long ago. Now that Jack and his team had arrived, it was only natural to leave these matters to the professionals. Before Jack could speak, his team pounded their chests in assurance. Mr. Sheen, leave this matter to us. We'll definitely find the best location. A line of engineers, their bellies full and eyes gleaming, cheerfully pounded their chests in agreement. The atmosphere at the table instantly grew lively. Everyone raised their wine glasses in unison. Laughter and cheerful chatter gradually filled the air. Sheeny didn't have time to accompany the engineering team on their inspection trip to Ice City. He personally selected an English-speaking shop assistant capable of communicating with Jack from the store. He led Jack and a string of engineers on a tour around Ice City. They inspected every location suitable for opening a store. In just a few short days, they had already reviewed every single location. They returned to Yangchang with confidence, eager to discuss with Sheeny which plot of land to purchase for the brewery. Sheen, this is the outcome of our research over the past few days. After unanimous agreement, this site is the optimal location for the brewery. The climate, air humidity, and surrounding environment all make it an ideal spot for brewing. Jack laid a stack of documents before Sheeny with a delighted expression. It was indeed a prime location they had selected. Sheeny found himself curious what exactly about this location had so impressed Jack. As soon as he opened the stack of documents, he understood immediately. Jax and his group had actually set their sights on someone else's distillery. No wonder they kept mentioning how perfect the environmental temperature and humidity were. The original owners had chosen this very spot for their brewery precisely because of these conditions. How could they possibly be unsuitable? Sheeny's face darkened slightly. Yet Jack's face was beaming with excitement. I'm counting on you, Sheen. There truly is no better location in Ice City than this one. My team and I wouldn't have considered anywhere else. Jax felt a twinge of guilt. Choosing this location wasn't the only option, but who could blame him when Sheeny offered him a mere 5% stake? Naturally, Jack couldn't afford to be frugal on Sheeny's behalf. That said, this plot was undoubtedly the prime location. Fine. Under Jack's somewhat teasing gaze, Sheeny agreed immediately. He casually set the stack of documents aside. As if taking over someone else's brewery were no big deal. Tang Bing rolled her eyes at Jack in her mind. Then, in an instant, her eyes filled with hearts for Sheeny. Jax actually thinks threatening my dear old Sheen will work. No wonder the company went under, even petty schemes are this transparent. But my Sheen is a business genius. He handles any challenge with ease. Though that brewery's location was genuinely lucky. I recall that area later became incredibly popular. That land is worth a fortune. Worth a fortune might be a slight exaggeration, but Tang Bing knew it was definitely no small sum. Sheeny, who had already planned to acquire that brewery, now felt his interest intensify. If there was money to be made, how could he, Sheeny, be left out? That very day, Sheeny went out of his way to contact the brewery's owner. Why is someone from the food and beverage industry contacting me? The original owner's surname was wrong. Having just hung up on Sheeny, he was filled with confusion. He couldn't help but voice his thoughts aloud. His companion took a leisurely sip of tea. Who cares what he wants? Didn't he invite you to play golf? Whether it's a donkey or a horse, you'll find out once you go. Mr. Rong chuckled heartily. His doubts were momentarily put to rest. Shin-Yi and Boss Rong had arranged to meet at the largest golf course in Ice City. He'd long heard that this Mr. Rong enjoyed physical exercise and was practically a regular at this golf course. Shin-Yi decided to meet Boss Rong here. At that moment, Shin-Yi swung his club with one hand, eyes fixed on the small ball on the ground. With a powerful swing, he struck the ball with force. One swing. The sheer force was awe-inspiring. The golf ball on the ground remained perfectly still. Shin-Yi's golf club swung completely through the air just now. Your grip is wrong. Your hands should be positioned here, and you need to generate power from your wrists. And when you aim, your eyes should be level with the ball on the ground. Tang Bing's cold voice rang out. She expertly guided Shin-Yi through correcting his recent mistakes and improper movements. It's just golf. Old Shin clearly hasn't touched a club before. I slipped in a few pointers, hope I didn't give myself away. Ergo probably thinks my family was well off growing up, which is why I know so much. In my past life, I trained so intensely to dominate the workplace that I even earned my golf instructor certification. If old Shin hadn't been so sloppy, I never would have corrected him. Tang Bing let out a deep sigh. Her eyes darted sideways to observe Shin-Yi, who was constantly adjusting his stance beside her. Convinced he wasn't overthinking it, she finally relaxed. Shin-Yi pretended to be clueless, gradually grasping the essentials after Tang Bing's repeated adjustments. After a few attempts, he was able to hit the ball with some semblance of skill. Mr. Rong's figure finally appeared on the golf course after their wait. Shin-Yi immediately set down his club and stepped forward to greet him. Hello, Mr. Rong. I'm Shin-Yi. Nice to meet you. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. You don't hit a smiling face. Shin-Yi greeted Mr. Rong with a smile as bright as a flower. Hello? Weren't we supposed to discuss business? In a place like this, I'm afraid. Mr. Rong gestured around the room. Not a single spot seemed suitable for their business discussion. He grew even more curious about why Shin-Yi had called him out today. Don't be so formal, Mr. Rong. Business is business, but since we're here to discuss serious matters, we should relax first. Shin-Yi led Mr. Rong onto the golf course. You're already here, won't you show us what you've got? Shin-Yi took a golf club from Tang Bing and placed it before Mr. Rong. Yes. Chapter 57, No More Fear. Rong Sheng's gaze fell upon Shin-Yi and Tang Bing standing beside him. Shin-Yi wore nothing but a short-sleeved shirt and jeans. His beaming smile stood out vividly on the golf course. The woman beside him wore a pink tracksuit, her long hair pulled high into a ponytail. Her aura was otherworldly, radiating an icy chill. Both radiated an intellectual aura and the vibrant energy of youth. Unconsciously, Boss Rong found himself developing a fondness for this younger generation. He reached out and took the golf club from Shin-Yi's hand with a generous gesture. It had been days since he last touched a golf ball. His hands were itching to play. Aim, swing, sink it. Rong Sheng executed the shot in one fluid motion, without a single pause. Shin-Yi immediately applauded Rong Sheng. Impressive skills. Mr. Rong truly lives up to his reputation. That shot was truly remarkable. Few customers on this course could match your skill. Shin-Yi's compliments flowed freely, as if they cost him nothing. Rong Sheng was instantly elated. While his skill was undeniable, Shin-Yi's praise was so effusive it felt almost overwhelming. His stern expression, which had been held with such rigidity, couldn't help but crack into a smile. Just as he was about to laugh out loud, Shin-Yi's next words froze the smile on Rong Sheng's face. Shin-Yi continued. While your skills are truly impressive, they still fall a notch or two short of mine. At those words, Rong Sheng instantly clenched the cue in his hand. The smile that had been about to bloom died on his lips, replaced by anger. Ignorant brat. Don't you know your own weight? How dare you brag in front of me? I bet you've only just learned how to hold a golf club. Ha! I've hit more balls than you've eaten meals in your life. Rong Sheng was furious, his face twisted with rage. He was itching to grab Shin-Yi by the collar and give him a proper scolding. Tang Bing sucked in a sharp breath. Oh no! Has my old Shin lost his mind? He hasn't forgotten this is his very first time on a golf course, his first time ever playing, has he? He can't possibly think that just because he can swing a club, he can casually beat a seasoned golf course veteran? Old Shin really is a fearless young bull. He'll say anything and act so cocky. Tang Bing ranted about Shin-Yi's recent remarks, wishing she could walk away from him immediately. She might as well declare she didn't know this utterly arrogant person at all. Shin-Yi flashed a smile. He was as cocky as they come. As shameless as he could possibly be. Oh, come on, Boss Rong, don't you dare doubt me. I'm not just bragging, but when it comes to golf, you really can't beat me. Forget me, you couldn't even beat my secretary. Shin-Yi flashed a taunting grin. Rong Sheng trembled with rage at his words. He nearly choked on his breath. What gives you the right to claim your golf skills are better than mine? Let's settle this. I'll teach you a lesson today. Rong Sheng cursed like a fool, no longer caring about his image. He pointed two fingers at Shin-Yi's head and yelled. Even with Rongsheng raging like this, Qin showed no sign of anger. He remained utterly unfazed, his smile never wavering. He casually pushed Rongsheng's hand aside. He had been waiting for this challenge to a duel. Mr. Rong, you're not qualified to compete with me yet. Your skills aren't even good enough to beat my secretary, let alone me. Qin finished speaking and turned his head toward Tang Bing. Both eyes were filled with pleading. Without him needing to speak, Tang Bing could sense what he wanted to say. Miss Tang, the rest is up to you. You absolutely must beat this Mr. Rong at basketball. Rongsheng's gaze fixed on Tang Bing. His gaze was fierce and murderous. Secretary Tang radiated a chill that Rongsheng interpreted as pure defiance. Damn that Qin dog. No wonder he's so cocky, he actually pushed this whole thing onto me. Arg. Even if my golf skills are top-notch and Rongsheng is no match for me, that old bastard Qin shouldn't just sell me out like this. I thought old Qin was a sweet, cuddly puppy in his youth. Who knew he was actually a sneaky, scheming bastard? Qin felt utterly guilty at that moment. He had no choice. If he really had to compete against Boss Rong, he'd lose for sure. This was truly a last resort. I concede, Boss Rong. After Qin pleading gaze begged for mercy 1,000 times over, Tang Bing finally couldn't resist. Oh. He's my husband after all. No matter what, I can only spoil and adore him. Rongsheng couldn't care less about Tang Bing. He truly didn't think much of this little girl. Besides, how much capability could someone as pretty as Tang Bing possibly have? She was nothing more than a pretty face. Don't accuse me of bullying women, I'll give you a 3-ball head start. Rongsheng held the cue stick, his head held high in disdain as he spoke. A faint smile suddenly flickered across Tang Bing's previously expressionless face. She didn't refuse Rongsheng's offer. Instead, she accepted it with grace. Thank you, Mr. Rong. Tang Bing's tall frame shifted a step as she walked toward the first ball, golf club in hand. She leaned forward slightly, assuming an impeccably standard stance. Her arms hung naturally at her sides. Slow down. At that moment, Qin shouted. Rongsheng had been watching Tang Bing's movements with a sideways glance. He was surprised by how perfect her form was. She really did look like someone who knew what she was doing. But then Qin bellowed the next second, startling him out of his skin. Mr. Rong. We're all businessmen here. This kind of playfulness is no fun at all. Here's what we'll do. I'll be the banker. If my secretary loses this match, I'll transfer ownership of my 50 most profitable restaurants to you. Qin lifted his chin. His hands were clasped behind his back. Rongsheng's blood boiled with rage. What the hell does this kid think he's doing? Daring to use business matters to provoke him. How presumptuous. Even without Rongsheng saying anything, Qin was asking for trouble with this move. I advise you, young fool, to stop betting on business matters in your youthful recklessness. When I win, you'll be crying, kid. Rongsheng suppressed a surge of anger. He uttered coldly, he's just a youngster after all. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Qin laughed heartily, completely missing Rongsheng's subtle warning. Mr. Rong, you're not scared, are you? So Mr. Rong's skills aren't even on par with this lowly secretary? I thought you were something special. TSK tisk. Qin shook his head as he spoke. A palpable sense of disappointment emanated from his very core. At that moment, Rongsheng exploded. Chapter 58, Initial Plan. Cut the crap. She's just a woman. I'll have her in the palm of my hand. Rongsheng gripped his cue stick, ready to settle things with Tang Bing once and for all. Qin chuckled inwardly. But once the two actually stepped onto the golf course, he began to worry whether Tang Bing might be outmatched. Oomph. Just because you've played a few more rounds, you have the nerve to say it'll be a piece of cake. Today I'll show you the price of underestimating women. The chill emanating from Tang Bing grew increasingly intense. Qin trusted Tang Bing 102%. Rongsheng froze. He had expected Tang Bing to sink the ball without hesitation. He was already prepared. But who knew Tang Bing wouldn't do that? Mr. Rong, it's your turn. Tang Bing set down his club and gestured for the next player. Rongsheng was an impatient man, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. He couldn't stand this kind of subtle, cutting remark. He found it utterly pointless. Rongsheng tossed his cue aside and brushed the dust off his palms. I'm done. You win. He beckoned to his assistant standing far below in the hallway. The man promptly handed him a towel and a thermos. Whatever you want, just say the word. Anything under my name is yours for the taking. He accepted the bet and he could afford to lose. Besides, that earlier move was clearly a gesture of respect. He, Rongsheng, was no ungrateful fool. Qin and Tang Bing exchanged a glance. A satisfied smile flashed in both their eyes. Then I'll be straightforward, Mr. Rong. I want one of your breweries in Ice City, the one out in the wilderness. The outskirts were once a barren wilderness, now part of Bingcheng's industrial zone. Later, with state support, it gradually developed into an industrial zone. The brewery under Rongsheng's umbrella was located there. A brewery? Rongsheng pondered for a long time but still couldn't recall what kind of business it was. Did he own a beer-selling business? Hearing the confusion in his boss's voice, the assistant immediately knew Rongsheng had truly forgotten. Boss, the Rong beer factory is located in Ice City. It's a relatively small-scale operation. You said the beer from Ice City was delicious, so you acquired it. Prompted by his young assistant, Rongsheng instantly recalled. He couldn't even remember his own businesses, yet Qin Yi and the others had kept track. It seemed they'd come prepared from the very start. Why didn't you mention it sooner? It's just a small brewery. Just work it out with my assistant. Have him sign the transfer contract directly for you. Rongsheng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. He thought their ambitions were far greater. Had he known it was just a brewery, he wouldn't have batted an eye. Qin Yi clasped his fists in respect, impressed by Rongsheng's decisive agreement. Mr. Rong, you truly have remarkable decisiveness. I look forward to more collaborations in the future. Rongsheng laughed heartily. All traces of his earlier anger vanished. Collaboration is certainly worth exploring. Your secretary's golf skills are truly impressive. We should arrange to play together more often. I'm quite curious about your skills too. Rongsheng scanned Tang Bing from head to toe. She remained utterly unfazed. Her expression didn't waver in the slightest, not a trace of the typical secretary's demeanor. Mr. Rong, you're joking. My golf skills. I'm not afraid to admit. I only just learned how to hold a club. Qin Yi admitted honestly. He even rubbed his nose nervously. Rongsheng froze. This kid was trying to pull the wool over his eyes right here. Tang Bing followed suit. Mr. Rong really has the edge when it comes to skill. Honestly, even if I'd been fully focused, I might not have sunk that shot just now. Tang Bing smiled faintly. A gentleman's word is his bond. Rongsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He desperately wished he could be a villain for once. You too. Qin Yi, you little rascal, you've been trying to outsmart me with your petty tricks. Oh dear, Mr. Rong, please calm down. Then teach me golf. I guarantee I'll surpass your skills within a week. The Ice City Brewery was officially taken over by Qin Yi and his team. The team of engineers brought over by Jack's Russian Airlines had already moved directly into the brewery. Qin Yi had a discussion with Rongsheng. At Rongsheng's strong insistence, all original factory employees were retained. Qin Yi was naturally willing. With experienced hands on board, everything could get back on track in the shortest possible time. He couldn't have asked for more. Jax and his engineering team rapidly expanded the brewery's capacity. They also introduced a new batch of machinery. Qin Yi's investments flowed like water. Whatever Jack and his team needed, they got. Everyone felt a surge of satisfaction as the timeline was shortened once more. Within a mere month, the brewery had already commenced production. At the start of the new moon, Qin Yi ordered all his stores to launch new products. The first batch of Qin's brewery beer quickly became a sensation in major restaurants. Customers raved about its taste and eagerly inquired where they could purchase it. Qin Yi also received feedback from all the shops. The reports came in unanimously. Customers were pleading for the beer to be sold through partnerships with major supermarkets and convenience stores. Gradually, numerous stores began proactively contacting the Ice City factory. Jack and his team worked overtime to develop a plan to expand Ice Beer's production capacity. By the following month, the excess beer was already being sold in supermarkets. Customers rushed to buy it, and it sold out quickly. Qin Yi and Tang Bing were both highly satisfied with the results. They decided to continue investing and expand the brewery's scale. Qin Yi and Tang Bing weren't idle either. They had recently scouted numerous locations. Ultimately, they decided to stay in the Magic City for development. A major city offered abundant opportunities, and they had ample chances to grow their business. Tang Bing, here's a breakdown of all the businesses we currently own. I just did the math. There are simply too many shops under our names to manage effectively. Qin Yi furrowed his brow. He felt a moment of frustration. Tang Bing brought over a cup of coffee. Her delicate figure was wrapped in a white sweater, and the sight of her snow-white hands holding the coffee while her brows were slightly furrowed was particularly pleasing to the eye. Let me take a look. She took the stack of name lists from Qin Yi's hands and began examining them carefully. In her spare moments, her thin lips would take a delicate sip of coffee. Qin Yi leaned back comfortably on the sofa, admiring the beauty. Hot pot, spicy skewers, brewery, Japanese restaurant. It really is quite a mess. Managing this with just Qin Yi and me is impossible. I suggest we establish a group instead. The group would function as headquarters, with each branch assigned to dedicated personnel. Then we'd only need to review each branch's operational reports. Isn't that how most conglomerates and later generations operate, spanning nearly every industry? Tang Bingxin did the math in her head and ultimately concluded that forming a conglomerate was the best option for now. Qin Yi was inspired by Tang Bing's inner thoughts. Indeed. Although he owned numerous shops and factories, many fell under the same category. They could certainly be managed by category. I've drafted a preliminary plan. It's not fully formed yet. Would you like to hear it? Qin Yi hesitated before speaking. Chapter 59, Go to sleep first. Go ahead. Tang Bing set down her coffee cup. She waited solemnly for Qin to voice his thoughts. After a moment's thought, Qin summarized his plan. My current idea is to implement categorized management, forming several modules: food service, raw materials, and beer. Each segment will appoint a manager responsible for all projects within that segment. They'll report monthly, quarterly, and annually. This way, we only need to know each segment's total costs and total profits. Do you see any issues with my plan? Qin looked at Tang Bing. She immediately raised both hands and applauded him enthusiastically. Well said. Qin, you've got real business acumen. Tang Bing was overjoyed. Ergo, having such ideas absolutely makes him the stuff of a listed company CEO. He even understands segmenting the market. If this continues, our group will definitely span multiple industries, and our portfolio will keep expanding. Unbelievable. Could it be that old Qin's talents went unrecognized in his past life? And this lifetime, with his mother-in-law spared from misfortune, has given him immense confidence? Each idea is better than the last. Tang Bing was utterly amazed. She finally understood what it meant to give him a lever to lift the entire world. Give Qin a chance, and he'll keep unlocking his potential. Old Qin is amazing. Qin's smile grew even brighter. He truly mastered the art. Now, hearing Tang Bing's praise in his mind, Qin could listen without batting an eyelid. Leave this matter to me. I'm a professional planner. Tang Bing blinked her eyes. She gave a light chuckle. Then it really must be left to the great campus beauty Tang. My brain can only occasionally offer suggestions. Important matters still need to be handled by the great campus beauty Tang. Qin chuckled. He showered Tang Bing with compliments. He kept coaxing Tang Bing until she was over the moon, even bringing a touch of excitement to her work. In just one night. And the proposal was already nearly half complete. Just as Qin was about to remind Tang Bing to get some sleep, he noticed she was still burning the midnight oil. He frowned. This matter wasn't urgent. If she ruined her health, wouldn't he be the one left feeling heartbroken? He moved closer to Tang Bing and gently took the pen from her hand. Deep in thought, Tang Bing hadn't noticed Qin approaching. The sudden movement of the pen startled her. Lifting her head, she saw it was Qin. Tang Bing blurted out instinctively. Honey, you go ahead and sleep. I'll be right there once I finish this. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. After saying that, Tang Bing sobered up and looked up to meet Qin's gaze. Awkwardness flared between them. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Am I out of my mind? How could I blurt that out? I wish I could just disappear. How can I ever face Qin again? It's all Ergo's fault. He kept interrupting my work in my past life, otherwise I never would have blurted that out. This is so embarrassing. What do I do now? Wah! What should I say to save this situation? Tang Bing wished she could dig a hole and bury herself right then and there. Her eyes were fixed on the table, almost burning a hole through it, her face flushed red all the way to her ears. Oof. Qin couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. His gaze lingered on the pink tips of Tang Bing's ears. Cute. Want to eat? Qin, you old bastard, get the hell out of here. Stop standing there laughing at me. Just you wait. Once I get over this embarrassment, I'll curse you out so bad your ears will bleed. This is infuriating. Just let me die. Wah! Too ashamed to face my parents. Qin pulled out the chair opposite Tang Bing and sat down. While Tang Bing desperately begged him to hurry up and leave, he sat down leisurely. In that moment, Tang Bing could hear the sound of her integrity shattering. She took a deep breath and cursed Qin silently in her mind. It's okay, Tang Bing. As long as you don't feel awkward, Qin will be the one feeling awkward. Besides, what's wrong with calling him husband? It's just husband, right? Anyway, old Qin will be your husband eventually. Calling him that now is just enjoying it early. You're not losing anything. Go for it, Tang Bing. Qin watched Tang Bing, who had retreated to the edge of the table like an ostrich, constantly trying to psych herself up. He suppressed the waves of laughter bubbling up inside him. He tapped the table lightly. A crisp tapping sound echoed. Miss Tang, what are you thinking about? If there's anything troubling you, tell us and we'll figure it out together. Tang Bing froze, her embarrassment turning to anger as she prepared to scold Qin. Suddenly realizing he was referring to work matters. She quickly composed herself. She slid the nearly finalized proposal toward Qin. Take a look. This is the preliminary group model I drafted based on your suggestions. But to make our group officially legitimate, we need to register it in advance. The tricky part now is deciding what to name this group. Tang Bing explained to Qin. Qin lowered his head and studied the proposal intently. Tang Bing had originally planned to come up with a few options first and then present them to Qin for selection. This would also help streamline his workflow. But after dawdling for ages, she still hadn't come up with a suitable one. Qin scanned the entire proposal from top to bottom, inwardly amazed by Tang Bing's capabilities. This proposal not only mapped out all their current stores and factories but also provided a detailed reverse analysis of the company's future development. Impressive. Qin? Tang Bing gently called out to Qin, who was staring in awe. Qin snapped back to reality. My name, right? For a moment, Tang Bing's inner thoughts echoed in his mind. What should I call him? Bingy Spicy Hot Pot? A beautiful symbol of the beginning of my love with Ergo. No, that's too tacky and hard to remember. I need something catchy. Let's call it Bingy Group. To commemorate the progress of our love. Qin made the final decision. Tang Bing was stunned. Why would it be called that? She never imagined Qin would choose this name. Help! I just called him husband, and now old Qin has named the group after me. Is he trying to make a subtle confession? I'm so flustered. Is this how straight guys express romance? I like you, so I'm giving you the company. Ah! I get to experience this too? Rebirthing into this life was totally worth it, Tang Bing. Tang Bing's eyes sparkled brightly. Qin flashed a dazzling smile, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. Naturally, because you and I are the company's largest shareholders. What else would it be named if not after us? Chapter 60, Moon Over the Sea. Tang Bing's fervor was instantly doused by Qin Yi's words. Her expression grew cold as she inwardly cursed Qin Yi. Old Qin is such a jerk. He only tells half the story and ruins my excitement. I thought this was some romantic development, but turns out I treat you like a husband while you treat me like a business partner. Get lost. Just get lost. Qin Yi's two remarks were such a dirty trick that Tang Bing was left scratching her head in frustration. Come on. Tang, the campus beauty. I'll treat you to hot pot. Qin Yi realized he couldn't keep provoking Tang Bing. He quickly proposed a food plan in an attempt to win her over. Oof. Tang Bing snorted but still followed Qin Yi. After much deliberation, they finally entered a hot pot restaurant called Sea Moon. Qin Yi surveyed the surroundings of Sea Moon as a waiter approached them with a sweet smile. Sir, ma'am, what would you like to order? Welcome to Sea Moon Hot Pot. We'll be happy to serve you. The server guided Qin Yi and Tang Bing to their seats. The menu arrived promptly. They then efficiently prepared lemon water and plum juice for the two to choose from. Qin Yi and Tang Bing each selected some ingredients and ordered a yin-yang hot pot base. Only then did they hand the menu back to the server. Soon, their order arrived swiftly at Qin Yi and Tang Bing's table. Miss, we've prepared a hair tie for you. To prevent splashing on yourself while eating. If you need anything, just call us anytime. The waitress maintained a sweet smile throughout, going out of her way to provide the most attentive service possible. Qin Yi and Tang Bing didn't need to order their own dishes. The waiter standing by took care of everything, practically wanting to feed them by hand. Wow! The service quality here rivals that hot pot place back in Ice City. Come to think of it, the service here is even more meticulous and attentive. Qin Yi let out a pair of admiring tsk sounds. He scooped a shrimp dumpling from the pot. Tang Bing rolled her eyes inwardly at the mention of that Ice City hot pot restaurant. Naturally, the service models of the two shops are quite similar. The Ice City hot pot place is clearly copying Sea Moon, but there's a world of difference between copying and genuine craftsmanship. In the future, the business model of Sea Moon hot pot will be widely embraced. Everyone will cherish the service experience there. Their stock and profits will soar. I recall the owner of Sea Moon is actually the wealthiest individual in Magic City. The richest man? Qin Yi paused in thought. Over these past days, he'd meticulously studied Shanghai's consumption levels and spending patterns. After all, Magic City ranked among the nation's top-tier cities. There's even a saying among locals, if a sign fell and killed 10 people in Shanghai, 9 would be wealthy, and the 10th would be well on their way to becoming rich. This alone showed just how incredibly wealthy one would need to become the richest man in a place like Shanghai. The sheer scale of such wealth sent a jolt through Qin Yi's heart, sparking a fleeting thought. Their service is truly excellent, but I notice the place seems rather empty. Tang Bing elegantly set down her chopsticks and glanced around. It was prime dining hour, yet only a handful of tables were occupied in the vast restaurant space. The scene felt rather desolate. Qin Yi noticed this too. Logically speaking, even though that shop in Ice City was a copycat of Sea Moon, it was still within Ice City's jurisdiction. How could that possibly affect Magic City? Qin Yi beckoned a waiter over. Is there anything I can do for you, sir? Please don't hesitate to ask. Waitress Meow Meow promptly approached the table, her face adorned with a warm smile. I checked the time, it's peak dining hours. How come there are only a few customers at your Heizonggayu? Such a large place, yet so quiet? Is it always like this? Qin Yi asked bluntly. The two turned to the waitress, waiting for her response. Haizhongyu had a rule, all waitstaff must respond to customer inquiries with a smile. No matter how pointed the question might be. Our restaurant used to be bustling with activity. It's only recently started to slow down. Mainly due to some operational difficulties we've encountered. But rest assured, this won't affect the quality of our service or the excellence of our dishes. Please enjoy your meal. The waiter flashed a standard 8-tooth smile. Tang Bing's eyes lit up instantly. Operational difficulties? This is a golden opportunity.
If we seize this chance to outmaneuver Si-moon now, we could very well become the next tycoon of Magic City. Our restaurant business could gradually establish itself in the metropolis. Tang Bing calculated in her mind.
The thought of her and Qin Yi's assets steadily expanding brought a faint smile to her previously icy face. But this was ultimately a scheme to strike while the iron was hot. If Tang Bing were to actually speak it aloud, she might still feel a pang of unease. It felt like something gained not through fair means.
Qin Yi felt the same way.
Beyond exploiting someone's vulnerability to crush Hai Yongyue, there were surely other ways.
Qin Yi thanked the waiter.
Using the communal chopsticks, he picked up a fishball Tang Bing Ruo's favorite from the hot pot and placed it on her plate. Instantly, the snow-white fishballs were coated in a layer of vibrant red chili oil, coated with crushed peanuts and cilantro. Just looking at them made them seem exceptionally delicious.
Miss Tang, I've got a new idea. Qin Yi spoke up.
Out of the blue, Tang Bing paused mid-bite with her chopsticks. She looked at Qin Yi with some confusion.
The business model at Si-moon is incredibly innovative.
It's bound to attract a lot of customers in the future.
I see this as a business opportunity.
If we could follow this path, we might just carve out a successful venture for ourselves. Qin Yi spoke with great enthusiasm. Tang Bing had just arrived at Xinxiang, and the business model of Si-moon had given him great inspiration.
Qin Yi himself sensed a whiff of commercial opportunity in the air. Tang Bing's heart skipped a beat.
He looked up and locked eyes with Qin Yi.
What do you intend to do? I'm going to acquire Si-moon.
Qin Yi uttered the 7 words with a lightness that carried a weight. Each word struck like a heavy blow, pounding relentlessly against Tang Bing's heart.
What did old Qin just say? Acquire Si-moon? That's a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Acquiring the Si-moon hotpot chain would save far more time, money, and resources than trying to suppress it.
Plus, they pioneered this business model. Even if others copy it later, they won't be accused of plagiarism.
Tang Bing grew excited.
The smile on his face grew whiter and whiter.
Qin Yi, that idea of yours is absolutely brilliant. Chapter 61, Opportunity Knocks. Not bad, not bad.
After opening so many shops, you should have developed some business sense by now.
Qin Yi waved his hands repeatedly.
Flattered by Tang Bing's praise, he felt so pleased with himself he could practically grow wings. But we still need to investigate this moon over the sea hotpot restaurant further. We can't make such a rash decision.
Qin Yi added, stealing a glance at Tang Bing.
He wanted to gather more information about Heizonggayu specifically, what exactly had caused their current operational difficulties, and how the owner ultimately resolved the situation.
Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle.
Understanding these details early would help Qin Yi plan more effectively for the future.
You're absolutely right.
Overall, we still need to conduct a comprehensive investigation.
Tang Bing nodded in agreement.
Anyway, I'll definitely persuade Qin Yi to acquire Si-moon in the end.
We can't let such a promising future restaurant slip away.
I'm still waiting for old Qin to become the richest man, then I'll be the richest man's wife.
Never give up on beautiful dreams.
But there's no need to rush things now, lest Ergo grow suspicious.
Hai Zhongyu's current operational difficulties won't be resolved overnight.
First, there was the plagiarism scandal. They need to go head-to-head with Bingcheng.
Then, the Hai Heiyu owner hasn't been focusing on key points in their promotional planning. In short, it'll take a long time.
Tang Bing carefully reviewed the situation and estimated a rough timeline.
Heizonggayu won't rise to prominence within the next year. They still had ample time. Qin Yi, satisfied, scooped meat and vegetables from the hotpot for Tang Bing.
While Tang Bing appeared lost in thought, he carefully memorized the key points she mentioned. He planned to study it thoroughly upon returning, determined to approach the owner of Si-moon at the right moment to discuss the acquisition properly. When Tang Bing finally snapped out of her reverie, her beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise at the sight of the plate before her. The vegetables Qin Yi had scooped from the hot pot piled up like a small mountain.
Whoa! Tang Bing gasped. Qin Yi, you're not expecting me to eat all this, are you? All this for just me?
Old Qin must be trying to turn me into a pig.
Tang Bing glanced at the dishes, then looked up at Qin Yi. Qin Yi was also snapped out of his thoughts by Tang Bing's exclamation.
Facing the mountain of food on the plate before him, he scratched his head awkwardly.
It's fine. I'll eat with you.
After returning from Heizonggayu, Qin Yi had indeed diligently researched a mountain of information. He studied it meticulously for a long time, treating Heizonggayu as if it were his own business venture.
From consumer demographics to operational costs, from target audience analysis to employee training programs, he had thoroughly examined everything, including the current issues.
Tang Bing watched this unfold, her heart filled with delight. A man who takes his work seriously only grows more charming.
Though she didn't say it aloud, Tang Bing had secretly become Qin Yi's biggest fan.
She spent every waking hour praising Qin Yi's virtues.
1 month later, under Jack's team's leadership, Ice City Beer had long since returned to normal operations, with sales skyrocketing.
Beyond Qin Yi's own restaurants carrying the product, sales in Yangcheng and surrounding cities skyrocketed in a straight line. Early that morning, Jack called Chini to the Ice City factory to review last month's operational data. A thick stack of financial reports was placed before him, containing not only the previous month's relevant reports but also information on various partner organizations. Chin, our sales volume has reached an enormous scale. I'd like to request funding to establish a laboratory project, a dedicated facility to research and develop our own new beer products. This will open up greater development opportunities for us. We won't be confined to just one flavor profile. Jack's face lit up with excitement as he gestured animatedly to Chini. Chini waved his hand dismissively, his satisfaction evident as he scanned the revenue figures on the ledger. Approved. Jack was overjoyed. This felt even better than being his own boss. Jack, as long as it benefits the brewery's development, I'll approve any expenditure, no matter the cost. But every single expenditure must be reported to the finance department. Chini took the opportunity to issue a stern warning. Jack couldn't care less, his passion lay solely in brewing research. As long as he had a place to conduct his experiments, he didn't care about money. Chini provided more than enough, and he didn't want any more. Don't worry. Chin, I'll start drafting the lab project proposal right away. Jax was genuinely excited. Chini chuckled inwardly. Did this guy even understand what he meant? Before Jack could leave, the office door swung open from the outside. The young assistant hurriedly entered. Manager, boss. The folks from Haezonggayu sent someone over to discuss a partnership. They want to bring in our beer. The Haezonggayu hot pot people are waiting at the door right now. What should we do? The assistant glanced at Jack and then at Chini. He hesitated, unsure whether to bring them in. Chini perked up the moment he heard the name Haezonggayu. He'd been hoping for an opportunity to connect with the owner of Sea Moon, and now it was practically handed to him on a silver platter. Please come in. I'll speak with them personally. The assistant hurried out to escort the visitors from Sea Moon into the office. This time, the representative sent by Haezonggayu Hot Pot to discuss the partnership was a manager surnamed Zhang. He wasn't tall, with an average build. He sported a crew cut and wore black-rimmed glasses, giving off an honest, down-to-earth vibe. He entered, shook hands, and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Chin. Hello, Mr. Jia. I'm Manager Zhang from Sea Moon Hot Pot. Having spent some time in Ice City, Jack remained unfazed by Manager Zhang addressing him as Mr. Jack. Hello. Chini invited Manager Zhang to sit down. The other man seemed somewhat uneasy, as if he hadn't much experience with business negotiations. The smile on his face looked fake, easily recognizable as unnatural. I'm here to discuss a partnership between Haezonggayu Hot Pot and your brewery. Our Haezonggayu already possesses substantial inherent strength. With the addition of your ice-cold beer, it would truly be the icing on the cake. Listening to the other man's rehearsed, robotic pitch, Chini suddenly understood why Haezonggayu was struggling to stay afloat. We're certainly open to partnering with you. How about this? For every case of beer you purchase from us, we'll offer you a 10 yuan discount off the original price. How does that sound? Chini listened half-heartedly to the other party's pitch. He understood Haezongyu's current situation perhaps even better than Manager Zhang. He promptly offered Haezonggayu Hot Pot a highly favorable discount. Chapter 62, China's Own Beer. Manager Zhang's face lit up instantly. Before coming, he'd inquired that brewery in Ice City typically offered discounts of around 8 yuan per case. This was a privilege reserved for exceptionally popular establishments. With Haezonggayu's business gradually declining lately, they had no choice but to rely on beverages to boost their sales. Who would have thought the other party would offer a whopping 10 yuan discount right off the bat? Thank you, Mr. Chin. We at Haezonggayu are truly grateful. Manager Zhang leapt up from the sofa, overwhelmed with excitement. Chini smiled. No need to thank me for such a small matter. However, I do have a small favor to ask of you. Manager Zhang leaned in close to Chini. His face beamed with delight. Just say the word. As long as it's within my power, I'll make sure it's taken care of perfectly. Forget minor matters. Even if you asked Manager Zhang to fetch the stars or the moon, he'd gladly do it. Chini gestured for Manager Zhang to sit down. Seeing the man's expression of utter devotion, he couldn't help but smile. It's not that dramatic. Just trouble Manager Zhang to go back and tell your boss, Zhang Jing, to get in touch with me. Tell him there's urgent business to discuss. Manager Zhang agreed repeatedly. He was wondering what it could be. Rest assured, Mr. Chin, I'll go back and notify my boss immediately. Manager Zhang rushed off, leaving behind a hurried farewell. He swiftly departed, clutching the signed agreement between Haezonggayu and the brewery. Chini couldn't help but chuckle. This Manager Zhang from Haezonggayu might not be skilled at negotiations or smooth talk, but he sure gets things done efficiently. Perhaps he could be useful in the future. Mr. Chin, you haven't left yet, have you? Mr. Chin. It's Xiang Qiuhai from the PR department. A booming voice bellowed from outside the door. Chini jumped in surprise. There was actually someone even more brash and impetuous than Manager Zhang. Xiang Qiuhai, drenched in sweat, grabbed hold of the office doorframe. He squinted to see who was inside and confirmed Chini was still there. Only then did he catch his breath and rest for a few minutes.
Mr. Chin, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Please, wait a moment. Xiang Qiuhai gasped for breath.
Chini feared he might pass out before help arrived.
Take your time. What is it?
Once Xiang Qiuan had rested sufficiently, he strode over to Qin Yi's side. Mr. Qin, please take a look at the upward trend in beer sales over the past 2 months.
Since last month, our sales have skyrocketed. We've practically captured the entire market in one fell swoop. Sales have already covered Bingcheng, Yangcheng, and surrounding cities. Xiang Qiuan unfolded the sales trend chart as he briefed Qin Yi.
So far, our sales growth has slowed considerably. I propose we increase investment to expand our promotional efforts.
Let's push ice beer nationwide. Xiang Qiuan spoke with passionate fervor.
Qin Yi listened with keen interest. So how do you suggest we break through sales channels and distribute our Ice City beer nationwide? Mr. Qin shifted his posture, crossing his legs. A palpable sense of pressure instantly settled over the group. Xiang Qiuan had already prepared the relevant materials. He pulled a proposal from his sleeve and respectfully placed it before Qin Yi. He even helped flip it open, revealing the proposal he had written inside. Qin Yi gave it a cursory glance, already convinced of its value. Where on earth did this PR manager, Xiang Qiuan, find such talent?
Mr. Qin, I've detailed everything in the proposal.
What I mean is, to expand our promotional efforts, we first need to make sure the entire nation knows about our Ice City beer brand.
If we can get them to advertise our beer brand, it'll definitely generate a wave of buzz. The rise of Ice City beer hadn't cost a single penny in advertising. Its success stemmed entirely from promotion and sales across the 70 or 80 stores under Qin Yi's umbrella.
But Qin Yi's branches weren't spread across the entire country. Without advertising, it would be genuinely difficult for people to learn about this beer's existence. After a moment's thought, Qin Yi immediately agreed. Manager Xiang, I'm approving 20 million yuan for your promotional budget. Since we're advertising, I insist we go all out and secure prime time on CCTV, the channel with the widest viewership. His beer business would inevitably expand into the national market sooner or later.
If it could happen sooner, Qin Yi wouldn't mind. Got it. Leave it to me.
I'll reach out to CCTV immediately and get our beer ads broadcast nationwide as soon as possible.
Xiang Qiuan was full of energy.
After reporting the progress to Qin Yi, she immediately returned to her office to contact CCTV. Qin Yi walked away from the Ice City brewery with his hands behind his back, feeling quite pleased with himself. Xiang Qiuan was a true workaholic. She worked overtime to ensure every detail of the promotional campaign was executed flawlessly. With the promotional funds approved by Qin Yi arriving swiftly within a week, Central TV's Ice City beer commercials flooded the airwaves, blanketing the entire nation. Sha-chung. The LCD screen in front of the department store. A red ribbon adorned the brown bottle of Ice City beer as a pristine white hand smoothly drew it away. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant male voice boomed over the speakers. Bingcheng beer, China's own beer. The crowd in front of the square stirred with anticipation. Where can I buy this beer? Looks pretty good. My local supermarket doesn't carry it at all. Ah. This is just advertising to make us drool. I heard it's flying off the shelves in Ice City. I'll have my son grab a couple cases for me when he heads there this weekend. Then I'm driving over there myself on Sunday. I want to taste what our own Chinese beer is really like. Everyone was thrilled and eager to give it a try. Beyond Xia City, scenes like this were playing out across the nation. Ice City. In recent days, the people of Ice City have clearly noticed an increase in vehicles arriving. The bustling crowds were even livelier than during the Spring Festival. Every face radiated joy and pride. They all know that Ice City beer has exploded in popularity. Nowadays, many internet celebrities and ordinary people are flocking to the Ice City to buy beer. Some even travel thousands of miles just to taste what China's own beer is like. Just as I thought. I knew from the ads it would taste amazing. Now that I've tasted it, this beer is truly heavenly, a rare delight on earth. My whole family loves it. Even my 10-year-old son is begging for a sip. Harbin beer's low alcohol content makes it perfect for family gatherings. Everyone praised it enthusiastically. Inside the Ice City brewery, Xiang Qiuan proudly emailed this month's sales curve chart to Qin Yi. Chapter 63, Refusing to Sell. Qin Yi turned on his computer. As he opened the email, Xiang Qiuan's message arrived. Tang Bing, come see our brewery's latest sales curve. Qin Yi called out to someone while clicking open the email. Though it was clearly a graph, the image Xiang Qiuan sent back showed a nearly straight line. Just looking at the base figures below was enough to make one's heart race. This much? The ads are that effective? Even Tang Bing couldn't help but be astonished. Qin Yi shifted his mouse to stretch his fingers, then scanned through all the sales figures from the past half-month. Tang Bing stood beside Qin Yi, following along as he reviewed every single sale. I saw that ad, it was pretty well shot. Could it be because of that line? Of course, Chinese people support their own. Gotta say, old Qin has some brand awareness.
They really emphasized Bingcheng beer in the promotion. That was pretty smart. But this isn't enough.
Once people see Ice City beer making money, counterfeit products will likely flood the market soon. Then, many will likely choose those fake beers just to save a few bucks.
Sales dropping isn't the real issue. The market will eventually reach saturation. But if people buy counterfeit beer and it damages our brand reputation, that's a huge problem.
Tang Bing muttered to herself.
Knowledge about brand concepts flowed from Tang Bing's thoughts into Qinyi's ears. The brand issue truly deserved special emphasis.
After much internal deliberation, Tang Bing finally decided to speak up and emphasize this point to Qinyi.
Qinyi, I have some thoughts I'd like to discuss with you. Qinyi promptly rose from his seat.
He gestured with both hands, inviting Tang Bing to sit down.
Please take a seat, Senior Officer Tang. I'm all ears. Tang Bing smiled faintly.
She sat down smoothly.
It's mainly about the brand. Our company is growing bigger and bigger, and we should continue to strengthen our brand awareness. When the time comes, we need to create a brand chain effect ideally, so that everyone instantly recognizes our Bingy group upon hearing the name. Tang Bing earnestly raised the issues he had overlooked. Qinyi, who had been grinning and joking around. But now he too grew serious. I understand. Thanks for the heads up. Otherwise, we'd have definitely taken that hit. Qinyi clapped his hands enthusiastically. He wholeheartedly agreed with Tang Bing's suggestion. My second dog is way too obedient. Even without my reminder, he would have noticed this point. But my reminder just adds the cherry on top. Qinyi and Tang Bing shared a smile.
Ever since receiving Manager Zhang's message, Zhang Jing had been wrestling with his thoughts.
What exactly did Mr. Qin from Ice City Beer want with him?
He racked his brain but couldn't fathom the specific reason.
Currently, his Heizonggayu brand had secured favorable terms from Qinyi.
Ice City Beer was also on the rise, and whether they would raise prices in the future remained uncertain.
Naturally, Zhang Jing couldn't afford to offend Qinyi.
As soon as he wrapped up his business in Shanghai, he booked the earliest flight to Ice City Beer's headquarters to meet with Qinyi.
You're Zhang Jing, owner of Sea Moon, correct? I'm Qinyi.
Qinyi strode into the office, smiling as he extended his hand toward the man seated on the sofa.
Mr. Qin, hello. Hello. Zhang Jing snapped to attention and grasped Qinyi's hand firmly.
But when he got a clear look at Qinyi's face, he froze in shock.
The owner of the wildly popular Bingcheng brewery was incredibly young.
Barely 20 years old, yet the reputation of his Ice City Beer had spread nationwide. As Zhang Jing sized up Qinyi, Qinyi was also sizing up Zhang Jing before him. Medium build, small but sharp eyes. He sported a short, flat-top haircut. For some reason, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Manager Zhang, who had come to discuss the partnership earlier. Suddenly, it all clicked for Qinyi. No wonder Heizonggayu kept Manager Zhang on as manager. It turned out he had some connection to the company's owner, Zhang Jing.
Mr. Qin, hello. Thank you for the preferential beer pricing you've provided to Heizonggayu. May I ask why you requested this meeting?
Zhang Jing racked his brain for ages but couldn't fathom why Qinyi had summoned him to the brewery.
Ah. Just a moment. There's one more person coming. Qinyi glanced at his watch.
He had invited Tang Bing to come along today, but since she had something else to attend to, Qinyi had arrived ahead of her.
He checked the time. Tang Bing should be arriving any minute now. Qinyi's estimation proved accurate.
He rose and opened the door. Zhang Jing had been nervously watching the doorway. Soon, a woman walked in. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her lips pressed tightly together without a trace of a smile. She seemed slightly surprised to find the office door open.
Qinyi? Why are you standing here? Tang Bing froze. Waiting for you. Come on in, you're the only one missing. Qinyi smiled and led Tang Bing inside. He casually closed the office door behind them. Mr. Zhang, allow me to introduce you. This is our Bingy Group's president Tang. He's here to discuss cooperation with you.
Zhang Jing promptly stood up and shook hands with Tang Bing. Their hands touched briefly before parting. Tang Bing sat down coldly. Qinyi smiled warmly and followed suit, taking a seat. To be perfectly honest, Mr. Zhang invited you here because we see great potential in the development of Heizonggayu. I hear you've encountered operational difficulties? Qinyi cut straight to the point without hesitation. Zhang Jing's heart skipped a beat. This was aimed squarely at his Heizonggayu hotpot restaurant. Mr. Qin is correct, but I absolutely will not sell Heizonggayu, he declared firmly. Tang Bing looked up at Zhang Jing, seemingly surprised by his unwavering resolve. Unwilling to sell Heizonggayu? Could it be that Heizonggayu hotpot holds some special significance? If so, it would be difficult to maintain control over decision-making. If I could take a stake in it, that would work. At least that way I could get a share of the profits. Zhang Jing probably wouldn't object. His operational struggles could easily lead to his company collapsing. Then neither Heizonggayu hotpot nor Mediterranean hotpot would matter. Zhang Jing felt uneasy. He suspected that once he voiced this idea, Ice City Beer would likely ask him to leave immediately. That generous discount offer would likely vanish too.
For a moment, Zhang Jing felt a pang of regret. Gritting his teeth, he decided to speak up once more. If you two are genuinely interested in my Sea Moon, you could invest in Sea Moon Hot Pot. I, Zhang Jing, promise to repay you tenfold in the future. This would solve his current operational difficulties while avoiding offending Qini and Tangbing. It was truly a brilliant solution. Oomph. Before Qini could speak, Tangbing let out a cold snort in her mind. Chapter 64, 30% shares. Zhang Jing sure knows how to play his cards. Repaying the investment tenfold? Sounds pretty tempting. If I didn't know about the future prospects of Sea Moon, I might just be tempted. Using our investment for liquidity while keeping firm control over the company, what a brilliant idea. Tangbing glanced up at Zhang Jing. She firmly disagreed with this idea. She feared Qini wouldn't consider all the implications and was about to speak up and play the bad guy. But Qini was comfortably reclining on the sofa. He spoke before she could. Mr. Zhang, we're all business people. I believe business should be conducted with integrity. Does our Bingy Group really need your tenfold repayment? Since I invited you here to discuss cooperation, this isn't about charity. Qini cast a casual glance at Zhang Jing. His words landed with measured precision, striking Zhang Jing's heart. For a moment, Zhang Jing opened his mouth, hesitated, and then closed it again. His mind was in turmoil, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Before coming, he had thoroughly researched Ice City Brewery and knew it belonged to Qini's Bingy Group. But he only knew that Bingy Group's business scope included catering, breweries, and, he'd heard, some raw materials. He hadn't delved into the specifics. But that alone was enough for Zhang Jing to know that Qini was far from being short on cash. In that case, I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, but I must decline our collaboration. The moon in the sea holds extraordinary significance to me. I don't wish to sell it. Zhang Jing took a deep breath, his lips trembling. Finally, he whispered it out. Hold on. Qini pushed a cup of tea toward Zhang Jing. I never said I had to buy your Sea Moon. Seeing the deal about to fall through, Qini quickly intervened. Zhang Jing's eyes instantly filled with confusion. Not acquire it? Then what else could they do? Tangbing watched from the side, unable to suppress a mental sigh. Why are they so stubborn? What if Hai Heiyu goes under if we don't accept the partnership? Though I know it won't. Never mind. Equity participation is still rare these days. It's understandable that Mr. Zhang isn't familiar with it. As long as old Qin negotiates the shares with him, we'll ask for less, somewhere between 20 and 30%. Let Zhang Jing understand that the final decision-making power remains in his hands, and the deal should go through smoothly. Besides, we own a raw materials company. If we take a stake, that company could offer even greater discounts. Tangbing was anxious. This was the richest man's project, they couldn't let this sure thing slip away. Qini felt the same way. The potential of Heizonggayu was immeasurable, he absolutely had to secure a portion for himself. Then, Zhang Jing was puzzled. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he'd walked into a trap. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. We are willing to provide financial, human, and material resources to help Heizonggayu develop to its fullest potential. However, based on our investment ratio, I demand a portion of the equity in Heizonggayu. I want 30%. Qini sat up straight, his gaze darkening. He stated his demand decisively to Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing's breath caught in his throat, his heart pounding like a drum. Seeing him fall silent, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Qini delivered another blow. Mr. Zhang, since Heizonggayu is so important to you, I assume you wouldn't want to see it go under, right? By partnering with our Bingy Group now, not only will Heizonggayu Hot Pot avoid collapse, but it will also reach new heights. Besides, Bingy Group is only asking for a 30% stake. It won't affect your decision-making authority at all. Legally, the company remains yours. We're simply taking a share of the profits. Every word Qini spoke carried just the right weight. To Zhang Jing's ears, each word carried the weight of gold. He was right. If things continued this way, Heizonggayu truly faced the risk of collapse. If he wished to preserve Heizonggayu Hot Pot, the best course was to partner with Qini. Only a 30% stake. That shouldn't be too much to ask. Mr. Qin, may I take some time to consider this? I'm not quite ready to commit to a partnership yet. May I discuss this with you after I've had time to think it through? Zhang Jing suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. After much deliberation, he decided to give it further thought. Impossible. This was a scheme to deceive Zhang Jing from the start. What if he goes back, realizes the value of Sea Moon, and then refuses? You're already here. Do you really think you can just walk away? I must have your answer today. Tangbing was having none of it. If anything changed in the meantime, everything could fall apart. The best approach was to catch him off guard and get the agreement signed now. But Tangbing dared not rush things. What if Zhang Jing grew suspicious if she pressured him into signing? That would be even harder to handle. Tangbing found herself growing impatient too. Mr. Zhang, please take a seat. I believe you're not yet fully acquainted with our Bingy Group. Our portfolio extends far beyond just the brewery.
Our scope includes catering and food ingredients as well. If you partner with me, I won't shortchange you on raw materials or brewery operations.
Aiming you will absolutely receive the most favorable pricing.
These two sentences from Qin Yi truly struck a chord with Zhang Jing.
Securing cheaper raw materials would significantly reduce his production and operational costs.
It would also slow down the losses at Heizonggayu. Having reached this point, Zhang Jing had made up his mind.
All right.
Mr. Qin, Mr. Tang, I, Zhang Jing, trust you both.
I'm willing to partner with you. The matter was settled. Qin Yi and Tang Bing exchanged glances, both seeing delight in each other's eyes. Excellent. What a bold move, Mr. Zhang.
Qin Yi extended his hand, his face beaming with a smile. Their hands clasped together, one young and vigorous, the other steady and composed. Both men were thoroughly satisfied at that moment. Qin Yi promptly pretended to rush his assistant to prepare the contract.
2 copies.
Qin Yi provided certain financial support to Heizonggayu and offered preferential terms on raw materials, brewery facilities, and other aspects. In exchange, he secured a 30% equity stake.
Tang Bing felt utterly delighted.
If this plan works, when Heizonggayu rises to prominence, it'll be the day old Qin becomes the new top tycoon. Then Zhang Jing can be Shanghai's richest man, while old Qin becomes the wealthiest in Guangzhou's Ice City.
And I'll be the wife of the richest man.
Just imagining it made Tang Bing smile so widely she could wake up from a dream. Zhang Jing waited until long after the contract was signed before finally snapping out of his daze.
Chapter 65, the second largest shareholder. Zhang Jing gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Guess I'm getting old. Can't negotiate as well as a youngster these days. Look at me, I'm sweating buckets from the anxiety.
Zhang Jing held out his palm, sweat had indeed soaked his entire hand.
Qin Yi burst into laughter.
His normally handsome, sun-kissed face broke into a wide grin.
It's not that I'm good at negotiating.
It's entirely because you, Mr. Zhang, care so much about Heizonggayu.
If you'd given up outright, I wouldn't have gotten this chance at all. Tang Bing chimed in.
Mr. Zhang truly has the guts.
She meant it sincerely.
If Zhang Jing lacked capability, he could never have developed Heizonggayu to such heights, nor become Shanghai's wealthiest man.
Zhang Jing waved his hand dismissively. Stop flattering me, you two. Now that our partnership is sealed, what about the raw materials in the brewery?
Zhang Jing was itching to act. If these could be integrated with Heizonggayu Hotpot as soon as possible, it would be nothing but beneficial. Rest assured, everything's been prepared for you. Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively. His assistant promptly placed 2 separate contracts, one for the Ice City Brewery and another for the raw materials company before Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing was stunned. You guys moved this fast.
You've even drafted a contract like this? I haven't even discussed pricing with you yet.
Only then did Zhang Jing realize he'd fallen into a trap.
Rest assured, the price I'm offering you is a no-brainer, you'll be absolutely satisfied. Qin Yi was utterly confident in this claim.
Zhang Jing gradually lost himself in these reassurances. Glancing at the contract again, the discounted price was indeed far lower than what he had envisioned. Without another word, he signed the agreement immediately.
The duck that was in the bag is now in my mouth. This feeling is truly delightful. Love it. Love it. So, Heizonggayu is now under the IC Group umbrella.
Best if Zhang Jing revises the business strategy immediately upon returning. We can't afford to keep bleeding money from our investment. At the very least, we need to reposition the sales strategy, find our niche, promote it effectively, and highlight our strengths. Also, target all demographics in sales.
Flyers and promotional events must be executed flawlessly. Don't give copycats any opening. Countless thoughts flashed through Tang Bing's mind in an instant.
Each one targeted the current state of Heizonggayu Company. Every suggestion came straight from the heart, each offering tremendous potential to elevate Heizonggayu's operations. Qin Yi listened to Tang Bing's inner thoughts as he communicated with Zhang Jing.
Revise the entire business strategy and positioning. It's crucial to pinpoint our niche,
including the target audience for the hot pot concept and related promotions. Zhang Jing and Qin Yi engaged in discussion.
It had only been a short hour.
Zhang Jing stood up, feeling his body weighed down by all the business-related suggestions he'd absorbed. Each piece of advice effectively addressed the current state of Heizonggayu Hotpot. Now, as Zhang Jing looked at Qin Yi, his expression was filled with nothing but respect. Achieving such success at such a young age wasn't a matter of luck. It was more about his true ability. Even after Zhang Jing returned to the Sea Moon Hotpot restaurant, his heart remained unsettled for a long time.
Upon returning to the metropolis,
Zhang Jing immediately convened an emergency meeting of the company's senior management.
During this meeting,
he brought up every single issue Qin Yi had raised for thorough discussion with everyone present.
Mr. Zhang, you found a true expert. Every single suggestion is so spot on.
He's practically a savior for our Heizonggayu.
Exactly. If they implement these reforms, it will absolutely turn around Haizhongyu's current losses. They might even expand their operations further. Everyone was thrilled.
Throughout the entire executive meeting, everyone was thoroughly convinced by Qin Yi's proposals.
Everyone, quiet down. I have one more point to address. I've signed an agreement with Mr. Qin.
He will provide us with maximum financial support, as well as raw materials and beer supplies.
However, he will take a 30% stake in our company.
The room fell silent at Zhang Jing's words.
30% of the shares. How could this Mr. Qin demand so much? That would make him the second largest shareholder in their company.
After all, even Zhang Jing only held 45% of the shares.
This doesn't seem quite right. Isn't it a bit excessive for him to demand so much at once?
I don't think we should take advantage of others while pretending to be reluctant. Mr. Qin has contributed greatly to our company. Taking a share of the stock is nothing at all. The company, which had been harmonious moments ago, erupted into chaos.
The crowd split into two camps, each holding opposing views.
One side supported Qin Yi becoming the second largest shareholder of Heizonggayu Group. The other completely rejected the idea. Zhang Jing's nerves, which had finally calmed down, began to throb again.
Now is not the time for you to debate this. I've already signed the contract.
Zhang Jing seized a brief opening amid the clamor to speak.
Before he could say more,
the senior executives present erupted into another heated argument.
What do you mean we're unwilling?
It's that Mr. Qin who's being too greedy.
If he'd asked for less, we wouldn't have refused. How much has Mr. Qin invested? Capital, raw materials, the whole shebang. If he wanted to, he could probably buy out the entire Heizonggayu hotpot chain. We need to reform the company, and I think your way of thinking needs reforming too.
Quiet.
Stop arguing. Zhang Jing couldn't take it anymore and stood up abruptly.
He slammed his hand down on the table.
Boom! A thunderous crash. The room instantly fell silent. Since you all have differing opinions, then let's do this.
I'll call Mr. Qin and invite him to come to the Heizonggayu headquarters in person.
Then, if anyone has any grievances, feel free to voice them.
Zhang Jing slammed his hand on the table, sealing the decision without allowing any rebuttal. His piercing gaze swept across the assembled crowd.
Want to argue? Go ahead and argue with Qin Yi. He'd like to see who was tough enough to out-argue Qin Yi. Silence fell over the crowd.
Qin Yi soon received Zhang Jing's invitation call. Without hesitation, he accepted immediately. This week, he found a time to fly directly from Ice City to Magic City with Tangbing. Zhang Jing led them to the private box reserved by the company executives, where they waited for Qin Yi and Tangbing.
They didn't have to wait long.
The door to the private room swung open from the outside.
Qin Yi and Tangbing's figures suddenly appeared before everyone. Everyone was taken aback.
Their shared impression of Qin Yi and Tangbing was that they were young.
Mr. Qin, Ms. Tang. You finally arrived. Let me introduce everyone. These are the two owners of Bingi Group. Mr. Qin Yi, Mr. Tangbing.
Zhang Jing introduced them with a smile.
Chapter 66, Shared Membership. All the executives of Heizonggayu applauded warmly at that moment. Qin Yi and Tangbing nodded in acknowledgement.
Led by Zhang Jing, they took their seats at the head table.
At this moment, the Heizonggayu Group executives were utterly fascinated by Qin Yi.
Mr. Qin, achieving such success at such a young age truly makes you a role model for our generation.
Who would have guessed? The new generation is pushing us older folks aside.
We'll all be washed up on the shore sooner or later.
Ha ha ha, what nonsense. Mr. Qin would surely spare us a little breathing room, right?
The crowd burst into laughter. Zhang Jing busied himself pouring wine into Qin Yi's cup. When it came to Tang Bing, he hesitated for a moment. Tang Bing, however, proactively filled her own cup to the brim.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang.
A smile played at the corners of Qin Yi's lips. He raised his glass high.
It's truly an honor to dine with so many distinguished guests from Heizonggayu tonight.
I'm so thrilled, I'll start by toasting everyone. Instantly, everyone raised their glasses. Qin Yi downed his drink in one gulp.
Mr. Qin, you can really hold your liquor. I doubt I could keep up with a heavy drinker like Mr. Qin. Keep it up, everyone. Let's see if we can knock Mr. Qin under the table. The executives bantered and laughed.
Qin Yi paid little heed, but Tang Bing couldn't help but inwardly grumble. These people keep saying my old Qin is young, but it's just because they were born decades before my second dog. Oomph. Even if they were born 100 years earlier, they couldn't match my old Qin's business acumen. I bet this banquet is nothing but a trap. They're trying to lure my old Qin into a trap. Tang Bing wore an icy expression, but her mind was racing with cunning calculations. Seeing Qin Yi down 3 cups in a row, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Old Qin doesn't drink much these days. He could hold his liquor in his past life, but that was something he trained himself to do. He's so young this lifetime he probably can't handle more than a few sips.
Tang Bing worried.
Qin Yi weighed the wine glass in his hand. He appreciated Tang Bing's concern, though the small amount of liquor was hardly anything to him.
I've already honored everyone with the customary 3 toasts in this city. Now, shouldn't we get down to business? Qin Yi drained the last sip.
He downed all 3 cups in one gulp, his boldness earning quiet admiration from the assembled guests.
Let's discuss whatever it is under the table. Zhang Jing quickly chimed in.
It seemed Qini had already realized this was a trap, but Zhang Jing still didn't want things to get ugly at the table.
Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to enjoy their meal. No problem. I just want to ask the senior executives of Heizonggayu present here, do any of you have objections to Mr. Zhang granting me a 30% stake in the company? Or do you object to my contribution of raw materials, capital, and the brewery as equity? Qini asked slowly and deliberately. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly awkward.
No one had expected Qini to lay bare their thoughts so bluntly. The crowd exchanged glances.
How could that be? We invited Mr. Qin here today specifically to discuss cooperation. As for any objections, that's absolutely out of the question.
One of the executives forced an awkward smile as he tried to explain.
Oh? Qini smiled knowingly. These old foxes obsessed with saving face.
Just moments ago, they were probably thinking something entirely different. Now, constrained by their pride and called out directly by old Qin.
Otherwise, I doubt they'd utter a single word. Tang Bing sneered inwardly. Business people value face above all else. So it's the others who are dissatisfied? Or is it?
Qini scanned each face in turn, and every executive at the table instantly felt the pressure radiating from him. Under his gaze, they reluctantly shook their heads.
No objections. We're willing to let Mr. Qin become the second shareholder of Sea Moon. Cooperation, pleasant cooperation.
Watching his own executives act like such pushovers in front of Qini,
Zhang Jing couldn't help but chuckle. He quickly wiped his mouth with a towel.
They'd all stood their ground fiercely in front of him. They'd stubbornly refused to relinquish their status as the company's second largest shareholder, yet now, in front of Qini, they dared not speak freely.
Each one was as docile as could be.
He suspected that if Qini were to demand the position of largest shareholder right now, this group of executives would happily agree. After surveying the room and seeing each of them make their stance clear, he abruptly reined in his imposing aura. He raised his wine glass once more.
Thank you all for your support.
My intention this time was simply to discuss potential collaboration with Heizonggayu.
You are all seasoned veterans in the business world. I humbly request your continued assistance.
Qini rose and clinked glasses with the group once more.
The room erupted in laughter. But inwardly, they felt like crying. What could they do? When he looked at them, they simply couldn't say no. Mr. Qin, I hear your restaurant chain's membership program is quite impressive. I wonder if our Heizonggayu could implement a similar membership program.
Zhang Jing had already thoroughly researched Bingi Group's business scope.
He had also gained a fairly detailed understanding of all the restaurants under Qini's umbrella.
This membership program had particularly caught his attention.
A membership program?
This Mr. Zhang sure does his homework. But now that old Qin is already a shareholder in Sea Moon, if we could collaborate with them for mutual development, it could make old Qin rake in the cash day after day.
Not a bad idea. Qini was quite satisfied with this perspective. However, his proposal differed slightly from Zhang Jing's suggestion.
A membership card system could indeed take off at Sea Moon. It would speed up cash flow.
But I suggest opening up online customer data sharing.
Allow membership cards used at our stores to be valid at your Heizonggayu locations too.
And vice versa. As soon as Qini voiced his idea, everyone couldn't help but cheer. What a brilliant idea! Isn't this essentially driving business to Heizonggayu Hotpot?
Qini's empire had expanded to nearly 100 stores.
Their customer base was undeniably massive. Now, Heizonggayu was struggling with poor business and few customers. This was perfect timing. I agree with Mr. Qin's perspective. This plan is excellent.
It broadens the choices for customers of both our shops and effectively consolidates our customer base.
As expected of Mr. Qin, young minds think in innovative ways. The executives at Heizonggayu couldn't help but praise him.
If anyone had called Qini immature earlier, it was pure mockery.
Now, however, he was genuinely praising Qini's quick wit.
Beyond that, Heizonggayu Hotpot shares similarities with some of my own establishments.
I can open up my ingredient factory to everyone. That way, direct supply to all Heizonggayu outlets will be incredibly convenient and cost-effective. Qini remained unperturbed.
He continued to articulate his vision. The room erupted in thunderous applause that showed no sign of stopping.
This move truly addressed the urgent needs of Sea Moon.
Lu Xiao was a loyal customer of Heizonggayu. Having tried numerous hotpot restaurants, only Heizonggayu's flavors and service consistently satisfied him. Even during the restaurant's tough times, he remained steadfast, contributing to the restaurant's coffers once a week without fail. Recently, Heizonggayu introduced a membership recharge system. He thought it looked pretty good and quite cost-effective. He had just topped up his account at Heizonggayu when his company sent him on a business trip to the Ice City. After a long stretch of busyness, Lu Xiao finally had a day off. Her mouth felt empty and lonely, craving a hot pot to satisfy her craving. But in Ice City, where she knew no one and nothing, she had no idea which hotpot restaurant was good.
Chapter 67, Hotpot Alliance.
He decided to take his friends out for a stroll instead. 10 Miles Fragrance was bustling with customers as usual. The waitstaff were all busy, warmly attending to every customer. Lu Xiao turned on his heel and led his friends straight toward this hot pot restaurant. My membership card balance is depleted, please top it up with another 1,000 yuan. Mine too. Any special offers this time? Everyone held up their membership cards, waiting for the cashier to top them up. Lu Xiao's interest was instantly piqued. You guys have a membership card system too? Hai Zhongyu has membership cards too. Could these two places be affiliated? You're from out of town, aren't you? The membership card system at 10 Mile Fragrance has been around for a year or two now. We've been using it here in Ice City for ages. Customers began eyeing Lu Xiao with curiosity. Overwhelmed, Lu Xiao immediately pulled out his Heizonggayu membership card from his pocket. This is the membership card I got at a hot pot restaurant in Shanghai. Isn't it similar to yours? She had felt a sense of familiarity just moments ago. Hello, sir. Is this the Heizonggayu hot pot restaurant in the Magic City? If so, you can use it here at Shirley Piaoxiang too. We're partner establishments. The server explained with a smile. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. He nodded eagerly. Yes, I got this card at Moon. So I can use it here at 10 Miles Fragrance now, right? Receiving the waitress's confirmation, Lu Xiao hurriedly ushered his group of friends into a private room. She happily selected hot pot ingredients and vegetables. A restaurant partnered with Moon should have decent food, right? Just thinking about it made Lu Xiao feel delighted. They moved swiftly and the restaurant's signature dishes arrived at a rapid pace. Sir, here are our newly introduced specialty appetizers and dipping sauces. Feel free to experiment with different combinations. If you find something delicious, feel free to leave the recipe on the display board over here. The server gave a brief introduction. Lu Xiao followed the server's gaze. His heart leapt with delight. These specialty side dishes and dipping sauces were signature items at Moon. He'd never encountered them at any other hot pot restaurant. This only strengthened Lu Xiao's conviction that the collaboration between 10 Miles Fragrance and Moon was absolutely top-notch. Lu Xiao urged his friends to pick their dipping sauces. He enthusiastically recommended several different combinations to his companions. After a satisfying hot pot meal, everyone was thoroughly content. Everyone curled up in the private room seats, reluctant to move. Who knew this hot pot place would be this delicious? Every time I come to Harbin, I'll have to come back for this. Who knew discovering great food could bring such happiness? Everyone sighed contentedly. Qin Yi was in his office, strategizing the future direction of his latest culinary venture. He'd pondered it repeatedly these past few days. The chain must continue its outward expansion. Ideally, his Qin Yi branded restaurants would be distributed nationwide. And he must champion the slogan, deliciousness for all. Xian Chuan looked delighted. He knocked lightly on the door to Qin Yi's office. Mr. Qin, I have good news to report. The new quarterly report is out, and I've compiled all the data for you. Our growth trajectory is looking absolutely fantastic. Xian Chuan had now been transferred by Qin Yi to the headquarters of Bingi Group. Therefore, he was no longer solely responsible for projects at the brewery. Seeing the other person so delighted, a smile crept onto Qin Yi's face. Well, bring the report over for me to review. Xiang Chuan stepped forward. He placed all the documents in front of Qin Yi. This shows the benefits since Heizonggayu partnered with us. We've gained a significant number of new customer sources recently, and the number of customers applying for membership cards has also increased substantially. Thanks to our partnership, we've also uncovered numerous potential clients. As expected, Qin Yi clearly saw the revenue growth in the report following the collaboration with Heizonggayu. As he reviewed the figures for the past month, Qin Yi's smile grew wider. He casually handed the report to Tang Bing. Miss Tang, take a look and see if you're satisfied. Our profits have doubled since partnering with Moon. This month's revenue alone has already hit 10 million. Qin Yi laughed heartily. This was truly remarkable for the restaurant industry. Not bad. But we still have plenty of room to grow. Let's keep pushing forward. Tang Bing smiled. She feared Qin Yi might get too full of himself after such praise. Tang Bing quickly added another sentence. Qin Yi didn't pick up on the underlying meaning in Tang Bing's words. He was overjoyed. He clearly heard how Tang Bing praised him in her heart. Wah! My Qin Yi is just so awesome. This collaboration with Moon has been absolutely perfect. The joint promotion by the two companies has indeed significantly expanded their influence. However, this level of promotion still falls short. With the internet becoming increasingly widespread, everyone is gradually gaining access to it. This is precisely the moment to leverage the internet to disseminate positive news about Bingi catering, which would likely draw even more people in droves. Tang Bing pondered. While basking in Tang Bing's silent praise, Qin Yi also recognized the power of the internet. If we could leverage the internet's positive impact on the food industry, it would indeed attract many curious individuals seeking culinary delights. A spark of inspiration lit up Qin Yi's eyes. A plan began to take shape in his mind.
Manager Xiang, you've worked hard. This month's bonuses will be doubled for all company staff. I'll be counting on everyone's continued support going forward. Qini snapped back to reality. With a sweeping gesture, he immediately raised the salaries of all his employees. Xiang Chuan's already beaming face now blossomed with excitement like a chrysanthemum. She clasped her hands together in a martial arts-style salute toward Qini. Thank you, President Qin. Our company will only grow richer from here on out, raking in endless wealth. Hearing Xiang Chuan's blessings, Qini felt even happier. Don't get too excited just yet. With great responsibility comes greater responsibility. There's one more task I need you to handle. Chapter 68, The Online Plan. A carrot followed by a stick. But Xiang Chuan was more than willing at this moment. Who could refuse a boss offering a raise? Mr. Qin, what is it? I'll lead my team through fire and water for you, giving my all. I'd gladly lay down my life. Qin quickly waved his hand. Enough, enough. Don't make it sound so dire. I'm not going to take your lives. What I want is for you to build a website dedicated to our Ice City's food scene. Now is the golden age for online development. It's bound to spread nationwide. We should embrace this digital wave, stay current, and draw more attention to our city. Qini outlined his basic ideas to Xiang Chuan. She quickly jotted down the key points, planning to study them thoroughly later. She was determined to fulfill the boss's assignment to the best of her ability. Tang Bing listened attentively while mentally adding her own thoughts. Old Qin's idea is truly excellent. But if we establish a website online, we absolutely must instill brand awareness. Integrated with the brand. If we're doing this, we must execute it with precision. Only a meticulously designed website can truly capture people's attention and leave a lasting impression. There are also specific requirements for online content. Tang Bing's inner monologue raised one point after another. And each one was perfectly reasonable. Qini summarized her points and finally conveyed the core idea to Xiang Chuan. Oh, and one more thing. Our website absolutely must clearly list product details and related raw material information. It's also essential to include purchase records for fresh ingredients. We must ensure customers can understand everything in detail so they can eat with confidence and shop with peace of mind. Qini synthesized his views and added 2 extra requirements. Xiang Chuan nodded repeatedly, patting her chest to assure him it was taken care of. As soon as he stepped out of Qini's office, Tang Bing immediately gave Qini a thumbs up. Brilliant idea. I could praise old Qin 100 times over. Genius. A genius in the business world. Yay! Few entrepreneurs today think this deeply. No matter how big the business grows, it must always put people first. Earning public trust is the foundation for any enterprise to thrive. Ensuring people eat with confidence and shop with ease, this is a political principle of later generations. For old Qin to propose such ideas now makes him a truly outstanding entrepreneur. Tang Bing's eyes burned with intensity. His heart surged with excitement. Qin chuckled softly. He listened impassively to Tang Bing's silent praise. He even shamelessly adjusted his hair. So, is our school beauty Tang falling for me yet? Damn it! This charm of mine has nowhere to go. Qin shook his head narcissistically. Tang Bing, who had just been giving Qin a thumbs up, quickly retracted her thumb. Pfft, narcissist. This can't be our cute little ergo. My ergo would never be this self-absorbed. This shameless Qin belongs to whoever wants him. Tang Bing sneered. Hey, Miss Popularity Tang. Qin felt wronged, desperate not to lose such a beautiful and intelligent wife. He immediately changed the subject. What do you think about that website project I mentioned earlier? I'd like to hear your perspective. Qin's gaze fixed intently on Tang Bing's face. Their gazes locked. Tang Bing seemed taken aback by Qin's direct inquiry. This feeling of being needed by Qin, of having him notice her perspective, felt exceptionally good. I think everything you mentioned is excellent. It essentially covers all aspects. If I had to suggest one thing, I'd recommend adding a food delivery ordering service. After careful consideration, Tang Bing offered a new idea. Since Qin was now seeking her input, Tang Bing naturally wouldn't disappoint him. The mention of a new term instantly piqued Qin's interest. Food delivery ordering? What kind of innovation is this? Tang Bing stood up. Takeout ordering is like when you're at home craving hot pot from Sea Moon but don't feel like going out. You can place an order remotely via a website or phone call, paying a little extra for delivery service to bring it right to your door. That way, you can enjoy whatever you crave right at home. Tang Bing explained it vividly to Qin using the simplest example. That's a great idea. There are already so many office workers and staff in Ice City who can't get a decent lunch during their break. If we launch this food delivery ordering service, they'll all be our target audience. Qin clapped his hands, his excitement palpable. Exactly. Tang Bing curved her lips into a faint smile. She had merely given Qin a subtle hint, and he had already grasped the operational flow and target audience so quickly. Not letting Qin earn this money would be a loss. This is great, this is great. Let me think it through carefully, then I'll have a thorough discussion with Manager Xiang. We absolutely must integrate this system into our internet homepage. Qin Yi exclaimed excitedly. The counselor's call finally reached Qin Yi's phone. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He appeared in the counselor's office looking thoroughly annoyed. How long has it been since you last attended class? I held a class meeting and all the students kept asking who Qin Yi is? How dare you? The counselor scolded with a stern expression. Advisor, please don't get angry. I've been so busy I completely forgot I'm still a student too. I promise you, this won't happen again. Qin Yi hurriedly poured the counselor a cup of tea and placed it beside her hand. He shamelessly pleaded for her forgiveness. Saying this now won't help you. Many of your subject instructors have already stated that if you don't score at least 90% on your final exams, you'll fail for sure. Qin Yi, failing 9 courses means you'll be demoted. I know you're capable, but academics still matter. The counselor's words grew increasingly earnest. I get it. Rest assured, I'll handle this. I absolutely won't fail any courses. Qin Yi exerted every ounce of strength to escape the counselor's grasp. The moment he stepped out of the office, he let out a long sigh. It wasn't his fault. Business was indeed hectic. Qin Yi was still sighing to himself. 2 teachers passed by him. They were sighing over this year's internship situation and the job prospects for graduates. Each class is worse than the last, they can't find jobs at all. The school is trying to find solutions, but nothing seems to work. This will severely impact Yangcheng University's employment rate and reflect poorly on us externally. I heard our president is so worried his hair is turning gray. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Qin Yi. He'd found a way to skip classes yet still earn high marks and avoid failing. Chapter 69, One Condition for Another. Qin Yi turned on his heel and headed straight for the principal's office. Knock knock. Come in. A commanding voice echoed. Qin Yi pushed open the door and stepped inside. The spacious office contained no fewer than 3 bookshelves, each piled high with books. The principal sat behind his desk, intently reviewing a file. Seeing Qin Yi enter without speaking, the principal looked up, puzzled. Student, who are you? Qin Yi quickly approached the principal. Good morning, principal. I'm Qin Yi, a student at Yangcheng University. I apologize for the sudden visit today, but I have a matter I'd like to discuss with you. Qin Yi smiled as he spoke, glancing at the principal's hair. It looked fine, no gray hairs in sight. Those 2 teachers must have been talking nonsense earlier. Very well, what is it? The principal kindly stood up, pulled over a stool for Qin Yi, and gestured for him to sit down. Qin Yi felt a bit overwhelmed by the sudden attention. He sat down, gathered his thoughts, and began to speak. I heard the school's been troubled by graduate employment issues lately, is that correct? Qin Yi asked directly. The principal was taken aback. He'd expected this student to come forward with some complaint, but instead, he jumped straight into discussing employment. That's correct. Graduates have faced challenges in securing employment in recent years, with many outstanding students struggling to find better positions. The school can't bear to see such talent go to waste, so we've been actively preparing measures in this area. Qin Yi smiled. It seemed he had come at just the right time. Principal, please take a look at this first. Caught off guard, Qin Yi hadn't brought any materials with him. He simply pulled his business card from his pocket and handed it to the principal. Bingi Group? Qin Yi? The very same Bingi Group that's been in the news lately. The principal froze in surprise. Yes. It seemed the recent publicity for Bingi Group had been remarkably effective. Even the principal knew of the company's existence. I am now the owner of this group, and the matter I wish to discuss with you is related to it. Our Bingi Group is willing to offer graduates from your school an additional opportunity. We plan to recruit a number of graduates for internships or full-time positions. Qin Yi explained briefly. The principal was overjoyed. He had been fretting over this very issue, and now Qin Yi had come to his rescue. What a wonderful gesture. Great. 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 The principal was so excited he exclaimed good 3 times in a row. Bingi Group's reputation preceded it. Though a newcomer, its operations spanned a wide range of industries. Given the company's current prospects, it was planning to expand into multiple industries. It is widely regarded as a promising enterprise in the eyes of the public. Though its current operations were confined to Bingcheng and Yangcheng, it was certainly not destined to remain there. He truly never imagined that the CEO of this Bingi Group was actually a student from Yangcheng University. Thank you, Qin Yi, for your contributions to our university. I'll immediately arrange for our university's graduating class to participate in interviews. Hold on. Qin Yi sat in his chair, instinctively adopting a negotiating posture. The president observed this. His practiced demeanor suggested he'd frequently negotiated with others for Bingi Group's development. Go ahead. I'm all ears. The principal said with a smile. I can offer opportunities to our graduates, but I have one small condition. I'd like to secure a perk for myself and Tangbing from the School of Economics exemption from classes. Qin Yi stated his condition. No classes? The principal looked puzzled. Seeing the other party didn't immediately object, Qin Yi adopted a pained expression. Principal, it's not that I don't want to attend classes. It's just that there's so much going on at the company. Tang Bing and I are determined to remember our student status, but juggling both ends is becoming too much to handle. Think about it, I need to grow the company so we can hire more graduates. Sheenie pleaded pitifully. He sure knows how to play the innocent card in front of the principal. The principal pondered for a moment. Sheenie's corporate group was performing exceptionally well now. Asking him to abandon his work and focus solely on studies was absolutely out of the question. But if he didn't study and graduate, it would be a loss for the school too. Upon reflecting on this, the principal considered his words carefully before speaking. Agreed. But you two must take the final exam. I can exempt you from regular classes while guaranteeing your daily grades. But if you still fail the course, then I can do nothing about it. This was the absolute limit of what the principal could do. Sheen had been waiting for this very statement. Even without those regular grades, he could still pass the exam. Alright, it's settled then. Sheen immediately agreed with delight. That very night, he shared the good news with Tang Bing. Both of them were instantly filled with excitement. With ample time now available, Tang Bing and Sheen could dedicate more effort to developing their company. Ice City was currently working on its latest promotional campaign. Relying solely on the benefits of membership cards was no longer enough to attract more customers. While sales figures remained stable, they fell short of everyone's ambitions. Sheen scribbled ideas on paper with his pen, discarding many proposals outright. Tang Bing, having just finished her own tasks, noticed Sheen was still wrestling with something. What are you thinking about? You look so troubled. She asked softly. She placed the milk she was holding on Sheen's desk. Hearing Tang Bing's voice, Sheen exhaled softly and leaned back against his chair. Don't even get me started. Ice City just sent me their latest event proposal. I just went through the entire thing, and none of them are satisfactory. Sheen looked at Tang Bing's face and his heart instantly relaxed. After staring at the black text on white paper for so long, his eyes were already strained. Now, gazing at the beauty before him, it was just what he needed to ease his eye strain. After all, she was his wife, he could look whenever he wanted. Sheen felt a surge of delight. Tang Bing felt a bit shy under Sheen's unblinking stare. She nodded coldly on the surface. But inside, she was mentally ranting. Why is old Sheen staring at me without blinking? Could it be he's so engrossed in watching me that he's lost in thought? No way. He's staring at a gorgeous girl like me and still thinking? Come on. But the issue my second dog is struggling with really isn't a big deal. It's just a lack of interest, right? Then let's stimulate interest among our customers. I remember in the future, everyone loved blind boxes, they were all the rage. Why not use blind boxes in our shop to reignite customer interest? Tang Bing's inner thoughts, Sheen understood them perfectly. But what exactly is this blind box thing? A blind box? Chapter 70, The Blind Box Event. Sheen pondered how to broach the subject with Tang Bing, hoping she'd share more about blind boxes. At the very least, he needed to grasp the concept. Sheen still hadn't figured it out. Tang Bing's voice reached his ears once more. How should I broach this idea with Sheen? Blind boxes don't even have a name yet. If I blurt it out now, old Sheen is so sharp he'll definitely grill me. Then I wouldn't know how to explain it. Besides, this blind box mechanism is incredibly easy to set up, just fill the boxes with various discounts. Customers pay a certain amount to get a blind box, and whatever they draw is what they get. Tang Bing found herself torn for a moment, biting her lower lip. She sat down at the table. Sheen watched Tang Bing sit down, then reached over and took the cup of milk meant for him, drinking it himself. His mind kept murmuring to himself. That dazed little look, who wouldn't be dazed seeing it? Tang Bing. Sheen suppressed a smile and tapped lightly on the table. The soft tapping instantly snapped Tang Bing back to reality. Ha! That glass of milk, wasn't it for me? I just took a sip. Sheen looked at Tang Bing with a faint, ambiguous smile. In that instant, Tang Bing felt her face could surely boil an egg. Her gaze drifted downward. A tiny lipstick mark adorned the transparent glass, it was hers. The realization that Sheen had also taken a sip hit her. Tang Bing abruptly set the glass down on the table as if it were scalding hot. I was lost in thought just now and didn't notice. I wasn't trying to take advantage of you. Tang Bing blurted out words without thinking, not even aware of what she was saying. Sheen was nearly laughing himself silly inside. Seeing Tang Bing blushing fiercely, he quickly changed the subject. The school's top beauty was just too adorable. I've been thinking it over carefully. Since customers want something fun, why not just have a lottery? We set a spending threshold. If they hit it, they get one chance to pick a prize box at random. Whatever discount they draw is theirs. This will boost customer enthusiasm and encourage spending. What do you think of this idea? Sheen voiced the idea he'd just distilled from Tang Bing's thoughts. But he deliberately avoided mentioning the words blind box. Tang Bing feared Sheen would discover her thoughts, and now Sheen feared Tang Bing would uncover his. After hearing Sheen's words, Tang Bing ignored her burning cheeks. Her heart raced with both shock and delight.
My dear old Chin must be destined for me through 3 lifetimes. If we don't marry, this situation will be impossible to resolve. Every time I think something, old Chin seems to know exactly what I'm thinking and helps me out of awkward situations. If I let a guy like this slip away, where on earth would I find another one? Wah! I just love him so much. Old Chin can't possibly hear my thoughts, can he? Shinyi's heart skipped a beat. The smile on his face stiffened, nearly giving him away. Thankfully, Tang Bing was just letting her thoughts wander. She didn't actually dwell on it. That's a great idea. Over in Japan, they have a professional term for this blind boxes. We can use that name too. If we just call it a lottery, customers might find it too boring and monotonous. Tang Bing seized the moment and proposed the blind box concept. I think that's a good idea. Shinyi agreed immediately. The very next day, Shinyi promptly notified the team in Bingcheng. They swiftly arranged the blind box event. The finalized plan included not only blind boxes containing various discounts but also a separate event where customers could pay a small fee to draw additional discounts. Thanks to these 2 promotions, Ice City instantly became a hotspot. Everyone was thrilled and eager to try this captivating new activity. Zhao Qi cheerfully gathered a large group of family members for a meal at the 10-mile fragrant hot pot restaurant. Family dinners happened once a month. A dozen or so people. They usually ate at home, but today, due to time constraints, no one was cooking at home. Zhao Qi simply brought the whole family to Shirley Piaoxiang for hot pot. The aroma drifts for miles, drawing crowds daily. With the new event underway, the place grew even livelier. Curious about the commotion, Zhao Qi joined the crowd to see what was happening. The attendant stood at the back, explaining to the crowd. For just 20 yuan, you get 1 chance to draw a prize. The prize you win determines your discount on today's meal. Plus, spend a certain amount and we'll give you a mystery box. Plenty of discounts for you to choose from. On the large circular display behind the server, discounts ranging from 10% off to 99.9% off were displayed. Everyone was itching to give it a try. But no one stepped forward to be the first to take the plunge, and hesitation spread through the crowd. Zhao Qi glanced at the wheel. Then looked back at the whole family behind him. Spending $20 on a raffle ticket even if you only win a 99% discount, it's still worth it. Waiter, I'll take 1 spin. Zhao Qi immediately raised his hand to signal the server, pulling out a 100 yuan bill and handing it over. Can I try again? Zhao Qi asked casually. The waiter smiled. Of course you can, but the discount will only be based on your last draw, sir. Zhao Qi waved his hand and slipped the money into the server's hand. Here we go. He gripped one side of the spinning wheel. He exerted force to spin the wheel at high speed. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the result. The pointer on the wheel remained motionless. Wherever it finally landed would determine the discount. As the wheel's speed visibly slowed, the pointer gradually stabilized, and everyone's hearts were in their throats, not daring to breathe a word, afraid of disturbing the spinning wheel. 1/10. 30% off. 20% off. 99.9% off. As the wheel slowed to a near standstill, everyone's eyes followed its descent. Zhao Qi waves dismissively, about to ask the attendant to spin it again. Chapter 71, Training Talent. Congratulations, sir. You've won our 10-Mile Fragrance Store's grand discount prize at 10% reward. All your purchases at 10 Miles Fragrance today will be discounted to just 10%. Valid only today. We hope you enjoy your meal. The waitress's sweet voice rang out in everyone's ears. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. One by one, they turned their gaze toward the spinning wheel. Their stares were so intense they could practically burn holes through the wheel. They clearly saw the pointer, which had been barely clinging to life moments ago, now settle firmly into the 1 discount zone. It stood firm, not budging an inch. Even Zhao Qi himself stared at the scene in utter disbelief. Congratulations, sir. Here's your change. The server placed the money before Zhao Qi. This also snapped Zhao Qi back to his senses. Sir, would you mind taking a photo of our 10-mile fragrant spicy hot pot shop? This is the first time we've ever drawn someone for a 10% discount. Zhao Qi nodded eagerly. Now delighted, he stood happily beneath the spinning wheel with his entire family. They even took a group photo with the 10-mile fragrance sign. He never imagined his luck would be this incredible today. Zhao Qi was ushered inside by the 10 Miles Fragrance staff to enjoy his meal. The rest of the group was thrilled. With Zhao Qi's discount in hand, everyone eagerly raised their money and called out to the waitstaff. I want to enter the raffle too. Count me in too. Business at Ice City surged once more. Upon hearing about this, Shinyi specifically instructed the publicity department to post photos of Zhao Qi's 10-fold discount on the Ice City official website. In no time, countless tourists from other regions began flocking in. Everyone wanted to test their luck, drawn by the chance to spin the wheel for a 1/10 discount. Tang Bing reviewed the quarterly report alongside Shinyi. No need to worry, Tang Bing now had more and more free time. Shinyi often pulled her into discussions about sales figures, claiming that as an economics major, she was better equipped to spot issues. After finishing the quarterly report, Tang Bing couldn't help but feel a flood of emotions. If this keeps up, old Qin from our family might just overtake Zhang Jingcheng, the boss of Heizonggayu, as the richest man. The wealthiest man in Bingcheng. Monthly revenues across every industry are now this substantial. Old Qin must have amassed quite a fortune by now. Beyond Bingcheng and Yangcheng, it's time for our businesses to expand beyond these cities. Qin had been thinking along exactly those lines. Their goal was to open stores nationwide. Limiting ourselves to just Yangcheng and Ice City is simply not enough. Ms. Tang, the top priority now is to cultivate a pool of talent. Only with capable people can we expand outward. After all, it's inconvenient for us to go to other cities. Having people from the company headquarters go there will give us peace of mind, don't you agree? Tang Bing understood. Qin, you've shown foresight. Why not select a group of elite employees from within the company for training? This approach also provides our veteran employees with opportunities for growth. Tang Bing added. For the company's development, this was indeed a good idea. Qin immediately slammed his hand on the table in agreement. Alright, I'll discuss it with Xiang Wanqiu right away. Qin called Xiang Wanqiu right away. The sooner the better. Xiang Wanqiu had just finished work and hadn't even had time to take a shower and relax properly. Upon hearing his boss's summons, he rushed straight to Qin. Mr. Qin, what are your instructions? Xiang Wanqiu raised his hand and gave Qin a somewhat unorthodox military salute. Qin chuckled. His relationship with Xiang Wanqiu felt less like superior subordinate and more like friends. Sit down. Coffee or tea? Qin held up the cup in his hand. Tea, please. Qin placed it in front of Xiang Wanqiu. I called you over so late to tell you I've decided to expand the company's catering division externally. We can't remain confined to just Bingcheng and Yangcheng. As soon as Qin finished speaking, Xiang Wanqiu's eyes lit up. Expansion. This was exactly the kind of challenge he thrived on. Alright. Any plans? Which city is next for expansion? When will the plan be implemented? A barrage of questions came at Qin like a machine gun. Clearly, Qin was the boss of Bingy Group. Yet at this moment, Xiang Wanqiu seemed more excited than Qin himself. Hold on. I called you here to discuss matters. There are some things I need to convey to you privately. Qin stated. Since we're absolutely expanding into other regions, I plan to cultivate a group of elite employees from within the company to lead the charge. On one hand, this will hone our employees' capabilities. On the other, it will help me manage our regional operations effectively. What do you think? Xiang Wanqiu was flattered beyond belief. Mr. Qin, this idea is absolutely brilliant. I'm all for it. He gave a thumbs up. I'll head back immediately and work through the night to draft a proposal. We'll hold a meeting tomorrow to rally the group's elite to sign up. I guarantee we'll cultivate a cohort of talent for you in no time. Qin loved Xiang Wanqiu's confident demeanor. But beyond her confidence, Xiang Wanqiu's abilities were truly top-notch. Otherwise, she would never have earned Qin's favor. Enough with the banter. I won't pay overtime for working extra hours. Just get the plan ready for implementation by tomorrow's start time. Qin couldn't bear to overwork his employees. After all, the company had grown significantly, and he relied on these capable assistants to help him handle various matters. Xiang Wanqiu couldn't sit still for another moment. He downed the tea in his hand in one gulp. I'm outta here. Fine, no overtime pay, just make sure my year-end bonus is generous. Before Qin could respond, Xiang Wanqiu had already stormed back to continue working overtime. Qin couldn't help but smile. Well, he'd just have to give Xiang Wanqiu an extra million in his year-end bonus. Bingy Group spent a day finalizing the plan. Within 3 days, the promotion had spread throughout the entire group, known to every employee. Departments across the board dispatched teams of willing candidates to sign up. The training lasted 2 months. Qin finally saw the results he was satisfied with and convened the Elite Talent Conference. Everyone sat upright and composed. Each was dressed in a suit and tie, impeccably groomed. Today was the day they would meet the boss. Soon. Guided by Xiang Wanqiu, Qin slowly walked to the podium and took his seat at the center stage. Xiang Wanqiu then moved to the lectern. The inaugural Elite Talent Conference of Bingy Group is now in session. Thunderous applause erupted. Qin clapped along while carefully observing the group of employees below who had been selected and trained. Now, please welcome President Qin to address the gathering. The meeting proceeded swiftly. Qin rose to share his vision with the assembled crowd. Chapter 72, Expansion to the Capital and Magic City. Each of you is our elite talent. This training is designed to prepare you to develop our corporate culture across various regions. However, Bingy Group is currently only considering major cities. All small and medium-sized cities are excluded from this phase of operations. The group is currently preparing to expand into 2 locations, the Magic City and the capital. You may choose to go to either of these cities based on your own preferences. Qin stood on stage with a smile, explaining the locations to everyone. You may freely choose among the major cities slated for expansion. At that moment, every employee in attendance had already decided in their minds which city they would choose to develop in. Shin-hee then elaborated on several key points for all employees to note. An internal elite conference unfolded, with everyone wearing expressions of delight. Bingy Group moved swiftly, bolstered by Xiang Wanqiu's workaholic nature. Within just 2 short months, they had expanded to 5 stores each in Shanghai and Beijing. Management personnel for each location were dispatched exclusively from the elite talent pool. The team applied all their training and accumulated operational expertise to the restaurant management. Thanks to everyone's efforts, business was booming. That evening, Shin-hee and Tang Bing headed straight to the group headquarters. Xiang Wanqiu had been waiting for them. Mr. Qin, Ms. Tang. Today is the end of the month. Since Shanghai and Beijing are major cities, their business hours are extended. Please wait a moment. Once they close after midnight, they'll submit the performance reports as quickly as possible. Xiang Wanqiu reported diligently. Shin-hee and Tang Bing nodded. They waited in the office. To keep Tang Bing and Shin-hee from getting bored, Xiang Wanqiu pulled up the most straightforward operational data from both locations. She gave Shin-hee and Tang Bing a live demonstration. The promotional reach of 10 miles fragrance was already extensive. Even folks in Shanghai and Beijing had heard whispers about it. Imagine their excitement when they discovered branches had opened in both cities. They immediately called friends and family to join them. In no time, all the shops in both cities were bustling with customers. Sitting in their office, Shin-hee and Tang Bing watched the sales figures on their computer screens climb relentlessly. Within a short time, it had reached an exceptionally high level. Smiles spread across everyone's faces. Mr. Qin, this is just today's revenue. The total revenue for the past 2 months will be sent over shortly. Xiang Wanqiu looked at the figures with satisfaction. Her instincts told her that her relentless work ethic over the past 2 months hadn't been in vain. Good. No rush. Shin-hee replied with a smile. The entire Bingy Group building was ablaze with lights as numerous employees voluntarily stayed behind to work overtime, eager to witness the miracle after midnight. Places like Shanghai and Beijing still hold so much potential. If this were a smaller city, such high levels of consumption might not be possible. Old Qin picked an excellent location for this company. Looks like I need to read more books and learn more about business management. I've been reborn into this life, I can't let myself lose to ergo. Tang Bing silently vowed to himself. Shin-hee heard her words but paid them no mind. The more Tang Bing learned, the broader her horizons became. Wouldn't it all ultimately be channeled into developing Bingy Group? Shin-hee was naturally pleased, though he didn't want Tang Bing to overwork herself. After all, she would soon be his wife. If she worked herself into exhaustion, wouldn't he be the one left worrying? Amidst the anxious waiting of the crowd, the hands of the clock finally moved steadily toward 12 o'clock. Business hours have ended. Shops in Shanghai and Beijing gradually closed their doors, with sales figures surging upward in the final moments. Finally, things settled back into calm. Xiang Wanqiu felt a sudden surge of excitement. He paced back and forth across the vast office, his figure blurring into a dizzying blur. Sit down. What are you doing? Shin-hee watched with a headache, motioning for Xiang Wanqiu to take a seat. He scratched his head and laughed. Mr. Qin, I'm a bit anxious. Neither store has sent over their sales reports yet. I'm getting impatient. Tang Bing couldn't help but chuckle. She pointed at the clock on Shin-hee's desk. It was 3 minutes past 12. Manager Xiang, please don't worry. It'll probably take a little more time. With someone as outstanding as you, I bet every talent you've trained is just like this. There's really no need to worry. Tang Bing gave Xiang Wanqiu a thumbs up. A few more words of praise helped Xiang Wanqiu calm down. With Tang Bing's reassuring words, Xiang Wanqiu finally let out a long sigh of relief. Shin-hee shot Tang Bing a sour look. Wasn't she supposed to be his wife? Why comfort that roughneck Xiang Wanqiu instead of him? Tang Bing smiled, only to meet Shin-hee's intense gaze, one that seemed to hold a hint of hurt. She blinked, trying to ignore it. But Shin-hee was too persistent, his gaze fixed on Tang Bing. Oh my god. Old Qin's gaze is melting my heart. Could he be jealous? No way. Old Qin, that old dog, jealous. He always torments me relentlessly but never once mentions jealousy. So embarrassing. Tang Bing, what are you thinking? Old Qin has always been a pure little puppy dog this whole life. Tang Bing's face flushed crimson all the way to her ears. Shin-hee understood Tang Bing's inner thoughts. His gaze darkened, finally settling on her small, crimson earlobes. They seemed particularly tempting. Instantly, the atmosphere in the cramped space between them on the sofa grew increasingly charged. Just as Shin-hee was about to make a move, Xiang Wanqiu suddenly shouted excitedly. Mr. Qin. Ms. Tang. The performance reports from Shanghai and Beijing have just come in. Let's come over and take a look together. Xiang Wanqiu had already gathered around the computer, gripping the mouse as she began navigating the screen. Tang Bing immediately distanced herself from Shin-hee. Oh my god. I almost closed my eyes just now. Shin-hee, that big jerk. How come he still has such a strong puppy charm? Thank goodness Xiang Wanxiu was there, or I would have been mortified and ruined my reputation.
Tang Bing, you need to calm down.
She reached up with her slender hand and rubbed her face without mercy, trying desperately to cool her face down before it flushed scarlet.
Qin Yi felt inexplicably regretful. He shot a cold, icy glare at Xiang Wanqiu's retreating back. It was all that kid's fault. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been able to kiss his wife today?
Mr. Qin, hurry over.
Chapter 73, not short on small change.
Xiang Wanqiu had been excited for quite some time. Turning around, she saw Qin Yi still sitting in the same spot, his gaze even more hostile than before.
His expression froze instantly. What was going on? Xiang Wanqiu shifted his gaze to Tang Bing, trying to communicate with her eyes about what was wrong with Qin Yi.
Before his gaze could fully shift, Qin Yi rose and stood beside Xiang Wanqiu.
His presence blocked Xiang Wanqiu's gaze from reaching Tang Bing. Let me review the performance report,
Qin Yi announced, lowering his eyelids to study the large screen before him.
Xiang Wanqiu's attention immediately shifted to the performance report, launching into a detailed explanation for Qin Yi. Tang Bing, of course, understood Qin Yi's maneuver perfectly.
She was laughing so hard inside she could barely contain herself. I knew old Qin had me on his mind.
Look at that jealousy. How intense. Ha 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 ha.
I'll definitely tease him about this later.
Qin Yi's expression darkened as he stared at the report.
From now on, he would never let Tang Bing see him jealous again. Xiang Wanqiu had been happily reviewing the report, feeling even more satisfied with the sales figures from the 10 stores before her. But when she turned around, she saw Qin Yi's face had turned dark.
For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Her smile instantly vanished.
She stiffly shifted aside to make room for Qin Yi. All the while, Xiang Wanqiu kept silently praying to herself.
How could the boss be dissatisfied with such excellent results? Please don't get angry.
As long as he doesn't lose his temper, I'll work overtime, pull all-nighters, and even skip sleep if I have to. I'll find a way to boost the store's sales.
Qin Yi still didn't possess the ability to hear Xiang Wanqiu's inner thoughts. If he did, he probably would have burst out laughing by now. Qin Yi clicked the mouse, briefly glancing at the sales figures on the screen. The Beijing store's daily income was 500,000 yuan. The Shanghai store's daily revenue was 600,000.
All stores in both locations had activated membership prepaid cards totaling 5,700,000 yuan. Such results were nothing short of godlike for these newly opened stores. Even when compared to the entire food and beverage industry, Bingy Group's performance stands as an unparalleled peak.
Excellent. It seems Manager Xiang's hand-picked talents are truly elite. Qin Yi's expression shifted instantly, a faint smile appearing amidst the glowing performance report. Xiang Wanqiu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. The boss's satisfaction was the greatest fulfillment for him as an employee.
It's all thanks to your leadership, Mr. Qin, and your foresight. The consumption levels in these two cities, along with the store locations, are all in prime spots.
Xiang Wanqiu paid Qin Yi a couple of compliments.
The office was instantly filled with cheer. Qin Yi motioned for Xiang Wanqiu to step back, then beckoned Tang Bing closer so she could examine the report thoroughly.
These results are absolutely top tier for now.
Our next task is to retain customers and do everything possible to keep our business stable.
Tang Bing's face flushed with delight.
With both Shanghai and Beijing markets now operational, daily revenue easily surpassed 1 million.
That adds up to 30 million a month. How far away could Qin Yi's day of becoming the richest man be? Old Qin is awesome. I love old Qin. I want to have a baby with Ergo. Our Urdu is simply the world's best. No way, I absolutely must start dressing up properly from now on.
Otherwise, if old Qin becomes the richest man and looks down on me, that'd be disastrous. This lifetime, I'm holding on to old Qin with everything I've got.
Tang Bing shouted defiantly. The jar of aged Shangxi vinegar Qin Yi had just knocked over was now turned upside down.
His heart swelled with delight, and that lingering sourness had long since vanished.
Manager Xiang. Record everyone's year-end bonus. Just pay them an extra amount directly.
Qin Yi, overjoyed, waved his hand generously, spreading this good fortune to everyone.
Got it. Xiang Wanqiu immediately agreed with a beaming smile. The next day,
Bingy Group issued a congratulatory announcement, publicly disclosing the revenue figures for both Beijing and Shanghai. Along with it came the news of increased year-end bonuses, reaching every employee's ears.
Instantly, the entire Bingy Group was swept into a sea of joy.
Everyone greeted each other with excited congratulations.
Our company is the best.
A small pay bump every 3 days, a major year-end bonus hike every month.
I'd gladly volunteer overtime for this company. Don't even get me started. My classmate is kicking herself.
We both passed the interviews, but she took another company's offer. Now she complains daily about her meager overtime pay. With Presidents Qin and Tang leading us, this company can only get better. Zhang Jing had originally brought the Heizonggayu Hotpot Group team over for a tour. But as soon as they arrived at Bingy Group, they overheard the entire company buzzing with excitement. Everyone seemed willing to sacrifice themselves for the company, even volunteering for overtime without complaint. Instantly, Zhang Jing and the Heizonggayu executives felt a pang of envy. Envy was written all over their faces. This time, we absolutely must get President Qin to teach us a thing or two. When employees within a corporate group are this united and harmonious, how could the company not thrive? Exactly. We need to learn from this. If I don't master Mr. Qin's methods, I'm not going back. The executives of Heizonggayu immediately pounded their chests in solemn affirmation. Led by an assistant, the group arrived at Qin Yi's office. At that moment, Qin Yi was instructing his secretary to arrange rewards for store managers and employees in both Beijing and Shanghai. The remarkable sales growth achieved in such a short time was largely due to the collective efforts of everyone, though the brand's existing reputation certainly played a part. It was the store managers and staff's relentless drive that had yielded these remarkable results. Triple their half-month salary. And add an extra 10% to their year-end bonuses. Plus various gifts. As soon as Zhang Jing entered, he heard Qin Yi waving his hand and handing out rewards without the slightest hesitation. His generosity seemed almost reckless, as if he weren't spending his own money. What boldness, Mr. Qin. I just heard at the office that you increased everyone's year-end bonuses, and now you're handing out so many rewards. Impressive. Truly impressive. Zhang Jing was the first to break into applause. One by one, the senior executives of Heizonggayu behind him followed suit, clapping enthusiastically. Qin Yi grinned. He. Mr. Zhang, you're here? Just a moment, I'll be ready shortly. A mere trifle of money letting employees take a little extra makes everyone happier and boosts their motivation. Besides, our Bingy group can certainly afford it. Qin Yi finished with a satisfied smile. Compared to the immense commercial value his team generated for him, this was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Chapter 74, Trouble at the Branch. The Heizonggayu team exchanged stunned glances. This move was beyond their grasp. They lacked the capitalists' resources. Woo. Under Wanqiu's direction, the publicity department promptly posted the data report on Bingqing's homepage the very next day. Currently, Ice City's internet homepage was attracting significant attention. The moment Bingy Group posted the report online, a wave of astonished reactions erupted. The reaction was enormous. No way. Someone pinch me. This is insane. Is surely Piaoxian Catering really generating that much revenue now? With sales like that, they're practically a giant. As far as I know, no one has ever surpassed their record. I'm shocked too. Never imagined they could reach this level. People went wild commenting online. More people spread the word by word of mouth, learning countless stories about 10 Miles fragrance. Suddenly, everyone became curious about the businesses under the Ice City Catering umbrella. Simultaneously, a new craze was born. Bingqing Catering's nationwide recognition and popularity had surged to top-tier status. Many people made plans to visit Ice City to sample its delicacies. Beyond that, more competitors in the catering industry have set their sights on Ice City. Everyone is racking their brains trying to uncover the secrets to massive profits hidden within the city's legendary cuisine. However, through the skillful coordination of Tang Bingxin and Qin Yi, minor conflicts were skillfully resolved. 5 months later, Qin Yi sat at his desk, a report spread out before him. This was a branch store in the Magic City. Business had been booming since opening, but recently, sales seemed to be gradually declining compared to other stores. Qin Yi meticulously reviewed the details submitted by the branch. Ding ding ding. His phone, set aside, began to vibrate. Qin Yi glanced over. It was a call from his mother. Mom! It's so late. What's the matter? Qin Yi held the phone to his ear, his eyes never leaving the documents before him. Son, are you in Ice City or Yangchang? It's been so long since I last saw you. When will you come back to visit your mother? Qin's mother's voice carried a hint of worry. She had only this one son, and she knew his business kept him busy. Not seeing him for so long had left her longing for him. A pang of emotion struck Qin Yi's heart, a sudden wave of bittersweetness washing over his fingertips as he was about to promise his mother he'd come home this weekend. But his phone began to vibrate frantically once more. It was Xiang Wanqiu. Qin Yi's expression changed. Xiang Wanqiu calling this late meant trouble at the company, most likely. Mom! I'll definitely come back when I can. Something's come up at the office. I need to handle it first. Money is the only thing we have now. Don't skimp on anything for me. If you like something, just buy it. Money is absolutely no problem. With that, Qin Yi hurriedly hung up the phone. Before his mother could respond, the line went dead. A bitter smile slowly spread across her lips. Hello? What's going on? Qin Yi answered Xiang Wanqiu's call immediately. Mr. Qin, there's a problem with that Shanghai branch you asked me to investigate. I suspect the branch manager embezzled funds. It's my fault for failing to supervise properly. Xiang Wanqiu's voice lacked its usual confidence. Instead, a wave of frustration washed over her. He never imagined the branch manager would stoop to embezzlement. After all, the man had been transferred internally from the group headquarters. All right, I understand. Qin Yi's expression turned cold as he snapped the file shut.
Book me a flight. I'm heading to Shanghai myself right now. I'll see what tricks they're trying to pull. Chini sneered coldly. Xiang Wanqiu grew anxious. Boss, it's far too late at this hour. Perhaps we should. Book me the earliest flight available. Xinyi's tone was firm and brooked no refusal. Xiang Wanqiu had no choice but to agree. Xinyi picked up his phone, paused briefly, then sent a text to Tang Bing briefly explaining the situation. The next second, he headed straight for the airport. The distance between Ice City and the Magic Metropolis wasn't particularly great. Flight schedules were plentiful. Xinyi headed straight for the Magic City and arrived that very night. He checked into a random hotel for a few hours of rest, then headed straight for that branch location first thing in the morning. The employee dispatched from headquarters to that branch was named Shi Yuefa, who had a sharp and shrewd appearance. During company training, he had already shown himself to be far more resourceful than the others. Later, Xiang Wanqiu also held him in high regard. His store consistently outperformed others by a full 10% in revenue, prompting Xiang Wanqiu to recommend him to Qin Yi once. But then disaster struck from within. Before Qin Yi could promote Shi Yuefa, the young man had already committed embezzlement. 7 o'clock in the morning. A truck pulled up outside the Shirley Piaoshan branch. The truck appeared to be loaded with ingredients. Hot pot restaurants typically didn't open until lunchtime. Therefore, the morning hours were dedicated to preparing ingredients. Qin Yi demanded that all Bingyi-owned restaurants prioritize freshness over quantity. Vegetables must be the freshest available that day, with the highest quality. Now, as he personally walked to the entrance of the 10 Miles Fragrance hot pot restaurant and watched basket after basket of vegetables being unloaded from the truck, he felt his teeth itch with frustration. Go away! Our hot pot restaurant doesn't open until noon. You'd better go somewhere else to eat now. If you really want hot pot, come back at noon or in the evening. Qin Yi remained expressionless. A server yawned while shooing him away. Qin Yi stared at the cabbages and spinach in the crates. Each leaf looked frostbitten, devoid of any freshness. Many leaves had withered and turned yellow. Oomph. Is this the kind of produce Shi Yuefa serves his customers? Is this the quality of produce you use at 10 Miles Fragrance? I thought your official website stated. Qin Yi hadn't even finished his sentence. The waitress rolled her eyes at Qin Yi first. She stepped in front of him, blocking his view. Take it or leave it. Our 10-mile fragrance is famous enough, we don't need your business. Qin Yi's face darkened. How dare you do this? Aren't you afraid the headquarters will find out? Little did he know, his words only made the waitress laugh harder. The emperor's far away, he can't reach us here in the Magic City. I suggest you leave now and stop causing trouble. These vegetables taste different, don't they? Plus, the owner even gave us gifts and discounts. With that, the waiter shoved Qin Yi aside. Qin Yi was so furious his hair nearly stood on end. Now he was certain Shi Yuefa wasn't just embezzling, he was taking bribes too. Chapter 75. I've already called the police. Qin Yi turned to enter the store. Seeing Qin Yi heading toward the 10 Miles Fragrance restaurant, the waiter abandoned his shopping. She stepped forward to block Qin Yi. What are you doing? We're not open yet. I told you if you want to eat, come back after 10. The waiter eyed Qin Yi suspiciously, certain the young man had no good intentions. First he was asking about vegetables, now he's trying to barge in. As if she'd be the one to lose if she let this guy get inside. Qin Yi ignored her and was about to push his way in. The waitress suddenly shrieked, "Assault!" After shouting, she clutched her chest and was about to burst into tears in front of Qin Yi. Furious, Qin Yi scrambled back several steps. She didn't even look at what she looked like herself, yet she dared to accuse him of molestation. At least he hadn't gone through with it. He turned his head, gave a cold laugh, and walked away. He waited until noon when the 10-mile fragrant hot pot restaurant opened for business. Only then did Qin Yi approach, intending to step inside. At noon, the place was still bustling with people, many coming to savor the hot pot delicacies. Everyone was engaged in cheerful conversation. As soon as Qin Yi stepped inside, a server approached and led him to a table. How many people, sir? The server inquired. Just me. Upon hearing this, the server handed him the menu and said, "Let me know when you're ready." Then she turned to greet other customers. The entire process was extremely lackadaisical. The waiter's service was nowhere near as precise and attentive as what one would find in Ice City or Yangchang. Qin Yi's expression darkened. It seems you really can't do without the best. This kind of subpar service was completely unacceptable. Was this how Shi Yuefa managed the shop for him? Qin Yi's anger had reached its peak. He forced himself to suppress his temper, casually circling a few items on the menu. He ordered the hot pot base and dishes to be served. This branch's serving speed was remarkably fast. Before long, the waitstaff delivered the fresh vegetables. Qin Yi had ordered spinach, baby bok choy, and others to his table. At the same time, other tables also received some vegetables. How come the service at 10 Miles Fragrance feels so terrible? Has the quality of the dishes gone downhill too? Don't even get me started. I feel like it's not what it used to be either. Look at these dishes, they even have yellowed leaves hidden inside. Unbelievable. 10 Miles Fragrance has really gotten too big for its britches. Probably because they're raking in the cash now.
The murmurs of dissatisfaction reached Qin Yi's ears, something he'd never heard in other establishments.
He looked down at the dishes before him. Sure enough, every dish looked wilted and unappetizing. If Qin Yi didn't step in, he could keep holding back. He wouldn't be the boss of Bingy Group. Get your manager over here. He barked at the waiter in a deep voice. The server froze, then hurried over. Sir, please speak with me first. Our manager isn't here today. At the mention of the manager, the server finally managed to squeeze out a smile. Qin Yi glanced at the waiter beside him. His obsequious expression was a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. No, I insist on speaking with your manager. He collects his paycheck every day without even stepping foot in the shop. How can he justify that to Shirley Piaoxian? I'm asking you, where exactly is your manager? Qin Yi demanded sharply. The waiter rolled his eyes inwardly. As for where the manager had gone, he was probably off at some mahjong parlor or poker hall, living it up. The manager must be busy with store matters, sir. Let's discuss this calmly. Please take a seat. People nearby had already noticed the commotion. Several people looked up in their direction. Qin Yi also felt this was bad publicity. While this branch's reputation was already ruined, the other branches of 10 Miles Fragrance still needed their good name. He certainly didn't want Shirley Piaoxian to become known for having people argue in its stores. Qin Yi pulled his phone from his pocket and called Xiang Wanqiu. Right now. Get Shi Yuefa back to the store immediately. I'll skin him alive and rip out his tendons. Qin Yi said through gritted teeth. Xiang Wanqiu dared not hesitate. He snapped the call off and immediately dialed Shi Yuefa. He sternly ordered Shi Yuefa to get his ass back to 10 Miles Fragrance immediately. Shi Yuefa, who was currently lost in a drunken haze at the card table, instantly sensed something was amiss. Forgetting the winning hand in his grasp, he hailed a car at the entrance and sped toward the Shirley Piaoxian branch. His heart raced with anxiety the entire way. Could it be that my embezzlement had been discovered? It couldn't be that bad, I only took a little each time. There's no way the group could have found out. When he saw the branch was still bustling with customers, Shi Yuefa's mounting anxiety finally eased a little. At worst, someone from headquarters would come for an inspection. No big deal, just slip them a little extra cash when the time comes. Money talks. As long as he, Shi Yuefa, offered enough, the other party would surely be willing to help him. That thought came to an abrupt halt the moment Shi Yuefa saw Qin Yi. Shi Yuefa never imagined the person sent from headquarters this time would be none other than the big boss, Qin Yi. Instantly, Shi Yuefa plastered on a thick smile and sidled up to Qin Yi. Boss, what brings you here? Why didn't you give me a heads up? I'm not prepared at all. I'm terribly sorry about this. Shi Yuefa's face was practically split into a chrysanthemum-like grin. Qin Yi merely gave a cold laugh in response. Prepare? What's there to prepare? If I told you in advance, you'd still be witnessing this very scene. Shi Yuefa's gaze fell upon the dishes before Qin Yi. His heart skipped a beat. He had struck a deal with the caterer, taking their money in exchange for accepting subpar ingredients. Little did he know these substandard ingredients would now land on Qin Yi's table. Instantly, Shi Yuefa's heart turned cold. This must be some kind of misunderstanding. It must be that the waitstaff got flustered and accidentally served these subpar dishes to your table. I'll have them removed immediately and give them a thorough scolding later. Shi Yuefa spoke while signaling staff to clear the dishes immediately. Qin Yi waved his hand, halting their actions. No need. I've already called the police. As for your explanation, save it for the police. I don't need to hear it from you. With that, Qin Yi sat back down. Cold sweat beaded on Shi Yuefa's nose. His limbs went limp, unable to support his weight any longer. He collapsed onto the floor. A chill enveloped his entire body. This time, he was truly finished. Soon. The wail of police sirens echoed outside the 10 Miles Fragrance restaurant. 3 or 4 officers leaped out and dashed straight into the branch restaurant. The stunned patrons stopped eating their hot pot, fearing trouble was brewing. Their eyes fixed intently on the officers, watching to see what they would do. Who called the police? Chapter 76, Sent to Prison. The lead officer asked, his expression impassive. Here. Qin Yi motioned for the person to come forward. All the customers in the Shirley Piaoxian branch saw only a few words exchanged before the police officer directly took Shi Yuefa, who was slumped on the floor, away. No matter how desperately Shi Yuefa pleaded to stay, it was utterly useless. The officers quickly dragged and pulled him into the police car, which roared away in an instant, vanishing from sight. Without Shi Yuefa, the waiter who had been so arrogant moments ago now cowered like a turtle hiding its head. Trembling and stammering, he could barely form coherent words. Sir, maybe you could wait just a moment? I'll help you change your order. It'll be ready soon. Please don't worry. Qin Yi stood up. His voice was cold and detached. No need. He then walked straight to the center of the branch restaurant, 10 Miles Fragrance. Facing a crowd of bewildered and gossiping customers, Sheenie solemnly bowed to everyone first. My deepest apologies, esteemed patrons. As the owner of 10 Miles Fragrance, I deeply regret that the scene you witnessed earlier has affected your appetite. I personally apologize for this. As a gesture of goodwill, all charges for today's dining at 10 Miles Fragrance will be waived. The moment Sheenie announced the apology, the entire venue erupted in cheers. In truth, no one felt their appetite had been affected by the earlier scene. On the contrary, they felt, once again, it was incredibly appetizing. Recently, several customers have raised concerns about the freshness of our ingredients. I will personally address this matter and provide everyone with a thorough explanation. Rest assured. Surely Piaoshan Hot Pot Restaurant will always prioritize your safety and health. After speaking, Sheenie bowed deeply to everyone once more. This time, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Everyone applauded Sheenie from the bottom of their hearts. Wasn't that the manager who got arrested just now? I think his name was Manager Sure. I suspect it's this manager who caused the problem. I've dined at other 10 Miles Fragrance locations, and both the service and food quality are top-notch. I've never heard anything bad about them either. A perfectly good restaurant nearly ruined by some low-level manager. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Free hot pot paired with steaming gossip. Everyone had completely worn away that little bit of anger and dissatisfaction. After handling matters at the branch, Sheenie was certain the young waitress, shaken by this display, wouldn't dare continue her insincere compliance. He gave a few brief instructions before rushing straight to the police station. Mr. Sheenie, the suspect refuses to admit anything. He's kicking and screaming, demanding to see a lawyer. He won't say a word otherwise. The officer briefly explained the situation to Sheenie. May I speak with him personally? Sheenie inquired. Certainly, but be careful, he might lash out. The officer opened the interrogation room door and let Sheenie enter. Sure UFO glared at Sheenie with bloodshot eyes. This man, who had been his boss not long ago, had now personally delivered him to the police station. Still not talking? Sheenie plopped down casually onto the chair. Crossing his legs, his imposing presence instantly radiated from his every movement. Without a lawyer, I won't say a word. Sure, you feared that speaking would only give them ammunition against him. He wasn't ready to end up behind bars at such a young age. Poof. What difference do you think a lawyer would make? Your embezzlement and bribery are all solid facts. Sheenie spoke casually, as if discussing today's meal with Sure UFO. Sure UFO froze stiff in his chair the moment Sheenie uttered those 4 words. He'd suspected Sheenie knew, but hadn't imagined the man would state it so casually. I didn't. Sure UFO ground out the 3 words through clenched teeth. He clenched his jaw, refusing to admit it. Sheenie couldn't be bothered with Sure UFO's nonsense. He flung the documents on his desk right in front of Sure UFO. Here. Take a look. Don't say I'm framing you. You don't even know how to cover your tracks, huh? Sure UFO trembled all over, staring at the papers before him, too terrified to even open them. His heart pounded wildly. Beads of sweat as big as soybeans rolled down his forehead. Oh, right. You don't think that boss who bribed you with money to buy subpar produce won't expose you, do you? Don't even dream about it. Telling the truth won't cost him a single penny. Sheenie waved the bills in his hand. The crimson 100 yuan notes seemed to mock Sure you like nothing else. You should know this too, money talks. Boom. As Sheenie uttered those final words, the familiar phrase shattered Sure UFO's mental defenses. Money talks. If Sheenie had paid, how could that vegetable vendor have refused to speak up? Sure UFO wiped the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't hold on any longer. I was wrong, boss. I shouldn't have let greed cloud my judgment, and I certainly shouldn't have embezzled so much company money. Please give me another chance. I beg you, Boss Sheen. Sure UFO didn't care about anything else. He knelt directly on the ground and began pleading with Sheenie. Sheenie remained expressionless. He stood up. You brought this upon yourself. Sheenie walked out of the interrogation room. The police officers outside had already naturally taken over Sheenie's duties. Sheenie stepped out of the police station. Outside, the sun shone brightly. The midday sun bathed everyone in its warm glow. 1 week later, the verdict for Sure UFO finally arrived. Sheenie personally escorted him into prison. The matter was settled. As for that branch store, Sheenie had Xiang Wanxiu select a new manager from the company to take over. Not only that, but the branch offered 3 days of complimentary service. The public response was overwhelmingly positive, with countless people giving 10 Miles Fragrance a thumbs up. This is a shop with integrity. The owner even sent the manager to jail for breaking the rules. We can eat here with confidence. All their ingredients are thoroughly detailed on their official website, so there's absolutely no need to worry about safety. 10 Miles Fragrance is delicious and amazing. I'll definitely bring my family here often from now on. The newly assigned manager at the branch store has been diligent and responsible, successfully boosting sales performance again. He meticulously documented every detail of all branches in the performance report. Xin Yi's move served as a warning to others. At least for the time being, all branch managers under Bingyi's umbrella became cautious. Each one had become more compliant. Xin Yi enjoyed a period of relative calm until year-end. Recently, the entire Bingyi group had been preparing for the annual meeting. Xin Yi also needed to finalize the year-end bonuses and other incentive payments. Bingqing's daily revenue had now reached the tens of millions level. Xin Yi's personal daily earnings hovered around the 7-figure mark. Such earning power was truly enviable. How about we just transfer it directly to the employees' bank cards? Chapter 77, Handing out cash at the annual meeting. That would be convenient. Xin Yi was on the phone with Xiang Wanqiu, discussing how to distribute the year-end bonuses. Tang Bing sat beside Xin Yi, helping him review the company's affairs for the past year. Why transfer it to bank cards? Isn't it better to withdraw it all as cash? Handing out bundles of cash to employees will definitely bring them more joy than just transferring it to their bank cards. Prepare some gifts for the employees too, that way everyone can have a good time. Tang Bing blurted out distractedly. Xin Yi caught her words instantly. A thought struck him: this approach seemed far more effective. Before Xiang Wanqiu could act, Xin Yi quickly gave instructions. Manager Xiang, inform the company's finance department. Have them calculate the amount and withdraw it directly from the bank. We'll distribute cash at the annual meeting. Xiang Wanqiu replied with a nod. This year marked Bingyi Group's first major annual meeting. It had to be a grand affair. The date of the annual meeting arrived quickly. Employees at Shan Company had long heard rumors that Xin Yi planned an extravagant event, and each and every one of them was thrilled. On the day of the event, everyone attended the Bingyi Group annual gathering dressed in evening gowns and suits. Xin Yi had prepared a pure white evening gown for Tang Bing well in advance. Though Tang Bing didn't show much excitement outwardly, she silently praised Xin Yi for quite some time. Old Xin has such impeccable taste, just look at this dress he picked out. I'm absolutely in love with it. You gotta admit, old dog Qin's taste hasn't changed over the years. Whether it's old dog or this little puppy now, their taste is exactly the same. Xin Yi was thoroughly flattered by Tang Bing's praise. That evening, he wore a sleek black suit that accentuated his already tall, slender frame, making him look incredibly dashing. Tang Bing wore light makeup, her hand resting on Xin Yi's arm as they walked arm in arm past the company employees to the front. Oh my god. Help me. Mr. Qin looks so handsome today. So young and dashing, I'm dying. Did you notice how stunning Ms. Tang looks too? I'm practically in love with her long, gorgeous legs. Sis, you're killing me. They're the perfect golden couple, absolutely made for each other. Enough, enough. Even if I don't get anything tonight, just seeing Mr. Qin and Ms. Tang was worth it. A smile touched Xin Yi's lips. His mood lightened considerably. After all, the woman beside him was his future wife. Tang Bing's expression remained cold, but the little voice inside her screamed. Help! They said I and old Qin are a perfect match. They have such great taste. Make old Qin give these people bonuses. Give them extra just for that sweet talk alone, they deserve a little extra reward. Make sure Ergo's year-end bonus satisfies everyone. Tang Bing drifted off into her own thoughts. The host had already finished the opening remarks. Next, please welcome Mr. Qin to perform the opening dance for our annual gala. The entire audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Countless pairs of eager eyes turned toward Xin Yi and Tang Bing. A smile played on Xin Yi's lips as he extended his hand with the utmost gentlemanly grace. As the room fell silent, only Xin Yi's warm voice echoed through the air. Dear Miss Tang Bing, would you do me the honor of dancing the first dance of the evening? As he spoke, Xin Yi's hand was already extended before Tang Bing, awaiting her consent. Accept Mr. Qin's invitation. Ah! Our Mr. Qin is so handsome. Ms. Tang, hurry up and dance with him. Hurry up, hurry up. Let us feast our eyes on this handsome man and beautiful woman. Tang Bing's face flushed crimson, her beauty radiant and captivating. She was breathtakingly beautiful. She shyly placed her hand in Xin Yi's. Led by Xin Yi, she stepped onto the dance floor. As the lively music began, Tang Bing's mind went blank. All she could hear was the pounding of her own heart. The dance concluded. Xin Yi led Tang Bing off the stage. Others began dancing on the stage one after another. Tang Bing secretly touched her face. It was flushed and hot. Tang Bing, you pathetic thing. It's not like old Qin is proposing to you. Why are you blushing like such a wimp? It's just a dance. You've danced with men before all these years. Stop blushing, Tang Bing. Even though old Qin is undeniably handsome, comrade Tang Bing, keep your composure. Xin Yi laughed heartily. Tang Bing. Tang Bing, lost in her own thoughts, was startled by Xin Yi's sudden call, as if he'd hit the nail on the head. She immediately gave a guilty nod and glanced around nervously. Her expression was both adorable and comical. I'm going upstairs to present awards to the staff. If you get bored, go grab something to eat over there. I'll come find you later. Tang Bing kept her head down, refusing to let Xin Yi see her embarrassment. Go on, go on. She waved her hands dismissively, urging Xin Yi to proceed with the awards.
Amidst the host's enthusiastic cheers from the audience below, Chini finally stepped onto the stage as anticipated. But what piqued the employees' curiosity even more was this. After Chini took the stage, staff members carried up 2 large sacks. Each sack was bulging full, its contents a mystery to all. Bingy Group extends its deepest gratitude for everyone's contributions this past year. Next, we present the year-end bonuses prepared for all of you. Employees whose names are called, please come to the stage to receive your awards. After Chini finished speaking, Xiang Wanqiu spontaneously took the microphone. Glancing at the list in his hand, he began reading aloud. Long Wank. Amidst the crowd, Long Wank was nudged forward by his colleagues. Go on up. You're first. Hurry up and see what you're getting. Long Wank was pushed all the way from the audience to the stage, looking dazed. Chini smiled and motioned for Long Wank to stand beside him. Staff behind them grabbed scissors and tore open the burlap sack nearby. Instantly, the contents spilled out. Bright red bills flashed, dazzling everyone's eyes. Chini grinned as he stepped forward, pulling out 2 bundles from the sack and handing them to Long Wank. Here's your year-end bonus. Long Wank accepted them with trembling hands, instantly overwhelmed by joy. Thank you, Mr. Chin. Next year, I'll work my fingers to the bone for Bingy to achieve even greater profits. The room erupted in laughter.